Wife, give me some money, I'm going to pick up girls. Su Yixue, the general director, was just holding a shareholders meeting when the door suddenly burst open and her husband, Ye Fan, walked in with a phrase that immediately stunned everyone present. Is that really the idiot husband Su has been married to for 3 years? Of course, he hasn't done anything for 3 years, just smokes, drinks, and chases women all day. No one understands how Su even puts up with him. The craziest thing is, Su practically worships him. Oh, is it that long-legged girl with the nice figure again? Su Yixue put down her documents, picked up her phone and smiled at Ye Fan. How much do you need? Will 100,000 be enough? If not, tell accounting to send more. That's enough. Thanks, wife. Love you. Ye Fan blew her a kiss after receiving the transfer and was about to leave. Wait, Su Yixue stopped him, got up, and handed him the keys to her Ferrari. Take mine. My husband's going to pick up girls. He shouldn't look cheap. Everyone was in shock. Such boldness from Su Yixue was simply unprecedented. No one had ever seen a wife not only support her husband's cheating, but also fund it. But Su Yixue was completely unfazed. Darling, come back early. It's our wedding anniversary. We should celebrate, right? Strong, cold, untouchable. That's how everyone knew Su Yixue. And now, gentle, soft, almost submissive, to her unemployed husband. It didn't fit in anyone's head. We'll see. If I finish early, I'll come back, said Ye Fan, waved at her and left the room. The secretary couldn't take it anymore and said, General Director, you really shouldn't spoil Ye Fan like this. He's useless, and this month alone he's already asked for money 7 or 8 times. Shut up. Su Yixue cut her off before she could finish. He's my husband, and I'll spoil him as I please. What business is it of yours? A cold look flashed in Su Yixue's eyes. As of now, you're fired. Go to accounting, settle your pay, and get out. The secretary was stunned. Just one word about Ye Fan, and she was fired? General Director, your assistant is still a senior manager. Firing her just like that might not be appropriate. Su Yixue just gave him a cold look. Do you want to be fired too? That sentence instantly silenced everyone. Anyone else have an opinion? Su Yixue glanced around the room. Everyone lowered their heads. No one dared to say a word. Let's continue the meeting. Discuss how we're going to cover the 300 million gap. I'm listening. She returned to her seat. 3 years of marriage. That bastard hadn't touched her once. The most intimate thing they'd had was a hug. Every time she showered and lay down in bed, Ye Fan would say, I'm only interested in money. Was he really only interested in money? Then why did he keep disappearing into clubs? Was she not sexy enough? Too conservative? He married her, and never even tried to touch her. Was she really that unattractive? Tonight, she'd take things into her own hands. She even ordered an outfit online, the kind men supposedly can't resist. Tonight, he would be hers. Ye Fan left the company, got into Su Yixue's red Ferrari, and drove to the elite nightclub Heaven on Earth. At the entrance, a chubby guy in overalls was already waiting for him. Young master, yay, haven't seen you in days. You're looking even more radiant. The sun dims in comparison. This sycophant was Wang Fugi, son of a rich family. After a few club nights, he became obsessed with Ye Fan's charisma and now stuck to him like a loyal lapdog. That's enough. Anything ready? Ye Fan interrupted him and headed inside. Everything's ready. I brought in every kind of girl. Even the janitor. All tastes covered. And if you're not into girls, I've got muscular guys on standby too. Get lost. Ye Fan kicked him in the rear. Inside the club's largest VIP suite, a row of scantily clad girls greeted Ye Fan with a bow. Welcome, young master Ye. Exposed cleavages, high slits up to their waists. The view made Ye Fan feel flushed. Damn. If it weren't for that cursed technique, he would've. But he held himself back. Everyone gets a bonus. Old Wang, give each of them 2,000, and don't forget to show them the photo. Whoever spots the girl from the picture gets a big reward. He pulled out his phone. On the screen, a fairy-like girl. 3 years. Ye Fan wasn't here for the women. He was looking for her, his missing junior sister from the sect. Someone said she'd been seen in the club scene of Yun City, and Ye Fan was searching every place one by one. Next batch. Leaving the club, Ye Fan stopped by a pharmacy, bought some herbs, and headed to a suburban villa. At the gate stood a young girl in a white camisole. When she saw Ye Fan, her face lit up. Brother Fan, I thought you weren't coming. She ran up, threw her arms around his neck, and practically hung on him. Her soft, ample chest pressed against him, and Ye Fan felt his body heat rise. All right, let's go check on your father first. The girl's name was Li Yao, daughter of the head of the Li family. one of the 4 wealthiest clans in Yun City. A few days ago, her father, Li Feng, had suddenly fallen into a coma. Doctors found nothing. Then Ye Fan appeared, used the 13 Ghost Valley needles, and Li Feng woke up on the spot. Today, Ye Fan came to finish the treatment and prescribe a strengthening herbal remedy. Dr. Ye, you're here. Please, come in. Li Feng was already up and personally welcomed him. Ye Fan checked his pulse. Your body's fine now. I've brought some tonic herbs. Brew them and finish the course, and there'll be no problem. Thank you, Dr. Ye. Thank you so much. Li Feng's son, Li Tao, quickly took the medicine. They chatted for a bit, and once Ye Fan made sure all was well, he prepared to leave. These days were crucial. He was close to a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. He had lied to Su Yixue for 3 years, claiming he didn't like women. The truth was, he couldn't touch any. Not yet. His cultivation was stuck at the 8th level. To break through to the 9th, he had to stay pure. One misstep, and not only would he lose all his progress, he could die from backlash. Even if 10 women threw themselves at him, he couldn't risk it. Li Feng exchanged a look with his son. Li Tao pulled out a bank card. Dr. Ye, you saved our father. Please accept this small token of gratitude. Yi Fan smiled faintly and pushed it back. I'm not interested in money. Everyone went silent. Their eyes shifted toward Li Yao. She blushed deeply, bit her lip and whispered, Brother Fan, if you want, I'm willing. Let's go. She gently tugged at his arm. Yi Fan blinked, confused. Go? Where? Li Yao pouted and stomped her foot. You're so bad. To a hotel, of course. Or homeworks too.
Hearing what Li Yao said, Yi Fan was left speechless. When he turned to look at the expressions of Li Feng, Li Tao, and the others, he immediately understood they had misunderstood him. They thought that because he showed no interest in money, he must be interested in people, and they were planning to give Li Yao to him? Nonsense! How could Yi Fan be such a person? If you want to offer, at least wait until I've broken through in my cultivation. Ahem! Director Li, I think you've misunderstood my intentions, Yi Fan coughed and continued. What I meant is that a healer has the heart of a parent. Saving the head of the Li family was simply a convenient act, it's just that I wish to become friends with the Li family. We have a long future ahead of us, right? Yi Fan placed special emphasis on the words a long future ahead, and while saying them, he deliberately glanced at Li Yao. As Yi Fan walked away, Li Yao's face showed deep disappointment. Humph, why sigh? Is there something wrong with me? I have the looks, I have the figure. Whatever other women can do, I can do too. And what they can't, I can also do. While speaking, Li Yao glanced at Yi Fan's lower abdomen, her lips moving slightly. She figured she could handle it, right? After a few people saw Yi Fan off, Li Feng quickly said to Li Tao, go check if we have any potential collaborations with the Su family. If we cannot approach from Yi Xiao's side, then we go through the Su family. Divine Dr. Yi is a golden opportunity, we must hold on to him tightly. Li Tao nodded. No need to check. I already received a call from Su family's second uncle. He said the Su group is currently facing a shortfall of 300 million yuan, and he invited me to the Su family banquet tomorrow. Most likely, it's because of that. Su family's second uncle? Su Mingho? I've heard he's no good. Li Feng frowned. But since it's Yi Xiao's wife's family, I think you should still go check things out tomorrow. That's my thought as well. I don't plan to talk with Su Mingho. If I'm going to negotiate, it will be directly with President Su Yixue. Li Tao sighed as he glanced at his younger sister entering her room. It's just our little sister, sigh. Li Feng was also a bit helpless. Too bad Divine Dr. Yi is already married. I just hope Xiao Yao doesn't fall too deep. Yi Fan returned home and completed 9 cycles of his dragon mastery technique. It was already 5 p.m. Right on time, Su Yixue called, Honey, are you done? Where are you? I'm home. Come pick me up. Yi Fan still remembered it was their 3rd wedding anniversary today, and Su Yixue had said they would celebrate together. Okay. Su Yixue drove home to pick up Yi Fan and brought him straight to the 8th floor of the Royal Hotel in Cloud City. Inside a private room, a candlelit dinner had already been prepared. During the meal, Su Yixue was particularly enthusiastic, pouring Yi Fan drink after drink. Yi Fan was not worried about handling the alcohol. Watching his wife's beautiful profile, he played along with her act and pretended to be tipsy. Wife, didn't you say you prepared a gift for me? Where is it? Yi Fan was very convincing, even his speech slurred a little. Seeing the time was just right, Su Yixue helped Yi Fan into the adjoining suite. The gift is in the next room. We'll know when we get there. She helped Yi Fan sit on the sofa and went into the dressing room. Wait here just a moment. I'll be right out. Rustling sounds came from the dressing room. When Suishua reappeared, Yifan's blood surged, and he momentarily forgot how to breathe. Fuck! Is this really the woman I know? Suishua had shed all her clothes and was now wearing a pink nurse outfit. The sheer fabric did nothing to hide her stunning figure. Curves in all the right places, a seductive silhouette. I'm your gift today, darling. Do you like it? Suishua swayed forward seductively, striking a provocative pose, then nestled affectionately into Yifan's arms. Honey, it's been 3 years. Today, I want to truly become your woman, such a stunning beauty lying in your arms, inviting you with everything she has. What man could resist? Especially when she is your lawful wife. Wife, you're playing with fire. Yifan's breathing grew heavier as he grasped Suishua's soft, delicate hand. Her eyes half-lidded, Suishua whispered, "Come, let me feel how hot your fire really is." That sentence completely ignited Yifan's desire. Unable to hold back any longer, Yifan flipped Suishua onto the couch, his hands running greedily over her body. The newly worn outfit was instantly torn to shreds. Clothes flew in all directions, the room descended into chaos. The room's temperature surged rapidly, just as the two were about to fully entangle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air echoed. A throwing knife shot past Yifan's lower abdomen and embedded itself in the wall. If the blade had been 2 centimeters lower, Yifan could have been castrated on the spot. Young master, you must not fail now. You still shoulder an enormous responsibility. Conduct yourself wisely. A shadow flashed past the window, and a cold voice rang out from outside. Yifan looked down at Suishua. 2 small beans had struck her acupressure points, knocking her out. Hanjua, are you trying to get me killed? You almost castrated me, and at this moment, haven't you heard the saying, better to die beneath a peony, still a romantic ghost? Yifan cursed out the window. But despite his ranting, there was no response from outside. 3 years ago, after Yifan lost his martial abilities, his master assigned the sect's top assassin, Hanjua, to secretly protect him. Hanjua was ruthless and taciturn, but never hesitated when it was time to strike. Interrupted like this, Yifan finally calmed down. Remembering the consequences of breaking his vow, a cold sweat broke out. 23 years ago, when Yifan was just 1 year old, he was sent to the sect to train in martial arts. 3 years ago, as he prepared to return to his family, the sect suffered a devastating ambush. 2 of his martial mothers died in battle, his master was gravely injured, his second uncle was hacked into 8 pieces, and 3 junior sisters vanished without a trace. Yifan himself was severely wounded by a mysterious expert and lost all his powers, becoming a cripple. He and his master had to retreat from the sect's headquarters. To throw off their enemies, his master arranged for Yifan to marry into the Su family. Meanwhile, the Yi family in Cloud City was also attacked. His grandfather was gravely injured in battle, his parents went missing, and several uncles died in combat. The Yi family's power crumbled, and their status as the top clan in the empire was on the verge of collapse. Their enterprises were slowly dismantled by rivals. Though his grandfather held on stubbornly, their deterrence weakened by the day. When Yifan learned of this, he wanted to return immediately, but his master stopped him. The sect and the Yi family being attacked at the same time is no coincidence. Master Gu Feng had sensed a conspiracy. Clearly, someone does not want you to return. So until you fully recover your powers, you must not take a single open step toward the Yi family. Since then, all resources, pills, everything, was given to Yifan. He was the hope of the sect's resurgence, the key to the Yi family's revival. If he broke his vows and died, that was one thing, but to let down the hopes of his sect, that would be unforgivable. Yifan was raised by his martial mothers, how could he rest without avenging them? His youngest martial sister was his dearest companion, full of genuine emotion, and she was still missing. How could he die? What right did he have to die? And the bastards who nearly annihilated the Yi family, how could Yifan ever let them go? 3 years hidden within the Su family, thankfully, there had been no further accidents. Thinking of this, Yifan sighed deeply, bent over, picked up Suishua, and gently laid her on the bed. He pulled up the covers and softly whispered, "Wife, don't worry. In just 3 days, only 3 more days, once I break through to the 9th level of dragon mastery, I'll let you truly become my woman." Looking at the woman who had always cared for and cherished him, Yifan's eyes filled with tenderness. He could not help but lower his head and kiss her neck, leaving a deep red hickey. After settling his wife Suishua, Yifan sat upright in the room and began to earnestly operate the dragon mastery technique. In an instant, a stream of light enveloped Yifan, circulating wildly through his meridians. A faintly discernible dragon shape had already begun to form. With his eyes closed, Yifan could clearly feel the immense power dormant deep within his dantian beginning to stir. Is it finally about to break through? He distinctly sensed the threshold of the 9th level of the Dragon Mastery Technique. Just one final thread remained. Yifan cultivated through the night, completing more than a dozen full cycles of the technique, yet still failed to shatter the final barrier. In the end, he could only go to bed, wrapping his arms around his beautiful wife and falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Sui Shui awoke, her entire body felt weak and sore, as if she were about to fall apart. Seeing herself lying unclothed in Yifan's embrace, her face turned bright red. Was Yifan that fierce last night? Would she even be able to withstand it in the future? If it came to that, should she call her best friend Qing Ruolin for help? The moment this wicked thought surfaced, Sui Shui was startled. Pa! Sui Shui, it is one thing to pamper your husband, but how could you think something so outrageous? After moving a bit in bed, she quickly realized something was wrong. That bastard, he did not even touch me? Though she had no experience, she knew that even though she was naked, lying beside Yifan, apart from a few marks left on her neck, Yifan had not actually done anything to her. Honey, wake up. Why did you not, last night? I already did everything I could. I am your wife. What more do you want from me? Sui Shui shook Yifan awake, her voice quivering and her eyes welling with tears. Who was Sui Shui? The #1 beauty in Cloud City. An aloof CEO, pure as jade. To the public, she was a figure of decisive authority and commanding presence. But for Yifan, she had humbled herself, bought so many outfits, and seductively posed in front of him. This was her limit. Sui Shui was on the verge of breaking down. Oh, that. Yifan turned over, gently tidying Sui Shui's disheveled hair. I am not in the right condition these days. Hearing that, Sui Shui froze on the spot. Not in the right condition? Are men supposed to have their period too? Furious, she punched Yifan in the chest. You bastard, if you are going to make excuses, at least make a decent one. No. I calculated that these few days are cursed by misfortune, conflicting with my fate. It is not a good time to share a bed. Next time, when the time, place, and people are alright, I will not let you go. Put. Sui Shui could not help but laugh aloud. What ridiculous nonsense! Even making love required perfect timing and harmony? But seeing the kiss marks on her neck in the mirror, Sui Shui was already very happy. Last night, aside from the final step, they had kissed and touched each other. For the first time in 3 years, they had been this close. That was already very satisfying. Things should progress gradually. Yifan was her husband. Sooner or later, he would be hers. Where could he possibly run? Alright, I will listen to you. Let us get up quickly. Grandpa arranged a family banquet today. Grandma has been waiting eagerly for you to come home for a meal, Sui Shui said shyly while dressing, reminding Yifan. Although Yifan had married into the Su family, he was not like most sons-in-law. Except for second uncle Su Mingho and his family, the rest of the Su family treated Yifan like a treasured child. Center of attention was no exaggeration. Alright, Xiaofan is here. Come, sit next to Grandma. How have you been lately? Look at you, you have lost weight. Yishui must not be feeding you properly. As soon as Yifan and Sui Shui entered the main hall of the Su family estate, Grandma Songmei greeted them warmly and pulled Yifan to her side. Sui Shui pouted in mock jealousy. Grandma! Come on, look at how close you are to Yifan. I am your real granddaughter. Songmei laughed heartily. Noticing the healthy glow on Sui Shui's face, her eyes sparkled. Yishui, have you too? As someone with experience, she immediately saw something different about Sui Shui. Sui Shui blushed. Grandma! Yesterday was our 3rd anniversary. We had a little wine and stayed in a hotel. Good. Wonderful. Ha ha. Xiaofan, you need to work harder now. We are all waiting for great-grandchildren. Grandpa Su Guowa stroked his beard with a smile and teased Yifan. Yifan looked at Sui Shui. Do not worry, I will do my best. I will have Yishui give birth to a whole soccer team. Yifan loved this kind of warm family atmosphere. Though this was not his sect, he had lived here for 3 years and still felt the same warmth. I am not a sow, how can I give birth to that many? Sui Shui pouted adorably, but her eyes were filled with joy. Usually, Grandpa and Grandma barely said a word in the morning, but today they could not stop smiling after seeing Yifan and Sui Shui. Down below, second uncle Su Mingho and his son Su Don looked increasingly displeased. A live-in son-in-law acting all high and mighty? Just a freeloading dog, such a disgrace. What did you say? Though Su Don's voice was soft, Grandpa Su Guowa still caught a bit of it and his face instantly darkened. Su Don, no one will mistake you for a mute if you stay quiet. If you mumble again, get out. Su Don looked embarrassed, but mostly resentful. Before Yi Fan entered the Su family, Su Dong had been the apple of Grandpa and Grandma's eye. But since Yi Fan arrived, he was treated like an outsider. Why? Su Dong wanted to argue, but his father Su Mingho stopped him. Young Master Li Tao of the Li family is here to visit. At that moment, a booming voice rang out at the door. Li Tao, the eldest son of the Li family, one of Cloud City's 4 great clans, walked in carrying several large gift packages. This is our Su family's private banquet. Why is young Master Li here? Grandpa Su Guohua frowned, glancing around the room. Su Mingho immediately stood up. Dad, I invited young Master Li. Our Su family has been facing financial difficulties lately, and Li Tao is interested in investing. I thought this would be a good opportunity to talk. Whether it works out or not, it is still better than relying on some freeloading trash. Su Mingho walked briskly toward Li Tao, extending his hand enthusiastically. Young Master Li, please come in. Having invited a member of the prestigious Li family, Su Mingho felt as though he had accomplished something grand. He even straightened his back as he walked. Smack! Before Li Tao could take a step, a teacup smashed onto the floor in front of him. Young Master Li, this is a private family banquet. Please leave, Grandpa Su Guohua said coldly. The one who had spoken was none other than the head of the Su family, Su Guohua. Initially, the old man had no issue with Li Tao. But because Su Mingho had insulted Yi Fan, the old man immediately exploded with anger. Li Tao halted his steps and gave Su Mingho a cold smirk. He did not even bother to glance at the hand Su Mingho had extended. Who are you? Do I know you? What? Su Mingho's hand froze mid-air, and he stood there dumbfounded. Young Master Li, did I not call you yesterday? Yesterday during a shareholders meeting, while discussing the company's financial shortfall, Su Mingho had confidently claimed he had a solution. He had immediately contacted young Master Li, hoping to secure investment. Li Tao had consistently refused in the past, but unexpectedly agreed yesterday to come and take a look. Yet today, although Li Tao indeed showed up, he claimed not to know Su Mingho? Who am I? What on earth happened? Su Mingho felt as if question marks were exploding above his head. When Li Tao turned to look at Su Guohua and the others, his face instantly returned to a warm smile. Old master, you misunderstood. I came here today for young Master Yi's wife. Oh no, I came to see young Master Yi. I owe him an enormous debt of gratitude. As he spoke, Li Tao strode over to Yi Fan, stretched out both hands, and shook his firmly. Young Master Yi, we meet again. He even winked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan understood instantly Li Tao was deliberately giving him credit. Everyone present was stunned by Li Tao's actions. Su Mingho, Su Dong, even third uncle, grandfather, and grandmother were all shocked. Yi Fan was actually on such familiar terms with young Master Li of one of the 4 major clans? Li Tao had come specifically for Yi Fan? A sharp glint flashed through grandfather's eyes. Thinking of the power behind Yi Fan's sect, he immediately understood Yi Fan knowing Li Tao was not surprising at all. Over the years, the rapid development of the Su family owed much to the quiet support of Yi Fan's sect. Su Guohua had always believed that the wisest decision of his life was marrying Su Yixue to Yi Fan. Ah, so young Master Li is a friend of Xiao Fan's? Please take a seat. Just now, I did not mean anything by it. I wanted to hit that disgraceful son, not you, so please do not take it personally. Su Guohua's expression shifted faster than flipping a page. Was this not blatant favoritism? His own acquaintance was about to be thrown out, while Yi Fan's acquaintance was invited to the seat of honor? Su Mingho wanted to leave right then and there, but more than that, he wanted to see what the hell Yi Fan was up to. No worries. Li Tao handed the gifts to the old man and then sat down beside Yi Fan. Old Master Su, I heard the Su group recently needs development capital. Our Li family is very eager to cooperate with the Su group. May I ask, how much funding is required? Very eager to cooperate? Bullshit. Su Mingho rolled his eyes. In the face of Su Group's imminent financial collapse, they had practically begged every bank and institution. After evaluating their situation, not a single one wanted to work with them. Some people even blacklisted Su Yixue's number. The Li family was not stupid. Why would they really want to work with the Su Group? The only explanation was that it was for Yi Fan's sake. The Li family wanted to bail them out because of him. What kind of power did Yi Fan possess to make the Li family bow their heads? While Li Tao questioned the old man, he was also watching Yi Fan. Amid Su Yixue's astonishment, Yi Fan turned and asked her, Wife, how much is our funding gap right now? Would 300 million yuan be enough? Li Tao added from the side, as long as Miss Su needs it, as long as young Master Yi says the word, 300 million, even 3 billion would be no issue. Before arriving, Li Feng had instructed Li Tao repeatedly, no matter the cost, they must cling tightly to Yi Fan's golden thigh. Li Feng was well aware of his own medical condition. Even international specialists were helpless, ordinary doctors had no chance of curing him. Yet Yi Fan had revived him with just acupuncture. Yi Fan undoubtedly came from that mysterious background. Being friends with Yi Fan could elevate the Li family to a new level. And those hidden enemies of the Li family would have to think twice before making a move. Ah! Su Yixue looked at Yi Fan in shock. She had tried to approach the Li family for cooperation before, but due to the Su family's status, she could not even secure a meeting with Li Tao or any of the decision makers. Now, Li Tao came to her door, begging to invest? This Yi Fan was truly a treasure of a husband. We do not need that much, 300 million should be sufficient, Su Yixue said uncertainly. Very well. I will arrange for finance to transfer the funds immediately. As for the contract, we can finalize it tomorrow, Li Tao said, taking out his phone and giving instructions. 2 or 3 minutes later, Su Yixue received a call from the company's chief financial officer. President Su, we just received a transfer of 300 million yuan from the Li Group. They claim the investment terms have been discussed and finalized with you? It had already arrived? Su Yixue was even more stunned, no contract signed, and the money already transferred. This was highly irregular, too irregular. Yes. This money is not to be touched without my direct approval. Su Yixue hung up the phone, bowed slightly toward Li Tao, and said, Young Master Li, thank you for offering help in our time of need. Li Tao waved it off. Miss Su, you are too kind. Compared to what young Master Yi has done for my family, this is nothing. After chatting a bit more, he stood up to leave. Everyone, I still have work to attend to at the office. I shall not overstay. Once Li Tao left, the entire hall burst into excitement. Well done, Yi Fan. I always knew my grandson-in-law was exceptional. Old Master Su Guohua smiled at Yi Fan. No one truly knew Yi Fan's background, but Su Guohua had a good idea. He was also well aware that the Yi Fan currently kept a low profile. One day he would soar. Yixue, marrying Xiao Fan, she is truly fortunate. Among the Su family core members, some thanked Yi Fan, others were stunned by Li Tao's boldness. Su Mingho and Su Dong stood off to the side, ignored and seething. That Yi Fan is intolerable. We must find a way to drive him out of the Su family. Otherwise, we father and son will never rise again. Dad, do you remember that Yun Fei Yang from the provincial capital? Su Yixue's university classmate? He came looking for her recently, maybe we should ask him for help? Su Dong's eyes lit up as he suddenly had an idea. Let us do that. After the family banquet, a girl Yi Fan had once flirted with suddenly called him, Young Master Yi, I recently changed jobs. That person you told me to watch for, I think I saw her at my new workplace. Want to come check? Ha? News of his junior sister? Yi Fan's expression turned serious. He got ready, took Su Yixue's Ferrari, and sped off to the Royal No. 1 Club in Cloud City. For nearly 3 years, Yi Fan had combed every venue in Cloud City like a searchlight. And Royal No. 1 was one of the few remaining places. Xiaofeng, you have put on weight here. Yi Fan unrestrainedly grabbed the thigh of a hostess, making the beauty shriek and pout. Oh, young Master Yi, you are so naughty. Always taking advantage but never giving me any real business. Yi Fan chuckled, pulled several red bills from his pocket, and stuffed them into her v-neck. Who says I did not take care of you? You said you saw the girl from the photo, where is she now? Xiaofeng quickly responded, last month, a girl named Chu Yan started working here. She looks a lot like the girl in your photo, but I am not sure. I secretly took a photo, want to see it? As she spoke, Xiaofeng pulled out her phone and showed him the picture. Yi Fan froze the moment he glanced at it. His junior sister? The lead was real. She had truly come to Cloud City and was now in this kind of place? Although Yi Fan enjoyed going to clubs to rescue young women, he never wanted his little junior sister to appear in such a place. She had once been so pure, so innocent and kind. In a place like this, just the thought turned Yi Fan's face green with unease. Tell your boss, I want her to accompany me tonight. Yi Fan shoved a few more red bills into Xiaofeng's hand. Xiaofeng beamed with joy. No problem, young Master Yi. I'll have the boss make arrangements right away. As she led Yi Fan upstairs, she curiously asked, Young Master Yi, is the beauty in that photo your ex-girlfriend? You must be very attached to her, asking so many sisters to help you find her? Yi Fan's face turned cold. Woman, knowing too much is never a good thing. Upstairs on the second floor, Yi Fan sat in a private room, feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Deep down, he hoped it really was his junior sister here, but at the same time, he wished it were not. Boss, there's a customer who specifically requested Chu Yan to accompany him. On the third floor of Royal Number 1, in the manager's office, a supervisor was reporting to a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. Oh? The woman behind the desk glanced up at the supervisor. Have I not told you? Miss Chu Yen has special arrangements here, she does not accompany customers. Do my words mean nothing to you? The supervisor looked troubled. Boss, I gave those instructions, but today the customer named her specifically. And this young Master Yi, he's one of the wealthiest figures in Cloud City. He's not someone we can afford to offend. The middle-aged woman hesitated. Then, from the side room of the office, a girl in a long white dress stepped out. Sister Yun, it's fine. I can at least go take a look. If the customer behaves himself, that's one thing. If he doesn't, you know what I'm capable of. This girl in white was none other than Chu Yen, the new hostess at Royal Number 1. Sister Yun frowned, then reluctantly nodded. All right then, just be careful. If anything happens, call us immediately. I'll assign 2 bodyguards to wait outside. Watching the supervisor lead Chu Yen away, Su Yan's eyes flickered with a complex expression. I wonder how much longer we can keep this up. Inside the imperial suite on the second floor, Yi Fan had just picked up his teacup when the door creaked open. Hello, handsome. I'm hostess 001, Chu Yen. The girl in the white dress stepped in, pure and flawless in appearance. Yi Fan felt like he had been struck by lightning. Clatter! The teacup slipped from Yi Fan's hand and shattered on the floor. Su-chan? Junior sister, it's really you. I've been searching for you for 3 years. Junior sister, Yi Fan, usually playful and cheeky, was now filled with tenderness. His eyes reddened, his voice uncharacteristically serious. It was indeed Chu Yen who had entered. Hearing Yi Fan call her name, her body froze instantly. If one looked closely, one could see her subtly trembling. But after a few seconds, she quickly regained her composure. Her eyes flashed with confusion. Handsome, who's Junior sister? You must be mistaken. What? Yi Fan, already close to Chu Yen, suddenly stiffened. Mistaken? How could I be? We lived together for 10 years, how could I not recognize you? You even have a red birthmark on your lower abdomen. If you don't believe me, lift your shirt and show me. As he spoke, Yi Fan reached to lift her clothes. But Chu Yen immediately backed away, hastily clutching her outfit. Please be respectful, sir. We only drink and play games here, do not get physical. And another thing. You've mistaken me for someone else. My name is Chu Yen, not Su-chan, she insisted, her tone a bit flustered, her eyes dodging his. Chu Yen? Little Chan, you are clearly Su-chan. That year, when we fell off the cliff gathering herbs in the mountains, you carried me on your back, your feet torn to the bone, you needed months to recover. Have you forgotten? And when I was sick, you snuck into my room at night to warm my bed. Yi Fan stared at the girl before him in utter confusion. It was clearly her, why was she pretending not to know him? Junior sister, is someone threatening you? If they are, just blink twice. As long as I'm in Cloud City, no one can hurt you. Yi Fan stepped forward and held her arm, trying to explain. But Chu Yen only shook her head and gently pulled her arm free. Sir, you're mistaken. I'm not feeling well. Please ask someone else to accompany you. As she pushed his hand away, her fingers tapped twice lightly on the back of Yi Fan's hand before she turned and fled the room. She ran down the hall to a lounge, locked the door, then finally collapsed. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Brother Fan, I'm so happy to see you again. They all said you were dead. I never thought you'd still be alive. Su-chan curled up in the corner, crying. But now I'm surrounded by eyes, how can I reveal myself to you? Back then, when the sect was attacked, Su-chan had not died, nor was she truly missing. Just as the assassins were about to strike, another group intervened and took Su-chan away. Apparently, the leader of the assassins and the people behind Su-chan knew each other, so she was left unharmed, just taken far away from Yi Fan. She had resigned herself to a muddled fate, but now, unexpectedly, she had met her senior brother again in Cloud City. In the private room, Yi Fan sat with a gloomy expression, deep in thought. What kind of trouble had his junior sister encountered? Earlier, when she left, she tapped twice on the back of his hand. What did it mean? He looked down and noticed a hotel key card on the floor. General Manager's office. Yi Fan's mind worked rapidly. Within moments, he understood her signal and smiled. So that's it? 2 o'clock in the morning, at the General Manager's office? Humph, that office better have a bed. After 3 years apart, junior sister must be longing for his embrace. What they missed before, they would make up for tonight. He would make sure she could never leave him again. Yi Fan left the club, glancing back one last time. Though they had not reunited, he now knew she was there. No matter what obstacles lay ahead, he could now plan how to overcome them. Back in the Royal Number 1 Club's manager office, Su-yun had previously sat in the boss's seat. But now, it was Chu-yen, the very same girl who had just met Yi-fan, who was seated in the executive chair. The room was filled with senior management. Spread the word, no one is to leak any information about Yi-fan visiting today. If anyone does, I will not forgive her. Chu-yen's voice was cold, even laced with menace, a far cry from her usual gentle demeanor. Yes. So the real boss of Royal Number 1 was not Su-yun, but Chu-yen? Once everyone had left, Su-yun locked the door and looked at Chu-yen with complex emotions. Xiao-chan, that man just now, was he your senior brother you always talked about? He's finally found you, hasn't he? Why did you not reunite with him? Su-chan shook her head and said, Sister Yun, you know my current situation better than anyone. I can barely protect myself, provoking Yi-fan at a time like this would be extremely unwise. Besides, if news that Yi-fan is still alive gets out, they will stop at nothing to hunt him down. That would endanger my senior brother. Su-yun let out a long sigh. Xiao-chan, I heard this young Master Yi has been throwing money around in all the clubs of Cloud City for years just to find you. That proves he truly cares about you. Can you really bear to watch him like this? Bear it? Su-chan's expression briefly went blank. In the 3 years they had been apart, was there a single night she did not think of Yi-fan? They were childhood sweethearts who grew up together, comrades who trusted each other with their lives in battle. How could Su-chan not miss Yi-fan? But what good was that? Back then, it was the Su family in the capital who saved her from that ambush. But after her grandfather became gravely ill, she was discarded once again, now cornered by her older brothers, driven to a point of life and death. If they discovered Yi-fan's identity, they would definitely hand that information over to the people who attacked them back then. How could they possibly spare her senior brother? She must not drag him down. Sister Yun, the martial arts experts sent by my eldest brother will arrive in Cloud City tomorrow. If we don't hand over what's left of the business, they won't hold back. Su-chan gritted her teeth and made a difficult decision. Also, I'm heading to the provincial capital tonight. There are some important things in the safe in my room, stay there tonight. As the true owner of Royal Number 1 Club, Su-chan had her own private room there. Alright. Yi-fan had just gotten into the car when Su Ishue's call came through. Husband, thank you so much. With the investment you secured from the Li family, our Su group can finally pull through this. You're my wife. What's with all the thanks? If you really want to thank me, learn some new moves later tonight. Yi-fan was quite pleased with his beautiful wife. After 3 years as a live-in son-in-law, Su Ishue had gone from being distant to truly cherishing Yi-fan. Otherwise, she would never have allowed him to use money to chase other women. Oh, you're so bad. But at night, you never touch me. So when will the stars finally align for us? In the Su group office, Su Ishue blushed furiously while asking, though her eyes were full of anticipation. In their 3 years together, Yi-fan always acted carefree, yet remained elusive. From the bits and pieces she had heard from her grandfather, Su Ishue knew Yi-fan was a hidden dragon, destined to rise. Now she was worried that once Yi-fan rose to greatness, he would abandon her. That was why she wanted to become his woman as soon as possible. Very soon. Truly, no more than 3 days. Yi-fan's heart was also stirred by Su Ishue's teasing. Yesterday, during cultivation, the energy in his body had nearly taken the form of a dragon. Okay. There's a business banquet tonight, will you come with me? A few flies have been pestering me. With you there, they won't dare get too bold. Sure. A cold gleam flashed in Yi-fan's eyes. These past years, because he had lost all his martial strength, he had kept a low profile, ignoring the scumbags who pestered Su Ishue. He had gained a reputation as a worthless coward. But now it was time to tear that label off. After ending the call, Yi-fan started the car, planning to return home and continue his cultivation. Thinking of his junior sister possibly being under duress, and the old tragedies of his sect and family, Yi-fan felt a heavy pressure in his chest. Especially concerning the Yi family, he had heard that another powerful family had already openly declared war on them. His grandfather was aging, and his great-grandfather severely injured. If Yi-fan did not step up soon, they might not be able to hold on. Screech! Just as the car entered an abandoned demolition zone, a girl in a white dress suddenly stepped into the road and stopped his car. Mister, please, save me. She looked no older than 20, with a rosy complexion and a graceful figure partially revealed under her dress. Her ample chest and curvaceous hips were deadly weapons to any man. Terrified, she looked through the car window at Yi-fan. Behind her, 7 or 8 thugs armed with steel rods and machetes were rapidly closing in. Ha! Yi-fan glanced at the group. There was no martial aura, just ordinary street thugs. Though his strength had not returned to its peak, His dragon mastery technique was now at the 8th level, more than enough to deal with such riffraff. "Kid, best stay out of this, or you're next," barked the Scarface leader, waving his blade threateningly and reaching for the girl. Yi Fan frowned, stepped out of the car in a flash, and punched the man's machete with full force. Crack, crack. A surge of energy exploded from Yi Fan's fist, instantly shattering the weapon into shards that scattered across the ground. Holy shit! The sheer force of Yi Fan's move left the thugs wide-eyed in terror. Run! The gang tried to flee, but Yi Fan moved like a ghost, dashing between them with inhuman speed. Bang! 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 In just a few seconds, every last thug lay groaning on the ground. "Come, I'll take you somewhere safe," Yi Fan said, glancing at the scattered bodies with a hint of regret. His strength still had not fully returned. At his peak, he could have taken care of them all with a single punch. But what if the enemies who destroyed the Yi family and sect came knocking again? Okay, the girl immediately climbed into the car, gazing at Yi Fan with admiration. After leaving the demolition zone and entering a bustling business district, she turned to him and said, "Handsome, thank you for saving me. The person picking me up is almost here. Just let me off at the curb." The car stopped. Just before getting out, she removed a necklace from her neck. "Handsome, I have nothing to repay you with. This necklace was left to me by my mother. I want you to have it. Since you're a cultivator, it will surely be useful to you." "No need." Yi Fan hesitated, but before he could finish, the girl stuffed the necklace into his hand, leaned in, and kissed him on the lips. Smack! That was my first kiss. "My future husband, do your best, okay? I'll be waiting for you to marry me. You must become stronger quickly. This is all I can do to help you." "Ha?" Yi Fan sat stunned, savoring the lingering sweetness on his lips. What was happening? He had just saved a beauty, who then gave him a necklace and said she was waiting to marry him. Before he could react, she had already stepped out and vanished into the crowd. Yi Fan stared at the necklace in his hand, and his expression suddenly grew serious. "A 4th-grade vitality pill," he whispered, examining the pendant. It was the perfect elixir to aid his breakthrough. That stunning beauty had just said she was his future wife. Had she come specifically to deliver this pill? And even offered herself as a bonus? Although Yi Fan had countless doubts in his mind, he knew that now was not the time to investigate them. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan stepped on the gas and sped home. At the moment, the top priority was to restore his cultivation strength as quickly as possible. Only then would he have the confidence to rescue his junior sister or face those enemies from the past. After Yi Fan's vehicle disappeared, the girl in the long white dress stepped out from the crowd, gazing intently in the direction Yi Fan had left. She murmured, "Husband, you must not disappoint Warner." Beside her, a girl in jeans asked, "Miss, are we really going to stake everything on him? Is he truly that formidable?" The girl nodded. "Of course. Do not forget, he is the first monstrous genius in 500 years of the Beiluo sect to cultivate the dragon mastery technique beyond the 7th layer. Once he breaks through the 9th layer, he will be a man standing at the very pinnacle of this world. At that point, everyone will have no choice but to kneel before him and tremble." The girl in jeans pouted. "Let's hope so. Miss, you gave him your only vitality pill. Steward Fu will scold you again when we return." But the girl in the white dress was unconcerned. "The husband I chose myself must be the hope for our family's revival. How about this? If I win our bet, you marry him along with me?" "Ugh. Miss, you are teasing me again." Junlan Tianxia, this was the residential complex where Yi Fan and Sui Shui lived. Upon arriving home, Yi Fan immediately locked the courtyard gate and the living room door, then headed straight to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. He sat cross-legged on the floor and held up the pendant. Inside the pendant, a milky white pill appeared in Yi Fan's palm. The pill was no larger than a fingertip, but the moment the pendant shattered, a rich fragrance filled the room. With just one whiff, Yi Fan felt his mind clear and refreshed. The ancient and profound energy radiating from it made Yi Fan visibly excited. A 4th-grade pill, an extremely rare treasure in the entire martial world, sought after but rarely found. For ordinary cultivators, a single pill like this was enough to break through to the Grandmaster level, and for Grandmasters seeking advancement to martial lords or martial saints, it was of tremendous help. That mysterious, beautiful girl had done Yi Fan an enormous favor today. Without hesitation, Yi Fan swallowed the pill immediately. As soon as it entered his mouth, it melted and transformed into a warm current that surged through Yi Fan's body. A massive force burst through his meridians, as though his entire body was about to explode. Yi Fan did not dare be careless. He rapidly activated the dragon mastery technique to absorb the vast energy the pill provided, concentrating and ascending step by step. Streams of glowing light began to circulate around Yi Fan, at first slowly, then faster and faster. Eventually, Yi Fan's entire body was enveloped in a sphere of sacred light. At this moment, centered around Yi Fan's room, the surrounding heavens and earth darkened in an instant. From a clear sunny day, violent winds rose suddenly. The sky above began to swirl with clouds, forming a massive vortex that looked like the prelude to doomsday. The terrifying pressure radiating from it paralyzed all living beings within a 3-kilometer radius. At the same time, in the Cloud City Marshal Surveillance Bureau, alarms blared in the control room. "Minister, something's wrong." A massive energy fluctuation just appeared in Cloud City. On the monitoring screen, the energy graph showed violent and chaotic spikes. Director Mo Jong of the Bureau rushed forward in shock, his expression grim. "Based on the readings, this is at least the breakthrough of a Grandmaster-level expert. When did such a powerhouse arrive in Cloud City?" The signal points to the western suburbs. "Let's go. We must investigate immediately. With a warrior of this level in our city, we have to be cautious and ideally, make allies. If we make an enemy out of someone like this, we are in deep trouble." In the path of cultivation, breaking through to internal force is a barrier that most never overcome. Those who succeed are 1 in 1,000. Advancing from internal force to control is even harder, and reaching Grandmaster is an enormous gulf. Across the entire Great Xia Empire, Grandmaster-level warriors were all prominent figures, names everyone knew. Offending such a person was never wise. Back in Yi Fan's villa, the speed of his internal circulation increased drastically. He could feel something long dormant in his dantian beginning to crack open. Crack, crack. By the time Yi Fan completed the 10th cycle of the Dragon Mastery Technique, it felt as if a shell in his dantian had shattered. A mysterious, ancient power awakened within him like a ferocious beast, or perhaps a demonic entity from hell. Roar! A dragon's cry erupted from Yi Fan's body. The golden light surrounding him instantly coalesced into a 9-clawed golden dragon, circling around him 3 times before gently merging into his body. At the same time, all the bizarre phenomena around the villa ceased, the wind stopped, the sky cleared, and the intense energy condensed back into the room. As the golden dragon disappeared, everything returned to normal. Sunlight beamed down. The weather was peaceful and beautiful, as if nothing had happened. Inside the room, Yi Fan felt his entire being overflow with power. His martial energy was dozens of times stronger than before, and his perception had also increased tenfold. At that moment, Yi Fan could clearly sense the movement of an ant half a kilometer away, underground. Dragon Mastery Technique, 9th level, achieved. Before his injury, Yi Fan had reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm. But now, he knew clearly, he had surpassed Grandmaster by several levels. He was definitely at the peak of Martial Lord. Whether he had reached Martial Saint, he could not yet confirm. But one thing was certain: if the enemies who destroyed his sect and family stood before him now, Yi Fan alone could annihilate them. Congratulations, young master. You have broken through the 9th level of the Dragon Mastery Technique. As Yi Fan rose to his feet, Han Zhuo appeared silently in the room. According to the sect master's orders, once the young master breaks through the 9th level, you are to decide when to activate the Heaven's Wrath plan and commence full-scale revenge. As he spoke, Han Zhuo respectfully handed Yi Fan a token. This token symbolized the highest authority in the Beiluo sect. Once it was in Yi Fan's hands, he knew his master had officially passed leadership of the sect to him. After the sect was ambushed, the master ordered all subordinate forces of the Beiluo sect to go into hiding and await the right moment. Heaven's Wrath plan activate immediately. Those who destroyed my sect must now pay the price. A cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Also, Han Zhuo, go investigate the current state of the Yi family. Now that his strength had fully returned and even surpassed his former peak, it was time to consider returning to the Yi family. As the sole male heir of the 3rd generation, Yi Fan could not allow the Yi family to fall into ruin. The number 1 family in Great Xia must rise again. Yes, sir. Han Zhuo vanished in a flash and immediately began transmitting commands to the Beiluo sect's hidden global forces. In an instant, the entire world was set ablaze. In Europa, within the Russell family, the family head Frank received the message on his phone and burst into tears of excitement. The young master has finally awakened? Wonderful! Fuck those bastards, fuck them all. On the battlefield in West Africa, a man built like a black bear, known internationally as the Whirlwind Slayer, looked eastward upon receiving the command. The Emperor lives after all. I now have someone worth following again. In a lavish estate in the United States, a stunning woman had just snapped a tycoon's neck. When she saw the command on her phone, the muscles in her face twitched. That damn bastard. You made me cry so many tears. When I get back, I'm going to pin you down and make you pay me back. God, I haven't had a man in so long. You heartless asshole, just wait. As she spoke, the seductive beauty licked her sultry lips with a wicked smile. Great Xia! Britain! Japan! With Yifan's command issued, the entire world erupted in chaos. That Heaven's Wrath plan was activated. Everyone now knew the Beiluo sect had not been destroyed. The monstrous genius of the sect from years ago had not perished, he had returned stronger than ever. This time, it was the enemies who would tremble in fear. In Cloud City, Yifan tidied his bedroom and drove straight toward the Yi family estate he had dreamed of day and night. Back when he was still training in the sect, his grandfather and great-grandfather would secretly climb the mountains to see him. Now, 3 years had passed, he had no idea how the two elders were doing. During his 3 years of hiding in Cloud City, Yifan had passed by the gate of the Yi family estate countless times. But because he had lost all his power, and under his master's strict warnings to avoid exposure, he had never stepped foot inside. Now, with his power fully restored and even surpassing his previous peak, he could finally return openly and honorably. However, to ensure the success of his larger plan, Yifan was not yet ready to reveal his true strength to his grandfather. When Yifan arrived at the estate, he saw several luxury cars parked at the gate. Judging by the license plates, they belonged to the Xian family, another of Great Xia's top 6 clans. The Xian and Yi families had always had a close relationship, but since the Yi family was attacked 3 years ago, the Xian family had gradually distanced themselves. Why were they here today? Yifan parked his car and said to the gate guards, "Please step aside. I am Yifan, the eldest grandson of the Yi family, I have returned." He expected the guards to be thrilled and rush to welcome him, but to his surprise, they remained calm and indifferent. "Kid, you've got arms and legs, why come here with this scam? You're the 13th person this month trying to impersonate the young master. Beat it before we get rough." "What?" Yifan froze. Others were pretending to be him? A moment later, he understood. He had left the family at the age of 1 for martial training and had not returned in over 20 years. Though his grandfather and great-grandfather had visited in secret, it had always been kept confidential. The guards naturally had no idea what he looked like. Though the Yi family had declined somewhat, it remained a colossal force in Great Xia. Entering it would guarantee a life of comfort and status, no wonder imposters had tried their luck. "I really am the eldest grandson of the Yi family." Yifan tried to prove his identity, but suddenly realized he had no idea how. "If you don't believe me, get my grandfather, we can do a DNA test." "You think the Yi family has time to humor your nonsense? Scram! Or we'll beat you bloody." As they spoke, several guards pulled out steel batons, clearly ready to use force. Yifan sighed helplessly. Was returning home supposed to be this hard? Just as he was weighing whether to force his way in, an elderly man with white hair emerged from inside the estate. "Stop! He truly is the young master, let him in immediately." "Young master, you've finally come home. The master and old master have missed you terribly. Come in, quickly, we were just discussing something very important about you." "Steward Zhong." The guards all bowed respectfully to the elderly man and allowed him to escort Yifan inside. As they walked toward the main hall, Steward Zhong explained that his name was Wang Zhong. He had served Yifan's grandfather for many years as the Yi family butler. In fact, 3 years ago, when Yifan married into the Su family, the Yi family had already confirmed his identity. But fearing the master's plans might be disrupted, they refrained from interfering. Still, they had kept close track of his actions. "Young master, your behavior these past years, the master knows everything. If he loses his temper, I hope you can understand." "Damn it. A proud son of the Yi family, spending every day in nightclubs and brothels, how could the old master not be furious?" Yifan looked a bit awkward. Before they reached the hall, they heard shouting from within. "Old Master Yi, it's not that our Xian family is being unreasonable. Years ago, there was indeed a marriage agreement between our two families. But now your grandson's fate is unclear. Are we supposed to let our Rainfi wait indefinitely? What if your grandson is already dead, should she remain a widow forever? No way. Today, we must break this engagement." The speaker was Xian Jinghua, second uncle of Xian Rainfi and current head of the Xian family. Years ago, when the Yi and Xian families were like brothers, their patriarchs arranged a marriage between their great-grandchildren. Now, with the Yi family and Yifan's sect both having been attacked, Yifan's fate unknown, the Xian family had come to annul the marriage. "Bullshit! Who says my grandson is dead? Damn it, he's just..." Old Master Yi Changfeng gritted his teeth in frustration. 3 years ago, Yifan had indeed been injured. But he had since spent his days in pleasure houses. If he were a woman, even he would not marry such a degenerate. Still, at this moment, Yi Changfeng could not afford to lose face. If the Xian family annulled the engagement and he simply accepted it, where would the Yi family's pride go? Moreover, with multiple major powers already attacking the Yi family, if the Xian family pulled out now, the pressure might become unbearable. Who knew how long the Yi family could hold out? Old Master Yi, we all know the Yi family was ambushed. For 3 years now, our Xian family has not kicked you while you were down. We've helped you both openly and secretly, you know this. I'm begging you, Rainfai cannot keep waiting. If your grandson is still alive, have him show himself. As head of the Xian family, Xian Jinghua knew how to argue from reason and emotion, leaving Yi Changfeng speechless. Yi Changfeng sighed deeply. He was well aware of the Xian family's support. Without them, the Yi family might be in an even worse state. Just as Yi Changfeng was about to speak, Yi Fan strode into the hall, glanced at Xian Jinghua and the others, and said, I am Yi Fan, 4th-generation direct heir of the Yi family. I have returned. You want to annul the engagement? Fine. I agree. But, Yi Fan paused. This marriage will not be annulled by you, it will be annulled by me. As he spoke, Yi Fan pointed straight at Xian Rainfai. Whoosh! Every eye turned toward Yi Fan. The entire hall fell into stunned silence. Dominant and majestic. Indeed, he embodies the demeanor I once possessed. This was the first thought that flashed through the mind of the Yi family patriarch, Yi Changfeng. However, he quickly grew concerned. Damn, the boy certainly knows how to show off, but how will he handle the aftermath? After all, the opposing party is the Xian family, a clan whose strength rivals that of the Yi family. It's you? Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Xian Yufei was initially furious. As the esteemed daughter of the Xian family, countless suitors lined up for her hand in marriage. Yet, this ungrateful bastard from the Yi family dared to repudiate her first? If word got out, where would her dignity lie? But when Xian Yufei got a clear look at Yi Fan's face, her anger intensified. Is this not Yi Fan, the frequent patron of Yun City's clubs? Every time he visited, he would seek out a dozen girls. It was said that many of them could barely walk afterward. Is this Yi Fan truly that formidable? Yufei, you know him? Xian Jinghua, being the family head, managed to control his emotions despite his anger. He turned to Xian Yufei with a puzzled expression. Who in Yun City doesn't know him? For the past 3 years, young Master Yi has either been at a club or on his way to one. He practically treats the clubs of Yun City as his home. Xian Yufei, would rather die than marry such a man. Xian Yufei spoke with immense indignation, as if Yi Fan had wronged her in some way. Yi Fan rubbed his nose. He believed he was saving countless young women, a noble deed beneficial to humanity. Why did Xian Yufei harbor such resentment? You truly refuse to marry me? Do not regret it later. Let me tell you, I will become a man beyond your reach. Yi Fan gazed intently at Xian Yufei, his expression a mix of amusement and seriousness. Now that Yi Fan had broken through the 9th level of the dragon taming art, he stood at the pinnacle of the world. His words were no exaggeration. Xian Yufei was speechless. Before she could respond, another young man beside her hastily interjected, Regret my ass. Who do you think you are, you club-hopping trash? You are not worthy of Yufei. Slap. Before the young man could finish, Yi Fan stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Damn it, did I ask for your opinion? Keep yapping, and I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Yi Fan showed no mercy. From the moment he noticed the young man's gaze lingering inappropriately on Xian Yufei, he was incensed. Damn it! She is my fiancée. Even if I no longer want her, who are you to ogle her? I am from the Lin family. You dare to hit me? What gives you the right? The young man clutched his swollen face, shouting in protest. Because I am the eldest son of the Yi family. What now? You want to hit me? Do you dare? Yi Fan fully embodied the image of an arrogant young master, leaning his face close to the young man's. Go ahead, hit me. If you do not, you are a coward. The young man glanced at the seated Yi family patriarch, whose face was stern but inwardly amused. He muttered a few words but dared not act. This was the Yi family estate, and the patriarch was known for his protective nature. If he truly retaliated, even as the Lin family's eldest son, he might not leave unscathed. Enough, young Master Lin, please refrain from speaking further. Xian Jinhua intervened, turning to Yi Changfeng. Patriarch Yi, I have heard of this Yi Fan. Let's set aside the club issue for now. However, he is already married into the Su family. He is wed, yet he still wishes to marry Yufei. Is that appropriate? What is inappropriate? Martial arts masters do not concern themselves with such trivial rules. Did your grandfather not do the same? Patriarch Yi was well aware of Yi Fan's situation. Although Yi Fan married into the Su family, it was likely arranged by his master. Outsiders, especially prominent families like the Xians, would naturally have their opinions. However, as Patriarch Yi pointed out, Xianjingwa's grandfather also had multiple wives, leaving Xianjingwa with little room to argue. He had to shift the topic. Patriarch Yi, even so, how can we be certain this Yi fan is truly a member of the Yi family? How can he prove it? Xianjingwa's question prompted young Master Lin to chime in. Exactly. Patriarch Yi, how can you be sure this man is truly from the Yi family? What if he is just some impostor? Yi Changfeng rolled his eyes. Did they think he could not recognize his own grandson? For over 2 decades, both he and the great-grandfather had secretly visited Yi Fan at his master's place. It had only been 3 years since their last meeting. How could they mistake someone else for him? Moreover, when Yi Fan's master arranged this matter, he had informed Patriarch Yi to cooperate. How could there be any confusion about Yi Fan's identity? Otherwise, given Patriarch Yi's temperament, would he have allowed Yi Fan to speak so freely here? Damn it! Do you not understand human language? I told you to shut up. Yi Fan, infuriated by young Master Lin's continued interruptions, stepped forward and kicked him to the ground, delivering several more kicks to his groin. Thud! Thud! The sound of something breaking was heard, and young Master Lin fainted from the pain. Xian Yufei could no longer bear to watch. She stepped forward to stop Yi Fan. Yi Fan, do not go too far. Let me tell you, no matter what you say today, I will never marry you. Give up. I never said I wanted to marry you. A forced melon quenches thirst, but I prefer sweet ones. Yi Fan looked at Xian Yufei with a mischievous smile. Her voluptuous figure was indeed exceptional, comparable to the young lady who had given him the pill earlier. I hope you do not regret this. Bring me the marriage contract. Yi Fan glanced around and spotted the marriage contract on a nearby table. He picked it up, wrote a large divorce character on it, signed his name, and tossed it to Xian Yufei. Take it. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Ha! Seeing Yi Fan's signature on the marriage contract, Xian Yufei was momentarily stunned. In her imagination, given the Yi family's current situation, Yi Fan should be clinging to her, begging her to marry him. Why did he agree so readily? Moreover, the way he looked at her seemed somewhat disdainful, as if she was not good enough for him. What was wrong with her? Was she not worthy of his attention? Especially seeing the divorce character, it was not particularly harmful but extremely humiliating. Xian Yufei felt like an unwanted toy. What? Still not leaving? If you do not, shall we head straight to the bridal chamber? Yi Fan looked at the dazed Xian Yufei, his gaze roving over her body, making her feel uneasy. Shameless. With that, Xian Yufei bowed slightly to Yi Changfeng. Grandfather Yi, I apologize. I will take my leave now. Having achieved their goal, Xianjingwa also bid farewell and left. As they exited the Yi family estate and approached their car, Xian Yufei suddenly stopped and turned to Xianjingwa. Second uncle, are we truly doing the right thing? I feel like today's events did not go as I expected. That Yi Fan, I cannot quite see through him. Xianjingwa was no fool. From Yi Fan's earlier actions against young Master Lin, he had noticed some clues. Are you suggesting that Yi Fan is concealing his strength? That the events of the past did not affect him? Xian Yufei shook her head. I cannot say for certain, but when Yi Fan signed just now, I felt as if something was drifting away. Do not overthink it. Even if Yi Fan has returned and remains unaffected by past events, the Yi family is currently facing a crisis. It will be difficult for them to overcome this ordeal. With Grandmaster-level assassins targeting them, the Yi family's patriarch still recovering from serious injuries, and their descendants dwindling, who can withstand it? Let us hope they can persevere. Xianjingwa glanced back at the Yi family estate before stepping into the car and departing swiftly. After everyone had left the Yi family estate, old Master Yi Changfeng looked around, then quickly grabbed Yi Fan and hurried him toward the backyard. You little bastard, why did you come back at a time like this? Do you not know that a Grandmaster-level expert set his sights on the Yi family just yesterday and said he would wipe us all out within 2 days? Your return now is nothing short of a death sentence. Yi Changfeng grumbled, go see your great-grandfather, then I will arrange for a plane to get you out of the country. If you stay, our Yi family line will truly end. Leave the country? Why? Is great-grandfather not still here? He is a grandmaster too, why should we fear their provocation? The Yi family had become one of the 6 great clans of Daxia precisely because of Yi Qiankuan. Before turning 30, Yi Qiankuan had reached grandmaster level. He personally founded the Tianlong army and commanded 800,000 troops to guard the southwestern region of Daxia for 50 years. Since the Tianlong army's 9 divisions had been stationed there, no wars had erupted along the southwest border. Sigh. Do not mention it. A month ago, your great-grandfather was gravely injured by a mysterious expert and has yet to recover. Your elder sister is stationed at the frontier and cannot leave. The Yi family is in grave danger right now. Yi Fan's brow tightened at this. Had the enemies who attacked the Yi family years ago made their move again? Even great-grandfather, a grandmaster, was severely injured. These opponents were clearly formidable. By the way, your master arranged for you to stay with the Su family for 3 years. Why suddenly allow you to return now? Has your strength recovered? Grandfather Yi Changfeng looked at Yi Fan with hope. He was confident in his grandson. Yi Fan had reached grandmaster level before the age of 20. If not for the battle 3 years ago, when Yi Fan's foundation was shattered, he might now be a martial lord. No, Yi Fan replied simply. Let us go see great-grandfather first. Sigh, it is all fate. Those damned bastards are just waiting for the Yi family to fall, but they have no idea if we fall, they will not fare well either. As they walked toward the backyard, Yi Fan suddenly turned and asked, Grandfather, do you know who is trying to bring down the Yi family? Yi Changfeng shook his head. We have investigated for years with no solid evidence, but I am certain it must be connected to the Lin family. The Lin family was also one of the 6 great clans of Daxia. They commanded another elite unit, the Fierce Tiger Army, stationed in the southeast. However, their prestige and influence lagged behind the Yi families. Over the years, the Lin family had never stopped trying to surpass the Yi family as the top clan. We do not need proof. As long as we know the Lin family is involved, that is enough. Worst case, we just wipe them out. A ruthless gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Others may not understand the power of the Beiluo sect, but he did. If not for that surprise attack by mysterious experts back then, no one could have shaken the Beiluo sect. Yi Changfeng was stunned. His eldest grandson seemed different. Well, he had always been arrogant, but after 3 years as a son-in-law in the Su family, he seemed even more arrogant. Had it all been pent up? My poor grandson. In the backyard, when Yi Fan saw great-grandfather Yi Qianquan's condition, he instinctively wanted to act, but knowing he could not reveal his strength yet, he held back forcibly. Do not worry, great-grandfather. I will find a doctor to cure you. If he could not do it himself, he would find someone powerful enough to do it for him. Ding dong! A message from Han Zhuo appeared on Yi Fan's phone. Young master, we found him. A grandmaster named Tian Kuei has vowed to slaughter the entire Yi family. He has no sect affiliation and often appears on Yunqing's black market. Looking at the message, Yi Fan smirked coldly. Tian Kuei, huh? You dare target my Yi family? Then let us start with you. Let us see just how powerful I am. Seeing Yi Fan's expression, Yi Changfeng became frantic, like an ant on a hot stove. Yi Fan, what are you planning? You are not going to leave? Leave? Why would I leave? Do not worry, grandfather. It is only one grandmaster, I can kill him with ease. Yi Fan accidentally blurted out his real thoughts. Now that he had broken through to the 9th level of the dragon taming technique, his strength exceeded even martial lords. At the moment, he could not think of anyone who could rival him. Maybe some of the ancient masters from the 4 sacred lands? Stop spouting nonsense, father. Yi Fan is young and reckless, do not indulge him. Yi Changfeng tried to dissuade them, but Yi Qianquan directly cut him off. What kind of man runs from a fight? So what if we die? Let us die with dignity. Look at Yi Fan, that is the spirit of the Yi family. Do not look at me lying here. If they dare come, even as a grandmaster, I will rip a chunk of their flesh off. Though bedridden, Yi Qianquan's overwhelming aura stirred even Yi Fan's spirit. This was the burning bloodline of a true Yi family man. Seeing he could not convince either the old or the young, Yi Changfeng sighed helplessly. Sigh, I have already requested reinforcements from the capital, and some of your great-grandfather's old comrades from the Tianlong army are on their way to Yunqing. Let us hope we can make it through this. Well then, grandfather, great-grandfather, get some rest. I have something to take care of, I will visit again later. Now that he knew Tian Kuei was the threat, the best move was to strike first and eliminate him before he could act. Leaving the Yi family estate, Yi Fan headed straight for Yunqing's black market using the location Han Zhuo provided. In the Lin family's compound, Lin Dong sat slouched in a chair, legs spread, with gauze wrapped around his crotch. Nearly all senior members of the Lin family were present, their expressions grim. Lin Dong, are you saying that bastard from the Yi family is not dead? He has returned? The speaker was Lin Hua, head of the Lin family and governor of Tainan province, a man of great power. Yes. Second uncle, I saw him with my own eyes. We all know that Yi Fan, he is the Su family's son-in-law and has lived in Yunqing for 3 years. And we had no idea. Lin Hua's expression darkened. So he has been playing us all along. 3 years, who would have thought that bastard from the Yi family was living right under our noses, and now he returns? But why now, of all times? Yes. The Yi family is on the verge of collapse. Yi Fan returning now is practically suicide. Everyone began speaking at once, voicing their thoughts. If he dared to return, he must have some hidden card. Let us not forget Beiluo sect was the top martial sect in its time, and Yifan was its greatest prodigy. We must not take him lightly. Lin Hua nodded. You are all right. Still, our top priority now is to get Lin Dong married to that girl from the Xian family. With their support, our Lin family can rise even higher. But, second uncle, that bastard Yifan destroyed my balls. Even if I marry the beautiful Xian Yufei, I will not be able to do anything. Lin Dong's eyes blazed with fury. That damned Yifan had ruined him. Lin Hua glanced at Lin Dong and said flatly, that is a minor problem. In a few days, have a doctor attach a poodle's toothpick to you. It will work just fine. The Yun City Black Market was located in the eastern suburbs of Yun City, in the basement of an abandoned factory. Because it was backed by a sect, even the authorities did not dare to easily interfere with this place. This place operated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so even at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the parking lot outside the black market was packed with luxury cars. Since he did not intend to reveal his strength too soon, Yifan had no plans to show his true face. After parking his car, Yifan casually manipulated his face in the mirror. Immediately, a different, handsome, and unfamiliar face appeared before him. Facial disguise, this was a classic technique in Yifan's sect. This damned appearance of mine, no matter how I mold it, there is only one word for it, handsome. Yi Jun Tian. At the registration counter, Yifan casually gave a name. As for the authentication of treasures, just one of the pills on his body was more than enough to gain access. After all, over the years, in order to help Yifan recover as quickly as possible, the sect had poured nearly all of its cultivation resources into him. Although grade 4 pills were difficult to obtain, Yifan still had several of them on him. These pills were still immensely attractive to martial artists below the level of martial lord. The underground black market was very spacious, roughly the size of a large football field. It was divided into many stalls in corridors. People entering the black market could set up their own booths or trade freely. The lighting, however, was dim, giving the place an air of mystery. Yifan glanced around. The densely packed crowd was not small, there were at least over 1,000 people. Under such dim lighting, it was extremely difficult to find Tian Kuei, even with the aid of his mystical eye. According to the information Hanzhou provided, Tian Kuei's most prominent characteristic was greed. In this black market, what Tian Kuei did most often was to lure out people who carried valuable items, then rob and kill them. Though this violated moral rules of the martial world, Tian Kuei was clever, he never caused trouble inside the market, and the sect backing the black market could do nothing about him. Everyone, take a look. I have top quality pills here, useful for cultivation, for breaking through, and for healing. The highest grade is grade 3. I only trade, I do not sell. Anyone with valuable items is welcome to trade with me. Yifan took out several pills and deliberately displayed them in front of the crowd. According to experience in the martial world, especially in a place like this black market, it was best not to flaunt one's wealth. But Yifan deliberately did so. He wanted to lure out the snake from its hole and draw out Tian Kuei. Grade 3 pills? These are good stuff. On the market, each one would cost at least tens of millions. Indeed, the fragrance is very strong. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. You really should not be flashing such good things like that. It may be fine inside the black market, but if you do not manage to sell them and walk out with them, you will be in trouble. People gathered around one after another, some were amazed, some offered friendly warnings. But Yifan just smiled faintly. Rob me? With my current strength, who would dare try? If anyone does, I will skin them alive. Several people wanted to trade cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, or herbs with Yifan, but none of them were the one Yifan was looking for, so he ignored them. He continued walking and shouting, and after covering about half the market, an elderly man in a traditional Tang-style outfit approached him with a smile. The old man made no effort to hide the greed in his eyes as he looked at the pills in Yifan's hand. He has arrived. Hanzhou had provided very detailed information, including a photo. The person before him was indeed Tian Kuei. Brother, are you planning to trade all these pills? Tian Kuei stepped closer and carefully examined the pills in Yifan's hand. They were indeed grade 3. Recently, Tian Kuei had felt bottlenecked in his cultivation. He had been stuck at the Grandmaster level for many years, unable to break through. With the aid of these grade 3 pills, he might be able to advance to martial lord. Yes. Elder brother, do you have any good treasures? If you do, I have many more pills. Look here. As he spoke, Yifan took out several more boxes of pills, large and small, displaying them all. Now, Yifan had over a dozen boxes of pills laid out before him. The sight of so many pills made Tian Kuei's eyes light up. What a sucker I ran into today. Several others around them watched Yifan with pity, wanting to say something, but Tian Kuei's sharp gaze swept over them, clearly warning them not to interfere. This one is mine. Anyone dares fight me for him, I will kill them. Excellent. I do have a lot of treasures at home, martial arts techniques, cultivation manuals, treasure maps, and rare herbs. How about coming with me to take a look? Tian Kuei looked at Yifan eagerly, afraid he might say no. Once we are at my home, pick whatever treasure you like, your brother here is generous. As he spoke, Tian Kuei affectionately draped his arm around Yifan's shoulder. To the onlookers, it would have seemed like they were long-lost brothers. Yifan sneered in his heart. This Tian Kuei could win an Oscar with his acting. No doubt he had killed and robbed so many times that he had the routine completely memorized. Really? Then shall we go now? Yifan pretended to be pleasantly surprised. But brother, you better not lie to me. I am also a martial artist, not weak. If you deceive me, I will not be polite. Yifan intentionally restrained his aura to the middle stage of control. Such strength in the mundane world was quite impressive. But to a grandmaster like Tian Kuei, it was insignificant and easily manageable. Of course. Let us go quickly. We need to finish our deal. I have other matters to handle tonight. Tian Kuei was in a hurry. He had promised a certain big shot, who had already urged him several times. Tonight, he had to act against the Yi family. Yifan could easily guess that the matter Tian Kuei spoke of was indeed the planned attack on the Yi family. Humph, so you want to harm the Yi family? Then I shall send you on your way first. As Yifan and Tian Kuei walked toward the exit together, murmurs of pity spread through the crowd. What a shame, such a nice young man, about to get taken advantage of again. That old bastard has already pulled off 7 or 8 of these this month, but no one dares stop him. After all, he is a grandmaster. A disgrace to martial artists. Yifan followed Tian Kuei out of the black market. At Tian Kuei's enthusiastic invitation, Yifan did not take his own car. Instead, he got into Tian Kuei's vehicle, and they quickly sped away from the market. However, the direction Tian Kuei was driving was not toward the city center, but out of Yun City altogether. Tian Kuei drove fast. Within 10 minutes, they had gone over a dozen kilometers. He finally parked beside a mountain forest. One side of the forest was barren land, the other side was a sheer cliff. Brother, we are here? This does not look much like a home. Yifan got out of the car, pretending to be puzzled, though he had already guessed Tian Kuei's intentions. Home? Ha! Young man, this is your grave. What do you think? The feng shui here is excellent, mountains and water. Hand over the goods obediently, and I will give you a swift death. Tian Kuei looked calmly at Yifan. The fox's tail had finally been revealed. Cemetery, brother? You must be mistaken. Were we not supposed to conduct a trade? Did you not say you had many treasures to exchange with me? I have so many pills here, we could easily work together profitably. A cold smile curled on Yifan's lips. He showed no signs of fear, not in the slightest. However, Tian Kuei failed to notice this. At this moment, his eyes were fixed solely on the pills in Yifan's hands. Trade? You are dreaming. Young man, you are too naive. I, Tian Kuei, have never had the habit of trading with others. If I see something I want, I take it with my fists. As he spoke, Tian Kuei stepped toward Yifan. Boy, do not even think of fighting back. I have already tested you. Your strength is merely at the control stage. I could kill you with a single slap. Hand over your things, and if you have any last words, say them now. Not that I would do anything for you even if you said them. What a vile old bastard, utterly despicable. But I would like to try. Yifan's face turned cold, and he fixed a gloomy stare on Tian Kuei. Try? Try your sister. Stop wasting my time. Tian Kuei, now less than 2 meters away from Yifan, grew impatient. He reached out to slap Yifan's shoulder, intending to knock him out, loot his valuables, and then toss him off the cliff. This was Tian Kuei's usual routine. Boom! A fierce force surged from Tian Kuei's palm, filled with killing intent, and struck Yifan's shoulder. There was no denying it, the strength of a grandmaster-level martial artist was truly terrifying. The powerful energy radiated outward, violently shaking the surroundings, toppling a large section of nearby trees. But after the strike, the expected result did not happen. Yifan remained standing exactly where he was. He had not moved an inch. His breathing had not even changed. Did you not eat? Is that all the strength you have? Yifan stared at Tian Kuei with a half-smile, his eyes full of mockery. What the fuck? Tian Kuei was filled with confusion. What was going on? Was that palm strike of his fake? Why did this guy not react at all? Die. Unwilling to believe it, Tian Kuei threw another punch, aiming directly at Yi Fan's chest. Boom! Boom! This time, Tian Kuei used his full strength. The punch tore through the air, letting out a sharp howl. A full-powered strike from a grandmaster was enough to destroy an entire building. The kid in front of him looked no older than 20. Even if he were strong, there was no way he had reached the grandmaster level. No way one punch would not kill him. But the truth was, after Tian Kuei launched his punch, he watched in disbelief as it stopped 3 inches in front of Yi Fan's chest. Around Yi Fan's body, a visible aura of energy appeared, like a wall, completely blocking the strike. No matter how hard Tian Kuei pushed his internal force, he could not advance a single inch. True Qi Shield? You have cultivated a true Qi Shield. This is impossible. Now, Tian Kuei finally realized something was very wrong. Yi Fan was no control stage martial artist. It was said that only those at the peak of martial lord, or even martial saint level, could form such a powerful protective energy shield. But Yi Fan was clearly only in his early 20s. How could he possess such formidable strength? Humph. Not impossible, you just have never seen it before. Yi Fan looked at Tian Kuei coldly. Now it is my turn. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Fan slapped Tian Kuei on the head. Thud! Yi Fan controlled his strength perfectly. His palm struck Tian Kuei's head without splitting it open, but the force penetrated his entire body like a pile driver, ramming Tian Kuei halfway into the dirt. Crack! Crack! Yi Fan struck again. 2 punches shattered Tian Kuei's dantian, broke his arms, broke his legs. Tian Kuei collapsed, paralyzed on the ground, staring at Yi Fan in horror. Please, master, spare my life. I was wrong. I failed to recognize a mighty figure when I saw one. Please, I beg you, spare the life of this wretched dog. Tian Kuei's voice trembled as he spoke. From Yi Fan's actions, Tian Kuei now understood Yi Fan's strength was not just a little above his. It completely crushed him. How laughable that he had strutted around in front of Yi Fan, showing off and posturing. Was he not just asking for death? Yi Fan ignored him. He picked up a nearby stone, squatted down next to Tian Kuei, and looked at him coldly. I will ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I will give you a quick death. If they do not, I will knock out 1 tooth for each wrong answer. Ha! Master, why? I can give you money, I can give you treasures. Even if I tried to rob you, you could just spare me. Shut up! Am I the one asking questions, or are you? Crack! Without any hesitation, Yi Fan knocked out one of Tian Kuei's front teeth. Tian Kuei gritted his teeth in pain, realizing Yi Fan was utterly ruthless. Speak, who sent you to destroy the Yi family? Yi Fan had come here today to eliminate threats to the Yi family, and Tian Kuei was the key lead. Ah, you are a helper hired by the Yi family? Who exactly are you? Tian Kuei stopped halfway, suddenly realizing he had made another mistake. He should not be asking questions. Crack! Sure enough, Yi Fan knocked out another tooth. Are you going to speak on your own, or shall I continue knocking out teeth? If that does not make you talk, I can consider jamming toothpicks into your fingers, or using tiger benches, oil lamps. I have at least 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. Hearing this, Tian Kuei knew Yi Fan was not bluffing. I will talk. I will talk. It was a big shot from the provincial capital. He ordered me to do it. But we only spoke by phone. I never met him in person. From what I heard, he was commissioned by the Lin family. Humph, the Lin family again? Now Yi Fan seriously suspected that during the attack on the Yi family years ago, the Lin family had been directly involved. Yi Fan asked several more questions, but Tian Kuei had little useful information. Master, I have told you everything I know. I will give you all my wealth and treasures. Please, spare my life. Tian Kuei squirmed on the ground, groveling pitifully. Yi Fan's lips curled. First, transfer your money to me. Let me see if it is worth the price of your life. Yi Fan gave him his bank account number, then took Tian Kuei's phone and used facial recognition to authorize the transfer. He found that this man had several billion yuan in cash. In addition, Tian Kuei had diamonds, cultivation techniques, pills stored in safes. Tian Kuei obediently handed over everything, safe combinations, his villa's keys, and the security codes. He looked at Yi Fan with anticipation. Master, is that enough? That will do. Now die. Yi Fan sneered coldly and stomped on Tian Kuei's neck. Crack! Tian Kuei's neck snapped. He died on the spot, off to meet the king of hell. A piece of scum like that, how could Yi Fan possibly let him live? However, considering how many treasures Tian Kuei had hidden in his villa, Yi Fan knew he would have to make time to retrieve them. After tidying up the scene, Yi Fan drove Tian Kuei's car and quickly returned to the city. It was almost time for people to get off work, and tonight he still had to attend a banquet with his wife. He needed to get back in time to pick her up. At the black market parking lot, a few of the older men who had previously seen Yifan there stared at him in disbelief as he stepped out of Tian Kuei's car, as if they had seen a ghost. "Young man, you're still alive? Where is Tian Kuei?" Yifan replied calmly, "That old bastard tried to steal my pills. I killed him with a single punch." "Killed him?" The surrounding men exchanged astonished glances, their expressions filled with incredulity. They were well aware of Tian Kuei's strength, he was a grandmaster-level expert. Yet, this young man claimed to have killed him with one punch? Moreover, the young man before them showed no signs of injury. Did this mean his strength far surpassed Tian Kuei's? "Brother, my name is Zhang Tao. May I ask your name?" Several men quickly gathered around, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Yifan. Yifan's actions had rid them of a menace. More importantly, if they could align themselves with someone of his caliber, they would gain a powerful ally. "Yi Juntian," Yifan responded coldly, then got into another car and dialed Wang Fugui's number. "There's a car here in the black market parking lot. Come and drive it away, and handle the aftermath." After ending the call, Yifan drove towards the Su Corporation. Meanwhile, outside the Su Corporation building, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood at the entrance, holding a bouquet of flowers and beaming with anticipation, seemingly waiting for someone. This man was none other than Yun Feiyang from the provincial capital, a former university classmate of Su Yixue. He had been pursuing her for 4 or 5 years and continued to harass her even after she got married. Upon seeing Su Yixue exit the office building, Yun Feiyang hurriedly approached, smiling as he presented the flowers to her. "Yixue, you're finally off work. I've been waiting here for quite a while. These are for you. Do you like them?" Su Yixue frowned. "Yun Feiyang, what are you doing here? I've told you many times not to bring me these things. I'm already married and have a husband. I'm not interested in you." Su Yixue had always rejected Yun Feiyang decisively and directly. However, for some reason, Yun Feiyang clung to her like a leech, refusing to let go. "Ha! I know. You're married to that useless live-in son-in-law, right? I've heard that since marrying you, he idles around every day, doesn't work, and frequents clubs. You're with such trash? Yixue, you're degrading yourself." Yun Feiyang looked at Su Yixue with a pained expression and continued, "What's wrong with being with me? The Yun family is a powerful clan dominating the southwest, and my feelings for you are genuine, Yixue. My husband is my own concern. Yun Feiyang, if you keep speaking ill of him, don't blame me for being impolite." Su Yixue bypassed Yun Feiyang, looking into the distance, waiting for Yifan to pick her up. Yun Feiyang blocked Su Yixue's path, a hint of menace in his eyes. "Yixue, think about it? You know that your Su Corporation's jewelry business relies on raw materials supplied by my Yun family. If we join forces, the Su family can surely thrive." As he spoke, Yun Feiyang forcibly shoved the bouquet into Su Yixue's hands, his words clearly carrying a veiled threat. "Think about it, my ass." Suddenly, a large hand reached out, snatched the bouquet from Yun Feiyang's hands, and slammed it onto the ground. "Damn it! I'm not even dead yet, and you're already trying to steal my wife. Are you looking for death?" Hearing this familiar voice, Su Yixue's anxious heart instantly relaxed. "Husband, you're here." Su Yixue smiled as she walked up to Yifan, affectionately holding his arm. "This guy has been pestering me for a long time. He's so annoying." "So, you're that trash live-in son-in-law, Yifan? A kept man with no backbone. What's there to be proud of?" Yun Feiyang looked Yifan up and down, begrudgingly admitting that Yifan was indeed more handsome than him. Slap! Yifan didn't hold back. He raised his hand and slapped Yun Feiyang hard across the face. "Calling me trash? Is that how you show respect? If your parents didn't teach you manners, then I'll teach you how to behave." "Ah, damn, ouch." Yun Feiyang uttered a series of exclamations, stars dancing before his eyes from the slap. He spun around several times before barely regaining his balance, one side of his face swelling up instantly. "You dare hit me? Do you know who I am?" As the eldest son of the Yun family, Yun Feiyang had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. No one had ever dared to speak harshly to him, let alone hit him. "Damn it! I don't care who you are. If you dare to steal my wife, I'll beat you every time I see you." Yifan had never been one to keep a low profile. He had only laid low for 3 years because his sect was attacked. Now that his strength had returned and he had rejoined his family, backed by the Beluo sect and the Yi family, the top family in the country, why should he keep a low profile? Life and death are trivial. If you refuse to accept it, then fight. You're vulgar." Yun Feiyang clutched his swollen face, glaring at Yifan with resentment. "How can trash like you be worthy of Yixue? You don't even have a job. Did you see my imported BMW over there? It cost $1 million. Even if you worked as a security guard your whole life, you wouldn't earn that much. And the watch I'm wearing is worth $3 million. Have you ever seen one? Unable to confront Yifan physically, Yun Feiyang tried to belittle him financially. Suishue, standing beside Yifan, smiled faintly, inwardly sighing at Yun Feiyang's foolishness. Yifan was not just anyone, he was the eldest son of the Li family, one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng. Li Tao had personally come to curry favor with Yifan, offering to invest $3 billion in the Su Corporation. Although Suishue wasn't fully aware of Yifan's background, she knew he was no ordinary man. Husband, if you like luxury cars, I'll take you to buy one tomorrow, okay? Suishue fully embraced the role of a doting wife, ready to fulfill any of her husband's desires. Yun Feiyang's face turned ashen. She ignored him but showered affection on this pretty boy. What was so special about Yifan? Boom! Before Yifan could respond, a black Hummer in the distance suddenly accelerated and crashed directly into Yun Feiyang's BMW. The modified Hummer, as sturdy as a tank, instantly crushed Yun Feiyang's BMW, deforming the entire vehicle. Idiot! If your car can still run now, I'll write my surname backward. Wang Fugue arrogantly jumped out of the car and quickly walked over to Yifan. Big brother, I've long been annoyed by this idiot. Well done. Yifan couldn't help but give Wang Fugue a thumbs up. Ah, my car, damn it. Upon seeing his newly purchased car nearly totaled, Yun Feiyang wailed in anguish, rushing over to his vehicle and caressing its damaged surface. You bunch of bandits. Observing Yifan and Wang Fugue, Yun Feiyang immediately realized they were accomplices. My car cost several million. Unless you provide an explanation today, do not expect to leave here. Yun Feiyang shouted coldly at Wang Fugue and Yifan. He then gestured towards a black business vehicle behind him, from which 6 bodyguards in black suits swiftly disembarked and surrounded Yifan and Suishue. Either compensate me, or, Ishue, have dinner with me tonight. Then I will not demand compensation for the car. Slap. What caliber do you think you are? Wanting to dine with my sister-in-law? Keep dreaming. Before Yifan could react, Wang Fugue stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Yun Feiyang, sending him flying. He then proceeded to kick Yun Feiyang repeatedly. The other bodyguards attempted to intervene, but despite Wang Fugue's corpulent appearance, his movements were exceptionally agile. With a few swift punches, he incapacitated the bodyguards, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Yifan's eyes gleamed with interest. Fatty, you know martial arts? Why did I not know this before? Wang Fugue grinned mischievously. Big brother, I did not expect it either. Turns out, your grandfather and mine were old friends. I cannot believe you are the mysterious young master of the Yi family. Had I known earlier, I would have come to flatter you sooner. Yifan sighed at Wang Fugue's ingratiating demeanor. Enough, I need to accompany Ishue to a banquet tonight. Handle things here. Understood. As Yifan and Suishue departed, Wang Fugue's arrogant voice echoed behind them. Do you know who my big brother is? The young master of the Yi family, the foremost family in Daxia. You dare provoke him? I will cripple you. Do not forget, this is Yun City. In the car, Suishue glanced at Wang Fugue's figure in the rearview mirror, expressing concern. Husband, is this really okay? The Yun family holds significant influence in the southwest. If they seek revenge, what then? Revenge? With Yifan's current power, would he fear retaliation from a mere Yun family? Not to mention the strength of the Beiluo sect, even the Yi family alone, despite its current decline, is not to be trifled with by the Yun family. Do not worry. Wife, if the sky falls, your husband will hold it up. Everything will be fine. Yifan smiled calmly. Let us go home and change clothes, then attend the banquet. You have protected me for 3 years. From today onwards, it is my turn to protect you. Yifan gazed affectionately at Suishue. He truly cherished his wife. During his 3 years as a live-in son-in-law, Suishue never once showed him disdain, always treating him with love and care. Outside the Su Group building, Yun Feiyang had been thoroughly beaten by Wang Fugue, his face swollen like a pig's head, and his groin had suffered several kicks. Watching Yifan and Wang Fugue leave, Yun Feiyang muttered darkly, "You two bastards, just you wait." Thinking of Suishue, Yun Feiyang's eyes burned with desire. Damn it! Suishue, you filthy bitch. If it were not for your mother's backing, I would not lower myself to beg you. Once I get you into bed, I will make sure you regret it. After a brief hesitation, Yun Feiyang dialed a number. Hello? Young Master Lin, are you attending tonight's business banquet? I heard there will be many beautiful women. What? You were beaten? By whom? Yifan again, damn. That bastard is also attending the banquet with Su Yixue. Tonight is your event. We cannot let him have his way. Two disgraced individuals connected over the phone, venting their frustrations. On the other end was none other than Lin Dong, who had been humiliated by Yi Fan at the Yi family. Yi Fan is merely relying on the Yi family. But tonight, the Yi family will be finished. If he dares to attend the banquet, I will ensure he does not leave unscathed. This business banquet was organized by the Lin family of Yun City, aiming to unite business magnates from the southwest to foster a favorable business environment. In reality, it was merely a networking event for mutual flattery among the elite. At 7 in the evening, Yi Fan and Su Yixue arrived punctually at the Lin family's banquet hall. Upon entering, they encountered Lin Dong, Jun Feiyang, and several other young masters waiting at the entrance. Ha ha! Is this not the young master of the Yi family? With the Yi family nearly wiped out, are you here to reunite before heading to the afterlife together? The speaker was Lin Dong, who had been emasculated by Yi Fan at the Yi family. Now, even seeing Xian Yufei did not stir any feelings in him. Recalling his second uncle's plan to use a teddy bear's toothpick for reconstruction, Lin Dong felt utterly disgusted. Damn it! Once reconstructed, would his child be fathered by him or by the dog? Yi Fan glanced at Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang, both with swollen faces, and smirked. What? Not satisfied with your previous beatings? Do you think 2 boils together make more than 2 boils? To me, 2 boils together just make a bigger boil. A slight fluctuation of martial energy from Yi Fan caused Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang to shudder involuntarily, stepping back 2 paces. Now aware of Yi Fan's identity as the young master of the Yi family, Yun Feiyang realized the situation was more complicated than anticipated. Forget it, young Master Lin, let us endure for now, we have plans later. Yun Feiyang advised Lin Dong, who then suppressed his anger and stepped aside for Yi Fan to enter. He then took 2 glasses of champagne from a nearby waiter and handed one to Yi Fan. Taking a deep breath and forcing a smile, Lin Dong said, Young Master Yi, I was impulsive at the Yi family, leading to some misunderstandings. This glass of wine is my apology. Will you accept it? Yi Fan took the glass, glanced at it, and sneered internally. These pieces of trash think they can play tricks on me? Born with demonic eyes, Yi Fan could perceive things others could not. The champagne Lin Dong offered was highly suspicious. Yi Fan discerned that at least 5 people had spat thick phlegm into it. Having lost face at the Yi family, Lin Dong sought to regain it through this despicable act. Yi Fan glanced at Lin Dong, formulating a plan. At that moment, a graceful figure swiftly approached, exclaiming, Yi Fan, do not drink that wine. Looking up, Yi Fan was stunned to see Xian Yufei, the woman who had broken off their engagement. Dressed in a black evening gown, her fair shoulders glistening under the lights, her slender figure and noble demeanor made her the center of attention. This girl had broken off their engagement, yet now she was warning him. What could this mean? The reason Xian Yufei warned Yi Fan was naturally because she had noticed something suspicious earlier. Before Yi Fan arrived, Xian Yufei saw Lin Dong, Jun Feiyang, and several other rich young men huddled together furtively, spitting into a glass one after another. At that time, she did not understand what Lin Dong intended to do. But when she saw Lin Dong offer that drink to Yi Fan, she suddenly understood. Lin Dong wanted revenge. He was going to humiliate Yi Fan by making him drink a glass full of their spit. Not particularly harmful, but extremely insulting. Xian Yufei herself could not explain why, but upon seeing Lin Dong try to entrap Yi Fan, she instinctively stepped forward to stop him. Logically, since Yi Fan had annulled their engagement, she should hate him. Yet she found she could not hate him at all. Instead, she was strangely curious about Yi Fan. She even began to regret going along with her second uncle to break off the engagement. Yufei, what are you doing? Lin Dong asked in a panicked and confused tone when Xian Yufei suddenly stepped in. According to arrangements between the Xian and Lin families, tonight's business banquet was also intended to mark the engagement between the 2 families. That meant from tonight onward, Xian Yufei was to become Lin Dong's fiancée. Even if she discovered something was wrong, she was expected to side with him. What I do is none of your concern, Xian Yufei replied coldly. She had never liked Lin Dong. The only reason she had agreed to break off the engagement with Yi Fan was because she was tired of having her fate dictated by others. In the world of powerful families, Xian Yufei knew she had no say over her own marriage. That was why she had reluctantly agreed to attend the banquet under family pressure. But the moment she saw Yi Fan again, her heart began to stir. Anyway, this drink must not be consumed. As she spoke, Xian Yufei reached out to take the glass from Yi Fan's hand, intending to pour it out. However, Yi Fan held the glass tightly and did not let go. Instead, he looked at her with amused interest. My former fiancé, it seems you are not so bad after all. Yi Fan glanced her up and down. If you had not been in such a hurry to end our engagement, maybe the fruit would have turned out quite sweet. He winked at her and leaned in to whisper in her ear, I appreciate the gesture. Do not worry, I know what I am doing. His breath tickled her ear, sending a wave of heat through her body and turning her cheeks crimson. He knew? While Xian Yufei was still confused, Yi Fan had already begun to act. He stepped forward with the glass, wrapped an arm around Lin Dong's neck, and said, Young Master Lin, you are truly generous. Even after I shattered your balls, you are still so understanding and willing to make peace. For such magnanimity, we must toast. Each word stabbed at Lin Dong's humiliation, but hearing the last sentence made him genuinely happy. As long as Yi Fan drank that champagne, most of his resentment would be satisfied. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Dong eagerly clinked glasses with Yi Fan, watching him with great anticipation. The moment Yi Fan drank it, Lin Dong planned to reveal the truth and humiliate him thoroughly. But unexpectedly, just as Lin Dong opened his mouth, Yi Fan suddenly raised the glass and poured it into Lin Dong's open mouth instead. Caught off guard, Lin Dong instinctively swallowed the champagne, aided by Yi Fan gently patting his chest to help it all go down. Young Master Lin, bottoms up. Now our grudges are settled. Yi Fan said while lifting Lin Dong's own glass and draining it himself, deliberately turning it upside down to show it was empty. Fuck. 2 seconds later, Lin Dong finally realized what had happened. That bastard Yi Fan had made him drink the very champagne filled with spit from himself, Yun Feiyang, and the others. No wonder he had tasted something spicy, garlicky, and even like chives. Yun Feiyang had said he ate hot pot for lunch. Bleck. Lin Dong felt like he was going to explode. You, fuck your ancestors. He ran off to the restroom, retching violently. He vomited so hard it was as if he was expelling things from 3 days ago. Eventually, the vomit turned black and stringy, something that should have exited from a different hole altogether. He felt utterly disgusting and wished he could turn his stomach inside out and scrub it clean with a pressure hose. Yi Fan, you bastard, this is not over. Only now did Lin Dong realize Yi Fan had known about the trap all along. Everything had been an act leading up to the perfect moment to humiliate him in return. Back in the banquet hall, watching Lin Dong flee in disgrace, a faint smile appeared on Xian Yufei's lips. Yi Fan, you are wicked. So you knew all along, and still made me worry, she pouted, sounding like a girlfriend sulking before her boyfriend. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Was this Xian Yufei falling in love with him, after their engagement had already been annulled? Damn it. I really need to start controlling this charm of mine. Especially with his actual wife, Sui Shue, standing right next to him. Yi Fan glanced sideways at Sui Shue, dressed in a long purple gown. She exuded elegance, noble aura, and had a tall, slender figure. Both women were stunning, easily the most eye-catching presence at the entire event. It was hard to say who was more beautiful. Hello, I am Sui Shue, Yi Fan's wife. Sui Shue spoke first, gracefully extending her hand toward Xian Yufei. Hearing her introduction, Xian Yufei felt a sudden stab in her heart. Yi Fan's wife? If she had not been so impulsive, she would have been his wife instead. Hello, I am Xian Yufei, Yi Fan's longtime fiancé, betrothed by our families. She obviously did not want to appear weak and only spoke half the truth. She was indeed the agreed fiancé from the Xian and Yi families, but the engagement had been broken off earlier that very afternoon. Miss Xian, Yi Fan tried to explain, not wanting Sui Shue to misunderstand. But Xian Yufei did not give him a chance. Miss Su, later I would like to ask Yi Fan for a dance. You would not mind, would you? Fuck. Yi Fan could feel the tension in the air thickening with gunpowder. Was this war about to start? Of course, I do not mind. A man, occasionally trying a different flavor is fine by me. After all, it is not my husband who suffers the loss. Sui Shue's face still carried a smile, but the challenge in her words was by no means weaker than that of her rival. Yi Fan inwardly cursed, thinking, wife, you are supposed to reject her. That Xian Yufei, despite having annulled their engagement, was now suddenly inviting him to dance. Clearly, she had her eye on his good looks. Miss Su really knows how to joke. But I understand the concept of who came first. I will see you later then. As she spoke, Xian Yufei threw a flirtatious glance at Yi Fan before elegantly turning and walking away. Who came first? Yi Fan naturally understood the implication in her words. It was a reminder to Sui Shue that, technically, it was Xian Yufei who was with Yi Fan first. It was only because she and Yi Fan did not work out that Sui Shue had the chance. Yi Fan, now a man standing at the pinnacle of the world, suddenly found himself more troubled dealing with 2 women than facing a martial arts grandmaster. How could that be his style? Looks like next time these girls act out in front of him, a spanking is in order. Wife, that Xian Yufei was a match arranged by my family. But since I was away for many years, the engagement was called off, Yi Fan tried to explain. But Su Yixue raised her head and kissed him on the lips. Husband, you do not need to explain anything to me. You are the only one in my heart. I can accept everything about you. Think about it, even your visits to clubs and flirting with women, I can tolerate that. What is one more woman to me? As she spoke, Su Yixue twisted charmingly in his arms. Husband, how about we make the most of the time, place, and opportunity tonight? Seeing Su Yixue's shy demeanor, Yi Fan, remembering he had fully broken through his dragon taming technique, realized tonight was indeed the perfect time for such harmony. Alright, I calculated, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. By the way, I saw a new position yesterday. Maybe you should try it out. Yi Fan wrapped his arm around Su Yixue's slender waist, his eyes ablaze with passion, making Su Yixue blush deeply. Husband, you are terrible. Seeing his wife like that, Yi Fan sighed helplessly. Junior sister. I still love you. But faced with such affection, how could I refuse? Yi Fan could not remember which master said it, but the phrase stuck with him. A treasure is a treasure, a baby is a baby, a sweetheart is a sweetheart, and a darling is a darling. True emotions in life should never be betrayed. Honored guests, thank you all for attending the banquet hosted by my Lin family. Your presence is a sign of great respect for us. Tonight, our only goal is to enjoy food, drink, and merriment. We even have a surprise event planned later. Please look forward to it. The banquet officially began. On stage was Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family. This middle-aged man was smooth and diplomatic. His words made everyone feel greatly valued. But while others listened, Yi Fan stared at Lin Hua and silently wondered, how should I kill him? According to information from Tian Kuei and his grandfather, it was clear the Lin family was deeply involved in the attack on the Yi family years ago. That being the case, there was no need for evidence to strike against the Lin family. If I know you made a move, that is reason enough to wipe you out. Please enjoy a casual dance. So they said. But as soon as the lights dimmed, a spotlight shone directly onto one person, Lin Dong. Lin Dong had been vomiting in the restroom for half an hour. His face was pale, and especially after Yi Fan had dealt with his groin the previous day, his crotch was now heavily bandaged and visibly swollen. But Lin Dong knew this evening was crucial for both the Lin and Xian families. Let me introduce everyone, this is Lin Dong, an elite of our third generation. Though young, he already manages 2 publicly listed companies and achieved over 10 billion yuan in profits last year. Lin Hua was clearly using this moment to build Lin Dong's reputation. It was evident that Lin Dong was being positioned to one day lead the entire Lin family. Dear Miss Xian Yufei, may I invite you for a dance? Lin Dong asked gracefully, addressing Xian Yufei, who was seated nearby. This beautiful lady is Miss Xian Yufei, daughter of the Xian family, famous even on the national beauty rankings. I am sure everyone knows her. She and Lin Dong have known each other for years, childhood friends one could say. Let us all wish them well. As Lin Hua spoke, another spotlight shone on another table. There sat several senior members of the Xian family, including the family head Xian Jinghua. Seeing the spotlight, Xian Jinghua even waved to the crowd. This gesture carried significant meaning. Not only did Lin Hua introduce Lin Dong and highlight his relationship with Xian Yufei, but the Xian family elders were also present and did not object. Did this not mean the Xian family was agreeing to a marriage alliance with the Lin family? If these two elite families united, it would shake the power structure of the entire nation. The Yi family, once the top family in the country, had likely already lost its position after the attack 3 years ago. Xian Yufei sat on her chair, her expression changing rapidly in response to Lin Dong's invitation. She remained silent. Lin Dong grew anxious. Miss Xian, would you honor me? Everything had been carefully rehearsed for this evening. Their dance was the symbolic beginning, setting the stage for their engagement. And yet, Xian Yufei hesitated. Lin Dong glanced toward Yi Fan's direction. Damn it, could it be that Xian Yufei was still hung up on him? I do not wish to. To everyone's shock, Xian Yufei openly rejected Lin Dong and walked straight to Yi Fan. I already have a date, Yi Fan, the heir of the Yi family. She walked up to Yi Fan, grabbed his hand without hesitation, and pulled him to his feet. The entire hall was stunned. What was happening? Everyone understood how these high society events were arranged. When things were announced like this, the deal was usually already set. Everyone had assumed a marriage alliance between the Lin and Xian families was a done deal. Yet Xian Yufei not only rejected Lin Dong's invitation, but publicly chose another man? What did this mean? A slap in the face, naked and brutal. Swish! Everyone's eyes turned to Xian Yufei, while also glancing at Lin Hua and Lin Dong. They were all curious how would Lin Dong and Lin Hua handle this situation. Lin Hua's expression darkened immediately. Holding the microphone, he tried several times to speak but could not find the right words. How could he explain this? The engagement ceremony between the two young people had already been arranged for tonight, and now the girl had run off with another man, none other than the heir of the Yi family, their mortal enemies. Xian Yufei, what the hell are you doing? Did we not agree on this? Why are you suddenly with this piece of trash? With him, Lin Dong stormed over to where Yi Fan and Xian Yufei stood. Instinctively, he wanted to curse Yi Fan, but remembering his ruthless tactics, he quickly swallowed the rest of his words. Who said I agreed to anything? It has always been your Lin family speaking. Did I, Xian Yufei, ever give my consent? Even my second uncle never fully agreed to your family's plan, did he? Humph. Xian Yufei clutched Yi Fan's arm and continued coldly, besides, Yi Fan and I had an engagement long before this. Please step aside, and do not block our dance. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Initially, he had no intention of responding to Xian Yufei's invitation, but anything that could irritate the Lin family was of interest to him. Yufei is absolutely right. Even if I did not want her as my wife, that still does not give you the right to grovel at her feet. Get lost. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan kicked Lin Dong, sending him flying. Yi Fan's voice was not loud, but the hall had fallen silent by now. Nearly everyone heard him clearly. What? The Xian and Yi families were already engaged? Of course. But I heard the Yi family heir had been away training in martial arts all these years. Could this Yi Fan be that very heir? Seems highly likely. The attack on the Yi family back then caused great damage. Now with the heir's return, it looks like they are planning a comeback. But I also heard Yi Fan has already married into the Su family. Now with Xian Yufei in the mix too, things are getting interesting. Everyone was murmuring, and the atmosphere turned strange. Lin Hua looked around, trying to gauge attitudes. Meanwhile, Xian Jingguo watched the confrontation between Yi Fan and Lin Dong with intrigue. In fact, when the engagement was annulled earlier that day and he learned the Yi heir had been hiding in Yun City, Xian Jingguo knew something was off. The Yi family, after suffering such a devastating attack 3 years ago, should have already lost its status as the top family. And yet, they held on. Now, just as a grandmaster tried to strike against them again, Yi Fan made a high-profile return. Yi Fan must be hiding something powerful. During his earlier conversation with Xian Yufei, they had already begun wondering if annulling the engagement had been the right move. Family head, news from the Yi family has arrived. According to sources from the black market, the grandmaster who was about to attack the Yi family was killed by a young man named Ji Jun Tian. What? A grandmaster killed? Xian Jingguo's eyebrows twitched. Everyone in Yun City knew who the grandmasters were. To kill one quietly required strength that exceeded that of any grandmaster. A young man had killed Tian Kuei and his surname was Yi? Xian Jingguo's gaze toward Yi Fan became more complex. If this young man truly is from the Yi family, then they may indeed rise like a dragon. Did our Xian family make a mistake? Hopefully, not a fatal one. Having received this news, Xian Jingguo blatantly ignored the looks cast his way by Lin Hua. His message was clear, he had no intention of stopping Xian Yufei. Let the Lin family bear this disgrace on their own. Ha ha. Young people have their own thoughts, it is perfectly natural. Now, everyone, get up and dance. Our surprise activity is still ahead, so please stay tuned. Lin Hua laughed stiffly while casting glances toward Xian Jingguo. The Lin Xian engagement had been the result of discussion between the two families' elders. It could not possibly be cancelled just because of a dance, right? On the dance floor, Yi Fan held Xian Yufei's slim waist and began moving in time with the music. Ex-wife, what are you doing? Was tonight not a pre-arranged event? Why the sudden change of heart? You no longer plan to marry that dumbass? Yi Fan looked at her with a half-smile. Xian Yufei's expression dimmed. Her gaze at Yi Fan was filled with confusion. Yi Fan, do you think I am fickle? I never liked Lin Dong. I just did not want to be forced into marriage with someone I had never met. But after seeing you, I realized. Realized what? That I am too handsome? That you fell in love instantly and now want to offer yourself up, even at the risk of offending the Lin family? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Daughters from great families were not only beautiful, they were also exceptionally intelligent. Xian Yufei's decision had clearly been carefully calculated. Moreover, the Xian elders had not tried to stop her. That said it all. It showed that the Xian family was not fully committed to the Lin alliance. This fact made Yi Fan feel a bit more favorable toward Xian Yufei. You shameless jerk. Xian Yufei scolded, twisting slightly in Yi Fan's arms. As she looked at him again, she realized Yi Fan truly was very handsome. His naturally charming eyes seemed to carry a hook that could steal one's soul. Was she truly falling for him? This thought startled her. How could that be? She had gone to him to break the engagement, and he had even written a formal dismissal letter. There was no relationship left between them, and there never should be. As the two danced, Manhwa angrily approached Xin Jinhua among the guests. Brother Xin, what is going on here? We had an agreement. Why did that girl suddenly change her mind? This is a slap in the face to my Lin family. Outwardly, it was Xian Yufei's decision, but it implicitly represented the Xian family's stance. As the head of a powerful clan, Xian Jinhua was not to be underestimated. He deflected smoothly, "Family head Lin, perhaps there is something you do not know. The Grandmaster who is going to massacre the Yi family tonight, he has been killed." What? Lin Hua's reaction was intense. The Grandmaster was killed? Why did no one inform me? After exchanging quick farewells, Lin Hua left the hall in haste and called someone backstage. Once he confirmed the details, his brow furrowed tightly. Yi Jun Tian? Where did this bastard come from? The Yi family had narrowly escaped again. This was becoming a real problem. Shen Jinhua, you sly old fox. Humph. Since you came here today, it will not be so easy to back out now. In the grand hall, Yi Fan was dancing with Xian Yufei. When he saw Suishua sitting alone with a disappointed expression on her face, a twinge of guilt rose in his heart, but letting go of Xian Yufei at this moment seemed inappropriate. Thinking of this, Yi Fan turned to Xian Yufei and said, "Miss Xian, I just had an idea, how about a trio dance?" Ha! Before Xian Yufei could react, Yi Fan, still holding her, flashed over to Suishua. "Dear wife, may I invite you to join us in a dance? HM?" Suishua was taken aback at first, but when she saw the sincere look in Yi Fan's eyes, she did not hesitate and nodded decisively. Alright. Suishua's love for Yi Fan was truly indulgent. She even willingly funded his flirtations with other women, so what was a little dancing? Thus, everyone witnessed a scene that dazzled the entire hall. At the center of the vast dance floor, Yi Fan embraced the two most radiant beauties in the room, one on each side, as the music began to play. At times, it resembled celestial maidens scattering flowers, at others, a blooming spring of 100 flowers, or even the brilliance of fleeting time. Dazzling was not even sufficient to describe it. Every gaze was drawn to Yi Fan, Suishua, and Xian Yufei. Others who had been dancing simply stepped aside, giving up the entire floor to Yi Fan and his two partners. No matter how elegant the other dancers were, in comparison to Yi Fan's trio, they were completely overshadowed. Everyone was entranced by this magical atmosphere. It felt as if the three of them were destined to be together, flawless and natural. Outside the crowd, a familiar figure hurried into the hall. It was Suishua's cousin, Su Dong. Spotting Yun Feiyang and Lin Dong, he rushed over. "Young Master Yun, I finally found you. So, did you win over my cousin?" Yun Feiyang, his face bruised and swollen, was already fuming at the situation. Hearing Su Dong's question, he kicked him in the rear. "Are you fucking blind?" Su Dong looked at the scene on the dance floor and saw Yi Fan not only holding Suishue but also Yun City's most beautiful woman, Xian Yufei. He blurted out in shock, "Holy shit, that's insane. HM?" Hearing this, Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang both glared at Su Dong with such fury that he shrank his neck and offered a sheepish grin. "Lift off." As the music neared its end, Yi Fan shouted softly, then suddenly lifted both Suishue and Xian Yufei high into the air, one in each arm. With arms extended and standing on one foot in the pose of a golden rooster standing alone, Yi Fan balanced both women, holding them by their ankles. Their bodies remained as steady as Mount Tai, suspended above him. It was like a pair of phoenixes spreading their wings, or heavenly maidens descending from the clouds. The trio formed a breathtaking tableau, perfectly timed with the final beat of the music. Bravo! Incredible! It was like a dream. Beautiful, what a perfect couple, or should I say, a perfect trio. The entire room erupted in cheers and applause that nearly turned their hands red. Standing outside the crowd, Lin Dong smashed his wineglass to the floor in fury. Fuck! Why does that bastard Yi Fan not just drop dead? Damn it! Today was supposed to be his big night. Yet Yi Fan had stolen the spotlight, danced with both Suishue and Xian Yufei, and mesmerized the entire room. Taking advantage of the attention, Yi Fan, still holding the two stunning women, swept a glance over the entire hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Fan, the only heir of the fourth generation of the Yi family, the #1 family in Daxia. I have returned. I have a bad temper, so if anyone here has wronged my family in the past, it is best you come forward and apologize now. Otherwise, when I come for you, I will flatten your homes with a bulldozer." Dominant. Powerful. Yi Fan's words left the crowd momentarily stunned. The Yi family? Which Yi family? Holy shit, it was that Yi family. The top family in Daxia. The mysterious heir of the fourth generation, was he not supposed to have died in the attack 3 years ago? Now he returns in such grand fashion? No wonder this man had such presence, he was the Yi family's heir. From this moment on, everyone in the hall remembered Yi Fan's name. Meanwhile, the two beauties standing on Yi Fan's arms felt as though their hearts might burst from their chests. That bastard, pulling off such an extravagant romantic gesture, how was a woman supposed to resist? They exchanged a glance but quickly pretended nothing had happened. When Yi Fan set them down, Su Yixue threw herself into his arms. Husband, you are amazing. I love you so much. Beside them, Xian Yufei clung to Yi Fan's other arm. Humph, he used to be my husband, too. Yi Fan smiled calmly. Miss Xian, enough. Did you not storm in this morning to break off the engagement? We have nothing to do with each other anymore. I changed my mind, is that not allowed? Women are fickle, do you not know that? Xian Yufei pouted, her tone pitiful. Yi Fan ignored her and instead walked back to his seat, arm in arm with Su Yixue. Watching him leave, a mischievous smile played on Xian Yufei's lips. Humph, you think you can just walk away after flirting with me? I am not letting you go in this lifetime. This shift in Xian Yufei's attitude guaranteed that the Lin family's carefully planned event was about to become a colossal joke. Yet Lin Hua and Lin Dong still clung to hope, thinking that when push came to shove, Xian Yufei would not disregard the face of both the Lin and Xian families. They still intended to push forward with the engagement. Lin Hua and Xian Jinghui exchanged a glance. Once the room had calmed down, Lin Hua took up the microphone again. Miss Xian, your dance was truly beautiful. Thank you, young Master Yi, for your performance. Tonight, there is another great event for Miss Xian. Our two families have decided to hold an engagement ceremony between Lin Dong and Miss Xian Yufei. What do you all think? Ha? Many were momentarily confused. Was this real? Yes. A few of Lin family's devoted sycophants quickly cheered to stir the crowd, but most of the guests hesitated. Had Xian Yufei not just refused to dance with Lin Dong? And the Lin family still wanted to push an engagement? Were they out of their minds? Lin Hua ignored the awkwardness and forcefully pushed the process forward. As long as he was not embarrassed, the embarrassment would be someone else's problem. Lin Dong stepped up to the stage, but Xian Yufei remained seated, showing no intention of moving. Yufei, what is wrong? Asked her second uncle, Xian Jinghua, who was sitting beside her. Of course, he understood her intentions, but at this moment, he could not make his own position too obvious. Although the Yi family had not yet perished, no one could guarantee they would not run into trouble later. Besides, the Lin family had the backing of mysterious forces. The Xian family was caught in the middle and could not afford to offend either side. Second uncle, I do not want to marry. Xian Yufei said solemnly, revealing her true feelings. If you do not want to marry, then follow your heart. Xian Jinghua replied, casting a glance in Yi Fan's direction. In this situation, neither you nor I can change the outcome. His words made it clear. The Xian family could not break the deadlock. If anyone on the scene could openly oppose the Lin family, it would only be Yi Fan. I understand. Thank you, second uncle. A faint smile appeared on Xian Yufei's face as she briskly walked over to Yi Fan. Yi Fan had just popped a piece of mango into his mouth when he saw Xian Yufei approaching again, causing a bit of a headache. Wife, this banquet is pointless. Shall we go home? To Yi Fan, whether Xian Yufei married Lin Dong was irrelevant. In a couple of days, when the forces from Beiluo men arrived, Yi Fan planned to flatten the Lin family entirely. But the way Xian Yufei looked at Yi Fan was full of affection. Clearly, she had come to ask for his help. Yi Fan, I do not want to get married, you. Before she could finish, Yi Fan interrupted her. Forget it if you want me to help. I am afraid you will actually fall in love with me. He expected that rejecting her like this would make her back off, but to his surprise, Xian Yufei did not retreat in the slightest. So what if I fall in love with you? It is my choice. Sister Ishua, would you mind if Yi Fan had another wife? As she spoke, Xian Yufei turned pleading eyes toward Su Yixue. Su Yixue could also clearly see the situation. The Lin family was trying to force an engagement between Xian Yufei and Lin Dong, but Xian Yufei was unwilling and helpless. It seemed her husband Yi Fan was the only one who could break the deadlock. Though Su Yixue wanted Yi Fan to help, she respected his wishes more. Miss Xian, I listen to my husband. If he agrees, not just one wife, even 10 wives would not bother me. I could even take care of them during their postpartum recovery. Ahem. Yi Fan could only silently curse in his heart. His treasure of a wife was simply too wild. Not only had she given him money to go pick up girls, but she was also this open-minded? It seemed he was indeed blessed. Seeing Xian Yufei staring at him hopefully, Yi Fan was still deciding how to handle the situation when Lin Dong, already impatient on the stage, saw Xian Yufei heading again toward Yi Fan and could no longer contain himself. He strode over, glaring at Yi Fan with resentment. Yi Fan, I will let go of everything else, but today is my engagement day. If you interfere, the Lin family will never forgive you. Yi Fan rolled his eyes, thinking, your Lin family participated in the attack on the Yi family. If you do not come for me, I will come for you. You are joking, young Master Lin. Today is your big day, I should toast you with a special drink, perhaps something with a sour and spicy hot pot flavor. What do you think? Most people did not catch Yi Fan's meaning, but Lin Dong understood. Yi Fan was mocking him for having swallowed phlegm earlier. Gag, the mention of that incident made Lin Dong nauseous again, almost throwing up on the spot. Yi Fan, do not push too far. Do not think the Lin family fears you. We did not before, and we certainly do not now. If you provoke me, I will. Lin Dong did not finish his sentence. He was smart enough to know that confronting Yi Fan now was not wise, so he turned to Xian Jinghua for support. Second uncle, I personally came to invite Yufei. Could you speak up and ask her to come up and complete the ceremony? Lin Dong was trying to leverage power, using the Lin family's authority to pressure Xian Jinghua, and then using Xian Jinghua to pressure Xian Yufei, hoping public scrutiny would force her to comply. But Lin Dong did not realize that Xian Jinghua had already made his stance clear and would not be manipulated. Young Master Lin, this is a matter for the younger generation. I will not meddle. They say you are an expert at winning over women. If you cannot even handle Yufei, as the saying goes, if you cannot sweep a single room, how can you sweep the world? How could the Lin family's future business be entrusted to you? How did chasing girls turn into a comment on corporate management? Lin Dong's face turned pale. That old fox Xian Jinghua was roasting him alive. If he could not secure Xian Yufei today, he would be seen as useless. All because of Yi Fan. If not for Yi Fan, would Xian Yufei not already be his? He considered sending bodyguards to kick Yi Fan out, but before he could act, Xian Jinghua spoke again. However, I do have a suggestion. Quarreling is fine, even making a scene, but getting physical in front of so many people? That would be disgraceful. Lin Dong was speechless. Was this old man deliberately targeting him? But he did not notice that when Xian Jinghua said this, his eyes were fixed on Yi Fan. Yi Fan had originally not intended to interfere in Xian Yufei's issue, but seeing Lin Dong's arrogant face, he decided not to let him off easily. Physically beating Lin Dong would be too easy. Clearly, there was a better solution. When he saw the large chandelier above, a new idea sprang into his mind. The Xian family could not directly stop the engagement, and Xian Yufei's refusal alone was not enough. But if Lin Dong were suddenly knocked out by a falling chandelier, how could an engagement ceremony proceed? And if Lin Dong was hit by the chandelier, it had nothing to do with Yi Fan. Perfect. But Lin Dong, unaware of his looming fate, turned back to Xian Yufei. Yufei, all these guests are watching. If something embarrassing happens today, it would not just damage the Lin family's reputation. Xian Yufei looked longingly at Yi Fan, who was now gazing up at the chandelier as if in a trance, paying no attention to her. Sigh. That damned man, did I hurt him too deeply? Why did I ever break off the engagement? She looked around helplessly. Though she was the daughter of the Xian family, no one could help her now. She resigned herself to fate and was about to follow Lin Dong to the stage. But she knew the moment she took that step, her future would be sealed. She wanted to resist, but what could she do? Yi Fan, if you would just say one word, I would devote myself to you completely. But you just keep staring at that chandelier. Is it really more attractive than me? Xian Yufei suddenly felt a surge of unexplainable anger. How could this Yi Fan be so heartless? After all, she had once been his fiancée. Seeing her in trouble now, how could he remain so indifferent? If he would not take the initiative, then she would. A flash of resolve passed through Xian Yufei's eyes. The Lin family cared so much about appearances? Then she would simply refuse to cooperate. They wanted an engagement ceremony? Fine. If she marched over to Yi Fan and gave him a hard kiss, would the Lin family still have the audacity to continue the ceremony? And if they did, well then, tonight she would strip naked and climb into Yi Fan's bed. If even this level of humiliation could be tolerated, then she would truly admit defeat to the Lin family. Just as Xian Yufei took her first step forward, Yi Fan, who had not moved until now, suddenly spoke. Watch out. In the next moment, Yi Fan sprang into action. With one arm around Sui Shui and the other around Xian Yufei, he dashed 2 meters to the side with lightning speed. Just as Lin Dong thought Xian Yufei had given in, he suddenly saw Yi Fan whisk her away again. Yi Fan, what the fuck is wrong with you? This was supposed to be his wife, already promised. Why did Ji Fan insist on stealing other people's women? How was he any different from that bastard Chow Chow? Lin Dong was still cursing when it felt as though his head had been hit by a freight train. Bang! A loud, dull crash echoed through the hall as a massive chandelier, nearly 2 meters in diameter, came crashing down directly on Lin Dong's head. His skull split open on impact, blood pouring down his face. He swayed for a few seconds, seemingly in shock. Ugh, my head is spinning. I see so many little stars. Lin Dong mumbled weakly, then collapsed to the floor. Silence. The entire hall fell into a dead hush. One could have heard a pin drop. What were the odds? Just as Lin Dong was about to lead Xian Yufei onto the stage, a chandelier fell from above and knocked him unconscious. Everyone instinctively looked up. Some sharp-eyed guests immediately noticed something was off. The chandelier had fallen vertically from at least 1 meter away from where Lin Dong had been standing. Under normal circumstances, it should not have hit him at all. Moreover, this was the Lin family's hall. Everything should have been inspected thoroughly, again and again. How could such a low-level mistake occur? Loose screws? Impossible. And how had Ji Fan predicted the chandelier would fall and managed to save both Xian Yufei and Sui Shui at the exact right moment? Something was not right. Clearly not right. Now, the more astute guests began looking at Ji Fan with expressions of shock and awe. They were certain this had to be Yi Fan's doing. But where was the evidence? Moreover, from the looks of things, the Xin family ought to thank Yi Fan. If not for him, it would not have been just Lin Dong who was injured. Just imagine, if that stunning beauty Xian Yufei had been hit, she might have been permanently disfigured. What the guests understood, so too did Lin Hua and the Lin family elders. They knew Yi Fan must be behind this, but again, there was no evidence. Xian Jinghua gave Yi Fan a satisfied look. He stood and said to Lin Hua, Patriarch Lin, since Lin Dong is now unconscious, I suggest we cancel the engagement ceremony. What are you all standing around for? Go save him. He then waved his hand, ordering the Lin family's security guards to act. Smiling, Xian Jinghua walked through the crowd to Yi Fan and Xian Yufei. Yufei, the banquet is basically over. Let us go home. Ah, okay. Xian Yufei had completely forgotten she was still in Yi Fan's arms. For some reason, being held by him had brought her a sense of peace she had never felt before. Once, that embrace had belonged entirely to her, and now, she had pushed it away with her own hands. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream to her. She had been ready to act, and then the chandelier had fallen. Was there really such a coincidence in the world? Xian Yufei was no fool. It only took a moment's thought to realize Yi Fan had intervened, just with far greater subtlety. Yi Fan, thank you, Xian Yufei said softly, reluctantly stepping out of his embrace. She wrinkled her nose at him and added, Yi Fan, I was wrong before, but I am telling you now, I will not give up. I will win you back. This girl, so bold? His official wife was still standing beside him, yet she openly declared her intention to steal someone else's husband? But Xian Yufei quickly added, do not worry, Sister Ishue. I will not steal him completely, I will leave you half. Cough cough. Why not just chop me in two with a blade? You get one half, and she gets the other? The Lin family's guards rushed up to carry away the unconscious Lin Dong. With the main party comatose, the engagement ceremony was naturally cancelled. As for whether there would be another chance in the future, well, only a fool would think the Lin family had any hope left. Yi Fan had done very little today, yet he was unquestionably the biggest winner. Xian Yufei was thrilled, and Yi Fan was in good spirits, but Lin Hua, head of the Lin family, was close to a breakdown. A mere brat from the Yi family had made fools of them all? Seeing that Yi Fan had not yet left, Lin Hua hesitated for a moment, then decided to confront him. If necessary, he would make eliminating Yi Fan the Lin family's top priority. Yi Fan, you were raised on the streets, your parents died early, and you are nothing but a feral bastard. What you did at today's banquet, I am not pleased. Such arrogance, you had better watch your back. Lin Hua opened with venom, deliberately provoking Yi Fan to act. If Yi Fan so much as lifted a finger, he would have an excuse to retaliate. Lin Hua was confident that even if he could not kill Yi Fan on the spot, he could at least cripple him. Slap. Yi Fan did not hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, he slapped Lin Hua across the face. Why does your mouth stink so badly? What, did you eat shit in the restroom or suck on my 7-day-old socks? Lin Hua saw stars as his head spun from the blow, utterly stunned. Yi Fan had slapped him? He had come only to test the waters, yet before he even knew what happened, Yi Fan had landed a slap without him reacting at all? Had his years of training been for nothing? Yi Fan's slap spun Lin Hua in circles, shocking every guest present. Domineering. Majestic. This young man was the embodiment of youthful fire. And if youth was not fiery, was it even youth? Yi Fan then noticed Lin Hua's wife approaching, cradling a small poodle. With a flick of internal force, Yi Fan struck the dog's pressure point. You bastard! Yi Fan, how dare you strike an elder? Did your parents not teach you to respect your elders? Do you think your Yi family is still what it was 3 years ago? Oof. I am warning you, behave, or you will be joining your dead parents soon. The threat could not have been more obvious, but it confirmed one thing for Yi Fan: the Lin family had definitely been involved in the attack on the Yi family 3 years ago. Woof woof. As everyone looked to Yi Fan, waiting for his response, the little poodle in Lin Hua's wife's arms suddenly went berserk, leaping like an arrow at Lin Hua and biting down on his lips. Damn! I told you, your mouth reeks of shit. Even your own dog can smell it. Yi Fan's deliberately exaggerated shout once again drew everyone's attention. Even the guests who had reached the door were attracted by Yi Fan's words and turned their heads to look in his direction. When they saw the dog that Lin Hua himself had raised leaping up to bite Lin Hua's mouth, they were all deeply curious and shocked. A pet attacking its owner was already an unusual occurrence, but to aim directly for the mouth? Could it really be, as Yi Fan suggested, that Lin Hua had eaten shit? That seemed unlikely. Beast, you are courting death. Lin Hua, being skilled in martial arts, reacted in rage after being bitten by the poodle. He immediately grabbed the dog and, with a squeeze, killed it on the spot and slammed it onto the ground. Though Lin Hua reacted swiftly, the dog had already torn a 1-inch gash on his lip, tearing off a chunk of flesh. It made him look like he had a cleft lip. The injury itself was minor for someone like Lin Hua, but the humiliation was enormous. Bitten by a dog, especially after Yi Fan had claimed the dog ate excrement, Lin Hua himself began to feel as if that taste was truly in his mouth. Damn it! That wretched bastard! As Lin Hua glared at Yi Fan was looking mournfully at the poodle's corpse on the ground. Sigh. Patriarch Lin, you were born of the same root. Why must you turn so cruelly against your own? Killing it like this, does your conscience not trouble you? Before Lin Hua could speak, his wife added fuel to the fire. Ah, my son! How could you die like this? Lin Hua, you bastard, how could you do that to my son? You are his father too. Put. This comical scene made some of the guests burst into laughter. Forgive us for laughing at such a moment. It is true that some pet owners affectionately call their dogs sons or cats daughters in private, which is no issue. But in a situation like this, to call the poodle her son and Lin Hua its father, it was all just too perfectly timed. Everyone's minds could not help but recall Yi Fan's earlier words, born of the same root. Why turn so cruelly against one another? That line was now echoing endlessly in Lin Hua's head. That damned Yi Fan, if he did not punish him today, he would never live it down. Killing intent radiated from Lin Hua as he took step after step toward Yi Fan, ready to strike. But suddenly, Xian Jingwa stepped in front of him. Old Lin, let it go. Let it go. These are just young people's squabbles. You, as the patriarch of the Lin family, should not stoop to arguing with someone of the younger generation. If word of this gets out, it would not sound good. As he spoke, Xian Jingwa placed a hand on Lin Hua's arm, and a wave of internal energy pulsed from it. Though it looked like he was mediating, everyone could see clearly Xian Jingwa was clearly taking sides. He was protecting Yi Fan. Of course, Yi Fan's current strength no longer needed any protection. If Lin Hua dared to strike Yi Fan would beat him so badly he would literally shit himself. Yi Fan, just you wait. With Xian Jingwa intervening, and so many guests present, Lin Hua had no choice but to restrain himself. The Yi family had not yet fallen. If he truly did anything to Yi Fan in front of so many people, those two old monsters of the Yi family might really come for him with blades drawn. The banquet could not go on. Yi Fan and Sui Shua left the Lin family estate, and as they did, Yi Fan gave the Lin mansion behind him a cold glance. Damn it! He would need 100 bulldozers to completely level this wretched place. Yi Fan, thank you. Xian Yufei said her goodbyes to Yi Fan, staring into his eyes once more. Yi Fan, as I said before, I will not give up. Starting tomorrow, I will do everything I can to win you back. Yi Fan scratched his nose. Miss Xin, I know I am handsome, but as the saying goes, a fine horse does not turn back to graze old pasture. Why put yourself through this? He glanced at Xian Jingwa. As the patriarch of the Xian family, Xian Jingwa's attitude today had already made things very clear. The Xian family was not determined to side with the Lin family. In that case, why cause such a stir with the broken engagement? After Xian Yufei left, Yi Fan drove off with Sui Shue. But instead of returning to their home in Junlan Tianxia, they headed elsewhere. Honey, where are we going? Sui Shue asked. She had already been stunned by too much today, learning Yi Fan was the heir of the most powerful family in Daxia, and that he had an engagement with the Xian family. More critically, Yi Fan had openly confronted the Lin family. What if they sought revenge? To the Yi family. We have been married for 3 years, sooner or later, the ugly daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws. It is time I take you to meet my grandfather and great-grandfather, Yi Fan said while driving. Pa, who are you calling ugly? But seriously, why did you not say anything earlier? I did not prepare any gifts. It is so late already, should we go another day? Suishua blushed but also felt secretly pleased. After all, when a man takes a woman to meet his family, it means he truly considers her the most important person in his life. I already prepared the gifts. They are in the trunk. Just grab them when we arrive. Oh, hearing that Yi Fan had everything planned out, Suishua felt more at ease. Back at the Lin family mansion, after the guests had all left, Lin Hua began roaring like a madman in the courtyard. He unleashed all his martial power, smashing the pavilion and decorative items around him to pieces, destroying the once elegant courtyard. Yi Fan, you little bastard, I will not let you off. The Lin family had suffered a massive humiliation today. What was supposed to be Lin Dong dancing with Xian Yufei became Yi Fan's solo performance. The engagement ceremony turned into a joke. That chandelier, how could it just fall like that? You there! Have you found out why the chandelier fell? Who tampered with it? Lin Hua shouted furiously at the guards. Patriarch, we inspected the broken section of the chandelier carefully. It appears it was cut with a sharp tool before it fell. Upon hearing the report, Lin Hua's brow furrowed tightly. Cut by a sharp tool? He was certain this was no accident. If Yi Fan had done this, it meant his strength had reached an unimaginably terrifying level. To cut something using condensed inner force, such a technique would require at least the level of a grandmaster. And tonight, the grandmaster who had gone to eliminate the Yi family had been killed. A bold speculation flashed through Lin Hua's mind. Could that unlucky bastard Tian Kuei have been killed by Yi Fan? But the black market had clearly stated that Tian Kuei was killed by someone named Yi Jun Tian. What was the connection between Yi Jun Tian and Yi Fan? As Lin Hua was still pondering, Lin Dong, his head bandaged like a mummy, was helped into the courtyard by guards. Uncle, ugh, you must avenge me, it was all Yi Fan's doing. He had intended to cry and complain, but upon seeing Lin Hua's split lip, he froze. Uncle, your mouth. What happened? He had passed out earlier and had not seen the dog attack. That little bastard Yi Fan. I do not know what method he used, but he made the poodle bite me. Thinking about being publicly slapped by Yi Fan only made Lin Hua more furious. Despite being a martial expert, he had not even detected Yi Fan's move. Clearly, the Lin family's current strength was insufficient to deal with Yi Fan. Uncle, we must call on the Blood Garment sect. Yi Fan's return at this time will seriously impact our plans. If he ruins our future strategies, the consequences will be disastrous. Lin Dong trembled with rage, stomping the ground. If Yi Fan does not die, I will never rest in peace. Lin Hua nodded. It seems the Blood Garment sect must be summoned. I will contact them immediately. Yi Fan must die within 3 days. Yi family ancestral residence. Although it was already late at night, the compound was brightly lit. From the outer courtyard inward, the area was lined with bodyguards. As Yi Fan stepped out of the car and saw the scene before him, he was briefly startled, but quickly understood. After all, his grandfather had mentioned during the day that a grandmaster-level expert was coming to massacre the Yi family. Disperse, Yi Fan said calmly as he approached the main gate with Suishua, addressing the loyal steward Zhong Bo and the guards at the entrance. Young master, you have returned? The master instructed us not to disperse. That grandmaster-level expert is coming to wipe out the Yi family tonight. We must maintain our defenses. Zhong Bo emerged from the crowd, scrutinizing Yi Fan and the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. Today, virtually all of the Yi family's forces had been mobilized. Do you not know yet? That so-called grandmaster-level expert was reportedly killed in the Cloud City black market, Yi Fan said calmly. Since it was Yi Fan who personally eliminated Tian Kuei, the accuracy of this news was unquestionable. Killed? Zhong Bo was still puzzled when several guards rushed over to report the same. Instantly, Zhong Bo became excited. The grandmaster-level expert was really killed? What a coincidence! This is excellent news. Wonderful. The entire Yi family breathed a collective sigh of relief. In the Grand Hall, the Yi family patriarch Yi Changfeng sighed, if we have the chance, we must express our deep gratitude to this Yi Jun Tian. No, I must personally go to the black market tomorrow to thank him. To kill a grandmaster-level expert, that strength must be beyond grandmaster, perhaps even at the martial lord level. In the mundane world, martial lords are already extraordinarily powerful beings. Grandfather, perhaps it is better not to. That person may have his own affairs and might not be constantly present in the black market. Yi Fan offered a half-hearted suggestion, feeling a bit guilty. If his grandfather actually went searching for Yi Jun Tian, would he not have to go play the role himself? And if, in a moment of enthusiasm, his grandfather insisted on a sworn brotherhood, what would Yi Fan do? Call his own grandfather Big Brother? That would be absurd. That will not do. He helped our Yi family with such a tremendous favor. If we do not express our gratitude, it would be unjustifiable. Yi Changfeng remained firm. I will find a way to locate that Mr. Yi. Seeing his grandfather so resolute, Yi Fan had no choice but to resign himself. It seemed he would have to play that part after all. However, his grandfather's insistence also gave Yi Fan an idea. Right now, the Yi family did not yet have a direct justification to act against the Lin family. But Yi Jun Tian could. Damn it! Just thinking about Lin Hua's disgusting face made Yi Fan seethe with anger. Once Han Zhuo completed the investigation, Yi Fan would waste no time flattening the Lin family. After the Yi family was nearly attacked again by a Grandmaster-level expert, all the major families in Cloud City stayed away except one. That was the Wang family of Cloud City. The patriarch himself, Wang Fugui's grandfather, came personally to stand guard with the Yi family. Old Wang, things seem to have settled down. Why do you not head back? Yi Changfeng rose and courteously offered to see Patriarch Wang off. Patriarch Wang looked Yi Fan up and down, nodding with satisfaction. Old Yi, look at your grandson, broad forehead, radiant face. He is clearly destined for greatness. His future achievements will certainly surpass yours. I must make sure my grandson spends more time with him. Yi Changfeng rolled his eyes at Yi Fan. Spend more time with this rascal? Every day at clubs with cheap women, what kind of role model is that? After seeing Patriarch Wang off, Yi Changfeng finally turned to Su Yixue, who was standing beside Yi Fan. This must be my granddaughter-in-law, Miss Yixue? He examined Su Yixue from head to toe. Dressed in an elegant gown, Su Yixue looked refined and graceful, truly a stunning beauty. Sigh, such a wonderful young woman, a fine cabbage devoured by a pig. The first part of the elder's comment was normal, but the second half left Su Yixue stunned. Ha? Grandfather, is that any way to talk about your own grandson? Yi Fan protested. Complimenting the girl was one thing, why insult your own grandson? If I am a pig, then what are you? Pig grandpa? Ha! Yi Fan burst out laughing, leaving Yi Changfeng momentarily speechless. You brat! Just wait until I give you a beating. Su Yixue looked at the playful banter between grandfather and grandson, half amused, half exasperated. So this was how the top noble family in Daxia interacted? Quite different from what she had imagined. While the two were jesting, a young man with gold-rimmed glasses strode briskly from the rear courtyard. Grandfather, I heard the Grandmaster-level expert was suddenly killed? That is wonderful news. Although his words were cheerful, his eyes carried a trace of hidden malice. Especially when he saw the warm interaction between Yi Changfeng and Yi Fan, his gaze turned visibly sinister. As he appeared, Yi Changfeng stopped chasing after Yi Fan and turned to introduce him to Yi Fan and Su Yixue. Yi Fan, Yixue, let me introduce you. This is your elder brother, Yi Xiu. I adopted him when he was 3. He is currently helping manage matters at the Lin Corporation. After a brief pause, he continued, Yi Fan. You must work hard. In the future, the Yi family hopes to entrust everything to you, but if you continue to be this undisciplined, then we will have no choice but to hand things over to Yi Xiu. Upon hearing this, a flash of malice flickered in Yi Xiu's eyes. Grandfather, please do not say that. I am only helping Yi Fan manage the Yi family affairs. No matter the time, the Yi family belongs to him. I am very clear about my position, I would never overstep. It is good you think that way. Do not worry, you will not be treated unfairly. Yi Changfeng looked at Yi Xiu with satisfaction. But although Yi Xiu said those words aloud, he was seething with resentment inside. The old bastard, he still only had Yi Fan in his heart. At this stage, Yi Fan had proven himself to be utterly useless, yet the old man still wanted to pass the Yi family onto him? Then what had Yi Xiu been slaving away for all these years? Hello, big brother? Yi Fan stepped forward with a smile, extending his hand to Yi Xiu. You have worked hard for the Yi family all these years. But let me be frank, if you are truly acting in the Yi family's best interests, I am grateful. But if you are acting as a traitor, do not blame me for being ruthless. Though he had spent the past 3 years as a live-in son-in-law of the Su family, Yi Fan had never stopped investigating the attack on the Yi family. With the Yi family being protected by an army of 800,000 Tianlong troops, such a covert attack could only have succeeded with inside help. Yi Fan had long wondered who had the access and precision to provide internal intelligence. But when he saw Yi Xiu, the answer became instantly clear. If his instincts were correct, Yi Xiu was the mole. This man, for all his decent appearance, was nothing but a traitor in disguise. As he spoke, Yi Fan unleashed a murderous aura without restraint. Yi Xiu instantly felt as though he had plunged into an icy cavern, shivering all over as confusion filled his eyes. Something was wrong. The intelligence gathered earlier in the day claimed Yi Fan was a useless bum who spent his days clubbing. How could he possess such terrifying power? Ahem, little brother, you must be joking. If not for grandfather taking me in back then, I would have starved on the streets. How could I possibly betray the Yi family? Yi Xiu forced a laugh, but inside, he was panicking. Could Yi Fan have discovered something? Impossible. Good, then continue helping manage the Yi family, so I can focus on chasing women. Yi Fan withdrew all his killing intent and said to Yi Xiu with a wicked charm, Big brother, I heard a new Bawang club opened in Yuncheng. The girls there are very young. Why do I not treat you to some fun tomorrow? Ah, that might not be appropriate, better not, Yi Xiu replied, glancing at Sui Xue. He genuinely could not understand what Yi Fan was thinking. His wife was standing right next to him, and he was openly talking about picking up girls. Was that really okay? The crucial point was that Sui Xue, just like the rumors, seemed to completely ignore Yi Fan's behavior. How did Yi Fan manage that? No need to be so polite with your younger brother. Tomorrow at 12 noon, I will be waiting for you. Yi Fan spoke casually, but there was a hint of cunning in his eyes. Yi Fan did it on purpose. Now that the direct heir of the Yi family had returned in high profile, it signaled that the Yi family had not fallen. There was still hope. The young master of the Yi family was not killed in the incident 3 years ago. Now that Yi Fan had returned, many people certainly did not want him to live. Yi Fan deliberately revealed his whereabouts to test Yi Xiu. If Yi Xiu were one of those people, an internal traitor, he would surely inform them, and they would surely act. Yi Fan looked at Yi Xiu pretending to be honest, and sneered inwardly. This guy was really good at pretending. But if Yi Fan decided to get rid of Yi Xiu, he would need a new team to take over the Yi group quickly. After all, both grandfather and great-grandfather were old now, and Yi Fan himself had no interest in managing the family business. Everyone chatted casually. Just as they were considering having a late-night snack, Sui Xue suddenly received a call from the company. What? Our supply chain was suddenly cut off? Understood, I will head to the company immediately. After hanging up, Sui Xue looked worried as she addressed Yi Changfeng and Yi Fan. Grandfather, husband, there is an urgent issue at the company. I need to go handle it. Sorry, I will head out first. Yi Fan asked with concern, do you need my help? Sui Xue shook her head. No need, I can handle it myself. Spend more time with grandfather. Yi Fan indeed still had some things to discuss with grandfather that he had not had the chance to bring up. This was the perfect moment. Alright then, be careful on the road. Sui Xue left, and Yi Xiu also tactfully took his leave. With only Yi Changfeng and Yi Fan left in the room, Yi Fan became unusually serious. Grandfather, what do you know about the attack on the Yi family that night? Yi Changfeng shook his head. It happened so suddenly. Your second and third uncles died in battle, your parents disappeared, and even Beluo Sherman was attacked. Rumors said you died. At that time, apart from me and your great-grandfather, all the men in the Yi family were killed. Then it rained heavily, and all clues were washed away. I have been investigating over the years, but have found almost nothing useful. Talking about the past, Yi Changfeng became sentimental. He looked at Yi Fan with emotion. Our Yi family has declined. All our hopes rest on you. I will not scold you anymore. If chasing girls helps you give birth to more heirs for the Yi family, that works too. Yi Fan was speechless. What was that supposed to mean? So grandfather no longer had hopes in him and was telling him to become a breeding machine, to put all hope in the next generation? Yi Fan really wanted to tell his grandfather that he was already invincible. But he knew that staying hidden was the best tactic for now. If he revealed his strength too early, the enemies who attacked the Yi family might be too afraid to show themselves. But one thing is certain, the Lin family was involved, and I suspect the Dragon Lord might have had a part in it too. The 80,000 Tianlong troops on the southwest border are all tagged as Yi family forces. That is enough to make a lot of people lose sleep. If your strength can recover and the Yi banner remains upright, who would dare to look down on the Yi family? Hearing grandfather's analysis, Yi Fan formed a clearer picture in his mind. Do not worry, under my protection, the Yi family will not fall. After saying goodbye to his grandfather, Yi Fan stepped outside, only to see dozens of black Audi sedans parked neatly on the road beside the Yi family estate. A middle-aged man in a shirt knelt down respectfully upon seeing Yi Fan. Subordinately who greets the instructor. It is so wonderful that you are alive. Forgive me for only just hearing the news. Yi Fan looked at Li Hu. It is not your fault. I deliberately concealed my identity. You have done well these years. Li Hu, one of the 4 underground godfathers of Yunqing, started from nothing 8 years ago and gradually built up his own power in business. In the city's underworld, his influence was substantial. What people did not know was that, back when Li Hu was in a foreign mercenary battalion, Yi Fan was his instructor. So when Li Hu heard of Yi Fan's return to Yunqing, he came immediately to show his loyalty. Instructor, you flatter me. Everything I have was given to me by you. If you ever need anything, I am ready at your command. Yi Fan waved his hand casually. All right. If I need anything, I will let you know. Let your men stand down for now. Although Yi Fan had Hanzhuo and the Beiluo Sherman forces, some tasks could not be handled by them alone. Having Li Hu's support might prove useful. After this delay at the Yi family, Yi Fan returned to his villa at Junlan Tianxia nearly an hour later. As he entered, he heard running water from the bathroom. Sui Shui already back and taking a shower? Ha. Yi Fan's strength had now broken through to the 9th level of the dragon subjugation technique, which meant he could finally be with a woman. He and Sui Shui had already agreed to be intimate tonight. This girl really was understanding. Darling, I am coming, Yi Fan said as he walked toward the bathroom, stripping off his clothes on the way. What was wrong with a romantic couple's bath? As he entered, he saw a graceful figure standing in the misty shower. That delicate body, although familiar, was more alluring than ever. With tenderness, Yi Fan approached, embraced the figure from behind, and kissed her lips. MMM. The woman let out a soft moan, her body stiffening slightly, but she did not resist Yi Fan's caresses. However, Yi Fan felt something odd. Why did she feel different from last night? More tender, more inexperienced? Just as things were heating up in the bathroom, a familiar voice called out from outside. Honey, I am home. Ha! Yi Fan instantly froze. That voice, it was Sui Shui. Then who was in his arms right now? He hurriedly pushed the woman away, only to be met with a mischievous smile. Ha! Brother-in-law, now I am yours too. Su Qingru? Sui Shui's younger sister, born of the same mother? Though 3 or 4 years apart, the sisters looked nearly identical. Had he just kissed his sister-in-law? Damn it! And she had not resisted at all? Although Yi Fan usually acted carefree and unruly, he was momentarily stunned at this. What did his sister-in-law mean by this? This is our little secret, brother-in-law. Su Qingru gave Yi Fan a wicked smile, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and quickly left the bathroom, heading toward the 2nd-floor bedroom. At that moment, Yi Fan suddenly heard arguing outside and quickly put on his clothes and stepped out. Outside the door, Yun Feiyang was once again blocking Su Ishue. Ishue, I am sorry that your company has suddenly had its supply cut, but you know, that is business. I cannot go against my family for an outsider. How about this? Agree to be my girlfriend, and I will immediately call and have the supply resumed. To win Su Ishue over, Yun Feiyang had pulled out all the stops. Knowing that the Su family specialized in jewelry and relied heavily on raw jadeite, and that the primary supplier was the Yun family, Yun Feiyang used his family's power to terminate supply to the Su group, hoping to use this as leverage to make Su Ishue his woman. Yun Feiyang, you are shameless. This only makes me look down on you even more. You are using such despicable tactics to force me into submission. Su Ishue stomped her foot in anger, but felt powerless. In Daxia, most of the jadeite supply came from Myanmar, and the Yin family happened to be the general agent in Daxia for General Songpa, Myanmar's largest supplier. As long as the Su family wanted to stay in the jewelry business, they could not bypass the Yin family. Shameless? Perhaps a little, but that is fine. As long as the tactic works, I do not care about shamelessness or not. Yun Feiyang smiled faintly. Ishue, you have 1 day to decide. After that, if you still refuse, the Yun family will not only cut off supply but also blacklist the Su group throughout Tiannan province. Think carefully, can you bear that? Yun Feiyang looked completely confident. On the other hand, if you agree to be my girlfriend, the Yun family will fully support the Su group to become the jewelry dominator of Tiannan province and even the entire southwest. So, what will it be, Ishue? You should know very clearly. Stop following that trashy fan. All he knows is picking up girls. Why would you suffer for him? As he spoke, Yun Feiyang reached out, trying to wrap his arm around Su Ishue's waist. But just as his hand extended, it was caught in an iron grip. Seems the warning I gave during the day was not enough? Naturally, the one who appeared was Yi Fan. Grabbing Yun Feiyang's arm without hesitation, Yi Fan released a burst of internal energy and broke his wrist on the spot. Crack! With a sharp snap, excruciating pain shot through Yun Feiyang's arm. Ah! Fuck! My hand! That afternoon, Yi Fan had already slapped Yun Feiyang, almost to the point of being unrecognizable even to his parents. And now, Yi Fan had outright broken his wrist? How dare he? Yi Fan, are you fucking crazy? You dare lay a hand on me? Do you know who you are messing with? Do you dare provoke the Yun family? Yun Feiyang clutched his arm and retreated, yelling at Yi Fan, "Guards, beat him to death." Yi Fan smiled faintly. The Yun family? I am the only direct heir of the Yi family, Daxia's #1 family. Your shitty Yun family is nothing to me. Go ahead, try and touch a hair on my head. Seeing several bodyguards rush forward, Yi Fan laughed coldly. Did they really think the Yi family's status was a joke? Though the Yi family had declined, Yi Fan's grandfather and great-grandfather still held considerable influence in Daxia. Now that Yi Fan had returned openly, the family saw new hope. Many who had kept their distance were bound to change their stance again. Because for aristocratic families, strength was crucial, but so was cultivating the next generation. Without successors, even the most powerful family would eventually collapse. This was why many had distanced themselves from the Yi family after the incident 3 years ago, when news spread that Yi Fan had died. The Yun family's bodyguards immediately froze and looked toward Yun Feiyang. Then Yun Feiyang remembered, at the Lin family banquet, Yi Fan had already declared his identity as the Yi family's heir. Since the Yi family had not fallen yet, he really dared not act rashly. Yi Fan, is violence the only thing you know? What happened between me and the Su family is business. Even if you kill me, it changes nothing. Humph, you think the Yi family is still what it used to be? Though angry, Yun Feiyang dared not give further orders to attack. Yi Fan, you are too greedy. You already have Xian Yufei. Why fight me over Su Yixue? Before Yi Fan could respond, Su Yixue spoke first. Is that your concern? My husband has charisma. Miss Xian willingly follows him. What business is that of yours? Su Yixue's devotion to Yi Fan was truly unconditional. Looking at her, Yi Fan felt a bit awkward remembering what had just happened in the bathroom with Su Qingru. Staring at Yun Feiyang's expression, Yi Fan sneered, "You call it business? Fine, then let us handle it with business means. Is it not because General Songpa gave your family the agency that you dare act arrogant? I will make one phone call, and your Yun family will lose that agency immediately." As he spoke, Yi Fan pulled out his phone. Upon hearing this, Yun Feiyang burst out laughing. One phone call? Yi Fan, you are delusional. The Yi family is barely surviving, and you think General Songpa will respond to you? Go ahead, call him. If you get him to revoke our agency, I will call you daddy. The Yun family had worked with General Songpa for years. His father had a strong relationship with the general, and they had given up significant profits to maintain the partnership. No one else in Daxia could offer as much benefit to General Songpa. Yun Feiyang was certain the general would not abandon them for a declining family. Meanwhile, Yi Fan called General Songpa directly. Your Majesty, you have finally revealed yourself. I am so glad to hear you are safe. When I heard you were in trouble, I cried a whole bucket of tears. On the other end, General Songpa expressed his joy at hearing from Yi Fan. Enough, I am calling to inform you my wife is the president of Su Jewelry in Yuncheng. She wants your Daxia agency. Any problems? Oh, by the way, some idiot from the Yun family is trying to use the agency as leverage to steal my wife. You handle it. What? The Yun family dared try to steal the Empress? Understood. I will terminate all cooperation with them immediately. I will fly to Yunqing tonight and personally deliver the new contract to Miss Su in the morning. General Songpa spoke with absolute reverence. Back then, he had nearly died. Yi Fan had saved him and taught him martial arts, helping him rise to power in Myanmar. Without Yi Fan, there would be no General Songpa. Within a minute of Yi Fan hanging up, Yun Feiyang's phone rang. It was his father, Yun Badian. General Songpa has suddenly terminated all cooperation with us, saying you offended someone you should not have. What? Yun Feiyang was completely stunned and looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. Was not the Yi family finished? How could Yi Fan still command General Songpa and truly end Yun family's contract? Yi Fan grinned, his eyes full of wicked amusement. Go on, say it, call me daddy. You? Yun Feiyang looked at Yi Fan in shock, recalling everything that had happened at the Lin family banquet. Yi Fan had dared to deal with Lin Dong, and in front of so many people, had even beaten Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family. Such arrogance, did Yi Fan really have some hidden strength or trump card? But according to his own investigation, had Yi Fan not just spent the last 3 years picking up women in Yun City clubs? It was true that Yi Fan used to be a monstrously talented disciple of the Beiluo Sherman sect, but when the sect was attacked back then, it was said that Yi Fan's cultivation foundation had been destroyed, and even one of his kidneys had been removed. So how was Yi Fan now completely fine? Regardless, Su Yixue had a special constitution. He must have her. Yi Fan. Just you wait. You will not be able to enjoy this for long. Hoof. Yun Feian let out a cold snort and fled the Junlan Tianxia villa compound in disgrace. Watching Yun Feian flee in panic, Yi Fan coldly declared, Yun Feian, 3 strikes and you are out. This is your final warning. If you dare harass my wife again, I will personally use a bulldozer to flatten your Yun family. I mean it. A flash of ruthless intensity appeared in Yi Fan's eyes. He had already announced Su Yixue as his wife, yet there were still scum trying to stir trouble. If he did not make an example out of someone, it would never end. Honey, did you just contact General Sonpa? Is he really planning to transfer Myanmar's jadeite agency rights to our Su group? Su Yixue asked Yi Fan in disbelief. Within just one day, Su Yixue had realized her husband seemed completely different. He had given her far too many surprises. He was the direct heir of Daxia's #1 family. Su Yixue had never imagined that the man she thought only knew how to flirt actually had such a powerful background. The Su group was only a third-rate family business in Yun City. Compared to the Yi family, she was clearly marrying far above her station. Of course, starting tomorrow, the jadeite agency rights for Myanmar and Daxia will belong to the Su group, Yi Fan said, wrapping his arm around Su Yixue as they headed inside the villa. Su Yixue looked at Yi Fan's profile and made up her mind. Tonight, she would do everything she could to serve her husband well. Big sister, brother-in-law, you are back? As the two entered the house, Su Qingru, dressed in light pajamas, smiled and bent over slightly to greet them. The moment she bent down, the cleavage before her was clearly visible to Yi Fan. Recalling their intimate encounter in the bathroom earlier, Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. Qingru, why are you here? Su Yixue asked in surprise when she saw her younger sister appear in the room. Did your school have the day off? Su Qingru had just turned 18 and was still in university. It was Thursday, she should have been in class. I just missed my sister and brother-in-law. Su Qingru said sweetly, deliberately emphasizing the words brother-in-law. In truth, ever since Yi Fan entered the Su family, Su Qingru had taken a particular interest in him. Back then, when she was still in high school, she often clung to Yi Fan, asking him to go shopping, travel, or eat with her. Now Yi Fan realized this little sister-in-law had planned everything. She had clearly been lusting after him for a long time. What a mistake! He had underestimated her. Tomorrow there is an event at school and no classes in the morning, so I came over early. Su Qingru held Su Yixue's arm and added, Sister, as agreed, I am sleeping with you tonight. You cannot send me away. What? Both Yi Fan and Su Yixue were stunned by this declaration. They had planned to consummate their relationship tonight. But with Su Qingru suddenly deciding to share the bed, how could their plans continue? Qingru, you are a grown woman now. Is it appropriate to still sleep with your sister? Be good, grown-ups sleep alone. Your sister is my wife. If you sleep with her, where am I supposed to sleep? Yi Fan protested with righteous indignation. But Su Qingru just stuck out her tongue and said, Tee, brother-in-law, if you are afraid, you can join us both. PFF. Qingru, what nonsense are you talking? He is your brother-in-law. How could you? Su Yixue hurriedly tapped Su Qingru's head twice, unaware that something unspeakable had already happened between the two earlier. Su Yixue looked at Yi Fan apologetically. Later I will prepare a bed for you downstairs. Su Qingru was just teasing, of course. After everyone had freshened up, they sat on the sofa eating fruit. Su Qingru leaned on Su Yixue's arm and said, Sister, I actually came back today because I wanted to borrow brother-in-law for a little bit. No. Before Su Yixue could reply, Yi Fan interrupted loudly. This little vixen clearly had bad intentions. If she borrowed him for an hour, how would he even explain what might happen? Would he be a beast? Or worse than a beast, borrow your brother-in-law? For what? Su Yixue asked curiously. Tomorrow afternoon, our school has a dance. The teacher is making me attend, but I need a dance partner. I wanted to ask brother-in-law to go with me. Su Qingru looked dreamily at Yi Fan, her eyes nearly brimming with desire. Ha? You want him to be your dance partner? Your brother-in-law is pretty good at dancing. Su Yixue could not help but remember the scene earlier at the Lin family banquet, when she and Xian Yufei danced with Yi Fan. It had left everyone amazed. Honey, if you are free tomorrow, why not go with Qingru? Su Yixue suggested. In truth, she had her own motives. If Yi Fan could dance with Xian Yufei, why not with her own sister? Keep it in the family. Even if Yi Fan took advantage of someone, better her own sister than some random man. Well, Su Yixue had spoken, how could Yi Fan refuse his loving wife? Pretty please, brother-in-law. Say yes. Su Qingru clung to Yi Fan's arm and shook it hard. Her loose robe nearly slipped off her shoulders, exposing her entirely, yet she showed no sign of embarrassment. She looked at him with eager anticipation. Fine, I will go, all right? Yi Fan let out a long sigh. The two Su sisters had always treated him well. Back when Su Qingru was in high school, she used to bring him a banana whenever she had one. Like Sui Shue, she had never looked down on him or called him useless. At midnight, after Sui Shue and Su Qingru were asleep, Yi Fan got up, dressed quietly, and left Junlan Tianxia to head for the Royal No. 1 clubhouse. This time, Yi Fan was not going there to flirt, but to keep an appointment. Earlier, when Yi Fan tracked down Xu Yan, she had not admitted to being his junior marshal's sister, but she had tapped his hand twice and left a keycard for the general manager's office. Had they not agreed to meet at 2 in the morning? At that moment, in the general manager's office at Royal No. 1, Su Yun had already undressed and was lying in bed in a sheer nightgown. The Royal Club had essentially ceased operations. Apart from the security booth at the entrance, the building was completely dark, and the main door was locked. Normally, one would need to call the security guard to gain entry. But a building of this height was no obstacle for Yi Fan. He found an empty spot at the rear of the building, pushed off the ground with his ankle, and after a few agile leaps, reached the window ledge of the 8th floor general manager's office. Upon flipping into the room, Yi Fan immediately noticed someone lying in the bed. He smiled faintly to himself. My little junior sister is trying to add a little spice, is she? Yi Fan quietly approached the bedside, wrapped his arms around the person lying there, and boldly began exploring with his hands. He leaned in to kiss the beautiful woman's lips. Little junior sister, pretending not to recognize me during the day, let us see tonight if I do not turn raw rice into cooked rice. Yi Fan was absolutely convinced this was his junior martial sister Su Chan. After all, who else would leave him a hotel keycard and ask him to come at 2 a.m.? The woman on the bed let out a soft moan and responded faintly to his kiss. But the moment Yi Fan heard her voice, his entire body tensed in alarm. This was not his junior sister's voice. He immediately jumped back from the bed in shock. Had he really mistaken someone for her again? Who are you? What are you trying to do? The woman on the bed had sensed something was wrong, rolled over, and switched on the bedside lamp. Lying there was none other than Su Yun, the public-facing owner of Royal No. 1. Her nightgown had been pulled halfway down by Yi Fan, exposing her cleavage completely. Seeing a man suddenly appear in her room, and feeling his saliva still on her lips, Su Yun instantly realized what had happened. Pervert! Someone help! Su Yun shrieked and tried to shield herself with the blanket, retreating cautiously. Miss, please do not scream, I did not do it on purpose. Yi Fan tried to explain. He had come to meet his junior sister. How could he have known she was not the one in the bed? Seeing Su Yun was about to scream again, Yi Fan rushed over and pressed her down on the bed. My junior sister gave me the room key, I had no idea you would be here. As he spoke, Yi Fan held up the general manager's office keycard for her to see. Su Yun calmed down, took a closer look at Yi Fan, and immediately recognized him. He was the one Su Chan had mentioned earlier that day. He had even come looking for her in person. But Su Yun could not understand why had Su Chan given Yi Fan the room key if she had no intention of staying. Why had she left Su Yun here instead? Now her first kiss had been stolen by Yi Fan. Damn it! Ugh! Su Yun nodded to indicate she would not scream. Yi Fan sighed in relief and was about to let her go, when his expression suddenly changed. Someone is coming, do not make a sound. As he spoke, Yi Fan turned off the light and stared intently at the door. At such a late hour, someone was coming to the general manager's office? Not just one person, 5 in total. 2 of them were martial artists with internal strength. In the darkness, Su Yun lay beneath Yi Fan, flushed red as she felt the weight and presence of his body. She whispered, "You are hurting me." She tried to shift away from his legs, and Yi Fan finally realized his position was not appropriate. More importantly, the natural reaction of a man to such close proximity with a beautiful woman had already occurred. Yi Fan quickly rolled off her and hid in a corner of the room, suppressing his breath entirely. Click! The door suddenly opened, and several men rushed in. Young Master Zhou, shall we kill her directly? One of them drew a glistening dagger and motioned at the bed. Would this not be too risky? What if we kill the bitch and the higher-ups investigate? Afraid of what? The young master gave explicit orders, she must die. We must also retrieve that item from her. The old man surely gave it to her. The leader, young Master Zhou, was clearly impatient. Do it quickly. The longer we delay, the more complications we invite. If we do not finish her tonight, we will waste time explaining tomorrow. Yes, sir. The man with the dagger quickly approached Su Yun on the bed. Lying there, Su Yun was filled with terror. She could not believe those above her were this desperate, to the point of barging in to murder someone in the office. What to do? Su Yun knew that Yifan, her junior sister's senior, likely had martial skills. But could one man really handle all these attackers? Swish! Just as the assassin raised the dagger, Su Yun was about to scream. Yifan launched from the corner, seized the assassin's wrist, and with a surge of energy, shattered the dagger and broke the man's arm. You are courting death. With a cold grunt, Yifan swung the man like a club and slammed him into the floor. The room lights came on. Yifan and Su Yun stood up. Su Yun stared in shock and fury at the leader. Zhou Tao, you have gone too far. Your minor family dares to kill me? Are you not afraid of what the main family will do to you? Seeing that it was Su Yun rather than Su Chan under the covers, Zhou Tao was mildly surprised. Afraid? That depends on who holds power in the family now. The old man is in a coma, is it not the young master who calls the shots now? That bitch was not here? Lucky her, but you think you can hide forever? Zhou Tao was not stupid. The moment Yifan took down his guard in one move, he knew Yifan was formidable. This place was no longer safe. Let us go, he signaled his men, but turned back to Su Yun and said, Su Yun, you have some looks. Be smart, if you get into my bed willingly, maybe I can plead for your life with the young master. Su Yun's chest heaved with anger at his arrogance. But in the middle of the night, what could a woman do? Just as Zhou Tao was about to leave, Yifan's cold voice rang out, Stop, did I say you could go? As he spoke, Yifan appeared in front of Zhou Tao and stared him down like a venomous snake. What do you want? Kid, I will let you off for ruining my plans just now. You had better stay out of this. The Zhou family in the provincial capital is not someone you can afford to provoke. Zhou Tao could not explain it, but he was afraid of Yifan's gaze and instinctively wanted to avoid it. What do I want? I want to kill you. In the next instant, Yifan grabbed a dagger from a bodyguard nearby and, without hesitation, stabbed it straight into Zhou Tao's heart. Everyone, including Su Yun and Zhou Tao's men, was stunned. Holy shit, that's savage? He killed someone just like that? Zhou Tao stared in disbelief at the dagger embedded in his chest, feeling the vitality draining rapidly from his body. His gaze toward Yifan was filled with grievance and sorrow. How dare you, kill me, who are you really? This was not how the script was supposed to go. Normally in this kind of plot, the two sides should exchange heated words, issue threats, and at most beat each other up. The killing was supposed to come in the next round, but now, the man was already dead. How was the story supposed to progress? I am Yifan, the legitimate eldest young master of the Yi family, senior brother of Su Chan. Yifan kicked Zhou Tao's body to the floor and said coldly, Since you came to kill my junior sister, I had no choice but to send you off first. You are Yifan? How could that be? According to the intelligence Zhou Tao had received, Yifan had indeed returned, but he had been frequenting clubs and had supposedly been drained of all strength by women. How could he possibly possess such formidable power? But whether Zhou Tao believed it or not, the fact remained, Yifan had just killed him with his own hands. The other assassins Zhou Tao had brought tried to escape the scene, but Yifan's figure vanished and reappeared as a blur. Moments later, every single one of them lay lifeless on the floor. Su Yun stood nearby, dumbfounded by Yifan's actions. You killed all of them? Su Yun had heard Su Chan mention Yifan before and knew that this senior brother was no ordinary man. But Su Chan had also said that during a previous battle, Yifan's foundation had been destroyed and one of his kidneys removed. How was he now showing such terrifying strength? They deserved to die. Yifan glanced coldly at the corpses of Zhou Tao and the others, then turned a penetrating gaze toward Su Yun. And who are you? Where is my junior sister? Why were you in that room? Earlier, Zhou Tao and his men had interrupted his thoughts. Now Yifan had the chance to reflect. Based on the keycard his junior sister had given him, and the tap she had left on the back of his hand, had she not asked to meet him at 2 a.m.? So why was it Su Yun in that office instead? Why was I here? This is my office. I am the owner of Royal Number 1. Why should I not be here? Su Yun responded with a hint of frustration, snapping back to reality. That cannot be right. Did my junior sister not ask me to meet her tonight? Did I misunderstand? Yifan frowned slightly. But based on appearance and aura, the woman he saw earlier that day was undoubtedly his junior sister. Miss Su. Since you are here, then tell me clearly, who exactly is that Chu Yen girl at your club? Yifan fixed his eyes on Su Yun, trying to read something from her expression. Su Yun, knowing what Su Chan intended, was determined not to reveal their connection. She spoke naturally and calmly. Now that I think about it, did you not ask to have Chu Yen accompany you earlier today? Apologies, you might be disappointed, young Master Yi. Chu Yen is just an ordinary girl. She grew up with her grandmother. She came here to work so she could earn money for her grandmother's medical treatment. Hearing Su Yun's explanation, Yifan suddenly felt a void in his chest. Could he really have mistaken her? But he was so sure it was his junior sister. Could she have some deeper reason? It seemed that once the masters of Beiluo Sherman arrived, he would have to conduct a thorough investigation of Royal Number 1. If it turned out that Chu Yen really was his junior sister, Yifan would not hesitate to eliminate anyone threatening her. Since it was not her, there was no point in staying. Yifan turned to leave. But Su Yun reached out and stopped him. What, you plan to eat and run? Thinking of how Yifan had molested her on the bed earlier, Su Yun blushed. Although she managed such an establishment, Su Yun had always maintained her self-respect. She was still a virgin. Now, her first kiss had been stolen by Yifan, and he had even touched her. Yifan paused mid-step, turned around, and looked at Su Yun with a wicked grin. What now? Does Miss Su want me to take responsibility? If that is what you want, I am not opposed, but we would need to deepen our relationship for that. Yifan's gaze lingered freely over Su Yun's body. To be fair, Su Yun's figure was voluptuous, her curves well-defined. The elasticity he had felt earlier confirmed she was top tier. If she was willing, Yifan certainly would not object. Under Yifan's seductive stare, Su Yun's body went weak. What do you want? I warn you, do not try anything reckless. Her feelings were complicated. Yifan was incredibly handsome, sharp brows, starry eyes, a tall, athletic build, and a chiseled face full of masculine charm. Even his kissing technique had stirred her deeply. No woman could remain unaffected by such a man. But she also knew Yifan was the man Su Chan secretly loved. What would it mean if she got involved? I was going to ask, if Chu Yen is not your junior sister, would you be willing to help us? Su Yun suddenly blurted, catching Yifan by surprise. If you help us keep Royal Number 1 safe, I will let you do whatever you want. What? She was not the junior sister? And she was offering herself? Yifan tilted his head and looked at Su Yun. This Miss Su was definitely an intriguing one. His mind raced. Something critical was still missing. Too many pieces of information were not connecting. But one thing Yifan was certain of, there were problems with Royal Number 1, and Chu Yen definitely had secrets. Even though he had not seen his junior sister tonight, his instincts told him that Chu Yen was indeed her. Since it involved his junior sister's establishment, Yifan naturally would not stand idly by. Oh, that is quite the offer. Tell me then, what exactly is the trouble Royal Number 1 is facing? Yifan stopped and looked seriously at Su Yun. It is still the Zhou family. The main family headquarters in the capital sent the Zhou family to forcibly seize Royal Number 1 from us. They also want to steal a family heirloom from Chu Yen. Tomorrow, their representatives are coming to negotiate. I want to ask you to be present to keep them in check. So that was it? No problem. Tell me the time and place. I will be there. Yifan smiled faintly. A minor Zhou family? Yifan had just killed their young master. What did he care about their representatives? As Su Yun watched Yifan leave, she suddenly felt an unusual sense of peace, though she could not explain why. Was it because he had kissed her just now? Or touched her? While her mind was still grappling with these chaotic thoughts, her phone suddenly rang. It was Su Chan calling. Sister Yun. There was nothing unusual at the office tonight, was there? No, nothing happened. Su Yun replied, surprisingly with a hint of guilt, like a schoolgirl caught red-handed. It felt thrilling, yet indescribably complex. That is good to hear. The documents in the office are very important. I will return first thing in the morning, for the negotiation with the Zhou family. On the other end, Su Chan sounded exhausted, but also seemed slightly relieved. A thought suddenly popped into Su Yun's mind. Perhaps Su Chan had indeed arranged to meet Yifan, but backed out at the last moment. One might call it backing out, but not entirely. She had stationed Su Yun in the office, allowing Yifan to take advantage of her. What was that supposed to mean? But Su Yun did not dwell further on it and instead reported to Su Chan, Little Chan, there is something I need to tell you. Young Master Yi came to the office earlier. Ah! Su Chan gasped on the phone, her heart nearly jumping out of her chest. So her senior brother had figured it out after all. Has he left now? Su Yun nodded. Yes, young Master Yi has left. I did not reveal your identity. However, tomorrow, Yifan has already killed the Zhou family's eldest son Zhou Tao, and I have invited Yifan to support us during the negotiation with the Zhou family. He killed someone from the Zhou family. How could senior brother dare do that? He has not even fully recovered yet, sigh. Su-chan sounded anxious. She knew Yifan's situation well, his core cultivation had been destroyed, his kidney removed, and his heart severely injured. Though he was still a martial artist, Yifan's current strength was only sufficient against petty thugs. If his identity were exposed, he would be targeted by much more dangerous enemies. Here is the plan. I will not attend tomorrow's negotiation. Handle it entirely on my behalf. Su-chan feared that if she saw Yifan again, she would not be able to hold back. If she exposed herself in front of him, then Yifan's identity would also be revealed, prompting countless enemies to make their move. What Su-chan did not know, however, was that Yifan had already revealed himself as the legitimate heir of the Yi family at the Lin family banquet. The only thing he had kept hidden was his true strength. Yifan had spent 3 years in Yun City, mingling in clubs. When people discovered that he was the Yi family heir, they still believed him to be nothing more than a good-for-nothing playboy. Only a select few knew the truth, that Yifan was no longer the same person. He was a man standing at the pinnacle of the world. Moreover, Yifan still had another identity he could use, Yi Juntian, a prodigious genius. If necessary, Yifan could present himself as Master Yi to resolve problems. For example, in tomorrow's negotiation at Royal No. 1, Yifan did not plan to appear as himself. Instead, he intended to show up with the face of Yi Juntian, posing as Yifan's friend. At midnight, as Yifan returned to the Junlan Tianxia villa, from the Yi family estate, a shadowy figure sneaked out, hailed a car on the main road, and headed toward the Lin family estate. Master Lin, what is going on? Was that bastard Yifan not already dead? Why has he returned all of a sudden? Yi Xiu asked bitterly in Lin Hua's study. You are asking me? How would I know? Lin Hua's mouth was wrapped in bandages, making him look somewhat comical. Besides, that bastard ruined the Lin family's engagement ceremony with the Xian family and had the audacity to slap me in front of everyone. Outrageous! Yi Xiu had already heard about what happened at the Lin family banquet. The Lin family had suffered a major embarrassment. Yi Fan must die. I just spoke with Yi Changfeng. The old man made it very clear, no matter how hard I try, the Yi family will still be handed over to Yi Fan. If he does not die, I will never control the Yi family, and we will never obtain that item. Yi Xiu's face darkened with resentment. Shut up, Lin Hua snapped. Some things you can know, but you must not speak of them. If you ruin our boss's plans, neither of us will survive the fallout. Yi Xiu realized he had overstepped. Master Lin, we have an opportunity. Yi Fan invited me to Bawang Clubhouse tomorrow. I agreed. Once he is there, have someone deal with him, kill him before he causes any more trouble. Lin Hua nodded. It is indeed a good opportunity. The men from the Blood Garment Gate will arrive early tomorrow. I will make arrangements. Once you secure the room, let me know. Lin Hua slammed his fist on the table. Last night, after hearing that the master assassin who had attacked the Yi family was killed, he had a bad feeling. That master died far too conveniently right when Yi Fan returned? Right when the Lin family was supposed to marry into the Xian family? Lin Hua had paid a steep price to convince the Xian family to break off their engagement with the Yi family and ally with the Lin family. Yi Fan's interference had completely ruined that plan. Whether or not Yi Juntian, the one who killed the Grandmaster, was Yi Fan, once the Blood Garment Gate made their move tomorrow, Yi Fan would be finished, dead or alive. The Blood Garment Gate was an assassin organization that had emerged over the past decade. Its members were elite killers, and the organization was known for its unwavering loyalty to employers. Once a task was accepted, it would not stop until the target was dead, even if it meant chasing them to the ends of the earth. But neither Lin Hua nor Yi Xiu realized they were stepping into a trap Yi Fan had carefully laid. Yi Fan's return was like a stone cast into a still lake, creating ripple after ripple, and the waves of chaos Yi Fan stirred had not stopped for even a moment. Take the Zhou family, for instance. The delegation sent to negotiate with Su Yun and Su Chan included Zhou Tao, the Zhou family's heir, but the main leader was actually the Zhou family steward, Ling Tian. It is so late already. Why has young Master Zhou still not returned? At the Zhou delegation's lodging, Ling Tian stood by the window, looking out at the city lights, frowning as he spoke to his assistant. Steward Ling, the information we received says young Master Zhou went to the club. He must have taken a liking to one of the girls there and decided to stay overnight. He is not reliable anyway, this negotiation depends on you. The assistant flattered him, but Ling Tian remained indifferent. Shut your mouth. Young Master Zhou is the future heir of the Zhou family. If anyone dares disrespect him, I will not tolerate it. What Ling Tian did not know was that Zhou Tao had already met the King of Hell. Although Suishua had already learned last night that General Songpa would personally come to sign the exclusive general agency contract with the Su Corporation, she was still extremely excited when she received a call from General Songpa himself early the next morning. Honey, General Songpa said he has arrived in Yunqing and wants to come to the villa to sign the contract. But I think it's not very appropriate to do it at home, so I arranged for us to meet at the company. Let's go quickly, okay? Yi Fan was still dozing off but was suddenly embraced and picked up by Sui Shui. She kissed him 3 times in a row, and Yi Fan took full advantage of it. Even the clothes he had already put on became disheveled. Only then did Yi Fan get up, and together with Sui Shui, he drove to the Su Corporation headquarters. In the Su Corporation's office, General Songpa sat on the sofa, constantly glancing towards the doorway. He kept muttering to the adjutant beside him, "Sigh. I should have waited for the emperor personally at the villa. This is far too impolite, far too disrespectful to the emperor." Before the adjutant could speak, Yun Badian and Yun Feiyang, who were standing respectfully beside Songpa, said courteously, "General Songpa, are you truly unwilling to reconsider cooperating with the Yun family? Our family has the most complete sales channels in Daxia. Or, we can offer even more favorable terms. As long as you are willing to continue working with us. The Yun family is willing to take only 10% of the profit." After receiving word in the provincial capital yesterday that General Songpa intended to terminate the partnership, Yun Badian had rushed overnight to find out Songpa's schedule. He had also come to Su Corporation in Yunqing to make one last attempt. 10% profit? That actually makes sense. Why didn't I think of that earlier? Thank goodness I realized it. I was asking for 30% before. How greedy was that? General Songpa continued along this line, and Yun Boshan's eyes lit up at his words. "General Songpa, does this mean you agree?" Yun Badian asked, full of hidden pain. The previous deal with Songpa granted them 30% profit, and now they were offering only 10. That would mean losses of hundreds of billions per year. But even with just 10%, continuing the partnership with Songpa would bring tremendous benefits. Worst case, they could squeeze the distributors a bit more. Agree? Agree to what? Why are you still here? I was talking about my partnership with the Su Corporation. I only want 10% profit from them. What does that have to do with you? General Songpa frowned and looked at Yun Badian. I have made it very clear. Our cooperation has already ended, and the contract had less than a month remaining anyway. What? Just a 1 billion penalty fee? I will have someone wire it to you right now. What? Yun Badian could hardly believe what he was hearing. General Songpa only wanted 10% profit from the Su Corporation? Previously, he had taken 70% from the Yun family. Why would he accept such a small margin now? How humiliating was this? Still not leaving? Kuntai, throw them all out. If the emperor sees them later, he'll be annoyed. General Songpa barked at his subordinates, clearly irritated by Yun Badian and Yun Feiyang. General Songpa, the two tried to plead, but in their hearts they were not willing to give up. Father, it must have been Yi Fan. After his call yesterday, General Songpa decided to cut us off, Yun Feiyang muttered to Yun Badian. Shut up. Do you need to say it? Yun Badian almost slapped him. Wasn't it obvious? Did he have to point it out? All because of Yun Feiyang, who just had to provoke Sui Shui. Even if the Yi family had fallen, the Yin family should have thought twice before provoking them. Who would have guessed that Sui Shui's husband Yi Fan was the eldest son of the Yi family? Young Master Yi, you are here. Please. This way, please. Yun Badian and Yun Feiyang were still brooding, but General Songpa had already jumped up and rushed to the door to greet them. It turned out Yi Fan and Sui Shui had just stepped into the meeting room. With the utmost respect, Songpa personally pulled out a chair for Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, is this seat comfortable? Or would you like a shoulder massage? As he spoke, Songpa actually rolled up his sleeves and began to massage Yi Fan's shoulders respectfully. This scene left Yun Badian, Yun Feiyang, and the others utterly dumbfounded. What? Who was General Songpa? He was the most powerful warlord in Myanmar, commanding tens of thousands of troops, known for being bloodthirsty and ruthless, a man who would execute people without hesitation. And now, in front of Yi Fan, he was behaving like a wagging dog. Were their eyes deceiving them? Yi Fan may have been the eldest son of the Yi family, but he had spent the past 3 years idling in Yunqing's clubs. Since when did he have influence over Myanmar? But none of Songpa's subordinates were surprised. They all knew how important Yi Fan had once been to Songpa. To serve Yi Fan, Songpa would not only willingly obey. If Yi Fan wanted to sleep with Songpa's wife, the man would personally wash her clean and deliver her to him. Your technique has improved, Yi Fan replied indifferently. His gaze then turned to Yun Feiyang and Yun Badian. Oh, Isn't this the young master of the Yun family? What, you forgot to call me dad yesterday and came today to make up for it? Yifan stared at Yun Feiyang coldly, a mocking glint in his eyes. Kuntai, do it now. Just throw them out. Why be polite? Sungpa, seeing Yifan's mood, panicked and barked orders to his men, terrified of displeasing him. Kuntai immediately grabbed Yun Feiyang and Yun Badian by the limbs and hurled them violently into the hallway. Ah! Their bodies slammed onto the concrete, and screams of agony echoed through the corridor. Yifan, you just wait, this is not over. You think you can bypass the Yun family to do jade business in Dasha? No way! Yun Feiyang shouted as he rolled and crawled toward the building's exit. Sungpa frowned and asked Yifan, Your Majesty, shall I eliminate the entire Yun family? Yifan lightly waved his hand. No need, this is Dasha. If you act, there will be trouble. I have warned them if they dare to harass my wife again, I will flatten the entire Yun family. He paused, then turned to Sungpa and Su Ishue. Start preparing the contract. Hearing this, Sungpa immediately had someone bring the contract and personally handed it to Su Ishue. Miss Su, this is how I see it. It is a great honor for our Jade Group to work with the Su Corporation. So, regarding profit, we only ask for 10%. Would that be acceptable to you? As he spoke, Sungpa watched Yifan's facial expression carefully, full of apprehension. What? 10%? Su Ishue exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Sungpa's offer. Seeing her reaction, Sungpa was startled. Miss Su, is 10% too much? Then, even 0.5% would be fine. No, to serve the emperor, how could I even think about profit? I deserve to die. As he spoke, Sungpa slapped himself hard across the face. General Sungpa, please stop. You have misunderstood, that is not what I meant. Su Ishue glanced at Yifan, who sat calmly beside her sipping tea. In her heart, she was filled with immense admiration for her extraordinary husband. Of course, Su Ishue knew that General Sungpa was showing such deference to her solely because of Yifan. She was fully aware that even the Yun family in the provincial capital, while collaborating with General Sungpa, had to yield 70% of the profits. Compared to the Yun family, the Su group was far smaller in both scale and influence. Yet, General Sungpa had just given away 60% of the profits to her. This was not a business deal, it was practically a gift from the god of wealth. What I meant was, you are giving us too large a share. We feel quite embarrassed to accept it, Su Ishue hastily clarified. Only then did General Sungpa appear somewhat relieved. He turned to Yifan and asked, Young Master Yi, do you find this arrangement reasonable? Yifan curled his lips into a slight smile. Sungpa, I know your intentions are good, but in business, the goal is mutual prosperity. Let us do it this way, you should not suffer too much either. A 50-50 split is fine. Within a year, I guarantee your profits will triple compared to your deal with the Yun family. Though Yifan spoke with ease, his tone was filled with unshakable confidence. Previously, due to his martial arts not being restored, Yifan had to stay in the shadows and could only help the Su family discreetly. Now that he had not only regained his strength but surpassed his peak, the Su group would undoubtedly rise along with him. In Yifan's mind, once the Yi family returned to its peak as the #1 clan, the Su group could rightfully be second. Thank you, Emperor. General Sungpa breathed a silent sigh of relief and respectfully bowed to Yifan. Yifan nodded. You can discuss the contract details among yourselves. I am off to meet some women, he said to Su Ishue and then drove off from the Su group. Today, Yifan had made an appointment with Yi Xiu to visit the Overlord Club. If Yifan did not go, how could Yi Xiu have the opportunity to make a move? At the entrance of the Overlord Club, Yifan arrived just as Yi Xiu, wearing a cap and sunglasses, showed up. Big brother, we are just here to relax with some women. Why are you dressed like you are on some secret mission? Yifan looked at Yi Xiu with a hint of disdain. Yi Xiu gave an awkward smile. Brother Fan, better to be cautious. Unlike you, I often attend business functions. If someone sees me at this kind of place, it would not look good. Truthfully, Yi Xiu wanted to be there very much, but he was too concerned with his reputation and feared damaging his image in front of the Yi family elder. So, he always kept up appearances. Poser. Yi Fan sneered inside. At the front desk, he deliberately spoke loudly, This is my big brother, Yi Xiu. Be sure to assign him 2 beautiful girls tonight. His words attracted a lot of attention, making Yi Xiu incredibly uncomfortable. After checking in, the two went to their separate rooms. When Yi Xiu saw Yifan ordering 10 girls, he was nearly driven mad with envy. You bastard, 10 at once, you trying to kill yourself? Humph, tonight would be his last celebration. Once in his room, Yi Xiu immediately called, Patriarch Lin, we have arrived at the Overlord Club. Yi Fan is in room 308. Let them proceed. On the other end, Patriarch Lin Hua replied, good. But Yi Xiu, destroy your SIM card right away. Do not let anyone know we contacted each other. Better safe than sorry. Ever since the master-level assassin was killed, Lin Hua had become increasingly cautious. At the Overlord Club, Yi Fan lay on a circular couch while 10 girls served him grapes and peeled bananas. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Suddenly, a fierce killing intent surged from outside the room. Yi Fan smiled. So, they have finally come? Ladies, go to sleep for now. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy sealed their pressure points, rendering all 10 unconscious. If they witnessed or overheard what was about to happen, there would only be one outcome, death. Click. The door opened, and a man in a baseball cap stepped inside. In his hand, a shining dagger glinted under the light. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Black Dragon, an assassin from the Bloodrobe Gate. Kid, someone wants you dead. Do not blame me. With a snarl, he lunged at Yi Fan, aiming the dagger directly at his heart. He made no unnecessary movements. Judging by the martial aura around him, his cultivation had reached the control level, a top-tier expert in the mundane world. This man, Black Dragon, was ranked 13th among the Bloodrobe Gate's assassins. His strikes were lethal and swift, known for leaving no loose ends. However, when the dagger was just 3 inches from Yi Fan's chest, it stopped abruptly. Had it hit bone? Black Dragon tried pushing further, but the blade would not budge. Looking down, he was shocked to find Yi Fan casually holding the dagger between 2 fingers. Yi Fan stared calmly at him. Speak, who ordered the hit on me? If you tell me, I might spare your life. Yi Fan had come to the Overlord Club precisely to lure them in. With his current strength, few in the world could threaten him. Black Dragon was sharp. Seeing Yi Fan block his attack so easily, he realized he had encountered a powerful adversary. Without hesitation, he kicked off the floor and attempted to flee. He was fast, but Yi Fan was faster. Before he could escape, Yi Fan struck with a crushing punch. Boom! Black Dragon was slammed to the ground. A large portion of his chest collapsed inward, blood oozed from his mouth, and he looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. You were hiding your strength? Bloodrobe Gate always investigated their targets thoroughly. They knew Yi Fan was the eldest son of the Yi family, but also believed he had lost his cultivation years ago, with his heart and kidneys removed. They thought he was just a pampered playboy hiding in Yun City. Everything pointed to him being a cripple. But now, Black Dragon saw it had all been a lie. I will give you one last chance. Who sent you to kill me? Yi Fan stepped on his face, towering over him. No comment. Crack. Before he could finish the sentence, Yi Fan crushed his neck with a stump. If he refused to reveal the employer, there was no reason to let him live. It was enough to know the assassin came from the Bloodrobe Gate. So what if it was the Bloodrobe Gate? Yi Fan would find time to slaughter them all, one less threat to the world. Smirking wickedly, Yi Fan stared at Black Dragon's corpse. He had another plan in mind. After flipping the corpse over and studying his face, Yi Fan pinched and massaged his own facial muscles. Moments later, his appearance had completely changed. At that moment, Yi Fan looked identical to Black Dragon, not just similar, but an exact replica. Donning the cap, even Black Dragon's parents would not recognize the difference. Yi Fan quickly searched Black Dragon's body. Aside from a simple contact mobile phone, he found only a small vial containing some powder. Yi Fan brought it to his nose and sniffed. Corpse-dissolving powder? Just a moment ago, Yi Fan had been wondering how to deal with Black Dragon's corpse. With this powder, it was perfect. He gently poured a bit of the powder onto Black Dragon's body. The next moment, under the corrosive effect of the substance, Black Dragon's body instantly dissolved into a pool of fluid. Yi Fan used a mop to tidy up the room briefly. He then donned the baseball cap and climbed out of the window, heading toward Yi Xiu's adjacent room. Inside the neighboring room, Yi Xiu resembled a crazed beast, relentlessly tormenting the 2 girls accompanying him. He had fastened dog chains around their necks, whipping them from behind, forcing them to bark like dogs while crawling on the floor. It was as if he were venting years of pent-up frustration. The girls' bodies were covered in whip marks. Sir, please, we beg you, do not do this anymore. These 2 girls had originally believed they had landed a wealthy client and only needed to serve him well to earn a generous tip. They had never expected Yi Xiu to be so perverse and into such grotesque behavior. Do not stop. Keep crawling. I paid for this. Yi Xiu screamed hysterically, brandishing the whip again when a strong hand suddenly clutched his wrist tightly. You two, get out. The one who entered was none other than Yi Fan, now in Black Dragon's guise. The 2 girls, hearing Yi Fan's voice, seemed to be granted a reprieve and scrambled out of the room in a panic. When Yi Xiu saw Black Dragon, his rage seemed to dissipate instantly. Brother Black Dragon, is Yi Fan dead now? Yes. Yi Fan responded non-committally. I am a little curious. You are Yi Fan's elder brother, why do you insist on killing him? Upon hearing that Yi Fan was dead, Yi Xiu seemed to breathe easier. Elder brother? What a joke. I have toiled for the Yi family for years. When have they ever treated me as a true member of the family? Especially that old bastard, after all my efforts, he still intended to hand the family over to that useless fool Yi Fan. If Yi Fan does not die, how can I ever control the Yi family? I see. But if you wanted control, were there not other ways? Why resort to murder? I heard Yi Fan married into the Su family and is not even interested in running the Yi family. Could you not have shown a bit of restraint? Yi Fan continued coaxing him. Yi Xiu shook his head. If Yi Fan had not returned, or if he was still that worthless waste, perhaps he could have lived. But he returned and ruined the engagement between the Lin and Xian families at the banquet. Therefore, he had to die. As long as Yi Fan lives, some people will never sleep soundly. So this assassination of Yi Fan was the Lin family's idea? Yi Fan frowned, trying to dig deeper. 3 years ago, during the attack on the Yi family, which clans were involved? The Lin family, the Zhou family of Yun City. Back then, we should have wiped them all out. If we had killed the 2 old men of the Yi family, none of this would be happening now. Mid-sentence, Yi Xiu abruptly stopped and eyed Yi Fan warily. Black Dragon. You are just a killer from the Bloodrobe Gate. Why are you asking so many questions? Yi Xiu realized he had said too much. Some secrets were meant to be buried forever. Yi Fan understood that Yi Xiu knew more, but as Black Dragon, he could get nothing further. He rubbed his face, revealing his true identity. Yi Xiu, you truly are my good brother, huh? Grandfather took you in, and this is how you repay him. You are not Black Dragon. Black Dragon is. Yi Xiu stared at Yi Fan, utterly stunned. You have regained your strength? You tricked us? He immediately understood if Yi Fan could impersonate Black Dragon, then Black Dragon must already be dead. Yi Fan gave a cold smile. You used to be smart. If you had loyally supported the Yi family, I might have handed the clan over to you someday. With the Northern Dipper sect backing him, and many other matters demanding his attention, the Yi family was just the starting point for Yi Fan. He truly did not plan to invest much in managing it. Realizing that Black Dragon was dead, Yi Xiu was panicked for a few seconds but quickly composed himself. Humph, you want me to act like a dog, wagging my tail before the Yi family? I cannot do that. As he spoke, he moved stealthily toward the window, looking for a chance to escape. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. Brother, for your years of service to the Yi family, I will give you one chance. Testify that the Lin family attacked the Yi family, and I will spare your life. When he had said something similar to Black Dragon earlier, it was likely a bluff. But with Yi Xiu, he was sincere, he truly considered sparing him. After all, Yi Xiu had been raised by their grandfather. Even a dog kept for many years might inspire some sentiment. Sparing me? Ha! Yi Fan, you had better worry about yourself. Even if your strength is restored, so what? 3 years ago, they dared to strike the Yi family. 3 years later, your clan will not escape either. Mid-sentence, Yi Xiu suddenly drew a desert eagle and pulled the trigger. Die! Bang! The bullet flew toward Yi Fan as Yi Xiu flipped and darted for the window. He knew that if Yi Fan's strength had returned, the bullet posed little threat at such close range. The shot was merely a diversion to buy time for his escape. But Yi Xiu had underestimated Yi Fan. With a slight sidestep, Yi Fan easily dodged the bullet. In a flash, he caught up, seized Yi Xiu by the neck from behind, and lifted him like a rag doll. I gave you a chance, and you wasted it. Did you really think you could get away? Yi Fan had exposed his strength to Yi Xiu last night. He never planned to let Yi Xiu walk free. Yi Xiu tried to channel his inner energy to strike back, but Yi Fan simply slapped him. With one blow, Yi Xiu's cultivation was completely crippled, and he was thrown to the ground like a dead dog. Since you took part in the attack on the Yi family 3 years ago, I will make you wish you were dead. Yi Fan stared coldly at him, then dialed Li Hu's number. Come here. I need you to imprison someone. Tonight, we have a performance to stage. Yi Fan had no intention of killing Yi Xiu immediately. Instead, he planned to hand him over to Li Hu. Perhaps more useful information could be extracted. At the same time, he would intentionally leak word that Yi Xiu was alive, and even reveal his location. Yi Fan wanted to see, once the Lin and Zhou families knew Yi Xiu still lived, would they come to rescue him or to silence him? After Li Hu personally brought his men and took the unconscious Yi Xiu away, Yi Fan quietly returned to his room through the window. Yi Fan's actions were clear, he was trying his best not to expose himself. Moments later, when Yifan came out of his room, in the private suite, the 10 girls he had brought in were all lying disheveled and sprawled across the sofas or the floor, still completely unconscious. After Yifan left, a few staff members entered and were immediately stunned by the scene. Holy shit! The young master of the Yi family is that fierce? Not only did he handle 10 girls, but he knocked them all out cold? Damn, I'm thoroughly impressed. Even a donkey couldn't keep up with that. If I ever get the chance, I'm definitely learning from young Master Yi. Heilung disappeared. Yi Xiu went missing. But Yi Fan came out of the Bawang Club completely unharmed. The news quickly reached Lin Hua. Still no contact with Yi Xiu? And Heilung as well? That's right, a subordinate reported from the Lin family's estate. Our people clearly saw Yi Fan leave the Bawang Club, but they didn't see Yi Xiu come out. Lin Hua, panicked, collapsed into a chair. It's over. Heilung is most likely dead. Contact the Shuai sect immediately. Tell them to keep trying. Yi Fan must be killed as soon as possible. Lin Hua was truly scared. At the Lin family banquet, Yi Fan had suddenly slapped him. Back then, Lin Hua had only suspected that Yi Fan's strength had returned. But now, with Heilung having made a move and Yi Fan still alive, it could only mean that Yi Fan's strength was at least above Heilung's. Lin Hua rubbed his forehead, still in shock, when another report came in. Patriarch just received the latest news. Yi Xiu is not dead. He was captured by Yi Fan and is being held for interrogation. Apparently, Yi Fan wants to investigate the attack on the Yi family years ago. What? Lin Hua groaned again. Yi Xiu was indeed a crucial mole in the old assault on the Yi family. Even though Yi Xiu didn't know much about the larger plan, he knew for sure that the Lin family had been involved. If Yi Xiu survived and testified, the Yi family would definitely retaliate with full force. Even though higher-ups were still planning action against the Yi family, before they were destroyed, they were fully capable of annihilating the Lin family first. Hurry! Mobilize all our forces and find out where Yi Xiu is being held. We must rescue him before he talks. And if we can't get him out, make sure he never gets the chance to talk. As Lin Hua gave this order, he drew his hand across his throat. Beside him, Lin Dong nodded. Second uncle, let me handle this. My men just reported that Yi Xiu was taken away by Li Hu. We should know the detention location soon. I guarantee he won't be able to talk. Good. Leaving the Bawang Club, Yi Fan felt a heavy weight in his heart. After 3 years, there were finally some leads about the attack on the Yi family. But the situation was more complex than he had imagined. Yi Fan had thought only the Lin family was involved, but now it appeared that the Zhou family was involved as well. And based on Yi Xiu's words, there were clearly others too. Any force capable of simultaneously striking both the Yi family and the Beiluo sect was no ordinary power. But who exactly was it? Why did they want to destroy both the Yi family and the Beiluo sect? Back in his car, Yi Fan checked a message on his phone. 1 p.m., 8th floor private suite, Yun City Grand Hotel. This message was from Su Yun. Last night, Su Yun had asked Yi Fan to show up and intimidate someone. Judging by the time, it was about right. Yi Fan quickly drove towards the Yun City Grand Hotel. The reason he had killed Zhou Tao the night before was because Zhou Tao tried to kill his junior sister. Yi Fan had not expected that the Zhou family was one of the forces behind the attack on the Yi family. That meant Zhou Tao deserved to die. In the private suite on the 8th floor of the Yun City Grand Hotel, Su Yun sat on one side of the sofa, facing an elderly man in a gray robe, the Zhou family's steward, Ling Tian. Su Yun, you know the situation. Our Zhou family never wanted to oppose you. But the young master of the Su family has given a death order. He will not spare any of you, Ling Tian said with false kindness. So do not make this difficult. Sign the papers. Transfer all your Yun City assets to the young master. I'll give you 1 day to flee the city. Su Yun looked anxiously at Ling Tian. She did not know martial arts, but she knew how strong Ling Tian was. Rumor had it he was already half a step into the Grandmaster realm. The Zhou family sending Ling Tian meant they were determined to seize the last bit of assets in Su Chan's hands, assets left to her by her mother. If these were taken, Su Chan would have no path to survival. Ling Tian, this is an internal matter of the Su family. I advise you to stay out of it. No matter the conflict between the young master and Su Chan, they are siblings. Are you sure this will end well for you? Su Yun kept glancing at the door. Had Yi Fan not promised to come help? Why was he still not here? Siblings? Su Yun, are you joking? They are only half-siblings. You know how much the young master hates Su Chan. He wants her dead. He's even announced a 5 million reward to anyone who kills her. Tell me, how much longer do you think Su Chan can survive? Ling Tian looked at her wickedly. Since Su Chan gave you full authority, are you going to sign or not? As he spoke, Ling Tian pushed the contract toward Su Yun. This is outright robbery. I will not sign it. Su Yun was furious when she saw the price listed 250 yuan. She could not understand why the young master was hell-bent on eliminating them. Su Yun, you're choosing punishment over cooperation. Men, help Miss Su sign the contract. Ling Tian barked, and several strong men stepped forward, grabbing Su Yun and attempting to force her to sign. The Zhou family never intended to negotiate. This was all for show. Su Yun tried to protest, but she was powerless against them. You people are courting death. A cold voice suddenly rang from the door. A young man stepped into the room, without hesitation, and delivered 2 punches to the chests of the men restraining Su Yun. Bang! Bang! The 2 men were sent flying, crashing into the wall and embedding into it like framed pictures. Blood spilled from their mouths as they slid down. It was none other than Yi Fan, though now, he looked like Yi Jun Tian from the black market. As he helped Su Yun up, she looked at him, puzzled. You, who are you? Yi Fan smiled faintly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Jun Tian, a friend of Yi Fan. He asked me to come and help today. As he spoke, he gazed brazenly at Ling Tian. A half-step grandmaster, acting arrogant here? You are Yi Jun Tian? Ling Tian's face turned wary. The name had spread across Yun City since Yi Jun Tian had killed Grandmaster-level Tian Kuei. More importantly, Ling Tian knew Tian Kuei's assault on the Yi family was orchestrated by the Zhou and Lin families. While they were still investigating Yi Jun Tian's identity, he was already standing in front of Ling Tian. Good, since you know who I am, this will be easy. Yi Fan's voice turned menacing. I am protecting Su Yun and Royal Number 1. You kneel and crawl out of here like a dog. You, outrageous. Ling Tian's expression darkened. Boy, they say you killed Tian Kuei, but this is not a time of lone warriors. No matter how strong you are, do you think you can defeat 10? 100? You think I came to Yun City unprepared? Clap clap. Ling Tian clapped his hands. Clatter. In the next moment, countless strong men stormed in, armed with enhanced crossbows, all aiming directly at Yi Fan. Boy, ever felt what it's like to be pierced by 1,000 arrows? Move 1 inch, and I guarantee you will not walk out of here alive. Ling Tian said smugly. These upgraded crossbows had been modified by an expert. While ineffective against true martial lords, they could still be deadly to grandmasters who had not yet mastered chi armor. 1 or 2 arrows could be dodged, even 4 or 5, but 100? Ling Tian was gambling, like Yan Xuanying betting your gun has no bullets. He was betting that despite Yi Fan's monstrous talent, there was no way he had reached the martial lord level at such a young age. Now you have 2 choices. Ling Tian stepped forward and slapped Yi Fan lightly on the cheek. First, continue siding with Su Yun. In that case, I will immediately give the order for you all to be pierced by 1,000 arrows. Then, Royal Number 1 will still be ours. The second option, young man, you are terrifyingly powerful at such a young age. Why not join us? I will personally recommend you to those above. You will receive a position that is more than satisfactory and access to abundant cultivation resources to advance your training even further. How about it? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. From Ling Tian's words, he caught a key phrase. Above? That meant the Zhou family was subordinate to someone higher. Oh, Steward Ling, when you say above, are you referring to the Su family in the capital? Ling Tian sneered coldly. The Su family? Ha! They are powerful, yes, but they are not qualified to command top-tier aristocratic families like ours or the Lin family. The ones I am talking about are 100 times more powerful than them. What do you say, young Master Yi? Think it over? Seeing Yi Fan seemingly interested, excitement flickered in Ling Tian's eyes. If he could win over such a monstrous genius, those above would certainly reward him richly. With enough elixirs and martial techniques, he could very likely break through the bottleneck to Grandmaster. Yi Fan's expression turned icy. There's nothing to consider. Only children make choices. Oh, then what does young Master Yi mean? Ling Tian spoke cautiously, retreating behind the group of archers. I mean, I am going to kill every single one of you. A murderous aura surged violently from Yi Fan, radiating outward like a storm. Attack! Kill him! Sensing Yi Fan's movement, Ling Tian immediately shouted at all the archers beside him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Countless crossbow bolts were fired at a distance of less than 10 meters. Yi Fan remained calm. Break! With a thunderous roar, he struck out with a punch so powerful that it tore through the air, producing a chilling wail. As the enhanced bolts neared Yi Fan and Su Yun, despair flickered in Su Yun's eyes. Be careful! She had not expected Ling Tian to have laid so many traps in advance, stationing so many archers. If she had known, she would not have asked Yifan for help. Now, even his friend would suffer because of her. But the next moment, just 2 meters in front of Yifan and Su Yun, a visible barrier of air appeared, its internal force fluctuating wildly, and it forcibly blocked all the incoming bolts. Due to the tremendous resistance, the arrow tails vibrated violently, losing momentum. After a full 3 seconds, all of them finally came to a complete stop. The scene was surreal. Dozens of arrows pointed directly at Yifan and Su Yun, suspended midair as if held by an invisible hand. They did not advance, nor did they fall. Chi armor. My god, you actually mastered Chi armor. Your strength has surpassed the martial lord level. How is this possible? Impossible. Ling Tian stared at the air barrier before Yifan, eyes wide with disbelief, completely forgetting that he should be fleeing. In martial arts, to cultivate Chi armor one must at least break through to martial lord. At that stage, one enters a completely new realm of mastery over power and energy. Standard crossbows were utterly ineffective against martial lords. Even bullets, from a distance, could not harm them. Humph. You think it's impossible only because you've never seen it before. With a cold snort, Yifan surged with energy. The suspended bolts instantly reversed direction and shot back toward the archers. Thud, thud. Without exception, the archers were either killed instantly or severely injured. In just a few seconds, all the once aggressive archers lay on the floor. Only Yifan, Su Yun, and Ling Tian were still standing. Su Yun covered her mouth in shock, staring at Yifan. Could this friend of Yifan, Yi Jun Tian, really be this powerful? Not only did he take down so many opponents by himself, it seemed he had not even used his full strength. Ling Tian's legs trembled violently. If Yi Jun Tian had merely been above the Grandmaster level, Ling Tian believed he still had a fighting chance. But now, seeing Yifan's martial lord strength, Ling Tian could not even entertain thoughts of escaping. Escape? He had not even reached the Grandmaster level. There was no way he could escape from a martial lord. Master, I was wrong. Thud. Without hesitation, Ling Tian dropped to his knees before Yifan. A wise man does not court disaster. Ling Tian was cunning. No matter what, surviving this was better than dying here like a fool. Ha! So, are you still going to sign the royal number 1 contract? Yifan sat down on the sofa and glanced at Ling Tian indifferently. This man clearly knew some things, time to question him properly. No, I will not. Absolutely not. Ling Tian frantically waved his hands. I failed to recognize a great man when I saw one. Miss Su, I apologize. I was wrong. As he apologized, he repeatedly bowed his head. Damn it. That contract? Let whoever wants it sign it. I am not risking my neck for this nonsense. I will ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I may consider sparing your life. Yifan stared intensely at Ling Tian. He had not gotten all the information he needed from Yi Xiu, now he wanted more from Ling Tian. Master, ask away. I will tell you everything I know. Ling Tian seemed hopeful again. Could he really survive this? But he did not know that in Yifan's heart, their death sentence had already been passed. 3 years ago, they had dared to encircle and wipe out the Yi family. All of Yifan's uncles and elders died in battle, nearly wiping out the entire family. How could Yifan ever forgive such enemies? 3 years ago, besides the Zhou and Lin families, who else was involved in the attack on the Yi family? Yifan's first question nearly made Ling Tian jump out of his skin. Ha? Master. Why would you suddenly ask that? Ling Tian looked at Yifan with confusion. Yifan currently looked like Yi Jun Tian. Ling Tian was puzzled. How could a mere friend of Yifan be so interested in the Yi family's affairs? Especially when matters involving the Yi family, past and present, were taboo. The higher-ups had explicitly ordered everyone to stop talking about the Yi family. Moreover, Ling Tian did not know much himself. Am I the one asking you, or are you the one questioning me? Yifan grew impatient. He stepped forward and grabbed Ling Tian by the throat. A surge of energy coursed through Ling Tian's meridians, attacking his internal organs and sealing his vital acupoints. Ling Tian immediately felt his body becoming uncontrollable. His half-step grandmaster strength was like an ant before Yifan. He feared that with a mere flick of Yifan's finger, he would die on the spot. Was martial lord strength truly this terrifying? Spare me, master. I will talk. The attack 3 years ago, our Zhou family, along with the Lin family, we all received the order suddenly. The one who contacted us was someone from the royal family. All of us wore masks. Aside from the Lin family, I do not know who else was involved. Ling Tian was truly terrified and confessed everything he knew to Yifan. Although it did not seem to be especially valuable information on the surface, there was one thing Yifan could now be sure of. The royal family had also made a move against the Yi family. After all, the Yi family commanded 800,000 soldiers of the Tianlong army, who recognized only the Yi family's banner. The royal family did not trust the Yi family. At that time, Yi Fan was training at the Beiluo sect. If he returned, possessing both strength and the support of Beiluo, the combination of the Yi family and Beiluo would take their power to a whole new level. Therefore, the royal family had acted. Besides the royal family, who are the people above you mentioned? Yi Fan, having pieced together information from both Yi Xiu and Ling Tian, had reason to believe the royal family was not the ultimate force behind everything. Master, I really do not know much about them. They are extremely mysterious, appearing and disappearing without a trace. And it is said they cannot be killed. We call them divine envoys. Our families simply carry out their orders. Divine envoys? Cannot be killed? Ha! Yi Fan certainly did not believe in gods or spirits. But these so-called divine envoys had clearly come very close to the truth. Why were they so frenzied in destroying the Yi family? What was their goal? From Ling Tian's words, it sounded like the Lin family, Zhou family, and others involved in the attack 3 years ago were planning to strike the Yi family again. In that case, Yi Fan's next move was clear: he would destroy them first before they could act. Master, I have told you everything I know. Could you please spare my life? Ling Tian looked at Yi Fan with a fawning expression, desperately hoping for mercy. Crawl out like a dog. Yi Fan's voice was cold. Ling Tian, relieved beyond belief, crawled quickly on all fours toward the door. Just as he was about to reach it, energy surged around Yi Fan's ankle, and a bolt fired, piercing Ling Tian's heart and pinning him to the ground. Ling Tian turned his head with difficulty, disbelief in his eyes. You, Master, did you not say you would spare me? Why, did I say that? When did I ever say it? Yi Fan replied with a cold smile, causing Ling Tian to vomit blood in fury and die on the spot. Su Yun was still in a daze. Yi Fan patted her on the shoulder and said, "All right, everything is settled. Can you handle the rest of the situation?" "Ah, yes, I can manage." Su Yun snapped out of it and replied, "Thank you, Master." A year ago, Su Yun had fled assassins with Su Chan from the capital to Yun City. Though she seemed gentle on the outside, the fact that she managed to maintain royal number 1 proved she had some means. Although Yi Fan currently appeared as Yi Jun Tian, Su Yun felt a familiar aura about this handsome man whenever she got close to him. Yi Fan paid her no mind and strode out of the Yun City Grand Hotel. After what happened today, Yi Fan was convinced that the girl Chu Yen was definitely his junior sister. In truth, it no longer mattered whether she acknowledged it or not, because the people behind her were also tied to the attacks on Beiluo sect and the Yi family. Whether for the sake of his junior sister or for the Yi family, Yi Fan would kill every last one of them. Perhaps, when nothing else held her back, she would finally be willing to meet him openly. Yi Fan drove away from Royal Number 1, and by coincidence, passed by the Yi Group headquarters. He suddenly thought of something. Now that Yi Xiu had been captured, there was a serious issue. Who would manage the massive Yi Group? Should I ask Jack and the others to help manage it? But they had their own affairs and were not even native citizens of Daxia. Yi Fan was uneasy about it. But where would he find someone more suitable? Yi Fan grabbed a bite to eat somewhere. By the time he finished, it was already afternoon. He had promised Su Qingru that he would go to school and dance with her. Judging by the time, it was about right. Yi Fan suddenly realized that ever since returning as the eldest young master of the Yi family, he had become much busier than before. He started to miss the days when he used to hang out in clubs all the time. Yi Fan drove towards Yun City University. With Chief Steward Ling Tian dead, the Zhou family in the provincial capital received the news immediately. What? That little bitch Su Yun and Su Chan actually got someone to kill Steward Ling Tian? He was on the verge of breaking through to Grandmaster. At the Zhou family estate, the patriarch Zhou Ming looked stunned upon hearing the report, nearly leaping out of his chair. In the Zhou family, Ling Tian was second only to the old patriarch in power. Soon, the Zhou family would have 2 Grandmaster-level experts that would cement their position as the number 1 family in the southwest. But now, at this critical moment, Ling Tian had been killed? According to, why is it that damned harbinger of doom again? Zhou Ming frowned deeply at his subordinate's report. The name Yi Jun Tian had already entered their radar. In Yun City, it was he who had killed the Grandmaster Tian Kuei, who had been preparing to strike the Yi family. And now, the Zhou family's chief steward Ling Tian was also dead at Yi Jun Tian's hands? Was this just a coincidence? Patriarch, we cannot reach the young master either. Could it be? Zhou Ming's heart dropped. In fact, the night before, he had already felt a strange unease, as if something terrible had happened. Now, with his subordinate's reminder, that ominous feeling grew stronger. It was likely that his son, Zhou Tao, was already dead. But Zhou Ming still refused to believe it. Stop spouting damn nonsense. Send men immediately. I want him found dead or alive. After barking the order, Zhou Ming paced anxiously around the room. In the end, he decided to report the matter to the Su family in the capital. Although he would surely be punished, the current situation was beyond what the Zhou family could handle alone. Young master, something has happened in Yun City. Our Zhou family steward was killed by that little bitch Su Yun and Su Chan. My son also failed to complete your task. Please punish me as you see fit. Zhou Ming suppressed his rage and respectfully reported via phone. At that moment, in the capital, Su Hao of the Su family listened calmly. Oh, that little sister of mine still has tricks up her sleeve? He had no concern for the deaths in the Zhou family. I understand the situation. You did not retrieve what I wanted. It seems I cannot count on you. Do not interfere with matters in Yun City any longer. Coordinate with the Gu cult. I will assign others to handle Yun City. If necessary, I will go myself. After hanging up, a smirk appeared on Su Hao's lips. Gazing out the window at falling leaves, he said coldly, "Grandfather, you want to hand that item to Su Chan? I will never let that happen. Humph. I will let you live just long enough after I get the item. I will make sure you die in peace. Someone. Summon young Master Chun from the Holy Land. There is an important matter to discuss. Perhaps I will be going to Yun City myself." Su Hao murmured, "Yi Jun Tian, is it? You carry the Yi name too. I would very much like to see what you are capable of. You dared to ruin my plans. If grandmasters could not handle you, let us see how you fare against a martial lord from the Holy Land." Yun City. Yi Fan arrived by car at Yun City University and parked in the lot. Suddenly, he saw a beautiful young woman rushing toward the parking lot while carrying a child. After placing the little girl into a car, she hastily started the vehicle. But in her panic, she crashed directly into a flower bed. The front of the car was smashed, smoke was rising from the hood, and it was completely unable to start. On the verge of tears, the woman opened the car door, picked up the little girl again, and ran over to Yi Fan, who had just gotten out of his own car. Desperately, she pleaded, "Hello, please, can you help me? My daughter suddenly has a high fever and lost consciousness, she's even foaming at the mouth. Could you take us to the hospital?" She was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. "Miss, do not worry. Let me take a look at the child first. I am also a doctor, I can help." Yi Fan comforted her as he reached out to check the girl's pulse. In an instant, he understood the condition. "Quick, place the child in the car. I will perform acupuncture." The woman, completely panicked and out of her depth, could only follow Yi Fan's instructions. Her name was Chiu Wan, a lecturer at Yun City University, raising her daughter alone. Because she had to teach and could not bring the child to class, she had to leave her daughter at home and monitor her through a camera. After finishing class, she discovered that her daughter had fainted in the dorm room. That was why she had rushed over in such a panic. Chiu Wan gently placed the little girl on the seat. Yi Fan quickly took out silver needles from his coat and began inserting them into several key acupoints on the child's body. Tai 8 needles. This was a secret technique from the Beiluo sect, capable of both taking lives and saving them. As he administered the needles, Yi Fan also channeled his internal energy through the needle tips into the little girl's body. Within a few dozen seconds, the girl's convulsions ceased, color returned to her pale face, and the foaming at her mouth stopped. Cough, cough. 2 minutes later, the little girl let out a soft cough and slowly opened her eyes. Looking up at the woman, she asked sweetly, "Mommy, why am I here?" The soft voice of the 3-year-old girl instantly broke Chiu Wan's composure. She clutched the child tightly in her arms. "Cece, you scared mommy so much. I thought I had lost you." Her symptoms moments earlier had been terrifying: convulsions, foaming at the mouth, high fever, and unconsciousness. If not handled properly, she could have died. "Do not worry. Cece had a high fever caused by a cold, which led to convulsions and some complications. I used acupuncture to relieve it," Yi Fan explained. What he did not say was that the girl's condition was far more serious than he made it sound. There were signs of food poisoning, and more importantly, she seemed to have a congenital disease. Had Yi Fan not encountered her just in time and happened to know the Tai 8 needles, it was unlikely even a hospital could have saved her. Thank you so much. I do not know what I would have done without you today." Chiu Wan was so shaken she could barely stand. Part of it was from running, the rest from the intense fear. Yi Fan smiled gently. "No need to thank me. It was nothing. Where do you live? I will take you back and give the child some massage therapy and a prescription to stabilize her." "Ah, thank you so much. I live in the faculty dormitory near the university. I feel terrible for troubling you like this. Xiaowan wanted to refuse, but she was exhausted, and the idea of further help for Cece made her accept. As Yifan carried Cece and walked with Xiaowan to her dorm, they exchanged names. Yifan learned that Xiaowan taught business management and had previously worked at a major company. Sister Wan, did you say you were once a vice president at Alibaba Group? Yifan looked surprised. Why did you quit and become a lecturer? Was this not exactly the kind of talent he was looking for? That's right. I was lucky to have a mentor who brought me into the industry and helped me rise quickly. Unfortunately, I later met a bastard. I got pregnant. By the time I returned, the position was gone. I tried other companies, but once they found out I had a child, they all rejected me. I had no choice but to teach. Yifan listened quietly. From her eyes, he could see that Xiao Wan had not truly given up on her ambition. Sister Wan, what if I invited you to manage my company? Would you consider it? Yifan asked seriously. Xiao Wan paused and gave Yifan a skeptical look. You? Clearly, she had her doubts. Yifan looked no more than 20-something. It was already impressive that he possessed medical skills, and now he claimed to own a corporation? Plus, he was handsome? Life really was unfair. What? You do not believe me? Yifan looked at her. I really do have a company. My general manager fell ill yesterday. I have been stressing over finding the right person. Sister Wan, I would even allow you to bring your child to work. The rest of the conditions are negotiable. Seeing Yifan's earnest expression, Zhouan felt he was not lying. Especially the offer to let her bring her daughter, she was genuinely moved. Cece was still too young to attend kindergarten until September. These next few months, Zhouan could not just leave her alone at home. I will think about it. After what happened today, Zhouan clearly did not want to leave Cece home alone again. But she was still hesitant, partly because of Yifan's age, and partly because she had been away from the industry so long that she was unsure she could keep up. Yifan did not push. But from their conversation, he could tell that Xiao Wan was capable and dependable. She was exactly the kind of talent he needed. He would win her over eventually. Back at the faculty dorms, Yifan saw that it was a simple one-bedroom apartment. It was not large, but it was clean and bright, with some green plants on the balcony. At a glance, Yifan was even more convinced that Sister Wan was the one he needed. He laid Cece on the bed, gave her a full body massage, and used his energy to nurture her meridians. As long as nothing unexpected happened, she would be fine. After the massage, Cece fell asleep on the bed. Yifan and Xiao Wan quietly exited the bedroom and gently closed the door. Do you have paper and a pen? Yifan asked. He had to accompany Su Qingru to a dance, and had no time to buy medicine, so he would write the prescription for Xiao Wan to fill. Yes. Xiao Wan quickly found paper and pen on the desk and bent down across the coffee table to hand them to Yifan. She was wearing a blue dress. Although the neckline was modest, her bending posture revealed her cleavage in full view. It was very fair, very full, and exuded a soft, gentle allure, with a faint fragrance that drifted to Yifan's nose. There was the scent of soap and a woman's unique natural scent. Following Yifan's gaze, Xiao Wan realized what had happened. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she let out a soft, chiding sound as she quickly covered her chest and turned around in a fluster. Yifan, you must be thirsty, right? I will pour you some water. Thirsty? Yifan was momentarily stunned. I am not thirsty, you just think I am. With a swift motion, Yifan picked up the pen and quickly wrote a prescription on the paper: aconitum root, 12 grams, realgar, 8 grams. As Yifan finished writing the prescription, Xiao Wan brought over a glass of water and handed it to him. Although she had adjusted her clothing earlier, her figure was so voluptuous that even a slight lean forward caused her neckline to reveal itself again. Xiao Wan blushed deeply once more. But then she thought this man had just saved her daughter's life. Letting him sneak a few glances, was it really that big of a deal? Thinking this, she still looked shy, but made no move to cover her exposed chest. This subtle combination of bashfulness and implicit invitation gave the entire room a delicate, suggestive atmosphere. If this continued any longer, something might actually happen. The unique allure of a mature woman, it was truly lethal. Knock, knock, knock. Just at that moment, there was a sudden knocking at the door. Hearing the urgent rapping, Xiao Wan's face turned pale in an instant. She looked nervously at Yifan and hesitated several times before finally speaking. Yifan, I am sorry, but could you hide for a moment? Ha? Hide? Yifan was dumbfounded. I did not do anything. Why should I hide? I know this is awkward. But it is my ex-husband at the door. Even though we are divorced, he keeps coming around to ask for money. If he sees you here, he might get violent. Xiao face was full of anguish and desperation. Seeing such a cheerful, life-loving woman being tormented by life like this filled Yifan with a surge of inexplicable heartache. Sister Wan, do not worry. I am here. Do not be afraid. He pulled Xiao into his arms and gently patted her back. For a brief moment, Xiao was dazed. She felt the warmth and strength of Yifan's embrace, and his clean, captivating scent. Her long-dormant heart stirred once more. But she quickly came to her senses. What am I thinking? Yifan was so much younger, she was at least 6 or 7 years older. He might even be a student at Yun City University. Still a young puppy, how could she entertain such inappropriate thoughts? While Xiao was momentarily distracted, Yifan had already walked to the door and reached out to open it. No! Xiao tried to stop him, but it was too late. The door had already been flung open. The moment it opened, a tattooed man, reeking of alcohol, nearly stumbled inside. Upon seeing Yifan, the man froze for a second before roaring, well, Xiao, you shameless slut. So this is why you didn't open the door, you're keeping a pretty boy in your house. Pretending to be pure, how disgusting. Without any reason, the man began verbally attacking Xiao. Slap. Yifan did not bother with words. He raised his hand and smacked the man across the face, causing him to stagger and slam his head against the wall with a loud thump, leaving a huge bump. Fuck, you hit me? You little bastard, you dare hit me? The man clenched his fists, seemingly ready to fight, but upon seeing the deadly glint in Yifan's eyes, he hesitated and redirected his anger toward Xiao. You filthy woman. And you say I'm the one cheating? You are no better. Your daughter is still at home and you can't even wait until nighttime? Xiao turned pale and rushed to Yifan's side, trying to explain, it is not what you think, Zhao Hong. Let me explain, we are not, but Yifan interrupted her directly. Not what? He guessed right. Sister Wan and I are dating now. You two are divorced. What right do you have to interfere in her private life? Ah! Once again pulled into Yifan's embrace, Xiao felt her entire body go hot and weak. She could barely stand. There was something magical about Yifan's embrace. Even though he had only hugged her twice, she was already falling for it completely. Zhao Hong reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He jumped up from the floor and shouted, What? Xiao, you dared to date someone without my permission? You need my approval to have a boyfriend. He looked like a child whose favorite toy had been taken. Glancing around, he grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it toward Yifan. You little shit. You dare steal my woman? I'll kill you. Careful. Don't. Xiao was terrified, but seeing Yifan about to be attacked, she instinctively tried to shield him. For years, although they had been divorced, Zhao Hong would show up drunk, demand money, and beat her. She had grown afraid of him. There is nothing to worry about, Yifan said calmly. Holding Xiao, he stepped aside 2 feet, then lashed out with a sweeping kick to Zhao Hong's stomach. Bang! Zhao Hong had no time to react. He was sent flying, slammed into the doorframe, and collapsed to the floor. He tried several times to get up but failed. Yifan walked over and stepped on his face, speaking coldly, This is your first and only warning. From today forward, Sister Wan is my woman. If you ever harass her again, I will break both your legs. Yifan's show of strength was more than enough to terrify Zhao Hong, but watching Xiao being taken away from him, Zhao Hong refused to accept it. Kid, you better watch yourself. Do you know who I roll with? My boss is Brother Tiger. You mess with me, and Brother Tiger will make sure you never see the sunrise. Brother Tiger? Li Hu? Yifan chuckled. Is that so? Why don't you give Li Hu a call and ask if he dares lay a finger on me? Oh, right. My name is Yifan. Do not say I did not give you a chance, go on, make the call. Yifan pulled Zhao Hong's phone from his pocket and handed it back, gesturing for him to dial. This move left Zhao Hong completely dumbfounded. I do not dare. Zhao Hong was terrified. From Yifan's eyes, he could sense a murderous intent, the kind only someone who had truly killed would have. If he enraged this man, he might really die. Not calling? Then I will beat you. Yifan's ankle surged with energy, making Zhao Hong feel like his skull was about to crack. I will call. I will call. Zhao Hong trembled as he dialed the number. Brother Tiger, it is Xiao Zhao. Zhao Hong. I ran into a tough guy today. He said his name is Yifan, and he said you wouldn't dare touch a single hair on his head. You fucking idiot. Who did you say? Yifan, a young man? You moron. Don't you dare say I know you. Go pick a coffin and pray for your miserable life. After confirming it was indeed Yifan, Brother Tiger immediately hung up. But the message was crystal clear, Zhao Hong had messed with someone he should never have crossed. Hearing the dial tone, Zhao Hong was utterly panicked. He dropped to his knees and begged Yifan, "Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I swear I will never bother Chiu Wan again. Treat me like a fart and let me go." Zhao Hong was not stupid. From Brother Tiger's tone, it was crystal clear to him if Brother Tiger saw Yifan, he would probably have to kneel. And here he was, stupidly provoking Yifan. Was he tired of living? Let you go? That depends. I will ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, maybe I will. Yifan looked at Zhao Hong with a sinister smile. Can Sister Wan now date whomever she pleases? Yes, yes. I will never interfere again. Good. Then what if I say I am going to sleep with Sister Wan right now? Do you have any objections? Yifan's blow was not just physical, it was psychological. Put. Zhao Hong felt as if a dagger had been thrust into his chest. And no objections. God damn it. Even if I did, what the hell could I say? Hearing Yifan's words, Xiu Wan's face turned crimson with embarrassment again. Standing nearby, Xiu Wan felt an odd sense of satisfaction watching Zhao Hong in this state. At the same time, there was a trace of disdain in her heart. Weren't you supposed to be so tough? All he ever did was hit women. Faced with someone stronger, he instantly crumbled. Yifan glanced at Xiu Wan, then at the bedroom door where Cece was still asleep. Although he really wanted to destroy this piece of trash, for Cece's sake, Yifan decided to let him go this once. With a heavy sigh, he said, "This time, I am sparing you for the sake of Sister Wan and Cece. But if there's a next time, prepare to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." Yifan released Zhao Hong and clapped his hands. Zhao Hong felt as if he had just been granted a royal pardon. He scrambled to flee, practically crawling on hands and knees. Yifan's terrifying aura suffocated him. That gaze, it felt like it pierced straight through his soul. But just as Zhao Hong reached the door, Yifan grabbed him by the shoulder. "Wait." At the same time, Yifan pulled out a pill and shoved it into Zhao Hong's mouth, patting his back so he swallowed it on the spot. "Ah, what did you give me?" Zhao Hong looked at Yifan in terror. His instincts screamed that it was not something good. "Nothing much. Just a little poison. If you dare harass Sister Wan or her daughter again, you will die the moment it activates." Yifan had made the decision on the spot. A man like Zhao Hong could not be taken lightly, he needed a safeguard, so Yifan gave him a so-called poison as a deterrent. In reality, it was just a detox pill. At most, it would cause a few days of diarrhea. But Yifan knew that people like Zhao Hong were extremely selfish. They would rather believe a lie than take the risk. "Master, Zhao Hong was nearly in tears. His last hope was gone. He had still been dreaming of coming back to pester Chiu Wan, but now, with Yifan's poison in his body, how could he dare? "What? Planning to stay for dinner? I have plenty of this poison. Want another dose?" Yifan saw Zhao Hong hesitating and pulled out a handful of pills. Zhao Hong shivered in fright and nearly tumbled down the stairs as he fled. With Zhao Hong gone, Chiu Wan finally felt the tight knot in her chest begin to loosen. When she looked at Yifan again, her eyes carried a complex mixture of emotions, gratitude, admiration, and a sense of peace. Even though she was strong for her daughter's sake, what woman does not need love and protection? Chiu Wan also wanted a man's arms to bring her peace, but she had been unlucky in love. Her ex-husband had taken advantage of her while she was drunk, slept with her just once, and she got pregnant. With no other option, they married. And in the end, it left her heart broken. "Yifan, thank you." Chiu Wan looked at him sincerely, full of gratitude. If Yifan had not been there today, she would probably have been beaten again. The small salary she just received might have been taken by Zhao Hong too, money she had saved to buy clothes for her daughter. Yifan waved his hand. "No need for thanks. Sister Wan, it is getting late. I have something else to do, so I will head out. Think seriously about what I proposed earlier. I will be waiting for your answer." As he prepared to leave, Yifan reminded her, "Sister Wan, do not forget to pick up the medicine for Cece. That will stabilize her condition, she will be fine afterward." After Yifan left, Xiu Wan closed the door and leaned against it, her expression blank. Should she really go work at Yifan's company? What kind of person was Yifan, really? He was such a skilled doctor, and he seemed to have strong ties with Yun City's underground figure, Brother Tiger. "Mommy!" A sweet voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Cece had opened the bedroom door and stepped out timidly, looked around, then asked, "Mommy, that bad man will not come bully us anymore, right?" "He should not," Xiu Wan said, slightly unsure. She had seen Yifan beat Zhao Hong herself. He even fed him poison and got the support of Brother Tiger. Zhao Hong probably would not dare act out again. "Cece, you were awake earlier?" Xiu Wan suddenly realized, had Cece seen everything? As an educated woman, Xiao Wan had never spoken ill of Zhao Hong in front of Cece, even though he was scum. She had tried to preserve the image of daddy. Yes. I saw the big brother protect you. He was so cool and handsome. Cece smiled sweetly and continued innocently, Mommy, I do not want that bad guy to be my daddy anymore. Can we make the big brother my daddy instead? Ah. Hearing those words, Xiao Wan's heart skipped a beat. Cece, do not talk nonsense. Mommy just met that big brother today, how could we? Xiao Wan felt as if her secret thoughts had been exposed and hurried to explain. But halfway through, she stopped herself. Yi Fan was so young, skilled in medicine, with his own company, and she was already a used woman. How could she be worthy of him? Would he even look at her? Forget it. Cece, let me ask you a question. If Mommy goes to work at that big brother's company, would you be okay with that? Xiao Wan squatted down, held Cece in her arms, and asked seriously. Yes. Of course. Cece clapped happily, her face full of longing. Then I can see Big Brother every day, would she? Xiao Wan sighed and looked out the window. Deep down, it seemed she had already made a decision. It is not because I want to go. It is because Cece agreed. Yes, that is all it is. Cece. Mommy is taking you downstairs to buy something delicious. But you must promise Mommy, after we go to see Dean Hua to get the medicine, you have to take it obediently, okay? Xiao Wan tidied up briefly and prepared to take Cece to the medical school to get some traditional Chinese medicine from Dean Hua. Previously, Dean Hua had mentioned when he saw Cece that her health had issues, and advised Xiao Wan to bring her in for a checkup as soon as possible. However, on one hand, Xiao Wan had no time. More importantly, she had no money. But there was one thing Xiao Wan was sure of, Dean Hua's medical skills were undeniably superb. Today, Yi Fan saved Cece's life. Xiao Wan also wanted to bring her in to have Dean Hua check if there were any aftereffects. Okay, Mommy. Yun City University Medical Department, a national medical center in collaboration with Yun City Hospital. Hua Ximiao, the dean here, also held the position of dean at Yun City Hospital. His medical expertise was renowned across the Southwest, even throughout all of Daxia. People respectfully called him the medicine king of the Southwest. When Xiao Wan handed the prescription to Hua Ximiao, he only took one glance before frowning sharply. Realgar, aconitum. This is absurd. These are highly toxic substances, how can they be used in medicine? Xiao Wan was puzzled. Did Yi Fan deceive me? But she had seen with her own eyes how Yi Fan pulled her daughter back from the brink of death. Cece, come here and let Grandpa check you. Hua Ximiao was already familiar with Xiao Wan and Cece's situation and had been keeping an eye on them. Seeing them arrive, he wanted to take Cece's pulse and examine her condition. But as soon as he took Cece's wrist and felt her pulse for a few seconds, astonishment appeared on his face. Ha! This is unusual. Cece's congenital blood deficiency seems to have improved. There's a sign of recovery? And her internal meridians seem to have been nourished by a master. Xiao Wan, who treated Cece. Hua Ximiao looked at Xiao Wan seriously. Judging from Cece's pulse, it was clear she had been helped by someone highly skilled. No one else. Just today, Cece fainted, and a young man, I do not know if he was a student, performed acupuncture on her, then gave me this prescription and asked me to get the medicine to stabilize her condition. Xiao Wan explained the whole situation. Hua Ximiao's eyes immediately lit up. That prescription was written by the young man who treated Cece? He took the prescription again, no longer dismissive, and carefully read it from start to finish, his mind racing. After finishing it, Hua Ximiao slapped his thigh. Brilliant! Why didn't I think of this? Though these individual herbs are indeed poisonous, combined in precise proportions, they become an ideal tonic. Masterful, absolutely masterful. He held the prescription up and began pacing excitedly, laughing out loud from time to time. Then, lifting Cece's shirt to observe her back, his face grew even more frenzied. Tai 8 needles. That's the technique of Tai 8 needles? Ha! In this lifetime, I never thought I would witness a legendary technique from the divine farmer's medical canon in the modern world. My life was not in vain. While ecstatic, he turned to Xiao Wan with glowing eyes. Did that young man say his name? Xiao Wan nodded. He said his name is Yi Fan, and that he owns a company. He invited me to work there in a management role. Yi Fan? Could it be that guy? As a figure of prominence in Yun City, Hua Ximiao naturally had heard of Yi Fan. 3 years ago, Yi Fan was only the live-in son-in-law of the Su family, known for chasing women. Later, he made a high-profile return and disrupted the marriage alliance between the Xian and Lin families at the Lin family banquet. Despite their efforts to suppress the news, word still spread throughout Yun City and the entire Southwest. Do you have his number? Hua Xinyo was eager to discuss medical techniques with Yi Fan but suddenly stopped. Never mind. I will go find him myself. The Yi family's patriarch, Yi Qianquan, had been seriously injured. Hua Xinyo had originally been invited to treat him. Now, he wondered, if Yi Fan has such medical skill, why invite me at all? After calming down, Hua Ximiao personally prepared the medicine according to the prescription and carefully stored the original formula. Miss Chiu, I will hold on to this prescription for now. Once I see Yi Fan, I will get his explicit consent before making use of it. Oh, okay. Xiu Wan was a bit puzzled. It's just a prescription. Why is Dean Hua treating it like a national treasure? But what she did not know was that Yi Fan's formula was not just a prescription. It had opened a whole new door for Hua Ximiao revolutionary ideas about herb compatibility. Yi Fan left Xiu Wan's place, unaware that his single prescription had caused such a stir and even solved a major problem for him. He had wanted to hide his true strength for the time being, so it was inconvenient to personally treat his great-grandfather. Now that Hua Ximiao would be going to see Yi Fan anyway, Yi Fan could use him as a proxy to treat his great-grandfather. In the logistics class 4, Yi Fan found Su Qingru. She was looking around anxiously, but when she saw him appear at the classroom door, her worried expression brightened. Brother-in-law, you finally came. I thought you weren't going to show. She ran out cheerfully, affectionately took his arm, and said with a playful smirk, Brother-in-law, how was it? Did it feel good yesterday? Want to try again? As she spoke, Su Qingru pressed her body closer, practically nestling into Yi Fan's arms. Thinking about the awkward incident in the bathroom yesterday, Yi Fan was speechless. You still dare mention it. Yesterday, you knew I mistook you for someone else. Why didn't you say anything? You even did that on purpose. Yi Fan tried to pull his arm away, but Su Qingru clung tightly. Brother-in-law, just pretend to be my boyfriend for now. That annoying guy is coming to harass me again. She glanced toward the classroom entrance. A young man in sportswear was approaching quickly. When he saw Su Qingru holding Yi Fan's arm so intimately, his brows furrowed and he stepped forward. Extending his hand to Yi Fan, he said, Hello, I am Qingrou's boyfriend, Zhonghua. This seems inappropriate. Please let her go. This Zhonghua seemed very confident, acting high and mighty from the start. Yi Fan snorted coldly through his nose. You are her boyfriend? Why didn't I know that? We even slept together last night. What does that make me, then? When it came to acting, if Yi Fan claimed second place, no one would dare claim first. The moment he said they slept together last night, the crowd around them erupted in shock. Yi Fan opened with a bombshell. Even Su Qingru was slightly overwhelmed, her face flushed with embarrassment. She knew her brother-in-law was no ordinary man, but she had not expected Yi Fan to be so wildly audacious. Zhonghua, this is my boyfriend. Please stop bothering me. I do not like you, and I never have. Not in the past, not now, and never in the future. Su Qingru finally vented her frustration, and immediately felt relieved. Zhonghua, known as one of the most handsome students at Yun City University, was good-looking and came from a wealthy family. But for some reason, among so many girls, Zhonghua insisted on pursuing Su Qingru, endlessly pestering her to the point of exhaustion. She had even heard that Zhonghua planned to propose to her at the music gala that evening. That was why she brought her brother-in-law as backup. Qingru, how could you do this? Since when did you have a boyfriend? Why did I not know? And how did you end up sleeping together? What about me? What am I supposed to do? Zhonghua clenched the ring box in his pocket, trying to suppress his emotional breakdown. At that moment, his heart was shattering like glass, and the sound of it cracking could almost be heard. He had pursued Su Qingru for 3 years, tried everything, and never even held her hand, yet now a man like Yi Fan appeared out of nowhere and had already slept with her. Zhonghua felt like he had been slapped with the brightest green cuckolds hat imaginable. What I do with my girlfriend is none of your fucking business. Should I have invited you to watch and cheer us on? Yi Fan sneered. If you have nothing else to say, get lost. A smart dog does not block the road. You just wait. Humiliated, Zhonghua stomped the ground furiously, threw out a vicious threat, and quickly stormed off. Find out everything about that man in 5 minutes. After leaving the crowd, Zhonghua barked at one of his lackeys. Barely 2 minutes later, one of them returned. Young Master Zhong, we found him. That guy is Yi Fan. He is not Su Qingrou's boyfriend, he is her brother-in-law. He spends all day fooling around in clubs. He's just a gigolo who lives off women. Upon hearing this, Zhonghua's mood improved instantly. I knew it. Su Qingru was always under my watch. How could she get a boyfriend without me knowing? Besides, with me around, who at Yun City University dares touch Su Qingru? A gigolo brother-in-law, huh? Humph. Tonight at the gala, I will humiliate you so badly you will never forget it. Zhonghua looked sinisterly in Yifan and Su Qingruo's direction. With a flick of his wrist, a venomous insect and a poisonous spider appeared in his palm. Su Qingru, tonight I will make you kneel and beg me to save your brother-in-law's life. Everyone knew Zhonghua as the piano prince of Yun City University, a student of the nationally renowned piano master Li Yun. But what no one knew was that Zhonghua also practiced a dark art, Miaojiang Gu magic. Zhonghua had another master, a hidden expert who had trained him in Gu techniques for years. Compared to his piano skills, Zhonghua was even more proud of his mastery of Gu. Manipulating poison to harm others was second nature to him. Over the years, he had executed numerous missions with his master, all of which ended in flawless success. The image of Yifan's arm resting near Su Qingruo's chest enraged Zhonghua to the point of murderous desire. The Yun City University Music Gala was themed as a prelude to the school's anniversary celebration. By 6 p.m., the auditorium was already packed. The official program was set to begin at 7 p.m., but the stage was already filled with instruments, piano, drums, violins, and more. The organizers had left the hour before the event opened for free performances, allowing students to showcase their talents. When Yifan and Su Qingru entered the auditorium, Zhonghua and his gang followed shortly after. Young Master Zhong, why not act now? Let's throw that bastard out, his lackeys urged. Having already investigated Yifan, they learned he was just a live-in son-in-law of the Su family, which made them bolder. Of course, their sources were not nearly high-level enough to uncover Yifan's true identity as the heir of the Yi family. Zhonghua glanced at the piano on stage and smirked. No rush. If I do not utterly destroy him today, I will change my surname. With that, he headed toward the stage. Zhonghua was undeniably attractive, and known as the piano prince on campus. His appearance immediately drew cheers from the students. He took the microphone from the host and cleared his throat. Hello, everyone. I am Zhonghua. While we still have time for open performances, I would like to invite one of our fellow students to join me. He has been trying to steal Su Qingru from me, but I wonder, does he even know how many keys a piano has? At that moment, a spotlight from the ceiling, controlled by Zhonghua's lackeys, beamed down directly onto Yifan and Su Qingru. A leech living off women should stop pretending to be anything more than a joke. Do you dare accept my challenge? Let's see who plays the piano better. Swish. Everyone in the auditorium turned to look at Su Qingru and Yifan. As one of the most beautiful girls at Yun City University, Su Qingru was incredibly popular. Speculation about her love life had always been a hot topic. Everyone knew Zhonghua had been courting her, but now she was sitting so intimately close to another man. Clearly, Zhonghua was publicly challenging Su Qingruo's companion. That bastard Zhonghua, Su Qingru immediately saw through his scheme. He wanted to publicly humiliate Yifan. Brother-in-law, just ignore him. But Yifan had never been one to keep a low profile. He came today specifically to support Su Qingru. If he backed down now, it would not just be his face that was lost, Su Qingruo's dignity would be dragged down too. Challenge? Ha! Zhonghua, someone like you is not even qualified to challenge me. Yifan spoke calmly. Though he did not use a microphone, his voice rang out across the auditorium, clearly heard by all. But to shut you up once and for all, I will accept. You can choose any instrument on the stage. Exactly. A chihuahua barking at a tiger, where did you get the courage? From Leon the Brave? Just as Yifan finished speaking, a familiar voice called out from the audience, Our Yifan here is someone even international piano masters idolize. Zhonghua. I suggest you avoid making a fool of yourself. Wang Fugue? Yifan followed the direction of the voice and saw that it was none other than Wang Fugue speaking. This guy had coincidentally said all the things Yifan found inconvenient to say himself. Yifan quietly gave Wang Fugue a thumbs up, to which Wang Fugue responded with an okay gesture. Humph. Yifan, stop pretending. If you can play a complete piano piece today, I will kneel and call you father on the spot. Zhonghua, determined to save face, went all in. But if your piano performance is worse than mine, then stay away from Qingru. She is not someone you are qualified to touch. Fine. You go first. Otherwise, you might not get another chance. Humph. Zhonghua did not bother arguing further. He sat down at the piano and his 10 fingers began to dance swiftly. He played a Mozart serenade, adding several flourishes and variations of his own. The melody was graceful and emotionally resonant. All the students in the hall nodded in admiration, impressed by Zhonghua's superb technique. At the side of the stage, piano master Li Yun was seated with several friends. After listening to Zhonghua's performance, his companions turned to him with envious expressions. Old Li, you have taken in a promising student. At last. You have someone to carry on your legacy. Yes. Zhonghhua's artistry is the best I have seen in recent years. Given time, his accomplishments on the piano will definitely surpass yours, old Li. Pleased with their praise, Li Yun smiled modestly. Not at all. He still has room to grow, although. He paused, suddenly recalling a performance he had witnessed 3 years ago at the Palace Banquet in Britain. A look of longing flashed in his eyes. When it comes to true talent, I once saw a young man whose skill was absolutely otherworldly. His rendition of 9 Chapters of Destiny did not even sound like it belonged to this world. As one of the top pianists in Daxia, for Li Yun to heap such praise upon a performance and its performer spoke volumes. Moreover, several of his companions had heard the viral online recording of 9 Chapters of Destiny. The melody was elegant, but more importantly, the rhythmic variation was so complex that even seasoned masters struggled to reproduce it from sheet music. In fact, countless videos had emerged online, showing that when 9 Chapters of Destiny was played, animals, birds, beasts would appear to calm down, as if enchanted by the music. Yes, that melody was heavenly. If I could hear it once more, I would die without regret. As they conversed, Zhonghua finished his piece, drawing out a long, melodic note that brought the atmosphere to its climax. The audience erupted in cheers. Zhonghua, I love you. Though it was not yet the official performance, the excitement in the hall was electric. Zhonghua, pleased with himself, bowed arrogantly and took the microphone. Yi Fan, it is your turn now. Brother-in-law, can you really do it? Su Qingru asked nervously, seeing that Yi Fan seemed serious about performing. Having known him for 3 years, Su Qingru found Yi Fan humorous and decent, but she had never seen him play the piano. What kind of man would I be if I said I could not? Yi Fan smiled gently at her. With a subtle push of his foot, he glided effortlessly from the audience to the stage. Yi Fan was silently using the Lingbo microstep technique of the Northfall clan. As the spotlight followed him, the students sought his movements as smooth as flowing water. With his hands behind his back, he floated onto the stage like a celestial being. It looked as if there were invisible tracks under his feet. At first, the students were confused, but quickly they reacted. Holy shit, did you see how Yi Fan got up there? No. It looked like some kind of teleportation. His movements were like moonwalking. I agree. And not just any moonwalk, it was masterful. His body seemed still, yet he moved dozens of meters. Amazing. This gala is getting more exciting by the minute. When Yi Fan took the stage and stood there, it was as if a warm sun had risen in the middle of winter. The entire hall fell silent under his aura, even though it had just been roaring with excitement moments earlier. Everyone, I have not played in 3 years. My fingers are a bit rusty, so I will just perform 9 Chapters of Destiny. At those words, the entire hall exploded with noise. What the hell? You are telling us your hands are rusty, and you are going to play that? The live recording of 9 Chapters of Destiny had been circulating online for 3 years and was still the most viewed piano piece, with billions of plays. But everyone knew that although the music was beautiful and spiritually resonant, its difficulty was astronomical. No one had ever managed to replicate it. Many had tried, but none could achieve the finger speed or emotional depth. Their attempts not only failed to resemble the original, they sounded downright awful. Imitation after imitation, yet never surpassed. You? Playing 9 Chapters of Destiny? That is the biggest load of bullshit I have ever heard. Zhonghua scoffed. Though he had initially been nervous that Yi Fan might be hiding his true skill, this claim put him at ease. Zhonghua had tried to replicate the piece many times, but never succeeded. The speed of finger movement required was just too much. Even with years of martial training, his hands could not keep up. Yi Fan gave a devilish smile as he sat at the piano. He casually played a few notes to test the keys. His fair fingers danced over the keys, and the event's photographers zoomed in, projecting his handsome profile and graceful posture onto the hall's large screens. His mesmerizing eyes made the whole audience pause. Girls, I think I just fell in love again. Me too. Yi Fan is even better looking than Zhonghua. His eyes are deeper, more seductive. Forget it. He is clearly Su Qingru's guy. Can't you see she's about to melt just watching him? All eyes turned to Su Qingru, whose gaze was fixed on Yi Fan. As he pressed the keys with practiced confidence, her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Handsome. Her brother-in-law was just too handsome. And she had a strong feeling that his piano skills were extraordinary. Yi Fan's arrogant confidence disappointed Li Yun and his companions at first. They were preparing to leave. But the moment Yi Fan sat down, Li Yun froze. From the side profile, he suddenly recognized a familiar silhouette, one that matched a memory from 3 years ago. Could it be him? Is it really him? Li Yun was stunned, his steps halted in place. 3 years ago, before his fame, Li Yun had attended a royal banquet in Britain. Seated in a corner, he had only partially seen the pianist performing 9 chapters of Destiny. Ding dong! Yi Fan's fingers finally moved. A cascade of notes instantly rang out through the hall. It was as if water trickled down from the mountaintop, flowing gently along mountain streams, passing over rivers and valleys, surging toward the sea. It was like stormy waves, mighty and rolling. It was like divine thunder from the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds of the world. It was like moonlight through a forest, scattering mottled shadows on the ground. Sometimes majestic, sometimes gentle, the notes and melodies seemed to portray the flourishing vitality of all living beings. In the eyes of everyone present, it was as if they were witnessing an ideal world where nature and humanity were in perfect harmony. Such ethereal, soul-cleansing music penetrated to the core, leaving everyone in the hall dumbfounded. Some students who were about to go to the restroom froze mid-step, their feet suspended in the air. Some were drinking water with their heads tilted back, letting it run down their necks and soak their clothes, completely unaware. More miraculously, as Yi Fan's fingers continued to play, a flock of magpies flew in through the windows, gracefully dancing to the rhythm in front of the stage, followed by butterflies and fireflies. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Li Yun stood stunned as he watched the scene before him, his eyes burning with fervor. It's him. It really is him. So the true composer of 9 chapters of Destiny lives in our Great Xia? A blessing for Great Xia indeed. The ancients said that music reflects the fate of a nation. The transformation of a country's musical character could, in some ways, indicate its rise or fall. When a country's music was filled with depravity, its collapse was never far behind. But now, Yi Fan's 9 chapters of Destiny was celestial music on earth. It was the pinnacle of human musical achievement, without rival. The entire hall fell silent. The melody drifted beyond the performance hall, and throughout Yun City University, it was as if all could faintly hear a call from the very force of life itself. Everyone felt a surge of strength and clarity within their hearts. More birds gathered above the hall, circling overhead. The air above Yun City began to shift subtly, forming a vortex centered around Yun City University. At the Martial Affairs Bureau in Yun City, Mo Zhong and his colleagues noticed unusual energy fluctuations on their monitors again. Minister, another disturbance in the west side of the city. Should we investigate? Mo Zhong waved his hand. No need. Last time we found nothing. I believe that expert does not wish to be disturbed. If fate allows, we shall meet. In Panglai of the Eastern Sea, a Taoist holding a whisk sensed something and murmured toward the direction of Great Xia. Celestial music has emerged. The human emperor is destined to rise. Perhaps there is still hope for all life. On an island in the South Sea, a middle-aged nun wearing a coif also chanted Amatba. With celestial music appearing, Yilan, it is time for you to return to Great Xia. You have an unfinished karmic fate that must be resolved. Go now. Unwittingly, Yi Fan's performance of 9 chapters of Destiny had already stirred heaven and earth, causing great tremors across many realms. In Yun City University's performance hall, Yi Fan was immersed in his piano playing. Back when he had been invited to perform impromptu by the princess in Britain, he had never imagined that his composition would become an eternal classic. At that time, Yi Fan felt as though he had entered a mystical state where he could sense everything, all living beings, each breath of life. His understanding of martial arts accelerated exponentially, thousands or even tens of thousands of times. And now, as he played once more, that sensation returned. While playing, Yi Fan also seized the moment to contemplate the martial arts barriers that had long constrained him. He reflected on the questions that had troubled him for the past 3 years. Previously, even after recovering his power, many puzzles still eluded him. But now, in an instant, he understood them. His mind suddenly cleared, and everything became enlightened. Yi Fan was secretly astonished. Could a single piece of music hold such immense power? Could it allow one's perception and understanding in all areas to leap forward? Though it remained unconfirmed, Yi Fan knew with certainty that after tonight, his strength had advanced again. His current power was clearly beyond the martial venerable level. Whether he had surpassed martial saint was unknown. There was no opponent who could match him to test it. Unless a master from one of the 4 sacred lands challenged him, there would be no way to verify it. Ding! The final note of 9 chapters of Destiny felt like a single grain of dust landing upon the boundless earth, symbolizing the end of life, the final curtain. And yet, it also resembled a seed falling into the soil, heralding the birth of new life. The birds circling the stage dispersed, but in the ears of everyone present, that magical, soul-penetrating melody still echoed. Genius. Monster. Not of this world. These were the thoughts that simultaneously surfaced in everyone's hearts. Even Zhonghua, standing at the edge of the stage, inwardly bowed in defeat. He knew he was truly not Yi Fan's equal in piano performance. But in such a situation, how could he concede? After all, if he admitted defeat, he would have to call Yi Fan dad on the spot. I've finished. Zhonghua, what do you think? Yi Fan rose from the piano and looked at Zhonghua with calm indifference. Crushing Zhonghua was a given. But what Yi Fan did not realize was that his performance had not merely crushed Zhonghua, it had obliterated him across dimensions, leaving him utterly shattered in both spirit and skill. Humph. Yi Fan, what skill do you have? You just copied someone else's music. Bravo. Amazing. Yi Fan, you are the best. I want to bear your children. I just realized, compared to Yi Fan, Zhonghua's music is nothing but rape for the ears. Before Yi Fan could respond, the crowd had already erupted. The brief pause just now was merely because they were still lost in the image Yi Fan's melody had conjured. The electrified atmosphere in the hall lasted for 5 full minutes. Many students tried to rush up for photos with Yi Fan. If not for security staff maintaining order, several people might have been trampled. You saw what happened. No need to keep up the act. Stop bothering Su Qingru. Whether I'm her boyfriend or her brother-in-law, you never had a chance, Yi Fan said with a shrug, giving Zhonghua one last warning. He was just a young man trying to steal someone else's girlfriend. A warning was enough. Yi Fan did not intend to stoop to his level, but Zhonghua refused to give up. Humph. Yi Fan, I'm not convinced. That was just opportunism. If you really have the skill, make my teacher submit too, and I'll let it go. Before Zhonghua could even finish, Li Yun and a group of top national piano masters were already rushing toward the stage in a near frenzy. Teacher, you're just in time. Why don't you play a piece? You'll definitely do better than him. Zhonghua tried to grab Li Yun, thinking he was here to back him up. But Li Yun flung Zhonghua's hand aside, rushed toward Yi Fan, and extended both hands from afar, gripping Yi Fan's hands tightly. Master, finally, I get to see you again. I saw your performance 3 years ago at the British Royal Banquet, it was divine. I never imagined I would witness you play again. Young Master Yi, your presence is a blessing to all of Great Xia. Ha! Seeing his extended hand grasping nothing but air, Zhonghua stood frozen in place. Especially when he saw Li Yun humbly and enthusiastically shaking hands with Yi Fan, his heart was filled with both shock and anger. Before Yi Fan appeared, Li Yun had treated Zhonghua like a cherished treasure, pampering and doting on him. And now, on a public stage before so many people, he was completely ignoring Zhonghua? Teacher? What are you doing? Could it be that you have mistaken him for someone else? Zhonghua hurried forward, trying to remind Li Yun. Zhonghua had heard from Li Yun that 3 years ago, at a royal banquet in Britain, his teacher had met a divine pianist who played 9 chapters of Destiny. Could that man really be Yi Fan, standing right in front of them? How could such a coincidence be possible? Shut up! Do you even understand what it means for Mr. Yi Fan to produce that celestial music? This is a blessing for Great Xia. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi Fan. These people, Li Yun among them, were experts in music and, in some aspects, had glimpsed the workings of fate. From Yi Fan's musical talent alone, one could see he was destined for greatness. Moreover, back at that royal banquet in Britain, Yi Fan had been personally accompanied by the princess. Could someone with such a status possibly be ordinary? Unfortunately, this foolish disciple of his actually thought Yi Fan was just some ordinary live-in son-in-law. Even if he were a son-in-law, did he think any of Great Xia's son-in-laws were simple? Every single one was a master of unique skills. What? Apologize. Teacher, why? Zhonghua could not believe what he was hearing. Not only had his teacher ignored him, now he was asking him to publicly apologize to Yi Fan? If he really did that, how could he ever show his face again? How could he continue to pursue Su Qingru? It is because you insulted Mr. Yi Fan in front of everyone. Li Yun scolded sharply, then whispered in Zhonghua's ear, Zhonghua, I am trying to save you. Otherwise, you will regret it. Li Yun was genuinely thinking of Zhonghua's best interests. Perhaps if he apologized, Yi Fan would laugh it off and let it go. But what Li Yun did not know was that Zhonghua was not as simple as he appeared. Besides being the piano prince, Zhonghua had a powerful Gu master as a secret mentor. That master had promised him a commanding position over the entire Tiannan region upon graduation. He was destined to be a big deal, so why should he apologize to some useless gigolo? Teacher, I will not apologize. Li Yun was furious and said coldly, Zhonghua, did I not hear you make a bet with Mr. Yi Fan earlier? You said if he could play a full piece, you would call him dad. Not only did he perform a full piece, his was 100 times better than yours. So what now? Apologize or call him dad. Call him dad. When Zhonghua and Yi Fan made that bet, they had been using a microphone. Everyone, thousands of students, had heard it clearly. They were the best witnesses. Now the crowd started heckling together. Zhonghua was completely stunned, glaring resentfully at Li Yun. Was his teacher really going to humiliate him like this in front of everyone? He then turned his eyes toward Yifan, hoping Yifan would show mercy. Yifan had initially been ready to let it go. But seeing Zhonghua's hateful face, how could he be lenient? Yifan took the microphone from the host, smiled, and said, "Since you are classmates with Qingru, I will let you off easy. No need to kneel. Just call me Dad, and we'll call it done." This, with so many students watching, being forced to call Yifan Dad publicly made Zhonghua want to crawl into a hole. How was he supposed to continue at Yun City University? How could he ever pursue Su Qingru again? It was all Yifan's fault. This bastard ruined everything. Just wait, Yifan, later I'll send centipedes to bite you to death. What are you waiting for? Li Yun was increasingly disappointed with his student. Lately, Zhonghua had been spending less time practicing and more time on unnecessary business ventures. Now he was showing cowardice in public. Dad! Under the pressure of his teacher and the entire student body, Zhonghua finally shouted toward Yifan, "I." Before Yifan could even respond, thousands of male students shouted in unison, followed by a wave of thunderous laughter. No one took it too seriously, it was just a joke, a moment of fun. Ah, youth! But to Zhonghua, it felt like death. He was in agony, glared at Yifan with hatred, and quickly stormed off stage. Yifan signed an autograph for Li Yun and the others, then stepped off the stage as well. "Brother-in-law, you were amazing. Why did I never know you could play piano?" Su Qingru looked at Yifan with worship in her eyes, snuggling even closer to him. There are many things you don't know about me. I can play a lot of instruments, like the flute. I'll teach you when there's time." As he spoke, Yifan leaned to the side, trying to dodge Su Qingru's wave attack. Noticing his movement, Su Qingru pouted and teased, "Oh come on, brother-in-law. Why are you dodging? It's not like you didn't touch me last night." "Hoof, don't even try to deny it." Yifan twitched at the corner of his mouth. This little brat, she had definitely done it on purpose last night. Now she wanted to use it against him? Impossible. If she disobeyed in the future, she would get spanked. Once not enough, twice then. In Yifan's world, it was always women who obeyed him, he never spoiled them. Still, tonight he had come to attend the banquet with Su Qingru, so he could not be bothered to argue with her. The banquet officially began. Thanks to Yifan's earth-shattering performance, although the other acts had been excellently prepared, none could compare. Everything afterwards seemed dull by comparison. When it was Zhonghua's turn, he claimed to be unwell and did not show up. The only other highlight was Yifan and Su Qingru's stage performance. Originally, Su Qingru had planned a beautiful traditional-style dance. Yifan brought a prop sword and joined in with a sword dance. Together they presented a performance full of heroic romance, poetic elegance, and the spirit of legendary lovers, without the tragedy but filled with passion and valor. It ignited the atmosphere once again. For most students, this banquet was warm, exhilarating, and unforgettable. Su Qingru was overjoyed. She had finally shaken off that annoying pest Zhonghua, and her brother-in-law had performed so brilliantly it made her glow with pride. But just as the concert ended and the two drove out of campus, several black vans blocked their path. A group of 7 or 8 strong men carrying steel rods stepped forward toward their car. "You're Yifan, right? Get out. Our young master Zhong wants to see you." Yifan never sought trouble, but trouble always seemed to find him. "What do you want?" Su Qingru instantly became furious when she realized this was one of Zhonghua's dirty tricks, but at the same time, her face was full of worry as she turned to Yifan, saying, "Brother-in-law, do not get out of the car. Zhonghua definitely will not let you go. I am calling the police right now." As she spoke, Su Qingru reached for her phone. But the moment she pulled out her phone, a strong man snatched it from her hands. "I am sorry, Miss Su. We have no intention of targeting you. Please do not interfere." Su Qingru's face turned red with anger. She tried to take her phone back, but had no chance. Just as she was about to call for help, Yifan reached out and stopped her. He turned to the bodyguards and said, "I will go with you, but let her leave first." The bodyguards hesitated. But remembering Zhonghua's orders specifically to bring Yifan and not to harm Su Qingru, they nodded. "Fine. As long as you come with us, she can leave." "Brother-in-law, I am not leaving. I will go with you. Zhonghua will not let you off easily." "I will go with you to protect you," Su Qingru stubbornly insisted on staying. But Yifan stopped her again. "Do you not trust your brother-in-law? If you come with me, you will only be a burden. Be good, go home now." In truth, if Zhonghua had not come looking for Yifan, Yifan would have gone to him anyway. Because earlier, when they were close in the auditorium, Yifan had detected the scent of poisonous goo on Zhonghua. The goo cult once wreaked havoc across the land until the empire united its forces to suppress them and drive the remnants back into the deep mountains of Niaojiang. It had been decreed that no goo practitioner may leave Niaojiang without imperial permission. Yet Zhonghua bore the scent of poison goo. Was the goo cult trying to rise again? But brother-in-law, though Su Qingru had seen Yifan take down Yun Feiyang and his men the night before, she was still worried. Relax. I will be back soon. Go now. Yifan got out of the car, watched Su Qingru drive off into the distance, then followed the bodyguards into a dark alley. Just as he was about to enter the alley, an old man rushed out from the campus gates. It was none other than Hua Ximiao, the dean of the medical school. Hua Ximiao had also been at the performance hall earlier and, upon seeing Yifan leave, had followed. He had not expected to witness Yifan being abducted. Outrageous! Yifan was a monstrous talent who had mastered the mystical 8 needles of Tai. From the prescription he had once seen, Hua Ximiao was sure Yifan had inherited the unparalleled legacy of the Shinong medical canon. Yifan was the future of Great Xia's medical field, an irreplaceable treasure. How could he be allowed to fall into the hands of these scoundrels? Without hesitation, Hua Ximiao quickly followed and dialed a number. Shuayan, your grandfather is in trouble. A group of thugs are trying to kidnap and kill someone. Bring help immediately. It is alley number 3 next to Yun City University. Grandpa, please be careful. Do not put yourself in danger, a sweet female voice pleaded from the other end, trying to stop him. But Hua Ximiao hung up. At that moment, in the Yun City Patrol Bureau headquarters, Hua Shuayan urgently assembled her team. Hurry! Notify the Special Operations Unit. Come with me. A murder is about to happen. We must act quickly. Wailing sirens erupted as over a dozen police vehicles raced out of headquarters. Just 10 meters down the road, Su Qingru suddenly stopped the car, still worried. No! I cannot just leave. What if something happens to brother-in-law? I would regret it for the rest of my life. I need help, but who? As a student, Su Qingru had a very simple life. She had no one else she could turn to. While she panicked, she noticed Yifan's phone had been left behind. She quickly picked it up and looked for the contact he called the most, Wang Fugue. She knew him as one of Yifan's close companions at the club, also a second-generation rich kid from Yun City. He had even spoken up for Yifan earlier that night. Yes, him. She dialed Wang Fugue immediately. His voice rang out, Hey, Yifan, what a great time to call. Did you find another stunning beauty? Wang Fugue, this is Su Qingru. Something bad happened. My brother-in-law was taken by Zhonghua's men. Can you help rescue him? Su Qingru cut him off and quickly explained the situation. What? Yifan got taken? Where? I am on my way. Fuck. Brothers, stop everything. We are going to rescue him now, Wang Fugue shouted to his crew while continuing to question Su Qingru. Previously, his grandfather Wang Zhong had been against him hanging around with Yifan all the time. But after finding out that Yifan was the eldest young master of the Yi family, he had ordered Wang Fugue to stick with Yifan closely, to learn from him and protect him. After all, the public still saw Yifan as a playboy haunting nightclubs, a man with no skills and no martial prowess. He is in alley number 3 beside Yun City University. You must hurry. Got it. We are on our way now. At that moment, Wang Fugue and his crew were hanging out in a KTV opposite Yun City University. Hearing Su Qingru's call, he wasted no time. Everyone, my big brother has been kidnapped. If you have any guts, come save him with me. From today on, you are my sworn brothers. Yifan must not be harmed. His grandfather had strictly ordered him to stay by Yifan's side. If anything happened to Yifan, his grandfather would surely skin him alive. Let's go. More than 10 of Wang Fugue's friends grabbed beer bottles and chairs from the table, kicked open the door, and rushed toward alley number 3. Zhang Xiao, your family's construction site is nearby, right? Get your workers to bring the bulldozer. If anyone dares touch my big brother, I will flatten them today. Meanwhile, just after Su Qingru ended the call with Wang Fugue, another call came through on Yifan's phone. Young Master Yi, the task you assigned has been arranged. It was Li Hu, one of the 4 godfathers of Yun City. You are a friend of Yifan too? Can you help save him? He was taken by Zhonghua's men. Su Qingru quickly explained the situation again. Without hesitation, Li Hu replied, What? Miss Su, do not worry. I am heading there now. Notify all brothers in Yun City. Assemble immediately at alley number 3 beside Yun City University. We are going to rescue young Master Yi. With that order, Li Hu's entire network sprang into action. With Hua Shuayan from the Patrol Bureau, Wang Fugue and his crew, and Li Hu's gang, everyone moved at once. All of Yun City seemed to erupt into chaos. Even outsiders who did not know the full story were stunned by the sight of Li Hu's people mobilizing en masse. Everyone was baffled. What big event is about to go down in Yun City? Even Yifan himself had not expected that a simple meeting with Zhonghua would set off such a massive chain reaction. In alley number 3, Yifan walked several dozen meters forward with a few bodyguards. The lights became increasingly dim. Although the alley was about 7 or 8 meters wide, it was a dead end. At the far end of the alley, Zhonghua sat on a chair with a middle-aged man. When they saw Yifan being escorted in, a smug smile appeared on Zhonghua's lips. Yifan, aren't you so fucking awesome? Come on, show me your awesomeness now. Fuck. You dared to steal my girlfriend and even made me call you daddy in front of everyone. Fucking kneel down. The bodyguards around Yifan rushed up to grab his shoulders, trying to force him to the ground. However, despite using all their strength, the 4 bodyguards could not move Yifan an inch. He stood steady as a mountain, staring intensely at Zhonghua. Young Master Zhong, all Su Qingru did was use me as an excuse to reject being your girlfriend. Was that really enough for you to put on this whole show? Not enough? Fuck. If it weren't for you, I would have gotten Su Qingru today. Zhonghua became even angrier seeing Yifan's calm demeanor. You even played 9 chapters of Destiny to embarrass me. Humph. So you're good at playing the piano, huh? I'll chop off your fingers today and see how you play again. You're not even qualified to fight me. Although Zhonghua's family had some money and was somewhat influential in Yunchen, they did not operate on a high enough level. Their investigation into Yifan only revealed that he was a live-in son-in-law of the Su family. The fact that Yifan was the eldest son of the Yi family was beyond their reach. That was why Zhonghua dared to act so arrogantly, thinking that with the backing of the Gu cult, Yifan was nothing and easy to handle. Seeing that his men still hadn't gotten Yifan to kneel after all this time, Zhonghua stood up in frustration and shouted, "You bunch of idiots! Are you deaf? I told you to get him on his knees. Haven't you eaten?" The 4 bodyguards around Yifan looked helpless and terrified. Young Master Zhong, we used all our strength, but... The lead bodyguard's face turned red as he gasped for air. An ominous feeling welled up in his heart. All 4 of them were over 200 pounds of muscle, and yet they could not force Yifan down. That meant Yifan was not someone to mess with. Useless. Can't even do something this simple. Why not just use steel rods to smash him? Is he your fucking dad? Zhonghua cursed at the bodyguards. The middle-aged man beside Zhonghua's eyelid twitched. He reminded Zhonghua, "Young Master Zhong, why not act now? Just kill him and be done with it before anything unexpected happens." Kill him just like that? That would be letting him off too easy. This bastard made me lose face in front of so many people. I'm going to make him wish he were dead. A vicious glint flashed in Zhonghua's eyes. Thinking of the psychological damage Yifan had caused him, he wanted to devour Yifan alive. Seeing his useless subordinates, Zhonghua could not wait any longer. He snatched a warblade from a bodyguard and dragged it as he walked toward Yifan. Yifan's eyes turned cold. From Zhonghua and the middle-aged man's conversation, Yifan had clearly understood. Zhonghua did not bring him here just because of Su Qingru, it seemed he truly intended to kill him. The bodyguards around Yifan raised their steel rods and warblades, preparing to strike. Just as Yifan's killing intent surged and he was considering fighting back, the roar of an engine echoed through the alley. At the same time, a girl's voice rang out, "Brother-in-law, do not be afraid. I came to save you." A blue BMW SUV roared in from the alley's entrance. It was none other than Su Qingru. This little girl had not left? She came back to save him? Yifan turned to look at the approaching car, a trace of tenderness flickering in his eyes. This sister-in-law of his was truly something. Yifan understood that for a girl to rush headlong into danger, knowing full well what awaited her, took enormous courage. Could she really have fallen for him? Thinking of the stunning touch from last night, a strange emotion stirred in Yifan's heart. Should he just let this blessing stay in the family? While these thoughts flashed through his mind, Su Qingru floored the accelerator and charged toward him. Several bodyguards who were too slow to dodge were sent flying by the car. Zhonghua and the bodyguards near Yifan panicked and jumped to the side. "Su Qingru, are you fucking insane?" Zhonghua screamed in rage when he saw her getting out of the car. But Su Qingru ignored him completely. She ran into Yifan's arms and hugged him tightly. "Brother-in-law, are you okay? I couldn't let you go. Brother-in-law, I like you." Her body trembled in his arms. From mustering the courage to come rescue him to finally seeing him safe and sound, she felt a flood of peace, reluctance, and overwhelming emotion. In that moment, Su Qingru's feelings exploded completely. Years of repressed love burst forth like a dam breaking. She held Yi Fan tightly and tilted her head up, kissing him on the lips. They say true love is revealed in adversity. Now Su Qingru fully understood her heart. Morals, rules, none of it mattered anymore. She wanted to treat this moment like the last day of her life and be with the one she loved. Seeing the tears on her cheeks, Yi Fan sighed. He knew that last night might have been a mistake, a moment of weakness, but now, it was undeniable. Her feelings were real. Such a powerful emotion was rare and too precious to reject. And so, he did not avoid her kiss. Instead, he returned it with tender affection. Let others call him scum if they must. In that moment, even the air seemed to freeze. A thick sweetness filled the space. If not for the bodyguards still holding war blades and steel rods, one might think they had just walked into the set of a romance movie. Watching this dog food scene, Zhonghhua's eyes turned red with rage, on the verge of tears. Ah, you bunch of fucking idiots. Were you raised on shit? Still just standing there? Are you going to wait until they have a kid? Ah, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Zhonghua felt like his heart was being pierced by needles, so agonized he could tear open his chest and scrub his heart with a steel brush. Earlier at the academic building, when Yifan claimed he had spent the night with Su Qingru, Zhonghua dismissed it as a bluff. But now, with the two embracing and kissing in public, this was a blatant provocation, rubbing salt into his wounds, stabbing him straight in the heart. Quick! Get up there and stop them. Prompted by Zhonghua, the bodyguards finally reacted and charged at Yifan and Su Qingru with sabers in hand. Still unsatisfied with their speed, Zhonghua kicked one of them in the backside. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man beside him received a call. What? Zhou Tao might also have been killed by Yifan? I see. He will not die easily, then. This man was none other than Zhou Hong, Zhou Tao's second uncle and the younger brother of Zhou Ming, head of the Zhou family. He had come to Yun City partly to investigate Zhou Tao's disappearance and partly to assist Zhonghua in killing Yifan. Just now, Zhou Hong received news that Zhou Tao might have also fallen at Yifan's hands. He could no longer sit still. Young Master Zhong, do not kill Yifan immediately. I need to ask him a few things first. If Zhou Tao truly died at Yifan's hands, then Yifan's strength was clearly far beyond what people assumed. This had to be handled cautiously. The details had to be investigated thoroughly. Yifan, still holding Su Qingru, effortlessly maneuvered to evade the incoming strikes from the bodyguards. From a distance, it looked as if the two were simply dancing, but Zhou Hong soon noticed something odd. Young Master Zhong, something is not right. Yifan is not just lucky. I suspect he knows martial arts and is toying with us. Have everyone attack him together and subdue him quickly. Before Zhonghua could respond, a powerful voice echoed from the alley entrance. Zhonghua, how dare you? Broad daylight, and you attempt kidnapping? Do you even respect the law? The voice came from Dean Hua Ximiao of the Medical Academy, who had rushed over. Seeing Hua Ximiao, Zhonghua frowned. As the king of medicine in the southwest, Hua Ximiao carried immense influence not just locally, but across the entire nation. Zhonghua might dare kill Yifan, thinking him just a lowly son-in-law, but he would not dare touch Hua Ximiao. Offending him would invite wrath not only from Hua's family but also from the elite who owed Hua life-saving favors. If Zhonghua knew Yifan's true identity, even with the Gu sect backing him, he would not have dared to act. After his stern rebuke, Hua Ximiao caught sight of Yifan in the middle of the alley, still holding and kissing Su Qingru. The scene was romantic and full of affection. This did not look like a kidnapping at all. Was Zhonghua hosting a dance party for Yifan and Su Qingru? Dean Hua. You are highly respected, and I would never offend you. But I advise you to stay out of today's matter. Zhonghua was polite, but firm. Men, escort Dean Hua home. Two bodyguards approached, trying to carry Hua Ximiao away. I am the dean of Yun City People's Hospital. Even the grand elders in the capital seek my care. I dare you to touch me, Hua thundered. The bodyguards froze, uncertain, and looked toward Zhonghua. Though they had never met Hua Ximiao, his name alone was enough to make them hesitate. The connections and power behind him were too terrifying. What are you afraid of? I did not tell you to hurt him, just escort him home. Zhonghua barked. Do it. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. With that reassurance, the bodyguards resumed their task, grabbing Hua Ximiao by both arms and dragging him out of the alley. Despite being in good health, Hua Ximiao was just an ordinary man, no match for two strong bodyguards. He was quickly overpowered. You cannot do this, Zhonghua. You still have time to turn back. Hua Ximiao yelled. Protect my big brother. Charge, came a sudden shout. The bodyguards dragging Hua Ximiao had barely taken 2 steps when another group rushed into the alley, led by Wang Fugue. Behind them, 2 bulldozers roared into the alley, their engines growling. Seeing this, The bodyguards panicked and dropped Hua Ximiao, diving out of the way. What the hell was going on today? First Su Qingru rammed them with a car. Now bulldozers? Were tanks next? Zhonghua was losing his mind. All this for Yi Fan? Is it not enough? I only wanted to kill Yi Fan. Why the hell are all of you getting involved? Who else? Anyone else wants to die with him? His eyes were bloodshot with rage. First Su Qingru interrupted, then Hua Ximiao, now Wang Fugue brought reinforcements. Was the whole city going to interfere? Count me in. Zhonghua, if you dare touch even a hair on Yi Fan's head, I will bury your entire family. Another booming voice rang out as Li Hu entered with a massive crowd. Li Hu's men outnumbered Zhonghua's at least 5-1. More continued pouring into the alley. Zhonghua's bodyguards panicked, shrinking their formation and retreating closer to him. Yi Fan. Sir! Li Hu, Wang Fugue, and Hua Ximiao all rushed to Yi Fan's side, now facing off against Zhonghua in the dead-end alley. Yi Fan sighed as he looked around. Thank you all. He glanced at Su Qingru in his arms. These people must have come because of her. In truth, no matter how many Zhonghua brought, Yi Fan could have handled it alone. But her efforts were appreciated. Humph. Li Hu, you are siding with Yi Fan too? Fine. Now that everyone is here, you can all die together. At least you will have company on your way to hell. Zhonghua showed no fear, even as he was clearly outnumbered. You think having more people means you will win? Let me show you what I am really capable of. As he spoke, Zhonghua made a strange sound with his mouth. The next moment, from beneath his black robe, countless black insects crawled up his arm. They looked like a swarm of bees clustering around a hive, enough to make anyone with a fear of bugs feel faint. Bloodthirsty goo worms. Yi Fan immediately recognized it as one of the 10 forbidden goo of the goo sect, the bloodthirsty goo. In the past, this type of goo had been jointly banned by the Grand Xia Empire and the goo sect. Yet now, Zhonghua could actually control one of the 10 forbidden goo, the bloodthirsty goo? Yi Fan's expression grew serious. It appeared the goo sect really was reviving, and the problem was far more severe than anticipated. Zhonghua waved his arm, and the swarm of black insects rushed toward a wandering stray dog. Kai, kai! An unnerving sound that made one's scalp crawl echoed. Within moments, the dog vanished before everyone's eyes, leaving only scattered fur and a thick scent of blood lingering in the air. Gasp! Li Hu, Wang Fugue, Hua Ximiao, and others watching this scene all drew in sharp breaths. Big brother, you and sister-in-law get out of here first, I will cover the rear. Without hesitation, Wang Fugue stepped forward, beer bottle in hand, blocking in front of Yi Fan and motioning for him and Su Qingru to leave. Li Hu and a few of his trusted brothers also stepped up, shielding Yi Fan. Instructor, please go. We will hold them off. These goo insects were terrifyingly strange, able to devour a dog in seconds. If they latched onto a human, survival would be impossible. Count this old man in too. Hua Ximiao stepped forward. Young Lord Yi, make sure to carry on the legacy of Grand Xia's medicine. Seeing these people step forward in the face of death to protect him, Yi Fan was quietly moved. He was reminded of the attack on his sect 3 years ago, how his senior brothers, uncles, and elders used their own bodies to shield his escape. That was how he had survived all these years. Those detestable ambushers, Yi Fan swore they would pay in blood. Ha ha! You want to run? No one's leaving today. You all preach brotherhood and loyalty, right? Then walk the path to death together. What I say, not even Jesus can undo. Zhonghua laughed arrogantly, sending the deadly goo swarm toward Yi Fan and the others, only to halt them 3 feet away. Zhonghua, playing the victor, smirked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, here is your last chance. Kneel and apologize. Call me father. I will let your friends go. How about it? Instructor, forget about us, just go. Even if you kneel, he will not spare you. Li Hu shouted anxiously before Yi Fan could reply. Su Qingru clung to Yi Fan's chest and whispered softly, brother-in-law, as long as I am with you, I do not fear death. Yi Fan smiled faintly and said to her and the others, why so glum? Who said we are going to die? No one's dying today. Relax. He turned to face Zhonghua. Zhonghua, how unfilial of you. Since ancient times, has any son asked his father to kneel? Have you forgotten? Back at the auditorium, you called me dad yourself. What you are doing now is patricide. This one line from Yi Fan made Zhonghua explode. Yi Fan, you are looking for death. Zhonghua's biggest sore spot was his pride. Being forced to call Yi Fan dad in front of everyone was the ultimate humiliation. With a command, the swarm of goo insects surged at Yi Fan. Zhonghua's face twisted with a savage grin. Go to hell, Yi Fan. Once you are dead, I will be sure to love your wife, Suishua, ha. The atmosphere turned grim. Li Hu, Wang Fugue, and Hua Ximiao stared at the swarm intensely. Wang Fugue even tore off his shirt, ready to fight them off. Come on, you little bastards, come at your grandpa Wang. It is useless. Ha, the bloodthirsty goo is one of the 10 forbidden goo, none of you can stop it. Zhonghua laughed maniacally. But halfway through, his laughter halted. He suddenly realized the swarm of goo had stopped less than a foot from Yifan. Not only that, they were trembling in fear, as if encountering some unspeakable terror. The next second, all the goo insects collapsed to the ground, writhing and prostrating as if in worship. From Yifan's hand, a golden beetle appeared, its wings flickering, emitting high-pitched chirps. Instantly, the swarm reversed direction, flying madly away. Several of Zhonghua's bodyguards who failed to dodge were devoured instantly, leaving only bones. The insects continued to sweep through the rest of Zhonghua's men. Within seconds, they were all gone. Only Zhonghua and Zhou Hong remained. Why, young Master Zhong, what is going on? Were your goo not supposed to be powerful? Why are they out of control? Zhou Hong paled, shaken to the core. How the hell would I know? Zhonghua stammered, retreating while staring at the golden beetle in Yifan's hand. His eyes widened in horror. The Goo Emperor? How do you have the Goo Emperor? His master had told him of a sacred relic within the Goo sect, the myriad Goo cauldron, the source and ancestor of all Goo. Its greatest power came from harboring the Goo Emperor. Whoever obtained the myriad Goo cauldron could control the Goo Emperor and thereby command all Goo. No matter how vicious the Goo, they would submit to the Goo Emperor's will. If Yifan had the Goo Emperor, then he must have the myriad Goo cauldron too. Even the current Goo sect leader, having exhausted all his resources, failed to obtain it, his position unrecognized because the cauldron only passed to true leaders. If Zhonghua could acquire it, he could control the entire Goo sect. Greed surfaced in Zhonghua's eyes, completely unaware Yifan had already sentenced him to death. Whoosh! Zhonghua, I did not intend to kill you. But you practice the 10 most wicked Goo arts and seek to murder with forbidden Goo. You cannot be spared. Yifan commanded the bloodthirsty Goo to attack. No, do not. Young Lord Yi, mercy. I will kneel. Without hesitation, Zhonghua dropped to his knees. Young Lord Yi, I was wrong. I judged you with dog's eyes. I will never fight you for Su Qingru again. I swear I will stay far away. If you are still angry, take my eyes, dig them out if you want. Zhonghua knelt, kowtowing repeatedly to Yifan. Honor? Dignity? Can that save your life? At this point, Zhonghua no longer cared about anything. It was not my idea to kill you. It was the Zhou family, they ordered me to do it. I was just following orders. Zhonghua pushed all the blame onto Zhou Hong beside him. If that is so, then why did you act the way you did? Yifan sneered coldly. He could clearly see that Zhonghua was nothing but a pawn. The one who truly knew some of the inside story must be Zhou Hong standing next to him. Before Zhonghua could finish speaking, Yifan waved his hand, and the venomous goo worms swarmed over him. Kai Kai. In the blink of an eye, Zhonghua's flesh and blood were devoured completely by the goo worms, leaving only a pile of bones. From within his hair and clothing, a small translucent object fell out, seemingly untouched by the worms. Yifan curiously picked it up. It resembled a Buddha relic, yet was not quite the same. Holding it in his hand, he could faintly feel an ancient energy pulsing within, and even a subtle resonance with himself. But now was clearly not the time to examine it. Yifan quickly stowed it away. Zhonghua was dead. The alleyway, which had just been so chaotic, instantly fell into eerie silence. Li Hu, Wang Fugue, Hua Ximiao, and the others who had been bracing themselves for death were all stunned by what they had just witnessed. Wang Fugue and the others had all thought they were doomed after witnessing Zhonghua's terrifying powers. Yet in an unexpected twist, Yifan had survived a desperate situation and, by summoning the Goo Emperor, turned the tables completely, annihilating Zhonghua and all his men. Big Brother is incredible. I said it all along, my big brother is mighty and unstoppable. Handsome beyond compare, flowers bloom when he walks by, cars crash just to see him, even the king of hell is reluctant to take him. How could someone like that just die so easily? Wang Fugue, having come to his senses, spared no effort in showering him with exaggerated praise. Wang Fugue had been told everything about Yifan by his grandfather. He now understood that Yifan was no ordinary man, he was once a prodigious genius of the Northern Falling sect. While his martial skills had not yet returned, his other abilities remained intact. Even just this goo control technique alone meant that killing Yifan was not going to be easy. A true genius. Hua Ximiao exclaimed with admiration. Medicine and goo have always been intertwined, and Yifan actually knew the mysterious goo techniques of the Goo sect. This was truly astounding. If only his granddaughter. After dealing with Zhonghua, Yi Fan directed the goose swarm to surround Zhou Hong. He looked at him coolly and said, "You are from the Zhou family? I killed Zhou Tao. Do you have anything to say?" Zhou Hong knew some martial arts, but with all of Zhonghua's men now dead, and Yi Fan flanked by so many allies, Zhou Hong did not even have the courage to resist. "So it was you?" No, I mean, good kill. Zhou Tao deserved to die. Young Lord Yi, spare my life. It was all Zhonghua's idea to kill you. I had nothing to do with it. I was just here to watch." Even at this point, Zhou Hong still refused to speak the truth. Yi Fan sneered and sent the gu forward. In an instant, they tore off one of Zhou Hong's legs. "I will give you one last chance. Who ordered my death?" It was the Su family, the eldest son of the Su family in the capital, Su Hao. "You protected royal number 1, and Su Hao sent us to kill you." If the Gu sect could not do it, they planned to call on people from the Holy Lands to finish the job. "Please, I swear, I had nothing to do with it." Zhou Hong rolled on the ground in pain, wailing in agony. Yi Fan snorted coldly. So, the Su family from the capital had come looking for him? Very well. For the sake of his junior martial sister, Yi Fan had long planned to wipe the Su family from the face of the earth. Crunch! The remaining Gu surged forward and devoured Zhou Hong in an instant. The Zhou family had been one of the main attackers during the assault on the Yi family. How could Yi Fan possibly let them live? The entire scene had been thoroughly cleaned by the venomous Gu. Aside from the lingering stench of blood in 2 chairs that Zhonghua and Zhou Hong had been sitting in, there was nothing left in the alley. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it was real. So this is the power of the Gu sect? A swarm of insects could kill without a trace. Woo woo woo. Just as the scene had been cleared, the sound of urgent sirens rang out at the alley's entrance. Hua Shuiyan rushed in with a team of special police. "No one move. Who is responsible for this kidnapping?" Hua Shuiyan led the charge, dressed in uniform. But her well-developed figure threatened to burst from her shirt. Her fair skin, slim waist, everything was strikingly alluring. It was a deadly combination for any man. Yi Fan's eyes naturally fell on Hua Shuiyan, trailing down her chest like a dagger. "Pervert! What are you staring at?" I asked a question. "Who is behind this kidnapping? Is there no law left under heaven?" Before Yi Fan could speak, Hua Ximiao stepped forward. "Shuiyan, you are here. Just now, young Lord Yu was kidnapped, but the culprits have already been driven off by us." "Him? He was the one kidnapped?" "He looks more like the kidnapper himself." Hua Shuiyan frowned as she looked Yi Fan up and down. No matter how she looked at him, he did not seem like a decent man. Although he was handsome, there was a wicked charm about him. His eyes were anything but honest, and kept drifting toward her chest. "Look again and I will gouge your eyeballs out." From Hua Ximiao's expression and actions, Yi Fan guessed this beauty must have been the help he had sent for. "Miss, it is not my fault your beauty jumped into my eyes. If you are upset, why not just cut off your charming assets up front?" Hua Shuiyan was momentarily speechless, stamping her foot in frustration. "Shuiyan, do not be rude. This is young Lord Yi, a divine physician of our time. His medical skills defy heaven. Apologize at once." Hua Ximiao's face darkened as he scolded his granddaughter, leaving her stunned. "Apologize? Grandpa, did he threaten you? If he did, just blink. I brought so many people, we are not afraid of him," Hua Shuiyan said seriously, turning to Hua Ximiao. Hua Ximiao rolled his eyes. "With his methods, if he releases those bugs, even 10 times your number would just become their next meal." "Threaten, my ass." Hua Ximiao knocked his granddaughter on the head. "You, take your people and leave. Your mother's illness can only be cured by young Lord Yi. In this world, he is the only one with the ability to heal her." Hua Shuiyan's expression turned serious. Her grandfather did not seem to be joking. Her mother had been bedridden for years. Even her grandfather could not heal her. Could this man, who often lounged around in clubs, really be the cure? "Withdraw." Though she still had doubts about Yi Fan's skills, Hua Shuiyan did not press further. She gave the order, and her team quickly exited the scene. After she left, Hua Ximiao bowed respectfully to Yi Fan. "Young Lord Yi, I apologize on behalf of my granddaughter for her offense." He paused, then looked deeply at Yi Fan. "I never expected. Young Lord Yi, you have hidden your strength so well." Yi Fan smiled calmly. "Dean Hua, I suppose you also thought I was just a debauched wastrel who loitered around clubs? After all, when Yi Fan married into the Su family, he was either in a club or on his way to one. That was the public impression of him, a complete playboy. I did indeed misunderstand before. Today I actually came to consult young Lord Yi about that prescription you gave." As he spoke, Hua Ximiao took out the prescription Yi Fan had written for Chiu Wan. This prescription is ingenious, but there are 3 ingredients in particular whose combination I simply cannot fathom. Might young Lord Yi enlighten me? Originally, Hua Ximiao had come to save him. Even earlier, when danger struck, he did not leave and was among the first to step forward. Yi Fan had a good impression of him. Dean Hua, I have no problem discussing medical techniques with you. I can even give you this prescription and teach you some medical skills. But I have one condition. Ah, really? Hua Ximiao was stunned. Whatever your condition is, just say the word. If it is within my power, I will do it without hesitation. Given Yi Fan's extraordinary abilities, being able to learn from him would be a blessing. Not just one, even 100 conditions, Hua Ximiao would agree to them all. It is simple. Keep my martial arts and gu techniques secret, and go treat my great-grandfather in my stead. Heal him as quickly as possible. That is it? Hua Ximiao had expected some unreasonable demand, yet this was all? Yi Fan nodded. That is all. As you must know, 3 years ago the Yi family was attacked. Although my strength has now returned, I must remain hidden. I will only act when all my enemies have revealed themselves. As for those who have seen my true abilities, they can no longer speak. As he said this, Yi Fan glanced at Li Hu, Wang Fugui, and the others around him. The murderous aura emanating from Li Hu and his men made everyone feel stifled. You all too keep your mouths shut. Hua Ximiao was no fool. He instantly understood what Yi Fan meant. I understand. I will keep everything confidential. At the same time, he sighed inwardly, so the Yi family had produced a dragon after all. Those who kicked them when they were down were about to pay the price. The key to this prescription lies in the dosage, and in the principles of mutual reinforcement and counteraction. Without hesitation, Yi Fan explained the core logic behind the formula. He also taught Hua Ximiao 3 of the 8 Tai needles on the spot. These 3 needles are enough to treat my great-grandfather. If your talent is sufficient, I will teach you the rest later. Master, please accept my bow. Recognizing the skill as part of the secret Shinon classic, the Tai 8 needles, Hua Ximiao knelt and bowed, ignoring Yi Fan's protests. Though Yi Fan was young, he truly deserved this gesture. Yi Fan did not stop Hua Ximiao. In front of others, still call me young Lord Yi, he said, accepting him as a disciple. After all, having someone like Hua Ximiao as his follower would make many things easier. Nearby, Wang Fugui, Su Qingru, and Wang's brothers were all stunned to see Hua Ximiao kneeling to Yi Fan in full view. What, were their eyes deceiving them? The director of Yun City People's Hospital, the famed medicine king of the Southwest, actually knelt and took Yi Fan as his master? But thinking of Yi Fan's terrifying powers just now, everything suddenly made sense. After thanking Yi Fan profusely, Hua Ximiao left. Li Hu finally seized a chance to approach Yi Fan quietly and say, Young Lord Yi, our men just reported that several suspicious people are lurking near the place where we are holding Ishio. It looks like someone is planning to make a move. Yi Fan smiled faintly. So they could not wait to act already? It seemed Ishio really was hiding something valuable. Withdraw all your men from the perimeter. Make the trap wider. We are going over there immediately. If the area was too heavily guarded, the enemy would not act. What Yi Fan needed now was to cast a wide net and wait for the fish to swim in, then catch them all in one go. Understood. After they left, just 2 alleyways away, a young man in black retracted his binoculars, picked up his radio, and reported, Minister, you will not believe the incredible show I just witnessed. I believe I have identified the source of the energy fluctuation. It is Yi Fan, the eldest son of the Yi family. He has been hiding very well. This youth was a member of the Jinwu division. While on patrol, he happened to witness the showdown between Yi Fan and Zhonghua. Zhang Yang, this is a top-level secret. Remember, no one but you and I must ever know what you saw today. Otherwise, you and your family will be wiped out. Why yes, Minister. Back at the headquarters of the Jinwu division in Yun City, Minister Mo Zhong ended the call, his eyes gleaming strangely. Yi Fan, eldest son of the Yi family? Impressive. I knew the Yi family could not fall so easily. It looks like I will have to pay a personal visit tomorrow. At the Zhong family villa. In the private room of Zhonghua's mother, a masked man was passionately engaged with a woman, none other than Zhonghua's mother, Xiefang. On the floor, a man lay curled up and snoring like a dead pig, Zhonghua's supposed father. The masked man was actually Zhonghua's Gu master, named Long Zhong, the third elder of the Gu sect, who had been operating in Yun City for years. Along, this is still not good. That deadbeat is lying right next to us and you are still doing this. Ah, what is the problem? That bastard is not even the father of the child. If not for needing his cover to stay hidden, he would have been dead long ago. Humph, how many times did you give it to him last month? Just thinking about it disgusts me. Oh please. I had no choice. We are still legally married. If I refused, he might have gotten suspicious. Ooh, be gentler. So Jonghwa's so-called father was never really his father, just a pitiful, cuckolded stand-in. After about a frenzied passion, just as the two lay down to rest, Long Jong suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. No! Something has happened to Jonghwa. Spurt! He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jonghwa died without ever knowing he was not the son of Zhong Yiming, but the illegitimate child of his mother and her gu master, Long Zhong. Long Zhong had invested so much in training Jonghwa in gu techniques because he was his son. Moreover, to accelerate Jonghwa's growth, Long Zhong had created a copy of his own life-bound gu and implanted it in him. This way, if anything happened, he could sense it immediately. Just now, Long Zhong felt that his clone life-bound gu had been destroyed. Something happened? What do you mean? The woman's voice trembled with fear. Jonghua is dead. Someone killed him. Long Zhong's expression turned grim. He grieved for his son, but more importantly, the fragment of the undying bone he had implanted in Jonghua was now lost. That item was more precious than life itself. It had been discovered that the undying bone could generate endless martial energy, drastically enhancing cultivation speed. Rumor had it the bone even had the power to grant immortality. It was priceless. Who was it? Who killed Jonghua? Long Zhong quickly got dressed, muttered to Xiefeng, and disappeared from the room. I am going out. That item on Jonghua had been stolen at great cost. He could live without a son or a woman, but not without the undying bone. Long Zhong would stop at nothing to track down Zhonghua's killer and take back the undying bone. In a warehouse on the western outskirts of Yun City, this was the location where Li Hu had detained Yi Xiu. Previously, this area served as a hub for logistics companies, but following urban redevelopment, most of those companies had relocated. Only some warehouses remained in use, and although a few businesses were still operating there, it was mostly deserted at night. However, tonight, under the cover of darkness, over a dozen vehicles quietly parked around the warehouse. A group of burly men in black t-shirts stepped out of the cars. Leading them was none other than Lin Dong. Ah Yang, are you sure this is the place? Lin Dong turned and asked a young man beside him. This young man was Lin Yang, the biological son of Lin Dong's second uncle, Lin Hua. Although Lin Yang was already 20 years old, he had some mental issues and seemed to have the intellect of a child around 10 years old. This was also one of the reasons Lin Hua had designated Lin Dong as the family heir. Lin Hua had no choice. Although he would have preferred to choose his own son, Lin Yang's intellectual disability made him unfit to manage the Lin group. Yes, he just told me. Lin Yang said, pointing to a man nearby who looked like a teen leader. Big brother, this place is great for hide and seek. Can you play with me later? Lin Dong was speechless. He thought, I came here to kill someone, not to play goddamn hide and seek. If I had known, I would never have brought this idiot along. Are you sure the information is correct? This place is in the middle of nowhere. Would Li Hu really detain Yi Xiu here? Rest assured, young Master Lin. Our men personally saw Yi Xiu appear here earlier today. He is definitely inside. It is warehouse number 8. If we break the door open, we will know immediately, said the bodyguard captain beside Lin Yang with confidence. For this operation, Lin Dong had mobilized over 100 elite bodyguards from the Lin family, in case anything went wrong. Clang! As Lin Dong and his men smashed open the warehouse door, the lights came on, and 3 thugs who were playing cards immediately jumped up. What are you doing? These 3 were subordinates that Li Hu had arranged to guard the place. Sit down and behave. The 3 had just stood up when Lin Dong's men forcibly pressed them back into their seats. Bang! Bang! In the next instant, the 3 were knocked unconscious. Once the lights were fully on, Lin Dong quickly spotted Yi Xiu tied up in the corner. At that moment, Yi Xiu had already been tortured beyond recognition, his face covered in blood, and his clothes in tatters. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Yi Xiu's eyes lit up. Young Master Lin, you finally came. If you had come any later, I would have been tortured to death. Lin Dong smirked and shone the flashlight in his hand on Yi Xiu. He had no interest in Yi Xiu's suffering. What he cared about was how much Yi Xiu had revealed about the events from years ago. How much did you reveal about the secrets from back then? Lin Dong stepped forward, not rushing to untie Yi Xiu but instead stared intently at him and asked. I did not say anything. Young Master Lin, you must believe me, I really said nothing. Otherwise, they would not have kept me tied up like this. Yi Xiu replied, looking agitated. Please untie me quickly and take me away. That bastard Yi Fan has already been here. I am scared. Yi Xiu knew very well how terrifying Yi Fan's methods were. Even the Black Dragon had been taken down by Yi Fan, who could also change his appearance. He even began to suspect whether the person in front of him was actually Yi Fan in disguise, attempting to trick him into letting his guard down. Hearing that Yi Fan had been there earlier, Lin Dong could not help but shiver. God damn it. If you are scared, I am even more terrified. That bastard Yi Fan was the one who crushed my manhood with a single kick and cracked my skull. He was the reason the Lin family was humiliated. All of it was Yi Fan's doing. But now, the Lin family did not dare move against Yi Fan directly. They could only pin their hopes on the blood-robed sect to act swiftly. Since you did not say anything, I can rest easy. Lin Dong smiled sinisterly and drew a combat knife from a nearby bodyguard. In an instant, he pressed the blade to Yi Xiu's neck. The cold glint of the blade instantly shocked Yi Xiu. Young Master Lin? What are you doing? I really did not say anything. Why do you want to kill me? I already coordinated with your second uncle. I am supposed to take control of the Yi family and serve the Lin family. Humph, why kill you? Because some secrets are safest when only the dead know them. Yi Xiu, you know too much, and you have already been exposed to Yi Fan. I am sorry, but you must die. Without any hesitation, Lin Dong raised the blade to slit Yi Xiu's throat. No, please do not. Young Master Lin, this is not fair. You cannot use me and then discard me. Regardless of Yi Xiu's desperate pleas, Lin Dong showed no mercy. Yi Xiu could already feel the blade piercing the skin of his neck. Despair overwhelmed him. Years ago, in his ambition to control the Yi family, he had conspired with the Lin and Zhou families, acting as an inside agent and leaking all of the Yi family's strategic deployments to them. That betrayal had led to the near extermination of the Yi family. If only he had not been so blinded by greed, if he had informed the old master in time about the attack, perhaps the Yi family would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. If things had gone differently, maybe he could have gained control of the Yi family legitimately. Yi Xiu was full of regret, but there is no medicine for regret in this world. Thud! Just as Lin Dong's blade was about to slice through Yi Xiu's throat, a pebble suddenly flew in and struck Lin Dong's arm, piercing through it and shattering the bone. The combat knife clattered to the floor, and Lin Dong's arm immediately went limp. Ah, fuck. Who the hell dared to attack me? Lin Dong screamed, clutching his bleeding arm, though his heart already suspected the culprit. Yi Fan. It had to be Yi Fan. Late at night, and Yi Fan was still lurking nearby. This could only mean one thing. Yi Fan had been waiting for him here on purpose. Capturing Yi Xiu and deliberately leaking the location was all part of a trap, to lure out anyone who would come to save or kill Yi Xiu. Anyone who took that bait must have had a role in the attack on the Yi family years ago. That Yi Fan could lay such a trap was something Lin Dong had anticipated, which is why he had brought over 100 bodyguards with him. If this were just about capturing or killing Yi Xiu, there would be no need for such a grand operation. As the predetermined successor of the Lin family, Lin Dong was not stupid, he just had the bad luck of running into Yi Fan. Young Master Lin, so late at night, we meet again. Yi Fan walked down calmly from behind a door on the second floor, smiling. Lin Dong observed carefully. Yi Fan appeared to be alone. He could not help but feel relieved. Yi Fan was still as arrogant as ever, thinking he alone could defeat the army of bodyguards Lin Dong had brought. Soon, he would be the one begging on his knees. Yi Fan glanced at Lin Dong and then turned to Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu, now you see it, do you not? You were still trying to defend the Lin family, stubborn to the end, but they just tried to kill you. Are you really willing to accept this? Is it worth it? Are you really content to be tortured alone, while those who were once your allies betray you, attempt to silence you, and dump all the blame on you? Every word from Yi Fan pierced into Yi Xiu's ears. Having just survived a brush with death, Yi Xiu's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Earlier, Li Hu had used various cruel methods to torture Yi Xiu for an entire day, and Yi Xiu had still managed to hold on, because he firmly believed the Lin family would go to any lengths to find him and save him. Yi Xiu held many secrets regarding the attack on the Yi family years ago, and if those secrets were leaked to Yi Fan, it would become irrefutable evidence justifying Yi Fan's retaliation against the Lin family. I am not willing. Yi Xiu's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you will all die a horrible death. You forced me into this. I was loyal to you, and you betrayed me and tried to kill me. Do not blame me now. Yi Fan, as long as you kill Lin Dong, I will tell you everything. Yi Xiu now appeared nearly insane. Compared to Yi Fan, he now hated Lin Dong even more. Lin Dong, meanwhile, had regained his composure. Kill me? Ha! Yi Xiu, you must be dreaming. I came here fully prepared. I brought over 100 bodyguards. Even if Yi Fan were a god, he could not take on this many. Even if he could fight, he would collapse from exhaustion. As he spoke, and after confirming there was no one else upstairs, Lin Dong grew even more arrogant. Only Yi Fan was here, no others. This was a perfect opportunity to kill him. Yi Fan, get on your knees and apologize to me. Beg for mercy. Maybe, for the sake of Xian Yufei, I will let you die a quick death. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead tonight. With a wave of Lin Dong's hand, all the bodyguards behind him drew their weapons, combat knives and steel batons, and began to close in on Yi Fan. Yi Fan, however, showed not a trace of concern. His current strength far exceeded that of a martial lord. This group of thugs? Even if their number doubled or quintupled, Yi Fan would not care. What difference is there between one group of ants and 5? They are still just ants. It does not take much effort for a person to crush one ant or 100. Young Master Lin, my legs are a bit stiff, I cannot kneel. Why do you not show me how? Yi Fan said with a faint smirk. Oh, I forgot. I shattered your balls last time. Kneeling probably hurts a lot now, does it not? Better forget it. Yi Fan, you son of a bitch. I will fucking kill you and your ancestors. Lin Dong exploded. The mention of his testicles enraged him to the core. A man's pride had been utterly destroyed by Yi Fan. That was the end of any happiness for the rest of his life. What are you all standing around for? Kill him. I do not care what it takes, kill him. Whoever stabs him once, I will give 10 million. Lin Dong had gone completely mad, shouting orders wildly. Make sure you do not kill him right away. Leave him barely alive, I want to play him to death. Lin Dong's face twisted with fury. The Yi family is so arrogant, is it not? Well, tonight 2 Yi family members will fall into my hands. I will end your family's future. What they failed to do 3 years ago, I will finish today. Alright, whoever castrates Yi Fan, I will give 100 million. Bastard, since you made me less than a man, I will make sure you suffer the same pain. But to Lin Dong's shock, despite his orders, all his subordinates stood frozen. None of them moved. Are you deaf? I said move, damn it. Are you all useless? Lin Dong was about to explode with rage. These were elite bodyguards trained by the Lin family. He was the designated successor, why were they not listening? Yi Fan glanced coldly at Lin Dong, then jerked his chin slightly toward Lin Dong's rear. Young Master Lin, why not take a look behind you? Lin Dong was confused. Behind him? What was behind him? Turning around out of curiosity, Lin Dong instantly gasped in horror. His heart sank. This Tiger Lord. Standing behind him was Li Hu, Yun City's underground overlord, with a dense formation of elite fighters. Their strength was clearly far above that of Lin Dong's men. Each of them held a steel crossbow and a dagger pointed directly at the hearts of Lin Dong's bodyguards. Not a single Lin family guard dared to move. Lin Dong was stunned. He had brought over 100 men and had arranged dozens more to keep watch outside. Why had there been no warning? Where the hell is everyone? Are you all pigs? How did Li Hu and so many men get in without a single alert? Lin Dong, did you really think I, Li Hu, was some soft-hearted fool? Since I dared to imprison Yi Xiu here, did you think I would not take precautions? Li Hu waved his hand, and another group of his men dragged in Lin Dong's guards from outside, his entire perimeter force. Lin Dong was utterly defeated. Now he understood Yi Fan had laid a trap, waiting to see who would jump into it. Young Master Yi, I was wrong, please let me go. I just wanted to be your dog, to help you clean house. Truly. Thud. Lin Dong did not care about his dignity. He fell to his knees before Yi Fan. Yi Xiu watched from the side, speechless. Yi Fan, do not believe a word he says. It was Lin Dong. He was the one who contacted me. The Lin family directly participated in the attack on the Yi family, and I know they were searching for something hidden by the Yi family. But even now, they still have not found it. Yi Xiu, realizing there was no escape, decided to go all in and bring Lin Dong down with him. Lin Dong was so furious he nearly exploded. Yi Xiu, I will kill you. That secret item was the central reason for the attack on the Yi family, and now Yi Xiu had exposed it. And this did not involve just the Lin family, the forces behind it were vast and complex. If word got out that the Lin family had leaked the secret, they would be doomed. Enraged, Lin Dong jumped up and rushed over, grabbing Yi Xiu's throat with one hand. Yi Xiu, I will strangle you to death. Tu's secret was exposed in front of Yi Fan. How could the people behind the Lin family possibly let the Lin family off the hook? Yi Xiu's hands and feet were tied with ropes, his throat was being strangled, and his face instantly turned bright red. Yi Fan gave a faint smile. A surge of energy burst from his hand, breaking the ropes binding Yi Xiu's hands and feet. Yi Xiu was finally free. He immediately fought back, punching Lin Dong squarely on the cheek, sending Lin Dong staggering and naturally loosening his grip. Lin Dong, I have long been sick of the sight of you. Who do you think you are? A worthless piece of trash who idles around all day. What right do you have to stand as my equal? Pa! Yi Xiu, recalling how Lin Dong had just tried to kill him, grew even angrier. He rushed forward and delivered several savage kicks to Lin Dong's groin. Lin Dong's groin had already been injured before. Just now, Yi Fan had broken his arm, leaving him with only one usable hand. How could he possibly be a match for Yi Xiu? Yi Xiu. Just you wait. As long as I make it out of here alive today, I will make sure you wish you were dead. You are nothing but a dog of the Lin family, and you dare bark at me. I will fight you to the death. At this moment, Lin Dong had completely disregarded Yi Fan and charged at Yi Xiu, grappling with him. He used both his hands and feet, grabbed Yi Xiu's hair, and even bit off a piece of flesh from Yi Xiu's body. Yi Xiu grimaced in pain. Lin Dong, you forced me into this. A ruthless glint flashed across Yi Xiu's face. He picked up Lin Dong's fallen battle blade from the ground and drove it straight through Lin Dong's chest. Thud, thud. One strike after another, Lin Dong's chest was soon riddled with holes, blood gushing out in streams. Lin Dong's hand, which had been clutching Yi Xiu's hair, gradually loosened. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Yi Xiu. You actually dared to kill me. Lin Yang, run, go back and tell second uncle to avenge me. Seeing the holes in his chest, Lin Dong knew he could not survive. His only thought was to send word back through his dim-witted younger brother. But Lin Yang, witnessing the scene before him, had no intention of running. Instead, he picked up a battle blade. Big brother, I will help you. Thud. Seeing Lin Yang charge at him, Yi Xiu did not hesitate at all and swung the blade, killing Lin Yang as well. No. Lin Dong had not expected this at all. Before Yi Fan even acted, Yi Xiu had already killed both him and his brother Lin Yang. This was the end of the Lin family's lineage. At this point, Yi Xiu came to his senses from his earlier madness. He hastily threw down the battle blade and looked at Lin Dong in terror. Young Master Lin, no. I did not mean to. Yi Xiu knew that the Lin family and the Yi family were both among the 6 great clans, each with considerable power. More importantly, if Yi Xiu wanted to fully control the Yi family, he absolutely needed the Lin family's support. And now, he had killed the Lin family's only 2 young masters, Lin Dong and Lin Yang. If the Lin family found out, how could he have any chance of survival? What was more, he was still in Yi Fan's hands. Even if Yi Fan did not kill him, the Lin family would not let him live. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Fan calmly watched the two fight like mad dogs. After seeing Lin Dong and Lin Yang twitch a few times and go completely still, he finally stepped forward. Yi Xiu, you do have some backbone after all. Killing Lin Dong counts as a contribution to the Yi family. Yi Fan looked at Yi Xiu with a half-smile, while Yi Xiu's face was filled with bitterness, almost on the verge of tears. Yi Fan. Halfway through his words, Yi Xiu fell silent. Yi Xiu was not stupid. He understood that in today's situation, whether he was in Yi Fan's hands or Lin Dong's, there was no way he would live. Although he hated Yi Fan, compared to Lin Dong who wanted to kill him to silence him, he would at least ensure they did not get their way, even if it cost him his life. I will speak. I will tell you everything I know. Just give me a quick death. Scenes of the old master of the Yi family saving him from a group of human traffickers flashed through Yi Xiu's mind. At that time, Yi Xiu had felt only gratitude. His desires were simple then, just to be free, to have food to eat, and not starve. Later, the old master sent him to school and entrusted him with the Yi family's business. Yi Xiu had become the Yi family's representative, second only to one, above thousands. He enjoyed wealth and honor, but his greed grew. In the end, he betrayed the Yi family and brought about its tragedy. The people who attacked the Yi family back then, what I know is that the Lin family was involved, the Zhou family, and members of the royal family. But I never saw the face of the royal family's man. Besides them, the Zhao family also had people involved. Is there paper and pen? Yi Xiu staggered in front of Yi Fan, his face showing not despair but a kind of relief. After Li Hu and the others brought over paper and pen, Yi Xiu thought carefully and wrote down a list. These are the names of those I know who attacked the Yi family. I also have video evidence to confirm this. Of course, you can investigate it yourself. After handing the paper to Yi Fan, Yi Xiu continued, the Lin family attacked the Yi family looking for something. It was said to be something that could change a family's fate, connected to a great secret. I only overheard fragments, something called the undying bone. Lin Dong may not have known, only the head of the Lin family, Lin Hua, knows. Having said all he knew, Yi Xiu let out a long sigh. Yi Fan looked at him and said blandly, had you known this earlier, why did you do what you did? Speak. Do you have any last wishes? If I am in the mood, I might help you. None. Yi Xiu shook his head, then suddenly remembered something. Oh right. In the southern suburbs of Yunqing, at number 38, I kept a girl. I always wanted to have her, but she refused no matter what, so I secretly had her imprisoned. If you have time, go free her. Still keeping a girl imprisoned? Yi Fan's lips curved slightly. He had thought Yi Xiu had lost interest in women. Very well. Hearing Yi Fan's reply, Yi Xiu picked up the battle blade from the ground and plunged it into his own heart. Yi Xiu knew he had no way out, so he might as well end it himself. Did you record everything just now? Yi Fan turned to Li Hu. It was Yi Xiu who killed Lin Dong and Lin Yang, and Yi Xiu who took his own life. Li Hu nodded. It is all recorded. Yi Fan had originally planned to use Yi Xiu as bait to lure out a big fish. In the end, Lin Dong had walked into the trap himself. Still, it was not bad. Killing Lin Dong and getting Yi Xiu's list made this operation quite a success. Especially when he saw the Zhao family's name on the list, Yi Fan's face turned dark. Humph, so the Zhao family was part of the plan back then? I have already given you a chance. When I come for you, it will be your death. As Yi Fan muttered, there was a faint creak from the roof. Who is there? Yi Fan's expression hardened. Someone was eavesdropping on the roof? One had to know that Yi Fan's strength had now already surpassed the martial sovereign level. His opponent had really hidden deeply. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Fan pushed off the ground with his ankle, his body continuing to leap towards the second floor. Using the steel frame of the wall for leverage, his entire body directly pierced through the warehouse roof, charging onto the rooftop. Such an agile and monstrous movement technique left Li Hu and his group of subordinates utterly stunned. Did you all see that clearly this time? The instructor's strength is unfathomable, far beyond what you can even hope to look up to. Clean up the scene thoroughly. Li Hu could not resist showing off a bit in front of his subordinates. As for the opponent Yi Fan was pursuing, Li Hu did not interfere at all. Because Li Hu was very clear that a master of that level was completely beyond anything he could hope to touch. After charging onto the rooftop, Yi Fan unleashed his powerful sense in the dark night, and soon detected a hunched figure quickly fleeing into the distance. Whoosh! A piece of sheet metal in Yi Fan's hand whistled as it shot towards the escaping figure. Thud! After a crisp sound, Yi Fan clearly heard a muffled grunt. That piece of sheet metal had definitely injured the intruder. Yi Fan had sensed clearly just now that the opponent's strength was actually not very high, at most at the Grandmaster level, not yet at Martial Sovereign level. But the opponent's movement technique had some peculiar traits, and he was good at concealing his aura, which was why Yi Fan had not noticed the spice trail at first. Yi Fan's steps did not pause as he swiftly leapt across the rooftop, chasing after the fleeing figure. But when Yi Fan reached the end of the warehouse, he discovered that apart from a pool of blood, there were no other traces left. You ran quite fast. Yi Fan snorted coldly and muttered to himself, however, I have already planted a scent tracking goo on that piece of sheet metal. As long as you appear within 3 kilometers of me, I will definitely be able to find you. It would be best if you were not an enemy. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death. Li Hu would handle the aftermath at the warehouse, so naturally Yi Fan did not need to worry. He drove towards number 38 in the southern suburbs of Yuncheng. Now that Yi Xiu was already dead, there was no reason to continue delaying that girl. Number 38 in the southern suburbs of Yuncheng was a quiet and isolated courtyard. As Yi Fan approached, 3 bodyguards in black tried to stop him. Yi Fan said coldly, "Get lost. I am Yi Fan. Yi Xiu is already dead. Do you still want to risk your lives for him?" Seeing their hesitation, Yi Fan waved the previously recorded video in front of them. The bodyguards' expressions immediately changed drastically. "Young Master Yi, farewell, we were never here today." Having said that, the men fled as if their backsides were on fire. Yi Fan's lips twitched slightly. He pushed open the door and walked into the courtyard. No sooner had he stepped inside than a teacup came flying at him. "Yi Xiu, I have already said, even if it were with a dog, I would never be your woman. Get lost." This little lady was rather fiery. A surge of energy flowed through Yi Fan's hand, and he easily caught the flying teacup. "I came to inform you that you are free now. From this moment on, you no longer have to suffer Yi Xiu's torment. You can go live the life you want." Yi Fan stepped into the living room and glanced around, spotting a young woman in khaki shorts, glaring angrily at the doorway. Seeing that the newcomer was not Yi Xiu but Yi Fan, the girl was clearly taken aback. "You are not Yi Xiu? Where is Yi Xiu?" "Dead." Yi Fan had no reservations in front of the girl and spoke plainly. "I have also dealt with the men outside. I just came to tell you that you are free from now on." According to what Yi Xiu had said, she had been the campus belle when she was in university. From that time, Yi Xiu had set his sights on her. With the power of the Yi family behind him, Yi Xiu easily drove away all her suitors and began, in effect, to keep her captive. "Dead?" The girl looked out the door in disbelief, and indeed could not see the bodyguards. She knew that previously those bodyguards had been around her 24 hours a day. Even if she only went out to buy something, they would follow her everywhere. The expression on the girl's face finally relaxed. 5 years, it had been 5 years since university. Was she truly free at last? But in the next instant, the girl's expression tensed again. No! This must be one of Yi Xiu's tricks, trying to deceive me. Humph. Is it not just that Yi Xiu wants to have me? I just refuse to let him succeed. Yi Fan could not be bothered to explain further. He turned and prepared to leave. Seeing him about to leave the hall, the girl suddenly called out, "Wait." Yi Fan turned around in confusion, only for the girl to throw herself at him, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her red lips to his. "Young lady, what are you doing?" Yi Fan only felt the astonishing suppleness of the girl for a moment before immediately pulling back. Although Yi Fan did like beautiful women, he was not one to take advantage of just anyone. But the girl would not let up. What do you think a girl throwing herself into a man's arms means? What else would a man and woman do together? Is it not that Yi Xiu wanted to have me? Humph. I will just give my first time to another man. Do not worry, I am still pure. Come on. Before Yi Fan could reply, the girl had already hooked her arms around his neck and was leading him towards the bedroom. Rip. Inside the room, the girl removed all her clothing, revealing a stunning figure, curvaceous in all the right places, truly a rare beauty. Yi Fan had originally planned to spend the previous night being intimate with Su Yixue, only to be interrupted by her younger sister. Now, faced with such a gorgeous woman's unrestrained allure, a fire ignited within Yi Fan. "Young lady, you are playing with fire." "Humph, if I am not afraid, what are you afraid of? Come on, I just want to put a green hat on Yi Xiu." As she spoke, the girl pushed Yi Fan onto the bed. She had no idea that Yi Xiu was truly already dead. Feeling the softness in his arms, Yi Fan no longer restrained himself and tore away his clothes in one motion. In an instant, the room was filled with a heady atmosphere, accompanied by sounds not fit for children. An ice jade body? When Yi Fan and Jiang Yueran reached the final step of intimacy, he suddenly discovered that Jiang Yueran actually possessed the legendary rare physique, the ice jade body. Yi Fan's heart shook violently, while at the same time he felt overwhelming joy. This was the very physique that Yi Fan and his master had sought so bitterly. Because the ice jade body could perfectly neutralize the fire poison accumulating within Yi Fan's body and save his life. The Northern Gate dragon taming art was almost the most defiant cultivation method imaginable. Paired with Yi Fan's 9-yang dragon vein, it could defy the heavens and change destiny. But the dragon taming art also had a fatal flaw. As his cultivation increased, the side effects of the 9-yang dragon vein would gradually intensify, forming 9 raging fire poisons within Yi Fan's body. If these poisons were not suppressed, they would eventually burn Yi Fan alive. Even Yi Fan's master, a genius, had only found one strange antidote: to find girls with 9 kinds of special physiques in the world to help Yi Fan neutralize the poison and turn it to his own use. Yi Fan had never imagined that the very physique he had been desperately searching for would be encountered here. This was a woman bestowed upon him by the heavens. If he did not accept her, he would be letting himself down. The moonlight outside the window seemed too shy to witness the scene before it and quietly hid behind the clouds. It was not until more than an hour later that Yi Fan and the young woman lay lazily on the bed, with a spot of bright red clearly visible on the sheets. On Jiang Yueran's neck, a blue and strange pattern appeared. This was the mark of the ice jade body. At this moment, Yi Fan could clearly feel that one of the fire poisons within his body had already disappeared. Faintly visible on Yi Fan's chest, in the Taiji 8 trigrams pattern, one of the 9 dragon marks had lit up, signifying that one poison had been neutralized. "My name is Yi Fan. From today onward, you are my woman. If you want me to take responsibility, you can call me anytime." As Yi Fan spoke, he picked up the girl's phone and dialed his own number. Although Yi Fan could like different women, once someone became his woman, he treated them well. "Oh, my name is Jiang Yueran." Jiang Yueran twisted slightly in Yi Fan's embrace and suddenly seemed to remember something. "Ah, you said your name is Yi Fan? You are Yi Xiu's younger brother?" Yi Xiu had always regarded Yi Fan as his greatest enemy, so naturally he often mentioned him in front of Jiang Yueran. Moreover, Yi Fan's name in Yunqing was widely known. Always hanging around clubs, if he was not in a club, he was on his way to one. "Yes. What, do you regret it now? I reminded you earlier." Yi Fan stood up and straightened his clothes, preparing to leave. Tomorrow, he had to buy a house, not for himself, but for Chiu Wan. Tonight, with Yi Xiu's death, the Yi group urgently needed someone to help manage things, and Chiu Wan was the best candidate. To bring Chiu Wan into the Yi group, the first issue to resolve was her residence. Yi Fan planned to buy the house for Chiu Wan first and then inform her. Regret? Why would I regret it? Jiang Yueran not only showed no sign of regret, but even looked rather excited. Then what we just did, does that count as a sister-in-law secretly having an affair with her little brother-in-law? How thrilling! Although Yifan was experienced, hearing Jiang Yueran's words left him speechless. Ha ha! Wonderful! Humph, was it not Yi Xiu who wanted to have me? I gave my body to his little brother instead, just to spite him. Come, little brother-in-law, let us take a selfie. I want to drive him mad. As she spoke, Jiang Yueran did not care at all that her body was exposed before Yifan. She wrapped her arms around his neck, took 2 photos, and then finally let Yifan leave. After Yifan left, Jiang Yueran immediately sent those intimate photos to Yi Xiu's phone. Yi Xiu, now I belong to your little brother. You will never have me. Give it up. Having done all this, Jiang Yueran suddenly felt a little hungry and wanted to get up to eat something. But as soon as she moved, she realized that her whole body felt as if it were falling apart. This Yifan, his stamina was just too strong. After leaving the courtyard, Yifan called Li Hu. Jiang Yueran is now my woman. Tell the brothers to take good care of her. Also, look into Jiang Yueran's background for me. Jiang Yueran had been imprisoned by Yi Xiu for so long and was suddenly free. Yifan was still worried that something might happen to her. Since she had become his woman, Yifan naturally had to make arrangements to protect her. Yes, instructor. When Yifan returned home, his sister-in-law Su Qingru and his wife Sui Xue were both still awake, obviously waiting for him in the living room. Brother-in-law, you are finally back? How did things go? Li Hu had contacted Yifan precisely because there were matters to handle. Although she knew Yifan was not ordinary, she still worried. As she spoke, Su Qingru leapt into Yifan's arms. Seeing this, Sui Xue, who had been about to hug Yifan, had no choice but to stop awkwardly. Yifan's lips curved slightly. With his left hand, he pulled Su Qingru into his left embrace, and with his right, he drew Sui Xue into his right arm. If you want to hug me, just hug me. I am your husband. What is there to be embarrassed about? Oh. Although Sui Xue had already been intimate with Yifan, at this moment, with Su Qingru also present, she still felt quite shy. While enjoying Yifan's embrace, she quietly observed Su Qingru's expression. Seeing Su Qingru's calm, even delighted look, Sui Xue was a little surprised. Were young girls nowadays all so composed? Both sisters were in Yifan's arms, and Su Qingru did not seem to mind at all? Naturally, Sui Xue did not know that last night, Su Qingru and Yifan had already been intimate. And tonight, when Su Qingru had risked her life to save Yifan, their bond had deepened further. Because Su Qingru was here, Yifan could only sleep alone that night. But thinking of Jiang Yueran's once-in-a-thousand-years ice jade body, his heart was filled with wonder. Was this fate? Yifan had always worried about how to resolve the issue of the Nine-Yang dragon vein, and in the end, the girl Yi Xiu had kept captive turned out to be Yifan's savior. After all the evil Yi Xiu had done, perhaps this was the one good deed he had unknowingly performed. In Yunqing, at the Zhao family's main residence, the Zhao family's ancestor, Zhao Changfeng, covered in blood, staggered into the hall, startling Zhao Tianlong, the family head, who had not yet gone to bed. Ancestor, what happened to you? Zhao Changfeng weakly sat down in a chair, tore the sheet metal from his shoulder, snorted coldly, and used his clothes to roughly bandage the wound. Only then did he speak. Quick! Summon all core members of the Zhao family for a meeting. I have an important announcement. Ah? Yes. Seeing the ancestor in such a state, Zhao Tianlong knew something serious had happened and immediately began summoning all Zhao family members. Those who could come did so at once, those who could not joined via phone. 20 minutes later, all Zhao family members had gathered. The ancestor Zhao Changfeng composed himself and spoke gravely. What I am about to announce is this: from this moment on, our Zhao family will surrender to the Yi family. Tomorrow, I will personally lead a delegation to the Yi family to apologize. Ah, ancestor, why have you suddenly decided this? Did we not once join forces against the Yi family? That is right. The Yi family is clearly on the verge of collapse. Yifan was attacked and has been a useless man for 3 years. What waves can he stir up now? Everyone was in an uproar, unable to comprehend the ancestor's decision. Silence. You have all been deceived by Yifan. I fear that Yifan's strength has already surpassed the martial sovereign level. A few days ago, a grandmaster who attacked the Yi family was suddenly killed, and the Zhou family's grandmaster steward also died in Yuncheng. I suspect Yifan killed them both. Tonight, I went to gather information. Now I am seriously injured, and it was Yifan who attacked me. Hiss. At first, people had doubted the ancestor's words, but Zhao Chongfeng's final sentence made everyone present draw in a sharp breath. Everyone knew the ancestor's strength. He was a peak grandmaster, the pillar of the Zhao family. If even he could not stand against Yi Fan, just how terrifying was Yi Fan's strength? Moreover, they had heard that the Zhou family steward and the Zhou family head's son had both died in Yuncheng. Was all of this Yi Fan's doing? The Yi family had truly produced a dragon. Very well. Since that is the case, it is decided. Tomorrow, I and the ancestor will take Linglong and personally go to the Yi family to apologize, hoping to gain their forgiveness. As the Zhao family head, Zhao Tianlong made the final decision. But why do I have to go along to apologize? The beauty speaking was none other than Zhao Linglong, the Zhao family's cherished daughter of the third generation. Though she appeared petite, she was remarkably well endowed, a true Lolita with a voluptuous figure. Linglong, do not be woeful. This matter concerns the Zhao family's survival. Sigh, we made a terrible mistake back then. We cannot make another one now. No matter what unreasonable demands the Yi family makes, we must comply, and you are not to act out. Or it will be the day our Zhao family is exterminated. From now on, every member of the Zhao family must show utmost respect when meeting anyone from the Yi family. Endure whatever beatings or scoldings come your way. Understood? Understood. Seeing the ancestor covered in blood, summoning everyone so urgently, the Zhao family's core members all realized how grave the situation was. Sigh. Let us hope it is not too late. A storm is coming to Yuncheng. At the Lin family residence, Lin Hua had not slept at all last night. His own son, Lin Yang, and his heir apparent, Lin Dong, had both gone out the night before in search of Yi Xiu's whereabouts and had not returned the entire night. Disappearing along with them were the bodyguards Lin Dong had taken, over 100 men, who had vanished without a trace in Yuncheng. A bunch of useless trash. Still no news? Enraged, Lin Hua swept everything off the tea table onto the floor. Among the Lin family's third generation, Lin Dong and Lin Yang were the only direct bloodline descendants. If anything had happened to them, it would mean the Lin family's future was effectively cut off. Master, it is still the same news. Young Master Lin said he was going out to look for Yi Xiu's trail, and second young master insisted on following. After they left with the family's bodyguards, there has been no word at all. The subordinate reported gloomily from the side. In truth, he was cursing inwardly. In his eyes, Lin Dong was no different from the old Ji fan, always loitering in nightclubs. Disappearing with so many people most likely meant he was hiding out in some club. This business of going after Yi Xiu was just an excuse to go out and openly chase women. In fact, Lin Hua had considered this possibility, but when he thought about how Yi Xiu had been captured by Yi Fan, and how Lin Dong and Lin Yang had gone to find Yi Xiu, Lin Hua's heart gradually sank. If this had been a trap set by Yi Fan, waiting for Lin Dong and Lin Yang to walk right in, given Lin Dong's and Lin Yang's intelligence, how could they be a match for that damned Yi Fan? The more Lin Hua thought about it, the more anxious he became. If he had known this would happen, he would never have agreed yesterday to let Lin Dong go searching for Yi Xiu. Master, someone is here to visit. Lin Hua was still fuming when a bodyguard's trembling voice came from the doorway. I am not seeing anyone. Even if the emperor himself comes today, I will not see him. Lin Hua was in no mood for visitors. It is Yi Fan, and he is already inside. The bodyguard's voice was helpless. It was not that they did not want to stop Yi Fan. He and Wang Fugue had knocked out the 7 or 8 guards at the gate with just a few punches and strolled right in. Master Lin, what is this? Why so angry so early in the morning? Looking at your mouth, I suppose you should not be eating hot pot these days. Yi Fan and Wang Fugue stepped inside. Yi Fan stared at Lin Hua with a wicked smile, deliberately pointing at his mouth. Yesterday, in front of so many people, Lin Hua had been bitten on the mouth by the poodle his wife kept. Everyone had seen it. At the time, Yi Fan had joked that Lin Hua had eaten shit, which had nearly driven Lin Hua mad. Lin Hua felt as if he might explode as Yi Fan touched upon his sore spot once again. Big brother, maybe it is not the hot pot. Did he not already eat shit? I heard experts say human waste can cause excess internal heat. Maybe he found the taste good and helped himself to a few more bites last night. That makes sense. Fugue, I see you are getting smarter. That is naturally because I am inspired by your brilliance, big brother. Get lost. The two bantered, completely disregarding Lin Hua's feelings. God damn it. Was once not enough? Now you are pushing me into the toilet to eat it again? Am I insane? Yi Fan, what exactly do you want? If you keep fooling around like this, do not blame me for being rude. Lin Hua suppressed his fury and forced himself to speak calmly. This Yi Fan was too brazen. Showing up at his house in broad daylight, what was he trying to do? Was he trying to wipe out the Lin family? Ha! Master Lin, no need to get upset. I just came to ask about your 2 sons. I have not seen them for a day, and I miss them. I wanted to drink with them, but they are not answering their phones, so I came to ask. Drink? You bastard, I do not believe a word. You want to drink with Lin Dong? Drink my ass. Lin Dong and Lin Yang had gone out last night to find Yi Xiu and then disappeared. And now Yi Fan showed up at the Lin family, asking to drink with them? How could that be a coincidence? He was doing this on purpose. Lin Hua was almost certain that Lin Dong and Lin Yang had fallen into Yi Fan's hands. Yi Fan had come now just to gloat. Yi Fan, you have gone too far. You had better come clean. What have you done with Lin Dong and Lin Yang? Otherwise, do not even think about walking out of here today. Lin Hua's expression darkened. At once, the sound of bodyguards' boots echoed throughout the Lin family compound as they surrounded the reception hall. Yi Fan remained perfectly calm. Master Lin, that is not fair. Your people go missing and you accuse me of kidnapping them? That is like saying if your wife suddenly got pregnant, you would blame the neighbor. That is nonsense. Why not tell me what Lin Dong and Lin Yang were doing last night? Maybe I can help you figure it out? Lin Hua could not admit that Lin Dong and Lin Yang had gone to look for Yi Xiu. If he admitted that, would it not be the same as admitting that the Lin family had colluded with Yi Xiu to attack the Yi family back then? On one hand, his sons and heir were missing. On the other hand, even though he knew Yi Fan was behind it, he had no reason or evidence to accuse him. And he absolutely could not reveal Lin Dong's and Lin Yang's real purpose, at least not in words. The Lin family was like a dumb man swallowing bitter medicine, they could not even complain. The bitterness in his heart was overwhelming. Yi Fan, Lin Dong and Lin Yang are asleep. They do not want to drink with you. Now, get out immediately. Lin Hua felt as if he might explode. Drink? I suggest Master Lin go check on them. If by chance they drank themselves to death, the Lin family might be left without heirs. Wang Fugue was indeed a perfect sidekick, delivering the finishing blow that nearly made Lin Hua combust on the spot. Get out! Yi Fan smiled faintly and left the Lin family compound with Wang Fugue. With Yi Fan's strength, if not for the Lin family's ancestral patriarch, he could have easily wiped out the Lin family. But before understanding that patriarch's true power, Yi Fan would not act rashly. These great families had endured for generations because they had deep foundations. Besides, the Lin family had once joined forces with many others to attack the Yi family and nearly destroyed it. How could Yi Fan let them off so easily? He would destroy them slowly, cutting them to the heart. Yi Fan, we have guests at the Yi family. They say they have come to apologize and have asked to see you. Can you come back for a bit? Just as Yi Fan left the Lin family compound, his grandfather Yi Changfeng called. Apologize? Who? Yi Fan was puzzled. Could it be that his show of force at the Lin family banquet had truly worked, and some foolish family had come to admit their mistake? The hidden aristocratic clan of Yunqing, the Zhao family's patriarch, their head Zhao Tianlong, and their youngest daughter Zhao Linglong. Damn it, outrageous, simply too arrogant. After Yi Fan and Wang Fugue left the Lin family estate, Lin Hua could no longer hold back. He grabbed a chair from the room and smashed the television, the coffee table, and the newly installed chandelier in the hall to pieces. Bastard, son of a bitch, little animal, how did I let you escape back then? Fuck, I should have killed you back then and left no trouble behind. When Lin Hua was exhausted from smashing things, he slumped to the ground. For Yi Fan to come to the Lin family at the very moment Lin Dong and Lin Yang were missing, claiming he wanted to drink with them, who would believe that drinking was really his purpose? It was blatant flaunting, showing off. Lin Hua was almost completely certain that Lin Dong and Lin Yang were already dead at Yi Fan's hands. But what enraged Lin Hua the most was that even though he knew this was the truth, he had no evidence, and he did not dare admit it publicly. He could not give the Yi family any excuse to act. Lin Hua knew that the Yi family was now just waiting for a legitimate reason to declare full-scale war on the Lin family. Before this, Lin Hua had even encouraged the Xian family to break off their engagement with the Yi family, and then join forces with the Lin family to deal with the Yi family. But not only had the engagement ceremony between the Lin family and the Xian family been ruined by Yi Fan, the Xian family seemed to have drawn closer to the Yi family. Now, with Lin Dong almost certainly dead, the Lin family had no candidate left to marry into the Xian family anyway. It was all because of Yi Fan. Right now, Lin Hua did not want Yi Fan to live another second. Someone bring me the phone. I will contact the Blood Garment Gate myself and have them immediately move against Yi Fan. Lin Hua grabbed the phone and called, his face filled with fury as he explained the situation to the Blood Garment Gate. But on the other end of the line, a crisp young woman's voice responded coldly, "Our Blood Garment Gate does not need anyone to tell us how to do our work. Master Lin, just wait patiently. You had best stop pestering me, or one day I might just wipe out your Lin family while I am at it." The girl's words left Lin Hua speechless. As a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, the Blood Garment Gate was recognized as the most powerful assassin organization in Dacia. They had dealings with major clans, nobles, and even hidden superfamilies. The Blood Garment Gate also held dark secrets about many powerful clans. If they wanted to exterminate the Lin family now, the Lin family probably could not withstand it. After hanging up the call with the Blood Garment Gate, Lin Hua slapped himself hard. Damn it, everyone is bullying me now, huh? Just wait, you all wait. The next time the Divine Envoy comes, I will beg for the gift of a superpower, and then you will all regret today's actions. In the depths of the mountains in the southwest, in a courtyard, a delicate and beautiful young woman lazily stretched and asked her assistant, "What is the situation in Yuncheng?" "Master, we received word that Black Dragon is dead, and so far, no body has been found. No one knows how he died." The assistant replied respectfully, "Master, that Yifan seems extraordinary." The young woman snorted coldly and said indifferently, "If he could be killed so easily, he would not be Yifan. Forget Black Dragon, even 10 of you together could not defeat Yifan." "Ah?" the assistant exclaimed in surprise. "You knew Black Dragon could not match him, and still you sent him? And, from the way you speak, it sounds like you know Yifan well?" The young woman gazed out at the greenery through the window, her large eyes sparkling as she thought silently, more than just well. She knew him all too well. Since the age of 8, she had followed the damned man, serving him day and night, dressing him, feeding him, and even warming his bed in winter. And that bastard Yifan used to pull her braids, play pranks on her, secretly tie her shoelaces together so she would trip, and when they grew older, he would snap the strap of her bra or flick her. The outside world only knew that the master of the Blood Garment Gate was a stunning young woman. They did not know that 3 years ago, the master, Chu Yue, had been Yifan's personal maid in the Northern Gate sect. She had lived and slept under the same roof with him for 10 years. Until 3 years ago, when disaster struck the Northern Gate sect and it disbanded. Yifan and his master fled, and Chu Yue took the opportunity to escape from Yifan's clutches. "Bastard! You had better not die too soon. I have not even started settling scores with you. Send my order. Have Shinko, Iron Bull, and Xianing go together to carry out the mission to assassinate Yifan." Chu Yue's lips curved into a wicked smile as she issued the command. "Yes, master, but those 3 are all Grandmaster-level assassins. Do you think they have a chance of success this time? They will still be sending their heads to him." "Ah! Master, you..." The assistant's pupils widened in shock, as if wanting to say more, but Chu Yue shot her a fierce glare. "Some things, it is enough to understand in your heart." After leaving the courtyard, the assistant instantly understood the master's plan. Shinko, Iron Bull, Xianing, and even Black Dragon had all been loyal to the Elders' Council. The master was using a borrowed knife to kill. When Yifan and Wang Fugui returned to the Yi family estate, Zhao Changfeng, Zhao Tianlong, and Zhao Linglong had already been waiting in the hall. Seeing Yifan, Zhao Changfeng, and Zhao Tianlong led the Zhao family representatives to rise at once and bow respectfully. "Greetings, young Master Yi." Wang Fugui, as soon as he entered the hall, acted as if he were at home. He found a seat, grabbed a few grapes from a fruit platter, and popped them into his mouth, not forgetting to say to the Yi family elder, "Old Yi, your grapes are pretty good." Yi Changfeng was speechless at Wang Fugui. Had this man been corrupted by spending too much time with his grandson? He did not seem to know the meaning of the word caution anymore. Yifan looked the Zhao family members up and down, his gaze finally settling on Zhao Changfeng, especially noting the bandage on his shoulder. His doubts were immediately cleared. "So it was you." Yifan smiled slightly and sat down beside Zhao Changfeng, giving his great-grandfather Yi Qiankuan a look to signal them to stay calm. Although the Zhao family was not one of the 6 great clans, it was still a hidden super-clan. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, they were on the same level as the Lin family. For them to come in such grand fashion today to apologize had put the Yi family on high alert, their nerves taut. They feared a ruse. After all, the Yi family's situation was complicated now. A war with the Lin family could break out at any moment, and the slightest disturbance could be the final straw. If the Zhao family's surrender was genuine, that was one thing. But if it was a false surrender? Zhao Changfeng made no attempt to hide the truth. Nothing escapes young Master Ye's eyes. "Yes, it was me last night. I beg young Master Ye's forgiveness for my recklessness." As he spoke, Zhao Changfeng respectfully bowed to Yifan. "Back when the Yi family was attacked, it is true that the Zhao family was involved, but I swear on my life, no one from the Zhao family laid a hand on the Yi family. Our sole involvement, under pressure from the royal family, was to provide 32 vehicles to help the royals transport a group of experts. On behalf of the Zhao family, I admit our fault to young Master Yi and humbly beg for a chance. Zhao Changfeng spoke honestly of what had happened back then and looked sincerely at Yi Fan. Seeing that Yi Fan remained unmoved, Zhao Changfeng took another astonishing step. Thud! In the next moment, Zhao Changfeng knelt directly before Yi Fan. I beg young Master Yi to give the Zhao family a chance. We are willing to pay any price, to accept any condition young Master Yi sets. Zhao Changfeng's action left everyone present stunned. Ancestor, Zhao Tianlong tried to speak to stop him, but with just a glance from Zhao Changfeng, Zhao Tianlong immediately fell silent. Thud! Thud! Not only Zhao Changfeng, but also Zhao Tianlong and the other Zhao family juniors who had come along, all except Zhao Linglong, knelt down before Yi Fan. One by one, they lowered their heads like children who had done something wrong, not daring to even breathe loudly. One must understand, Zhao Changfeng was not kneeling to the Yi family, but to Yi Fan. In the eyes of Yi Qianquan and the Yi family elder, after Yi Fan barely escaped with his life 3 years ago, he had lost all his martial power and become a complete cripple, spending his days in clubs, a good-for-nothing playboy forgotten by everyone. And now Zhao Changfeng was kneeling to Yi Fan? On what grounds? Ancestor Zhao, why not get up and talk? Yi Changfeng stepped forward, trying to persuade Zhao Tianlong and the others. But Zhao Changfeng and the others did not move at all. Their eyes were sincere as they looked at Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, this is the complete accounting of the Zhao group. Please look it over. The meaning behind Zhao Changfeng's words was clear. To preserve the Zhao family, he was willing to offer up all the Zhao group's assets. Yi Changfeng and Yi Qianquan were both puzzled. Could Yi Fan have hidden some trump card that made the Zhao family submit so willingly? As everyone turned their eyes toward Yi Fan looked playfully at Zhao Linglong. Everyone in your Zhao family is kneeling. Why are you not kneeling? Zhao Linglong glared at Yi Fan angrily. Why should I? I have done nothing wrong. Besides, when the Zhao family provided those vehicles back then, it was not of our own will. It was by royal command. Who dared disobey? If anyone should kneel, let them kneel. I will not kneel. Linglong, do not be disrespectful. Zhao Tianlong immediately scolded her. Kneel quickly. Do you want to doom the Zhao family? A murderous aura radiated from Zhao Changfeng as he cast a cold gaze at Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong was not afraid of her father Zhao Tianlong, but she did fear the Zhao family's ancestor. Just as she began to waver internally, Yi Fan spoke. It seems your Zhao family's sincerity is still lacking. If you want me to spare the Zhao family, I have one condition. Yi Fan's sudden shift delighted Zhao Changfeng and the others, and they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Please speak, young Master Yi. Whatever the condition, the Zhao family will agree. Zhao Changfeng had witnessed Yi Fan's methods at the warehouse last night and seen his strength. From observing just a little, he had deduced much. The assault led by the Lin family 3 years ago had nearly destroyed the Yi family, and their attack on the Northern Gate sect had not achieved its goal either. Yi Fan had survived and grown stronger. That meant the Yi family's rise was inevitable. And the retribution from the Yi family and Northern Gate sect after all these years of enduring would surely be terrifying. To gain Yi Fan's forgiveness and spare the Zhao family from destruction, anything was worth it. Yi Fan's gaze fell wickedly upon Zhao Linglong. He said calmly, I am short of a personal maid at my side. Let Zhao Linglong follow me. If after 1 year she serves me to my satisfaction, I will not pursue the Zhao family's past crimes. What? No. When Zhao Linglong heard that Yi Fan wanted her as a maid, she immediately objected, her face full of resistance. But Zhao Changfeng and Zhao Tianlong were overjoyed and agreed at once. No problem. From now on, Linglong will serve young Master Yi as you wish. I will make sure she serves you well. Especially Zhao Tianlong, far from feeling any sorrow at hearing this, he was even somewhat excited. Zhao Tianlong knew that Yi Fan would one day become a mighty dragon, a truly formidable figure. To be at Yi Fan's side, even as a maid, would bring untold benefits in the future. Such an opportunity was something others could only dream of, yet it had now fallen upon Zhao Linglong. For the Zhao family, this was not punishment, it was a reward. Father, how can you? I do not agree. How can you do this to me? I am leaving. Zhao Linglong stamped her foot angrily and tried to leave the Yi family compound. Zhao Linglong, this is not for you to decide. If you dare act out again, I will kill your parents on the spot to atone before young Master Yi. Before Zhao Tianlong could speak, Zhao Changfeng's murderous voice roared, freezing Zhao Linglong where she stood. Zhao Changfeng truly would do it. You? Zhao Linglong realized that there was nothing she could do to change this. Her decision was now tied to the fate of the entire Zhao family. If she refused, she would drown in the scorn of her clan. May I ask if young Master Yi is here? As the standoff continued, a middle-aged man's voice rang out at the door. A burly, bald-headed man strode into the hall. Minister Mo Zhong? What brings you suddenly to the Yi family? Yi Chongfeng's brow rose in surprise at the sight of the visitor, casting a questioning glance at Yi Fan. Since the Yi family had been attacked 3 years ago, the attitude of the Jinwu Bureau toward them had been delicate. Once friendly, the Jinwu Bureau had kept its distance from the Yi family for 3 years until now. The man was none other than Mo Zhong, head of the Yunqing branch of the Jinwu Bureau. When Yi Fan had been cultivating, the Jinwu Bureau had several times detected energy fluctuations. They had not known the source until last night, when their patrol witnessed Yi Fan's abilities firsthand. So Mo Zhong had come early in the morning to pay his respects. Elder Yi, I heard that young Master Yi had returned, so I came to visit. Mo Zhong noticed the kneeling Zhao family members and was startled. What is happening here? Mo Zhong's unexpected arrival surprised the Zhao family as well. But Zhao Changfeng and Mo Zhong exchanged a glance and instantly understood each other's intentions. Both had come early to build goodwill with Yi Fan, having sensed his hidden strength. Zhao Linglong, are you willing to be my maid? Yi Fan looked at Zhao Linglong with interest, a faint smile on his lips. Zhao Linglong longed to lash out at Yi Fan, but one look at her ancestor's murderous glare made her back down immediately. I am willing. Then come stand by my side, Yi Fan said with a wicked smile that filled Zhao Linglong's heart with loathing. Scoundrel. Poof. Just staring at my chest, as I thought. Everyone, rise. Let it be settled for now. With Yi Fan's words, Zhao Tianlong and the others stood, knowing the Zhao family was safe for the moment. Mo Zhong stepped forward and offered a gift box to Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, this is a small token from our Jinwu Bureau. Congratulations on your triumphant return. Please accept it. Yi Fan took the box and sensed the aura within a 4th-grade elixir. He gave Mo Zhong a questioning look. Mo Zhong nodded, his gaze sincere. Young Master Yi, I only wish to be your friend. Yi Fan was slightly moved. Mo Zhong from the Jinwu Bureau truly was showing genuine intent. A 4th-grade elixir was a rare treasure on the martial path. Last time, it had been a 4th-grade pill given by that mysterious young woman that helped Yi Fan break through to the 9th level of the dragon taming art so swiftly. Such superb pills, at the peak of the Northern Gate sect, there had only been 3 or so. Very well. I will accept the gift. Yi Fan put the box away, and Mo Zhong quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The task assigned by his superiors had not failed. Before anyone could sit down, a guard's panicked shout came from outside the door. Something is wrong. A large group of Yun family guards is at our gate trying to break it down. Yi Fan frowned. Had the Yun family lost their minds? All he had done was help Sui Shue secure the jadeite distribution rights from General Sangpa, and the Yun family dared to come to the Yi family to vent their anger? Did these idiots truly not understand the Yi family's foundations? Even though the Yi family had been attacked back then, people seemed to forget that the Yi family still commanded 800,000 Tianlong troops at the southwestern border. That was precisely why no one dared to act rashly against the Yi family now. Outrageous. Is there no law anymore? Young Master Yi, leave this to me. I will handle it swiftly. Young Master Yi, the Zhao family will take care of this at once. Mo Zhong and Zhao Changfeng both bowed to Yi Fan almost simultaneously, then rushed toward the door without hesitation. Such a rare chance to prove themselves, they would not let it slip by. At that moment, outside the Yi family compound, Yun Feiyang and a group of burly men were blocking the main gate. At his side was a familiar face, Su Yishua's cousin, Su Dong. Looking at the Yi estate, Su Dong seemed worried. Young Master Yun, is it really appropriate for you to bring people here and make a move against the Yi family? The Yi family may have declined, but they are not to be trifled with. Su Dong had originally wanted to play matchmaker, hoping Yun Feiyang would take Su Yishua away. That way, Su Dong and his father, Su Mingho, would have a chance to take control of the Su family. But as soon as Yi Fan stepped in, Yun Feiyang had been defeated, beaten to a pulp. What is there to fear? The Lin family's master said it himself, the Yi family is done for. The Blood Garment Gate and even the legendary Sacred Land are about to act against the Yi family. And now the Yi family has only that trash Yi Fan left. What waves can he stir up? Tell me, in all of Yunqing, who would dare step forward to help the Yi family? Yun Feiyang was not wrong. If this had been a week ago, that would indeed have been the Yi family's situation. The Yi family had been severely weakened 3 years ago. A few days ago, the Yi family's old patriarch had been gravely injured by a mysterious master. A grandmaster had even threatened to bathe the Yi family in blood. The Yi family was on the verge of destruction. Even the Xian family had considered breaking off their engagement. At that time, no one dared associate too closely with the Yi family. But that was 3 days ago. Since the grandmaster had been slain, the situation had reversed. Let's go. I am not really planning to do anything to the Yi family today. I just want to teach Yifan a harsh lesson. Let him see what happens when he offends me. Young Master Yun Feiyan called to Su Dong, preparing to have his men charge in. But before they could move, Zhao Changfeng, Zhao Tianlong, and Mo Zhong from the Jinwu Bureau burst out, drawing their battle blades. Several of Yun Feiyan's guards at the front were knocked flying by punches from Mo Zhong and Zhao Changfeng. Scum! The Jinwu Bureau is here on serious business with young Master Yi. Who dares act up? Men, kill them! At Mo Zhong's shout, uniformed officers rushed out from behind the garden walls of the Yi family compound, brandishing their battle blades and striking fiercely at Yun Feiyan's men. The Jinwu Bureau was a vital martial institution of Daxia, responsible for handling matters beyond the ability of ordinary police. Its members were martial experts, not something Yun Feiyan's hired thugs could resist. In less than 10 seconds, more than half of Yun Feiyan's men were down. At the side, Zhao Changfeng grew anxious. Minister Mo Zhong, slow down, leave me a few heads. Without waiting for a reply, Zhao Changfeng, ignoring his own injuries, charged into the fray and felled over a dozen of Yun Feiyang's men with his fists. Not far away, Yun Feiyang had just placed one leg out of the car. Seeing what was happening, he instantly pulled his leg back in fright. Fuck! What is going on? How unlucky can I be? The Jinwu Bureau is here? Why? What business do they have with the Yi family? Yun Feiyang frowned, thinking for a few seconds, then suddenly had a flash of insight. Of course, the Jinwu Bureau must have come to take over the Yi family. That must be it. Yun Feiyang could not help but applaud his own cleverness. How smart I am. The Yi family really was finished. Relieved, Yun Feiyang prepared to get out and explain things to Mo Zhong. Thud. Suddenly, a battle blade shot over and pierced his car door, the blade grazing Yun Feiyang's cheek and leaving a cut. Anyone who dares take another step will end up like that car. With Mo Zhong's command, the situation was under control. Yun Feiyang was scared out of his wits. Oh my god. Why are they all so violent? Go! Get out of here, drive, get us out of here now. Yun Feiyang did not dare linger for even a moment. He urged the driver to speed away from the scene. Damn it! If I cannot deal with Yifan directly, I will go after Su Ishiwa's company instead. After they had left the Yi estate, Yun Feiyang grumbled resentfully. You stole our jade business? I will smash all your counters. And I will kidnap Su Ishua, make her mine. Let's see what Yifan can do about that. With that, Yun Feiyang immediately made a call. Bao, gather as many men as you can. And contact our business partners, tell them to go to Su Group and demand payment. Inside the Yi Estate Hall, with Zhao Tianlong and Mo Zhong gone, only Yifan, Yi Qianquan, Yi Changfeng, and a few others remained. Yi Changfeng, unable to contain himself, grabbed Yifan's arm. Xiaofan, what is going on? Are you hiding something from us? Why would that old Zhao dog come apologize? And the Jinwu Bureau, after all these years, why would they suddenly visit you? Yifan gave a wicked smile. Ha! Maybe they were drawn by my charisma? As for the Zhao family, I said at the Lin family banquet, did I not? I, Yifan, have returned, and the Yi family still has hope. Those who harmed us will come crawling to apologize, or I will bulldoze their homes. Looks like I scared them. Cough. Wang Fugue, leisurely eating grapes nearby, nearly choked on his own spit at Yifan's words. I do not believe you for a second. Had he not seen Yifan's abilities with his own eyes, Wang Fugue would have been fooled too. When Yifan punished Yi Xiu yesterday, Wang Fugue had been there. Though he had not seen Yifan strike, that swift leap through the roof, what kind of cripple could do that? And seeing Zhao Changfeng's injuries today, Wang Fugue had already guessed what happened. Yifan must have frightened Zhao Changfeng yesterday. Otherwise, how could a clan like the Zhao family surrender so easily? Pa! Cut the nonsense, you little shit. Are you trying to fool even your own grandfather? And that friend of yours, what is really going on with Yi Juntian? You had better explain. Yi Qianquan sat at the head, watching Yifan with great interest. With his greater strength, Yi Qianquan could sense something unusual in Yifan's aura. He knew Yifan was not as simple as he appeared, but even so, he still could not see through him. Yifan looked at his grandfather, his lips twitching slightly. He thought to himself, it is not that I want to deceive you, Grandpa. It is the enemies of the Yi family I need to deceive. The Lin family, the Zhou family, the Zhao family, and the royal family had shown themselves, but behind them were still more. Yifan had to wait for them all to surface, then he would make them pay. Changfeng, is young Master Yi here? I came especially to visit him. I have some questions to ask, and I came to check on the old master's health. Before Yifan could speak, a familiar voice came from the door. It was none other than Hua Ximiao, the medicine king of the southwest. Hearing Hua Ximiao's voice, Yi Changfeng froze in shock. Another one here to see Yifan? What had Yi Fan done to win over even Hua Ximiao? Yi Changfeng and Hua Ximiao had been old friends for many years. When Yi Changfeng saw Hua Ximiao enter, he hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Old Hua, you. But to Yi Changfeng's frustration, Hua Ximiao completely ignored him, pushed him aside, and said, "Let us talk later." Immediately, Hua Ximiao strode quickly to stand before Yi Fan, respectfully bowed, and said, "Young Master Yi, I reflected on the few questions you asked me yesterday all night long and gained so much insight. But there is still one small question I have, regarding the medicinal catalyst." Seeing Hua Ximiao so respectfully consulting Yi Fan, Yi Changfeng stood in the hall, feeling completely bewildered. What was going on? Was this still his useless grandson? In just 2 days, that good-for-nothing grandson who had spent his days hanging around clubs was now being treated with such respect by Hua Ximiao, visited personally by Emo Zhong, and even had the Zhao family's patriarch come to apologize? Grandpa Yi, you had better get used to this sort of thing. Wang Fugue patted Yi Changfeng's shoulder solemnly. You have only seen the tip of the iceberg when it comes to my big brother's greatness. One day, if a princess comes to carry his shoes, do not be surprised. A princess carrying shoes? For a moment, Yi Changfeng felt dazed. Was this the same brilliant grandson he had known 3 years ago? After thinking for a few seconds, Yi Changfeng suddenly realized, just now, Wang Fugue had dared pat him on the shoulder. You little brat. He had been corrupted by Yi Fan. But seeing how close Wang Fugue and Yi Fan were, Yi Changfeng still felt gratified. After all, back in the day, his own friendship with Wang Fugue's grandfather had been just like this. Young Master Yi, we have captured all the troublemakers outside. These are the 2 ringleaders. Zhao Changfeng and Mo Zhong each dragged a man into the hall and tossed them to the floor. Young Master Yi, please spare us. It was Yun Feiyang sent us to teach young Master Yi a lesson. We beg for mercy. The 2 men, having already witnessed the might of Zhao Changfeng and Mo Zhong, fell to their knees before Yi Fan in terror and confessed everything without waiting for Yi Fan to ask. Yi Fan snorted coldly through his nose. Yun Feiyang again? That bastard really is like a lingering ghost. Back at the Su group, Yi Fan had already said that if Yun Feiyang dared trouble him or Sui Shue again, he would level the Yun family estate with bulldozers. Now, it was time to keep that promise. Fugue, arrange for 100 bulldozers in the provincial capital. I may need them at any moment. Yi Fan gave Wang Fugue the order. Xiao Fan, what do you want so many bulldozers for? Yi Changfeng looked at Yi Fan with puzzlement. Yi Fan did not answer his grandfather but asked in return, Grandpa, our Yi family's power should still be sufficient, right? If I stir up big trouble, can you handle it? That one question immediately fired up Yi Changfeng's spirit. Nonsense. Even though the Yi family has declined, we are no target for just any dog or cat. Grandson, go ahead and make trouble. Even if you tear the sky, your grandfather will hold it up for you. Good. Yi Fan nodded. That wicked smile of his suddenly made Yi Changfeng feel uneasy. What was this boy up to? Yi Fan quickly headed toward the door, intending to slip away. At the door, he said to Mo Zhong and Zhao Changfeng, you may all leave now. Seeing that Zhao Linglong seemed ready to leave with him, Yi Fan smiled wickedly. Miss Linglong, no need to go. Do not forget, from now on, you are my personal maid, 24 hours a day. Come with me. Zhao Linglong pouted, still unaccustomed to her new role, looking thoroughly miserable. Can I at least go home to fetch some clean clothes? No need. Linglong, do not worry. I will have someone bring all your clothes over directly. Zhao Tianlong added the perfect blow, leaving Zhao Linglong nearly beside herself with frustration. Father. Zhao Linglong began to wonder whether Zhao Tianlong was really her biological father. Was he so eager to give her away? Yi Fan drove off from the Yi family estate with Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong sat stiffly in the car. Where are we going? To buy a car. Do you not already have a car? Why buy another? And why bring me along? Zhao Linglong grumbled. From today, her life was about to change. Poor her beautiful dresses, they would probably have to stay in the closet from now on. From what she had heard, Yi Fan was a notorious playboy, shameless to boot. How could she dare wear skirts around him? Yi Fan's mouth twitched, but he ignored her. Of course, he was buying a car for Chiu Wan. And as for bringing Zhao Linglong along, it was for her to foot the bill. Was the Zhao family not eager to show their sincerity? Buying a few cars, a few houses, with their money, surely they would have no objection? As Yi Fan drove past number 38 in the southern suburbs, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure arguing with a sleazy-looking middle-aged man lying on the ground. Beside them was an overturned electric scooter. The familiar figure was none other than Jiang Yuan, who had become Yi Fan's woman the night before. Miss, you hit me today. Without 50,000 yuan, do not think about leaving. And look, you were not wearing a helmet. When the traffic police come, you will be at fault. Come on, pay up. But, sir, I was riding properly just now. You ran out and threw yourself in front of my scooter. Why should I pay you? Zhang Yueran, having been kept under lock and key by Yishio, rarely went out and had no idea how to deal with this sort of thing. After speaking, her face turned bright red. Listen to you, so unreasonable. Everyone here saw you writing while looking at your phone. That is how you hit me. And since you want to argue, the price just went up to 100,000. Otherwise, I will call the police and have you thrown in jail. As the sleazy man spoke, he looked to nearby bystanders for support. There were 4 or 5 men and women watching. Hearing the man's words, they all nodded in agreement. Yes, miss. We know you did not mean it, so just pay and let it go. There are no cameras here. Just pay up and be done with it. Oh, my back. My waist. I have been crippled. As the man moaned on the ground, the onlookers pointed and whispered. Zhang Yueran grew anxious. You are all trying to scam me. I do not have that kind of money. These people were clearly in it together, how could they possibly help her? Zhang Yueran had been kept by Yishio for so long that she had no money of her own. Now she was so anxious that she broke out in a sweat. How much do you want? I will pay. As Zhang Yueran fretted, a familiar voice sounded beside her, and a strong hand wrapped around her slim waist. She turned and saw Yi Fan. It is you? Zhang Yueran's face lit up. Remembering the intimacy of the previous night, she felt both happy and shy. Yes. Do not worry. With me here, you will be fine. Yi Fan patted her back, then looked at the man on the ground. Yi Fan had seen plenty of scams like this before and had many ways to handle them. The man on the ground had been about to lower his demand. He could see Zhang Yueran truly had little money. But when he spotted Yi Fan pull up in a black BMW 7 Series, his eyes lit up. A fat sheep. 500,000. Today, I want 500,000, or no one leaves here. Hearing how the man had upped his demand yet again, Zhang Yueran grew desperate. How can you be like this? It was 50,000 just now, then 100,000, and now 500,000. You are outrageous. Outrageous? I suddenly feel my head hurts, my spine too. Why not go to the hospital and have all the tests done? The sleazy man lay on the ground, sure he had Zhang Yueran trapped, but Yi Fan spoke calmly. 500,000? Too little. For such injuries, at least 2 million would be appropriate. What? Yi Fan's words stunned the man on the ground, the onlookers, and even Zhao Linglong, who had just stepped out of the car. Was Yi Fan crazy? They were asking for 500,000, and he offered 2 million? Handsome guy, you are offering too much. There is no need for that much. If you think 50,000 is too much, you can just give 30,000. The man lying on the ground, seeing how calm Yi Fan remained, began to feel an ominous sense of dread and voluntarily lowered the price. His instinct told him that this Yi Fan was not someone to mess with. Yi Fan calmly moved the scooter out of the road, then spoke coolly, no. It must be 2 million. I remember last month, in neighboring Jiangning City, a fatal accident resulted in 1.6 million in compensation. The state's maximum compensation limit is 2 million. Let us go with the maximum. As he spoke, Yi Fan got into his car, started the engine, and pressed the accelerator, driving the car toward the man lying on the ground. Get ready. Think carefully about what pose you want to die in so that it looks better. Fuck. At that moment, the crowd of onlookers finally understood why Yi Fan insisted on paying 2 million. It turned out he was planning to actually kill the guy. Oh my god. Seeing Yi Fan's car about to hit him, the man on the ground was so terrified he shot up from the pavement and sprinted away. Yi Fan's mouth curled in a smile as he pressed the accelerator again, shouting after him, run faster. Come on, quick, or I will hit you. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Yi Fan revved the engine so loud it roared like thunder, terrifying the man so much his soul nearly left his body. He had only wanted to make some easy money, not to risk his life. If he really died here, what would be the point? Forget 2 million, even for 20 million, he would not want that. Unfortunately for him, ahead was a narrow underground passage, a one-way lane with nowhere for him to dodge. With Yi Fan's car roaring after him, the man had no choice but to run for his life. Brother, I was wrong. I do not even want 30,000 anymore. Please, stop chasing me. Yi Fan had driven only about 200 meters, and the man was already soaked in sweat, his legs trembling with exhaustion. As he stumbled forward, he pleaded desperately over his shoulder. How could that do? We agreed on 2 million. Come on, keep it up. Just 50 centimeters more and I will hit you. And let me warn you, I am not so good with the brake. If I hit you and do not kill you the first time, I will hit you again. The tires will roll right over your face, and then you will really suffer. Yifan stepped on the gas lightly, nudging the man's rear with the car's bumper. Ah! The man shrieked in terror and gritted his teeth, forcing himself to run faster. After another 100 meters or so, the man simply could not continue. Brother! I was really wrong. I cannot go on. Not only will I not take 30,000, I will give you 30,000, no, 50,000. Please, brother, let me go. I was truly wrong. His eyes red, snot, tears, and sweat streaming down his face, the man felt like he was about to die. He gave up and collapsed in front of Yifan's car, falling to his knees and banging his head on the ground repeatedly. He even pulled out 5 bundles of banknotes from his pocket. Screech! Yifan stopped the car 30 centimeters from the man, got out, took the money from his hands, and sneered. If you had known this earlier, would you have done what you did? You have hands and feet, why choose to do something so heartless? I was wrong. I really was wrong. The man felt like his soul had been scared out of him. After all his years at this game, this was the first time he had failed so badly, almost losing his life. Enough! Do not say I robbed you. Since you are so sincere, I will sell you my girlfriend's scooter for 50,000. Without waiting for the man to argue, Yifan dragged him back toward the scene of the scam. What? 50,000 for an electric scooter? 50,000 for a battered old scooter? Had he gone mad? The man had memorized Yifan's license plate and had been planning to report him for robbery and frame him. But now that Yifan said the 50,000 was payment for the scooter, he was dumbfounded. What? You have a problem? Look at that scooter, cool in winter, hot in summer, great for feeding mosquitoes, and collects dust for free on dry days. Such amazing features. In my opinion, 50,000 is too little. Want to add some more? Yifan's logic was utter nonsense, but the man knew perfectly well that this was a blatant threat. If he refused, Yifan might really stuff him into the car and be done with him. No need, no need. 50,000 is fine. I am very happy with that pink scooter. It is the car of my dreams. Back at the scene, the man rushed to get on the pink scooter and tried to flee as fast as he could. Who knew if Yifan would blackmail him for even more if he stayed? Seeing how that man had been put in his place, Zhang Yueran felt much better. But when she saw him trying to ride off on her scooter, she shouted, What are you doing? Stealing my scooter? The man answered bitterly, Miss, I already paid 50,000 for your scooter. I gave the money to your boyfriend. 50,000 for her scooter? Zhang Yueran looked at Yifan in astonishment. She had bought that scooter second-hand for just 500, and now it had sold for 50,000? Beside her, Yifan pulled out his phone and recorded the man's statement clearly. Make a victory sign. You confirm you bought this scooter willingly? Damn it! The man was utterly unwilling, but he did not dare defy Yifan. Yes, I truly bought the scooter willingly. I will not take it back. Victory sign. Only after Yifan nodded did the man flee as if his ass were on fire. Yifan, thank you. Watching that man leave, Zhang Yueran finally felt relieved. Even though she had lost the scooter, the problem had been solved. Yifan stuffed the bundles of cash into her arms. Take it. Ha? This is for me? Zhang Yueran stared in surprise at the money. Who else would it be for? It was your scooter that was sold, the money is yours. Yifan gave her a wicked smile, then slipped his arm around her slim waist again and helped her into the back seat. He said to Zhao Linglong, You drive. We are going to the Mercedes dealership. Even after what had happened the night before, being held like this still made Zhang Yueran's heart pound. Yifan, let me down. Why are you taking me to the dealership? I have a job interview. Of course I am taking you to buy a car. I just sold your scooter, I have to replace it, do I not? Looking at the beauty in his arms, Yifan felt great joy. Zhang Yueran was his treasure, the one who helped him neutralize one of the fire poisons of the Nine Yang dragon veins, his woman and his savior. A man must treat his woman well, otherwise, how could he win her heart and charm even more women? But, did you not just give me the money from selling the scooter? Zhang Yueran was having trouble keeping up with Yifan's train of thought. You are mistaken. That money was given to you by that man, not by me. So I still have to buy you a replacement. Oh, Zhang Yueran felt like her head was about to overheat. Something about Yifan's logic felt off, but for the moment, she could not figure out exactly what it was. By the way, you said you were going for an interview? What job are you applying for? Yifan suddenly remembered her mentioning the interview and quickly asked. Now that Yi Xiu was dead, the Yi group would certainly undergo a thorough purge. Yifan had already decided that the general manager position would go to Qiu Wan from Yunqing University. But as for other key positions, many were still vacant. For example, the group's chief financial officer, Yang Tao, according to Hanjua's investigation, had been planted by the Lin family and Yi Xiu as a pawn inside the Yi group. Such an important role had to be filled by someone trustworthy. I am going to interview for a financial assistant position. I majored in finance at university, and I even interned at a company for half a year. It was all because of that Yi Xiu. He imprisoned me and ruined so many years of my life. Now I have decided to step out boldly, to live independently. Let us see what he can do about it. As she spoke, Jiang Yueran glanced back over her shoulder twice. What puzzled her was that in the past, whenever she left the compound, someone would always follow her. But today, she had been out for quite a while, and there had been no sign of anyone. Yesterday, she had sent those intimate photos with Yifan to Yi Xiu, and there had been no response. What was going on? She had handed him a green hat, and Yi Xiu had no reaction at all? Of course, Jiang Yueran did not know that Yi Xiu would never be able to respond again. Oh no! Let me off at the next bus stop, or I will be late for my interview. Seeing the time on her phone, Jiang Yueran started to panic. Yifan's grin widened so much it was about to spill off his face. What a coincidence! He happened to need someone to manage finances, and she just happened to be in finance? It really was as if someone had delivered him a pillow when he wanted to nap. No need for the interview. Come help your man. Become the Yi Group's chief financial officer. Annual salary 2 million, bonus extra. Yifan grabbed her and held her close. His hands were not exactly polite, making Jiang Yueran let out a soft moan. You are terrible, there are people up ahead. Zhao Linglong, driving in front, was gritting her teeth so hard she nearly broke them. She cursed inwardly, enough already, do you two even remember there is someone else here? She was nearly drowning in the dog food. Stop it. I really need to go to my interview. This was Jiang Yueran's first job interview. She took it seriously. Yifan let go of her and said with a straight face, I am not joking, the Yi Group's CFO just resigned. I have no better candidate. You are my woman, you are the one I trust most. Whatever you do not know, you can learn quickly. That is settled. Jiang Yueran was speechless. Was Yifan always this domineering? No matter what she said after that, Yifan would not let her go to the interview. At the Mercedes dealership, before Jiang Yueran could protest, Yifan bought her a GLS. Seeing the price over 1.4 million, Jiang Yueran hesitated. Yifan, maybe we should forget it. I do not need such an expensive car. That beautiful sapphire blue, of course she liked it. She could not pretend otherwise. But Yifan was treating her far too well. Just for last night's intimacy, he was giving her a million-yuan car without blinking? Compared to Yi Xiu, who had imprisoned her and been a total miser, Yifan was treating her like a treasure. What Jiang Yueran did not know was that this was only the beginning. Soon Yifan would give her a house too. Why not? You are my woman, how can you be shabby? Come on, sign. Yifan grabbed her hand, ready to sign together on the contract. With the salespeople watching, Jiang Yueran blushed. I will do it myself. Scumbag, Zhao Linglong muttered under her breath, full of disdain for Yifan's behavior. When the contract was done, the salesperson smiled and said, Sir, the total price is 1.468 million. Please come this way to swipe your card. But Yifan sat there without moving. Let her swipe the card. He pointed at Zhao Linglong. The salesperson was dumbfounded, and so was Jiang Yueran. But the most stunned was Zhao Linglong. Yifan, do not go too far. You are chasing women, why should I pay? Jiang Yueran was also embarrassed. Yifan, this is not right. Yifan told her, do not worry. It is fine. The Zhao family owes me. She will pay. Then he looked at Zhao Linglong and said, why? You are my personal maid, your father and great-grandfather promised this. Why do you think? If you upset me, you know what will happen. The Zhao family had helped attack the Yi family. Did they think they could be forgiven without paying any price? Zhao Linglong realized Yifan had her trapped. For the sake of her family, she had no choice but to give in. I have no money. Do whatever you want. She wanted to see what Yifan planned next. But before she could think more, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over and respectfully handed her a black card. Miss, the old master sent this. He said that since you are with young Master Yi, you should serve him well. This card has no spending limit. Use it. If it is not enough, the Zhao family will provide more. Holding that black card, Zhao Linglong nearly exploded. Was her family this shameless? All for Yifan? If not for her fear of the old ancestor, she really would have quit on the spot. Humph. Furious, she stomped her foot and went with the salesperson to swipe the card. But just then, Yifan slapped his forehead and said, I just remembered, I want one more, in shining black. Make sure to charge it together. Zhao Linglong rolled her eyes in frustration. This guy really was spending without a care since it was not his money. The two cars together cost nearly 3 million. By the time Zhao Linglong returned from the cashier, her face was black as thunder. And then Yifan took them across the street to the sales office opposite the Yi Group and bought 2 fully furnished luxury apartments, ready for immediate move-in. Another 10 million gone. Zhao Linglong was so angry she felt like jumping off a building, but there was nothing she could do. One apartment was for Zhang Yueran, the other was for Qiu Wan. All right, Zhao Linglong, you do not need to follow me anymore. Drive and help Yueran move. Remember to treat my woman well, or I will deal with you when I get back. With that, Yifan drove toward Yunqing University. He planned to give Qiu Wan a surprise. Yunqing University, School of Economics and Management. In the director's office, Director Liang Daon was sitting behind his desk with his legs crossed, his greedy gaze fixed on Qiu Wan's chest. Teacher Qiu, recently the students have been reporting that your teaching has not been up to standard. You are often seen looking at your phone during class. This really puts me in a difficult position. Liang Daong had a lecherous look that made Qiu Wan extremely uncomfortable. She reached up to adjust her neckline. I am sorry, Director Liang. I did not mean to. You know, my daughter has been sick frequently lately. I am just worried about her. Qiu Wan despised Liang Daong's behavior, but he was her superior. Her salary and bonuses required his signature for approval. I sympathize with your situation. But the school has its rules too. Given your performance, I really cannot sign off on your 3,000 yuan bonus this month. Liang Daong tugged at his collar and gave Qiu Wan a wicked smile. Teacher Qiu, fetch me a glass of water. I suddenly feel thirsty. All right. Although Qiu Wan loathed having to humor him, she relied on that money for herself and her daughter. With no choice, she got up to pour him water. From behind his desk, Liang Daong stared at her curvy figure as she poured the water, nearly drooling. If only I could have a woman like that in my arms and fuck her hard, how wonderful that would be. When Qiu Wan handed him the glass, leaning down for a moment, the view of her cleavage made Liang Daong's eyes go wide. A stunner. An absolute stunner. No way. He had to have this woman. Just as Qiu Wan straightened up, Liang Daong suddenly grabbed her hand. Teacher Qiu, be my woman. If you agree, I can double your bonus, your salary, just a word from me. And I will give you 20,000 yuan in spending money. You and your daughter will never have to struggle again. Is that not good? As he spoke, he tried to pull her into his arms. Qiu Wan was startled and quickly pulled her hand free. Director Liang, please do not do this. I am not that kind of woman. She tried to control her emotions. After all, she still needed this job. Yesterday she had impulsively considered accepting Yifan's offer, but after thinking it over, she had not dared take that step. But her restraint only emboldened Liang Daong, who thought he still had a chance. Qiu Wan, I really like you. Is 20,000 not enough? How about 30,000? 30 not enough? Then 50,000? His eyes were filled with lust, and he no longer cared about appearances. He stepped out from behind his desk, arms wide, ready to seize her. Qiu Wan frowned and rushed toward the door. Director Liang, if you do not stop, I will call for help. To her shock, the door had already been locked by Liang Daong. He leapt at her like a beast, his breathing heavy. Go ahead and yell. It is useless. Everyone is resting at noon, and I already told them not to disturb me. Come on, my Qiu Wan, let us make the most of our time. The couch will be so exciting. He grabbed her arm, threw her onto the sofa, and began unbuckling his belt. Every time Qiu Wan tried to get up, he pushed her back down. Somebody, help! Tears of helplessness streamed down her face. What sin had she committed in a past life to deserve this punishment? Why did the heavens torment her so? Forced into marriage by her ex-husband, bearing a child, living miserably, finally divorcing, yet her ex-husband kept harassing her. Yesterday, Yifan had helped her deal with that, and now today, she was about to be preyed upon by this old bastard. Qiu Wan, do not worry. Be good to me just this once, and I promise I will treat you like a queen afterward. Come, my little darling. Liang Daong had stripped off most of his clothes, pinning her arms down, his filthy mouth moving toward her neck. Qiu Wan shut her eyes in despair, resigned to her fate. At that moment, Yifan had learned from classmates that Qiu Wan had been called to the office by Director Liang Daong, so he came to check. Outside the door, he saw a crowd gathered, peering inside with pity. Sigh. That fat pig Liang is bullying Teacher Qiu again. So pitiful. Yeah. That bastard is disgusting. Has any female teacher escaped his hands? Not just teachers, rumor has it several female students have been victimized too. Some tried to complain, but nothing ever came of it. I heard the principal is his relative. This beast should not be a teacher. Why has heaven not struck him down? Yi Fan's brow furrowed. Teacher Chiu is in there? Yes. Liang Daong called her in at this hour. Nothing good could come of it. The students recognized Yi Fan. Hey, isn't that Yi Fan from Destiny 9 chapters? Yi Fan nodded without replying and stepped forward to knock. A student quickly grabbed his wrist. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Do you want to get yourself killed? Yi Fan was puzzled. Of course I am going to save Teacher Chiu. Are we supposed to just stand by and watch that bastard assault her? Sigh, Yi Fan, I advise you not to. We cannot go up against Liang Daong. He has connections in the education department, and I hear he knows people in the underworld too. Ruining his fun, he will destroy you. Expulsion would be the least of your worries. Yeah. We are just trying to help you. Liang Daong even knows martial arts, you might get beaten up. But inside, Yi Fan could already hear Chiu Wan's desperate cries for help. He snorted coldly. Thanks for your concern. But today, I will not stand aside. With that, he gathered his energy and kicked the door. Bang! The door burst open. Just as Liang Daong thought he was about to get his prize, he felt an iron grip seize his neck, stopping him cold. Who the fuck did I not say, do not disturb me at noon? Bang! Before he could finish cursing, his body was lifted and smashed to the ground, skidding all the way to the doorway. Bones cracked loudly as he hit the floor. Ah, my ass, my back, oh god. The onlookers froze, staring at Liang Daong, blood at his lips, utterly wretched. They silently cheered, good hit. But then they gazed at Yi Fan with awe. So Yi Fan was this skilled at fighting? But worry followed. In this world, being strong was not enough. With Liang Daong's backing, what could Yi Fan do to protect Teacher Chiu in the long run? Chiu Wan had closed her eyes in hopeless resignation, but now she felt her arms released and heard Liang Daong's cries. Opening her eyes in confusion, she saw Yi Fan standing before her. In that moment, Yi Fan seemed like a god come to earth, so tall, so mighty. Like a beam of light, he had entered her life, illuminating her dark world. Yi Fan. She rose from the sofa and clutched him tightly, sobbing into his chest. Thank you so much, Yi Fan. If not for you, If not for Yi Fan, today she really would have been ruined. Yi Fan held Chiu Wan's fragile body in his arms, feeling her sorrow and injustice, and his heart ached for her. A woman, raising a child on her own, truly not easy at all. It seemed he would have to think of a way to help. Anyway, since Grandpa and Great-Grandpa were idling at home, maybe he could bring Cece back for them to help look after? But, if they found out, would they beat him to death? Better to think about that later. It's alright now. Sister Wan, it's alright. With me here, nothing will happen. Yi Fan gently helped tidy up Chiu Wan's disheveled clothing and skirt hem. He did not manage to hurt you, did he? Feeling his fingers brush against her trembling skin, Chiu Wan hurriedly explained, No, he did not even touch my clothes. She seemed anxious, flustered as she spoke to Yi Fan. In truth, Chiu Wan did not even know herself why she was so eager to explain. Was she afraid Yi Fan would think she was not clean? But she already had a child. How could a handsome, wealthy young man like Yi Fan possibly care for someone like her? She was just fooling herself. That's good. Yi Fan and Chiu Wan embraced, so full of emotion that they completely ignored Liang Daong lying on the ground. Liang Daong struggled several times, enduring the sharp pain, and finally managed to get up, his face dark and twisted as he glared at them. Humph, Chiu Wan, you filthy whore. And here I thought you were so pure, now you're seducing your own student? You are just as rotten as they come. Smack! Before he could finish, Yi Fan slapped him hard across the face. Your mouth is filthy. Liang Daong felt like his head had been hit by a train. Stars danced before his eyes, and he staggered, nearly falling again. Grabbing a chair to steady himself, he snarled at Yi Fan, Which college are you from? What class? You dare hit me? Watch out, I can get you expelled with a single word. Such was the way of these bureaucratic types. Faced with trouble, they thought only of how to suppress others, not how to solve the problem. At this moment, Liang Daong had not even realized how serious the situation was. Sister Wan, do you want revenge? Yi Fan returned to Chiu Wan's side, looking at her intently. But Chiu Wan hesitated. Although Yi Fan had saved her just now, if she fought back and attacked Liang Daong, she would be finished at the school. Sister Wan, do not worry. I came today to formally invite you to work at my company. You were not happy here anyway, and with trash like him around, why stay? Yi Fan looked at her sincerely and handed her a Mercedes GLS key. This is the car I prepared for you. It's parked downstairs. He pointed out the window at the shiny new GLS, its black paint gleaming in the sunlight. Chiu Wan was stunned. Is that for me? Of course. Here's the vehicle registration. Check that the information is correct. As the heir of the Yi family, it was easy for Yi Fan to get someone's details. Last night, he had asked Wang Fugue to investigate Xiu Wan. When buying the car, he had registered it in her name. Xiu Wan held the registration, seeing her own name, too shocked to speak. Yi Fan, this gift is too much. I have not even agreed to work at your company yet. You will agree. There's more surprises coming. Xiu Wan looked deeply at him, and that mysterious feeling she had for him grew stronger. Not because of the car, but because Yi Fan's presence brought her peace. All right, Xiu Wan said, and turned to Liang Daong. Suddenly, she kicked him square in the groin. Crack, crack. The sound was clear, his balls shattered. Ah! Liang Daong nearly passed out from the pain, his body curling up like a shrimp. You dogs! Just you wait. My brother is the president of Yunqing University. I will make sure you pay for this. I have already called him. He will be here soon. Yi Fan smiled calmly. Did the university president really dare shield scum like this? If so, Yi Fan would have no qualms about helping Yunqing University clean up its act. The students at the door had not left yet. Hearing Liang Daong's threat, they grew anxious and warned Yi Fan again. Yi Fan, you had better run, or it will be too late. These students, sheltered as they were, meant well. In their eyes, the president and Liang Daong's connections were terrifying. If they showed up, Yi Fan would surely suffer. They did not know that Yi Fan was far more formidable than they could imagine. The direct heir of the Yi family, one of the 6 great clans of Daxia, sole heir of Beiluo Sherman. Though silent for 3 years, now that Yi Fan had broken through the 9th level of the dragon taming art, he was virtually invincible. And the immense power backing him, that was his confidence. Run? No rush. His matter is not settled yet. Why would I leave? Clatter. As he spoke, footsteps thundered at the office door. The president of Yunqing University, Zhao Dekang, barged in with guards and several deans. A student dared attack a teacher? Outrageous. The students went pale. Yi Fan was done for. Sigh. The world would lose another fighter for justice. Hearing the commotion outside, Xiu Wan grew worried. Yi Fan, maybe you should go. This could be trouble. Xiu Wan had seen enough of the world to know Yi Fan was not ordinary. His incredible medical skills had even earned Director Hua's respect. But could he withstand the president's fury? If he suffered because of her, she would never forgive herself. Leave? You think you can leave now? Dream on. No one's going anywhere. Not until this is resolved. Liang Daong, nearly collapsing, forced himself to the door, blocking their way. Yi Fan smiled. Do not worry. It will be fine. Who was Yi Fan? The direct heir of the Yi family, with 800,000 dragon army troops at his back. Even if the sky fell, Grandpa would hold it up. Not that he even needed Grandpa. Yi Fan could handle this himself. Young Master Yi, it's you? The first to enter was an old acquaintance, Hua Ximiao. Seeing Yi Fan, Xiu Wan, and Liang Daong, he said quickly, President, this must be a misunderstanding. Hua Ximiao had already taken Yi Fan as his master. On university grounds, no matter what happened, he would protect Yi Fan at all costs. Misunderstanding? My ass. My ribs are broken in 7 places, my arm is smashed, and my balls. Oh God, President, you must help me. Do not let these two get away with this. After Liang Daong finished crying to the president, Zhao Dekang, he saw the dozens of security guards Zhao had brought and instantly felt emboldened. He glared viciously at Yi Fan and Xiu Wan and shouted, You two were so arrogant just now, huh? Just you wait. I will definitely have you expelled, and I will send you to jail. And once you're locked up, I will fuck her to death. Humph. A petty man emboldened. Seeing the look on Liang Daong's face, Hua Ximiao, standing nearby, was speechless. Was this guy serious? Did he really think he could send Yi Fan to jail? What a fucking joke. The room quieted, and everyone turned their gaze to Zhao Dekang, waiting to see how he would handle the situation. Yi Fan said nothing, calmly waiting for Zhao Dechang's stance. Brother, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and have them arrested. There is no misunderstanding here, Liang Daong urged. Seeing that Zhao Dekang had not acted yet, Zhao Dekang gave Liang Daong a look of pity, then spoke. You're right. There is no misunderstanding. Smack. Without any hesitation, Zhao Dekang slapped Liang Daong across the face. The blow sent Liang Daong's head spinning, his eyes seeing stars. His body spun around several times on the spot before he slammed headfirst into the wall, a large bump swelling on his head. Ah! Liang Daong was dumbfounded. Brother, why did you hit me? Did you hit the wrong person? What the hell was happening? Why was he always the one getting hurt? It was bad enough to be hit by Yi Fan and Xiu Wan, but now his so-called biggest supporter, Zhao Dekang, had hit him too? Shut the fuck up. Who the hell is your brother? Are we that close? Zhao Dekang glared coldly at him. Do not think I do not know what filth you've been up to these years. My wife's father just happened to come from the same village as your father, and you run around calling me your brother, flaunting it like a tiger's skin to do evil. I have let it slide for so long, and you still do not know to restrain yourself. Now you dare provoke young Master Yi? You are courting death. Guards! Take Liang Daong to the police station. Xiao Zhang, go to my office and bring all the evidence of Liang Daong's crimes to the police as well. Yes, sir. Zhao Dechan's secretary and several guards stepped forward, grabbing Liang Daong like a dead pig and dragging him out. Only after this did Zhao Dekang bow deeply to Yi Fan and Qiu Wan. Young Master Yi, Teacher Qiu Wan, I am sorry. Zhao Dechan's swift and decisive action left everyone present stunned. Especially the deans who had come with him, they all exchanged looks. Before arriving, had the president not said they must punish the attacker? Why, upon seeing the scene, had his attitude flipped completely, and now he was having Liang Daong arrested? Yi Fan looked at Zhao Dekang with a faint smile. President Zhao, do you not owe me an explanation? Zhao Dechan's servile attitude seemed out of place. Zhao Dekang stepped closer and lowered his voice. Young Master Yi, I am a man of the Zhao family. The patriarch instructed me, when facing young Master Yi, no matter right or wrong, I must obey unconditionally. Please forgive us for the trouble this matter has caused you and Teacher Qiu Wan. His sincerity left the onlookers bewildered. Yi Fan's lips twitched. That Zhao family patriarch really knew how to handle things. The way he dealt with this, Yi Fan could find no fault. All right, let it be. Yi Fan was about to mention Qiu Wan's resignation when suddenly Liang Daong broke free from the guards. President, please save me. I swear I did nothing wrong. You have to save me. Expel him. He clung to Zhao Dechan's leg, begging for mercy. Zhao Dekang stepped aside coldly, looking at him with pity. If only he had not offended young Master Yi, perhaps he could have survived a little longer. But now, action had to come early. Liang Daong was dragged away mercilessly. The evidence Zhao Dekang had gathered would be enough to keep him behind bars for the rest of his life. Hua Ximiao and the students who had been so worried for Yi Fan all breathed sighs of relief. Their eyes now brimmed with admiration for him. None of them had imagined Yi Fan wielded such power to make the president change his tune so instantly. Those who had thought about competing with Yi Fan, like Zhong Hua, had no chance at all. Speaking of Zhong Hua, they suddenly realized he had not been to school for 2 days. Could it be that Yi Fan had shattered his pride? Disperse now. Zhao Dekang waved off the deans and students. Yi Fan also said, President Zhao, Teacher Qiu Wan wishes to resign. Can you take care of the paperwork? No problem. Zhao Dekang did not even ask why. He agreed on the spot. Yi Fan helped Qiu Wan pack up her things, then asked a colleague to look after the napping Cici for a while. He led Qiu Wan to the car. Sister Wan, let me take you somewhere. Her face flushed. All right. Watching him drive, Qiu Wan felt a bit shy. She began to guess at his intentions. Yesterday, he saved her daughter, drove away her ex-husband. Today he gave her an expensive car and offered a job with a 3 million salary. Why? She could not think of any reason beyond her looks. What else did she have to deserve his care? After much inner debate, she made up her mind. If he brought her to a hotel, she would say yes. After all, she did like him. We are here. Her thoughts were interrupted as the car stopped at the entrance of the upscale Fugue Rinjia complex opposite Yi Group. Here? But this is not a hotel, she said, glancing around in surprise. It was a new complex, top-notch facilities. She had often dreamed of living here. But it was a residential area, not a hotel. What was Yi Fan doing? Hotel? Yi Fan was puzzled for a moment, then realized what she was thinking. He gave her body a once-over. With that figure, if she was willing, he would not refuse. But Yi Fan wanted not just her body, he wanted her heart. Come upstairs and see, he said with a grin. All right. His gaze made her feel hot all over. Yi Fan took her up to Unit 1 on the 18th floor of Building 3. The door opened to reveal a bright, luxurious living room, a balcony with a yoga area, and a panoramic river view. Well, Sister Wan, do you like it? He handed her the property deed. Her name was on it. This, Yi Fan, is this really for me? She blushed deeply, overwhelmed. All these years she had borne everything alone. Suddenly a man cared for her, cherished her, it felt like a dream. Am I dreaming? Qiu Wan excitedly ran to the balcony, touched the fitness equipment, then walked through all 3 bedrooms. She found that even the bedding and sheets had been fully prepared. Of course, all of this had been arranged in advance by Yi Fan through Wang Fugue. Thank you, Yi Fan. Returning to the living room, Xiu Wan looked at Yi Fan with misty eyes, threw her arms around his neck, and pushed him down onto the sofa. Her sensual red lips moved toward his mouth for a kiss. There is nothing more dangerous than a 30-year-old mature woman playing coy. Right now, Xiu Wan was like a fully ripened peach, just a light squeeze and it would drip juice. Held in one's arms, she felt soft and boneless. The incredible sensation on his lips almost made Yi Fan lose control. For a long moment, as Xiu Wan's clothes had slipped halfway off, Yi Fan suddenly grabbed her hand. Wait, Sister Wan. Xiu Wan lifted her head from his chest, her eyes seductive as she looked at him. What is it? Do you despise me? Yi Fan shook his head. Of course not. How could I despise someone as sensual, gentle, intelligent, and talented as you? Xiu Wan's gaze showed a trace of disappointment. She struggled out of Yi Fan's embrace, but the look she gave him was filled with another kind of emotion. This man actually resisted the opportunity instead of taking advantage? That made her heart warm even more for him. Just now, although Xiu Wan had prepared herself to give her body to Yi Fan, what she felt most was gratitude for him saving Cece, driving away her ex-husband, and rescuing her today. Yi Fan's refusal unexpectedly sparked in her a sense of conquest. Although she knew that a man as outstanding, young, and handsome as Yi Fan would never truly be hers, she still longed to conquer him. She tidied her disheveled hair, gave him a charming glance full of provocation, and said, "Then, is it because you are not up to it?" That seductive smile made Yi Fan's heart tremble. This Sister Wan truly was a stunning woman. Every expression, every gesture, stirred a man's passion. Ha! How can a man admit to that? Sister Wan, do you really want to test me? There will be plenty of chances in the future. Yi Fan continued, I just feel that doing this now would be disrespectful to you. And if you did it just out of gratitude, it would mean nothing to me. Oh, Xiu Wan raised an eyebrow and looked at him intently. Then what do you want? Seeing the moment was right, Yi Fan stood up and laughed. Let's leave it for now. There will be time for other things. Get ready, I will take you to see the company. Xiu Wan was stunned. This little rascal suddenly changed the subject? But watching his handsome back, she bit her lip lightly and her eyes sparkled. She had already decided, this young man, she was beginning to fall for him. Humph. One day, she would make him hers. At this moment, her feelings for Yi Fan had undergone a huge transformation, from gratitude, to being touched, to half-hearted acceptance, and now to being deeply captivated. Such a man, even if not forever, even if only for a fleeting moment, that was what love should look like. All right. She straightened her slightly disordered clothes, pinned up her hair again, and emerged once more as a cool, confident, and sexy professional woman, a stark contrast to the seductive woman she had just been. Yi Fan marveled inwardly. Indeed, she was a top-tier woman, able to shift her aura so easily. Yi Group headquarters was right across from the Fugue Rinjia complex. Yi Fan had bought the apartment here precisely to make it convenient for Qiu Wan and Jiang Yueran to commute. Today, the headquarters was unusually lively. With Yi Xiu, the general manager, missing for 2 days, financial director Yang Tao and deputy general manager Jiang He had proposed convening a board meeting to select a new general manager to lead the company. In the large conference room, hundreds of shareholders and board members sat as Jiang He spoke. Everyone, with general manager Yi Xiu missing for 2 days now, it is untenable for the group to have no leader. We propose selecting a new acting general manager today to continue guiding our work. If general manager Yi Xiu returns, we can resume following his leadership. Both Jiang He and Yang Tao knew Yi Xiu would not return because both had been promoted by Yi Xiu and Lin family's machinations. They were Lin family's planted agents, ready to deal a fatal blow at the right moment. Having heard from Manhwa that Yi Xiu was almost certainly dead, today's meeting had a clear purpose: seizing power. Seizing control of Yi Group was critical to the Lin family in their life and death struggle with the Yi family, a key piece of the economic battle. Jiang He finished speaking. Why is old Master Yi not here? And now that young Master Yi Fan has returned, should he not preside over such an important meeting if Yi Xiu is missing? Exactly. Such matters should not proceed without old Master Yi. Indeed, young Master Yi Fan is the rightful heir. Though Yi Xiu had led Yi Group for years, the company had been built by old Master Yi Changfeng, and many senior members stood firmly with the Yi family. These dissenting voices made up about half of those present. The rest were undecided. If this continued, Jiang He and Yang Tao's plan would fail. Everyone, quiet please. You all know old Master's health has been poor since the incident 3 years ago. He rarely involves himself in company affairs. When Yi Xiu called board meetings, the old master did not attend either, Jiang He said, quieting the room. As for Yi Fan, you have all heard the rumors. For 3 years, he has done nothing but frequent clubs and chase women, a useless heir. Can you really entrust the group to him? Do you want to see old master's lifelong work ruined in his hands? Zhang He's argument cleverly deflected concern about the old master while undermining Yi Fan. In Yun City, word of Yi Fan's debauchery was well known. After the family's near destruction 3 years ago, Yi Fan became known as a good-for-nothing. Yang Tao added, I propose that Mr. Jiang He be appointed acting general manager, with full authority over the company's operations, reporting solely to Old Master Yi. Agreed. We have all seen Mr. Jiang He's achievements these past 5 years. Yes. Even General Manager Yi Xiao was grooming Mr. Jiang He as his successor. Their allies chimed in. This was a well-planned coup to take Yi Group quietly, without any Yi family core members present. If Yi Fan did not come, by tomorrow Yi Group would no longer bear the Yi name. Since everyone's opinion is so strong, let us all vote together. Yang Tao promptly stood up and called everyone to start voting. Those who support Mr. Jiang He as the acting general manager, please raise your hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Tao was the first to raise his hand. Then, Jiang He's and Yang Tao's loyal supporters, including Su Chao and others, also raised their hands in approval one after another. Amid the atmosphere at the scene, even some of those who had been neutral before also raised their hands. Because the patriarch of the Yi family was old, and the serious injury he suffered 3 years ago had kept him from managing the Yi group's affairs in recent years, and as for Yi Fan, given the way he was, no one saw any hope. Although many people knew that Jiang He and Yang Tao were not acting out of pure intentions, as long as the group could continue to operate normally and make money, that was enough. A few minutes later, among the hundreds of board members present, those in favor barely exceeded half. After counting the votes, Yang Tao's face was full of excitement. The total number of participants today is 215. The number of votes supporting Jiang He is 108. Therefore, I declare that Mr. Jiang He. Just as Yang Tao was about to announce Jiang He's appointment, a few elders who were still loyal to the Yi family let out helpless sighs. Given the current situation of the Yi family, with Yang Tao and Jiang He and others controlling the Yi group, this had already become the general trend. Once today's meeting made its decision and the appointment was confirmed, the days ahead would likely be even more difficult for the direct supporters of the Yi family. Meanwhile, Jiang He's loyal supporters were already prepared to cheer. Although the Yi group had suffered a heavy blow 3 years ago, it still had a trillion-level scale. Even just a small piece of it would be enough for these supporters to profit handsomely. Bang! Just as Yang Tao was about to announce, the door was suddenly kicked open violently. Yi Fan strode into the conference room with Chiu Wan, his gaze sharp as he swept over everyone present, his eyes finally landing on Jiang He and Yang Tao. The Yi group is holding a board meeting, and you actually avoided the core members of the Yi family. Have you forgotten what family name the Yi group bears? Whoosh! Yi Fan's sudden appearance surprised everyone present, especially Jiang He, Yang Tao, and Su Chao. In order to ensure today's meeting went smoothly, they had made special arrangements. Today, no one was allowed to enter the Yi group, only to leave. Martial arts experts borrowed from the Lin family were stationed at the main entrance to prevent the patriarch, the Grand Elder, or Yi Fan, the core members of the Yi family, from breaking in. Moreover, 8 bodyguards had been stationed outside the meeting room door for added security. And yet Yi Fan had managed to break in so easily? Young Master Yi, what brings you to the company? We are in the middle of discussing important matters. I suggest you leave for now. We can handle the company's affairs. It would be best if you did not interfere. Yang Tao tried to put on the air of a senior and persuade Yi Fan to leave. After all, in their eyes, after being struck down, Yi Fan was nothing more than trash who spent his days loitering around clubs. What means could he possibly have? They thought dealing with Yi Fan would be a piece of cake. But the intelligence they had gotten from the Lin family was incomplete. Manhwa had never told them the truth about Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan was no longer a worthless playboy hanging around clubs, but a decisive and brilliant prodigy. Shut up. Answer my question. Does the group bear the surname Yi, or is it Yang, or Jiang? Yi Fan ignored Yang Tao's words and stared at him, his body radiating a murderous aura that filled the entire hall. The room's temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. Although it was still the height of summer, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and they could not help but shiver. It was as if they no longer recognized Yi Fan. This young Master Yi was nothing like the rumors. His sharp gaze was like a blade, he really looked like he could kill. The personnel director, Huang Yuan, who supported the Yi family, could not help but feel a spark of hope. Could it be that the young master had been hiding his abilities all along? If so, then the Yi group truly had hope. Yang Tao, Jiang Yi, Su Chao, and the others met Yi Fan's gaze for a few seconds, but ultimately they were intimidated by the murderous look in Yi Fan's eyes. Young Master Yi must be joking. Of course the Yi group bears the surname Yi. We are merely helping to manage the Yi group. Humph. As long as I am alive, the group bears the surname Yi. If anyone dares to place themselves above the Yi family, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Yi Fan glared coldly at Yang Tao and then announced, "This vote is void. The selection of the general manager is not something for you to decide." Boom! Yi Fan's words caused an uproar in the room. Yi Fan directly declared the vote invalid? The meaning was obvious, he did not intend to let Jiang He take the position. But would Jiang He, Yang Tao, and the others, who had schemed for so long, agree to that? Was the conflict about to break out? People hurriedly lowered their hands, afraid of drawing Yi Fan's attention. Although Yi Fan had only spoken a few words, everyone could tell that this Yi Fan was not to be trifled with. "Young Master Yi, what do you mean by this? You may be the eldest grandson of the Yi family, but is it really appropriate for you to interfere so forcefully in our board vote?" Yang Tao's face darkened as he saw many people lower their hands. Beside him, Jiang He, who had been pretending to stay calm, could not sit still any longer. "Young Master Yi, we respect that you are the eldest grandson of the Yi family, but you have never participated in the management of the company, you hold no position, and you do not even have any shares. May I ask, what right do you have to stand here and dictate to our board?" This was a declaration of war. Jiang Yi, after all, was more cunning than Yang Tao, and went straight for Yi Fan's weakness. "Indeed, you are a Yi family descendant, but you hold no position and have no right to participate in the board. So stop running your mouth." At the same time, Jiang Yi's words were meant as a signal, "This useless young master is easy for me to handle." Yi Fan frowned, but before he could speak, someone else did. "Young Master Yi is the patriarch's only grandson. All the patriarch's shares belong to him. He is the sole heir to the Yi group. How does he not have the right?" "That is right. If young Master Yi does not have the right to sit here, then who does?" Several elders led by Huang Yuan stood up in support of Yi Fan. Jiang He smiled faintly and signaled to Su Chao. Su Chao immediately stood up and said, "Minister Huang, your words contain the answer. That is in the future, in the future. Right now, has the patriarch transferred his shares to Yi Fan? If not, then Yi Fan has no right to be here." As Su Chao finished speaking, Jiang He's face darkened. He barked toward the door, "Someone escort young Master Yi out so he can rest. We will continue our discussion on the acting general manager." Jiang He's intent was clear. He would not rest until he secured the position of acting general manager today. Huang Yuan and the others were anxious. Were Yang Tao and his people so arrogant that even Yi Fan's personal appearance could not intimidate them? This was open rebellion. But in fact, this was exactly what Yi Fan wanted to see. If they did not make a move, Yi Fan would have no excuse to deal with them. Although Yi Fan had already made backup plans with Han Zhuo and Wang Fugue, if he acted first against Yang Tao, Jiang He, and the others, it might cause. "General Manager Jiang, I originally wanted to give you all a dignified way out. Must you force things to the point where we tear each other's faces off?" Yi Fan sat in a chair, completely indifferent to the bodyguards rushing at him, his intense gaze fixed on Jiang He, Yang Tao, and the others. Being stared at like that by Yi Fan made Jiang He's heart jolt involuntarily. Damn it! Why did this Yi Fan feel so difficult to deal with? But things had already come this far, and Jiang He knew that if he failed to secure the position of acting general manager today, his own end would be miserable. So he clenched his teeth and said, "Young Master Yi, forgive us, but we are doing this for the good of the Yi group. Young Master Yi, please." Before Jiang He could finish speaking, a loud voice came from the doorway of the conference room. "You bastards! This is what you call doing what is good for the Yi group. My Yi group, and the Yi family cannot even call the shots anymore? Is it even the Yi group then? Why not call it the Jiang group instead?" A thin, elderly man strode in, his face glowing with vigor. It was none other than Yi Changfeng, who had rushed over. Yi Changfeng was the founder of the Yi group. Within the group, he was like its soul, akin to the military spirit of an army. His prestige in the Yi group was extremely high. "Master Yi, so your health is fine after all, that is wonderful. Greetings, Master Yi." With Yi Changfeng's arrival, more than half the people in the conference hall stood up, respectfully welcoming him. Jiang He, Yang Tao, Su Chao, and the others, however, were completely stunned. What on earth was going on today? Were those bodyguards they stationed outside raised on shit? How did they not only let Yi Fan slip in, but even let the patriarch storm inside? In front of Yi Changfeng, Jiang He and the others did not dare act out. "Master Yi, we truly are doing this for the good of the Yi group. With just a few words, young Master Yi is trying to overturn the decision of our board. He does not even hold any shares. He truly has no right. No shares, you say? Bring me a pen and the documents. Yi Changfeng barked at his assistant. Then, taking a share transfer agreement, Yi Changfeng swiftly signed his name on it. He held the document high. I have already transferred all 45% of my shares to my grandson, Yi Fan. From this moment on, he shall exercise all powers of the chairman on my behalf. Now, does he have the right? Yi Changfeng waved the document in front of everyone, then turned, furious, to glare at Jiang He and Yang Tao. For 3 years, Yi Changfeng had let Yi Xiu manage the group, and he had rarely intervened. But that did not mean he was unaware of what was happening within the group. Long ago, someone had told Yi Changfeng that Jiang He, Yang Tao, and others had murky, tangled relations with the Lin family. Yi Changfeng had long wanted to deal with them, but age had sapped his energy, and he had been enduring. Today, upon hearing from Yi Fan that it was time to clean up the Yi group, Yi Changfeng had rushed over. This, Jiang He, Yang Tao, and the others were dumbfounded. They had never expected Yi Changfeng to act so decisively, transferring tens of billions worth of shares to Yi Fan on the spot, catching them completely off guard. The situation was gradually slipping out of their control. With grandfather and grandson united, Jiang He, Yang Tao, and the others were struggling to keep up. General Manager Jiang, think of something. Otherwise, we are finished today. Yang Tao urged anxiously beside Jiang He. Jiang He knew it too. With the shares in Yi Fan's hands, everything was now legitimate. Given Yi Fan's ruthlessness so far, he was likely even fiercer than Yi Xiu. They absolutely could not let Yi Fan gain control of the shares. Master Yi, perhaps you have forgotten? According to company bylaws, even if you wish to transfer your shares, you must first inform the board, and then there must be at least a 3-day public notice period. Only if no one in the group objects during that period will the transfer be valid, and during the notice period, the shares you wish to transfer are managed by the board. Am I wrong, everyone? Jiang He's words instantly caused an uproar in the room. People began whispering among themselves. Because according to the company bylaws, that rule did exist. Especially for such a massive transfer of shares by the patriarch, public notice was indeed required. Yi Chongfeng's face turned ashen with rage. Jiang He, you pack of ungrateful wolves. You intend to go against me? Jiang He rose and gave Yi Chongfeng a slight bow. We would not dare. Master Yi, since you intend to hand over your power, from now on during the notice period, you no longer have the right to interfere in company matters. Please leave as well. You. Yi Changfeng trembled with fury, but was powerless. Jiang He's loyal followers all gave him a thumbs up. Jiang He was brilliant. By exploiting the company bylaws, he had turned the situation against the patriarch. The result was that during the notice period, the board would manage the patriarch's shares, and the patriarch would lose his veto power. And Yi Fan, the recipient of the transfer, without formal control of the shares for 3 days, would have no authority to intervene in the company's management. Those 3 days of power vacuum would be enough for Jiang He, Yang Tao, and the others to do plenty. 3 days later, even if Yi Fan took over, it would already be too late. Please. Jiang He, full of pride, gestured to the bodyguards, ready to have Yi Fan and Yi Changfeng removed. Yi Changfeng stamped his feet in fury, his temper flaring. Someone, I do not believe. Yi Changfeng had been a soldier. Though he was now at home, his security chief, Leng Feng, was still a martial arts master. The patriarch was ready to resort to force today, but Yi Fan reached out to stop him. Grandfather, leave this to me. I will handle it. With that, Yi Fan turned to Jiang He again. General Manager Jiang, I will ask you one last time. Do you insist on tearing all ties with my Yi family? Yi Fan had thoroughly investigated Jiang He's background. He had originally intended to let them leave with dignity, but they insisted on seizing the Yi group, chilling his heart. Feeling he had secured victory, Jiang He no longer concealed his ferocious expression. What, young Master Yi, are you unhappy? Do you think you can stir up any trouble? A discarded family, a worthless young master who loiters in clubs, what can you possibly do? Yi Fan sneered. Is that so? It is true that I enjoy women, but that does not mean I am trash. Bring them in. Yi Fan barked towards the doorway. Wang Fugue entered with a middle-aged couple and an elderly man with graying hair. The moment these three appeared, Jiang He's face changed dramatically. You? Yi Fan, you. Who let them in? Get them out of here, now. Jiang He shouted furiously at the security guards. But Wang Fugue slapped 2 approaching guards, sending them flying. The remaining guards, full of fear, dared not make a move. Yang Tao, standing beside Jiang He, was somewhat confused. General Manager Jiang, they are just 3 old peasants. How could they possibly affect the overall situation? What are you afraid of? What we need to do now is to get the patriarch of the Yi family and Yi fan out of here so we can proceed with the election. But Jiang Yi was restless and agitated, his heart in turmoil. Seeing the security guards frozen in place, he jumped up in frustration. Are you all deaf? I told you to throw them out. Did you not hear me? Seeing that the guards still did not move, Jiang He even dragged his chair over, intending to drive out the couple and the elderly man himself. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What was happening? Why had the previously arrogant Jiang He suddenly become so panicked upon seeing that couple and the elderly man? His domineering air had instantly diminished by more than half. Yi Fan smiled faintly and stepped in front of Jiang He, blocking his path. He looked at Jiang He with a half smile. General Manager Jiang, why are you so worked up? They have plenty to say to everyone here. Do you not see what they are holding? I even helped them find the surveillance footage from back then. I never thought you were hiding so deep, General Manager Jiang. The reason Jiang He became so nervous upon seeing this couple was because Jiang He had killed someone 5 years ago. The victim was the daughter of that couple and the son of the elderly man with graying hair. The reason was simple. At the time, Jiang He had taken a fancy to the couple's daughter. At a barbecue stall, he tried to forcibly take her away. The girl's boyfriend resisted, and Jiang He smashed a liquor bottle over his head, killing him on the spot. Later, he dragged the girl to a hotel, assaulted her, and staged the scene to look like she had jumped to her death. Back then, Jiang He had used his connections and influence to suppress the incident forcibly. He never imagined Yi Fan would dig up this matter. Jiang He knew that once this matter was exposed, he would spend the rest of his life in prison sewing uniforms. Yi Fan, what are you trying to do? Jiang He growled at Yi Fan, his face twisted in fury. If looks could kill, Yi Fan would have died 1,000 deaths. Yi Fan smiled calmly. What I want to do, does General Manager Jiang really not know? His tone remained steady and unhurried, but Jiang He was like an ant on a hot pan. Yi Fan, will you only be satisfied when I am utterly ruined? Jiang He's energy seemed drained. He truly wished he could strangle Yi Fan, but with so many people present, and with Yi Fan's friend Wang Fugue skilled in martial arts, and the guards outside seemingly dealt with already, there was nothing he could do. Jiang He knew all his plans had likely failed. If he did not yield, he would not survive this ordeal. Ha! Whether you are ruined or not depends on your performance, General Manager Jiang. Yi Fan stared at him coldly. Though he said no more, the sheer pressure of his gaze made it hard for Jiang He to breathe. You? Of course Jiang He knew what Yi Fan wanted. Today's entire struggle had been over control of the Yi group. On the surface, it was a fight between Jiang He, Yang Tao, Su Chao, and Yi Fan. In reality, it was the Lin group pulling the strings against Yi Fan. Jiang He did crave power, eager for the general manager position and the many promises the Lin family had made him. But none of that mattered if he did not survive to enjoy it. The murder case back then, though buried with all his might, had always been a ticking time bomb as long as the victim's parents lived. And now, the bomb had arrived. A little evidence submitted, and Jiang He would be finished. Jiang He had no choice. He stared at Yi Fan deeply. Yi Fan, you are ruthless. You have defeated me, but you will not defeat us all. With that, Jiang He turned to Yang Tao and the others, then announced loudly, from today, I resign as deputy general manager and will no longer participate in the acting general manager election. Boom! Jiang Yi's words were like a bomb thrown into the hall, causing an uproar. General Manager Jiang, you are resigning? Are you insane? Yang Tao almost leapt from his seat, thinking he had heard wrong. Jiang Yi, Yang Tao, and Su Chao were the Lin family's iron triangle inside the Yi group. Now with Jiang Yi resigning, the iron triangle had lost its most crucial corner. What was left to play for? Jiang Yi leaned close to Yang Tao. You think I want this? Yi Fan has my weakness in hand. If I do not retreat, all of you will be dragged down with me. The rest is up to you. Make sure Yi Fan does not make a comeback. That kid is terrifying. He is nothing like the rumors say. Yi Changfeng stood in the hall, glancing at Yi Fan, then at Jiang Yi, his brows sometimes furrowing, sometimes relaxing. Although he did not know exactly what had happened, he realized that Yi Fan had clearly planned this long in advance. It seemed that everything was within Yi Fan's control. This kid had made him worry for nothing. Yi Changfeng could not help but think of how the Zhao family elder and the people from the martial authority had come to apologize. This kid must be hiding something from him. But Yi Changfeng no longer planned to ask, so long as it was a good thing. On behalf of the Yi group, I accept your resignation. Yi Fan turned to Cho Wan. Sister Wan, bring the resignation letter and the other document I prepared. Yi Fan took out the resignation letter, had Jiang Yi sign it, then handed him a share transfer contract. General Manager Jiang, while we are at it, transfer me that 7% of shares you hold. You, do not push too far. Jiang He was about to explode. Yi Fan not only forced him out but also wanted his shares? The key was, those shares were not all Jiang He's own and many were held in trust for the Lin Group. If he transferred them all to Yi Fan, the Lin Group would skin him alive. Even just 7% of shares were worth hundreds of billions in assets. Ha! General Manager Jiang, what matters more, money or your life? I think you know the answer. Look at the number on my screen. As Yi Fan spoke, he raised his phone in front of Jiang He, the screen displaying 110. I will give you 3 seconds. If my finger slips, I will press it. 3. Yi Fan had taken complete control. I will sign. Jiang He gave in before Yi Fan even reached 2. I will sign. Though signing meant he would suffer under the Lin Group, he had to get through this crisis first. Once the share transfer was done, Yi Fan warmly draped his arm around Jiang He's shoulders. Come, General Manager Jiang, let me see you out. Being dragged along like that filled Jiang He with an intense sense of foreboding. Sure enough, as soon as they exited the conference room, Jiang He saw several uniformed officers waiting with handcuffs. You set me up. Jiang He was about to roar in rage, but Yi Fan slapped the back of his neck, knocking him out cold. Officer Hua, my thanks. Yi Fan handed him over to the officers. Leading them was none other than Hua Ximiao's granddaughter, Hua Shuiyan. Humph. You owe me a favor. Hua Shuiyan glanced at the limp, defeated Jiang He and sighed inwardly. Anyone who went against Yi Fan was truly cursed. Yi Fan responded with a calm very well and returned to the conference hall. At that moment, the hall was utterly silent. All eyes were fixed on Yi Fan, waiting for his next move. Yi Fan walked up to the podium, his gaze steady and composed. From this moment, Zhou Wan will fully exercise control over the Yi Group on my behalf and report only to me. Does anyone have any objections? Yi Fan's sharp gaze swept across the crowd. Having just dealt with Jiang He, who dared test him now? Even though Yang Tao and Su Chao were filled with resentment, neither dared to stick their necks out at this moment. I support young Master Ye's decision. Huang Yuan was the first to speak, and soon, all the loyal supporters of the Yi family voiced their approval, followed by the neutral members. After all, whether or not Jiang He had resigned, the position of general manager would not fall to them, so it made no difference who took the post. The final vote showed that, apart from Yang Tao, Su Chao, and their die-hard followers, about 70% of the over 200 people present agreed with Yi Fan's resolution. With Zhou Wan's position secured, Yi Fan turned his gaze toward Yang Tao again. That look sent a chill through Yang Tao's heart, and an ominous feeling arose. But Yang Tao went over all his past actions in his mind and felt he had left no dirt behind. Even if there were questionable matters, he had handled them cleanly. In addition, I have one last matter. I have decided to dismiss Mr. Yang Tao. Zhang Yueran will take over his position. Yi Fan beckoned toward the doorway, and Zhang Yueran, a bit shy, walked into the hall. Once again, an uproar swept through the crowd. Yang Tao was the first to stand in protest. Young Master Yi, what is the meaning of this? On what grounds do you dismiss me? Yi Fan said coolly, do I need a reason to dismiss you? If you insist, the reason is that you and Jiang He tried to seize control of the Yi Group. That is reason enough. I refuse to accept this. Young Master Yi, this is a personal vendetta. Yang Tao was shrewd and tried to win sympathy. Driving out a senior executive like me will chill everyone's hearts. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly. You will accept it. As he spoke, Yi Fan took out his phone and played a video before Yang Tao. General Manager Yang, take a good look. Is that not you? General Manager Yang, about that 80 million yuan last time, could you advance the payment a few days? Here is 2 million for you to enjoy some tea. General Manager Yang, for that batch of payments from last year's deal, could you help us adjust the records a bit? There are 3 million on this card as a token of our respect. Yi Fan played several clips in succession. Though the angles were not standard, Yang Tao's face was clear, and the conversations could be heard distinctly. General Manager Yang, tell me, for commercial bribery of this scale, how many years would one serve behind bars? As Yi Fan put his phone away, Yang Tao was already drenched in sweat from panic. Now Yang Tao finally understood why Jiang He had been so agitated earlier, ultimately yielding unconditionally to Yi Fan. It was obvious that Yi Fan also held fatal evidence against Jiang He. Young Master Yi, I yield. I yield. Now, looking at Yi Fan's expression, Yang Tao was filled with fear and dread. Who the fuck ever said Yi Fan was just a worthless playboy? Yi Fan could uncover such hidden secrets, and Jiang He and Yang Tao had still dared plot to seize the Yi Group? What a joke! Having yielded, Yang Tao watched in despair as Yi Fan's gaze shifted wickedly to Su Chao. Minister Su, What do you think of my decision to dismiss General Manager Yang? Do you support it or oppose it? Yi Fan gave him no other options, only support or oppose. Yi Fan was forcing Su Chao into a corner. If he supported it, he would be seen as betraying his allies. If he opposed it, but Su Chao was no fool. From Jiang Yi's and Yang Tao's reactions, he realized that Yi Fan must have leverage over them. As head of procurement, Su Chao had plenty of skeletons in his own closet. Taking kickbacks was routine. Yi Fan could crush him easily. After a few seconds of thought, Su Chao rose and respectfully bowed to Yi Fan. I support young Master Ye's decision. General Manager Yang should indeed be dismissed. Better the friend die than oneself. Su Chao knew full well that the tide had turned. No matter what, he had to protect himself first. But to Yang Tao, this was a heartless betrayal. Yang Tao's face darkened at Su Chao's response. Su Chao had sold him out at this critical moment. Yet Yang Tao had no choice but to submit. Still, he tried to salvage the situation. Young Master Yi, I accept my dismissal. But even if you are dismissing me, surely you should not appoint such a young girl as financial director? The group handles trillions in assets. This is irresponsible. Why not appoint Deputy Director Tang Chang? Tang Chang was someone Yang Tao had promoted, with ties to the Lin family. If Tang became financial director, Yang Tao's faction would retain some hope of a comeback. But Yang Tao had overlooked Zhang Yueran's relationship with Yi Fan. Yi Fan stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Zhang Yueran's waist. There is no need for your recommendation. Yueran is my woman. Does anyone need more reason for her to handle the company's finances? Anyone who dares hinder her work will end up like Jiang He. The same goes for Sister Wan. Have I made myself clear? Yi Fan added this last remark, leaving many present uneasy. Sister Wan too? What did that mean? That she was also his woman? Or that she too must be supported? At this point, it no longer mattered what Qiu Wan's exact relationship with Yi Fan was. With Jiang He gone and Yang Tao dismissed, the positions of general manager and financial director were back under Yi Fan's control. The personnel division was already in the hands of Huang Yuan and the Yi family's loyal elders. As for the mid-level managers and small fry, there was plenty of time to deal with them later. Only one key post remained, Su Chao's procurement division. Yi Fan's smile hinted that action had already begun. Within 3 days, Su Chao would surely resign of his own accord. As for those small cliques who colluded with Yi Xiu, Jiang He, and Yang Tao, for now I will not hold you accountable. You have a chance to reform. But if you dare act lawlessly in the future, do not blame me for showing no mercy. After Yang Tao signed his resignation and left the hall, Yi Fan signaled to Wang Fugue to insert a USB drive into the computer and play footage of Jiang He's murder. I am sure everyone was curious why I treated Jiang He and Yang Tao as I did. Watch for yourselves. As the footage of Jiang He's and Yang Tao's crimes played, the shareholders sighed, finally understanding the truth. Despicable. Yes, so cruel. To let him off so lightly is outrageous. That Yang Tao too, the company paid him such a high salary, and still he was so greedy. While everyone expressed their indignation, many felt that mere dismissal was too light a punishment. I leave the company in your hands, Yi Fan said sincerely to Jiang Yueran and Qiu Wan. If any problem arises that you cannot solve, come to me at once. Jiang Yueran, having shared intimacy with Yi Fan, was fine, but Qiu Wan blushed deeply. Do not worry, I will do my utmost. Watching Yi Fan's decisive methods, Yi Changfeng felt great relief. This grandson had not let him down. Yet he had one question. After Yi Fan finished his instructions, Yi Changfeng pulled him aside. Xiao Fan, tell me honestly, where is Yi Xiu gone? Although Yi Xiu was only adopted by Yi Changfeng, at that time Yi Fan was not by his side, and Yi Changfeng had poured considerable effort into raising Yi Xiu. Originally, Yi Fan intended to tell Yi Changfeng the truth, but seeing the look in Yi Changfeng's eyes, he could not bear to do so. Oh, Big Brother said he feels his strength is insufficient, so he wants to go abroad for further study for a while. That is why he temporarily left the company in my hands. Yi Fan casually fabricated a reason, simply to ease Yi Changfeng's mind. It would not be long before Yi Fan went to war against the Lin family in full force, and by then all truths would come to light, including Yi Xiu's true identity. Is that so? Yi Changfeng's brow twitched slightly. In truth, as shrewd as he was, Yi Changfeng had already guessed most of it. But since Yi Fan did not expose it, Yi Changfeng would not either. Yi Fan's sweeping purge of the Yi group made it clear there had been collusion between Yi Xiu and the Lin family. Yi Fan did not act without cause. Since he made his move, there had to be good reason. Yet the thought that the Yi Xiu he had raised for 18 years was a treacherous ingrate still left Yi Changfeng heartsick. Yi Fan, I am hungry. Take me to eat. Nearby, Zhao Linglong, who had arrived with Jiang Yuan, looked at Yi Fan with a face full of grievance. This damned Yi Fan, he had been off enjoying himself while she had to help Jiang Yuan move things. It was simply too hateful. Alright. Let us eat together. Old Wang, come along. Yi Fan called to Wang Fugui. He had intended to invite his grandfather, but Yi Changfeng tactfully declined. You young people go. I will head home first. The business at the group had reached a close, and a weight was lifted from Yi Changfeng's heart. What remained was to wait until Yi Fan matured a bit more, so he could hand over the entire Tianlong army to him. Once Yi Fan had full control of the Tianlong army, and after he produced a few more descendants, anyone thinking of touching the Yi family would have to think twice. As Yi Fan, Zhao Linglong, and Wang Fugui left through the group's main gate, in an alley near the Yi group, a middle-aged man in a black shirt and sunglasses glared at Yi Fan with hatred. You bastard! I finally found you! You killed my son and stole my treasure. Today is the day you die. That man was none other than Long Zhong, Zhonghua's master and illegitimate father, the third elder of the Gu cult. Ever since Zhonghua's life-linked Gu died last night, Long Zhong had been investigating who killed Zhonghua. This morning, Long Zhong finally discovered that it was Yi Fan who killed Zhonghua and took that priceless item from him. Long Zhong had followed Yi Fan all the way here and was waiting for the chance to kill him and reclaim the treasure. What? Our plan, so carefully devised, has failed? What the hell was Jiang Yi doing? In the Lin family estate, Lin Hua jumped up in fury when he heard his subordinates report about the Yi group. The Lin family's attempt to ally with the Xian family through marriage had been ruined by Yi Fan. Lin Dong and Lin Yang had perished. Lin Hua had pinned all his hopes on seizing control of the Yi group. Over the years, the Lin family had drawn many mid and high-level managers in the Yi group to their side. Had Yi Xiu remained in place, they could have completely controlled the Yi group within a month. But with Yi Xiu captured, Lin Hua's first move was to have Jiang Yi take power, even exposing all the Lin family's hidden agents within the Yi group. Yet even so, Jiang Yi had failed. What about Yang Tao? As long as we control the financial director, we still have a chance to turn things around, Lin Hua asked, unwilling to give up. Patriarch, we just received word. Yang Tao was directly dismissed by Yi Fan, and Jiang Yi's entire shareholding has been transferred to Yi Fan. One bad piece of news after another nearly drove Lin Hua mad. Damn it! Why do you not just die, Yi Fan? The shares in Jiang Yi's hands, worth over 100 billion, were bought by the Lin family with hard cash. Are you heaven sent to destroy us? And where the hell are the Blood Garment Gate people? Lin Hua wanted to call the Blood Garment Gate's leader to hurry them up, but remembering the leader's threats last time, he lost his nerve. The Blood Garment Gate said their people have already set out. They will arrive in Yun City very soon. Lin Hua calmed his fury slightly and commanded, have Yang Tao and Su Chao come see me at once. Useless fools, we must strike back, or we will be completely humiliated. Third brother, did the Wall Street god of stocks you contacted, Lafitte, agree to help us deal with the Yi family? Lin Hua was beside himself with rage. With internal control of the Yi family now impossible, they could only attack through the stock market. The Lin family planned to hire Lafitte to act. Big brother, Master Lafitte agreed. He will fly out tomorrow and reach Yun City by the day after at the latest. Good. When that happens, it will be the end of the Yi family. And contact the Zhao family. With the Xin family's position unclear, we need more allies. Yes, big brother. In the Yi group's underground parking garage, Su Chao was preparing to drive out to see Lin Hua when he got Lin Hua's call and replied at once, I am on my way. After hanging up, Su Chao got into his car. Before he could start it, he felt something damp dripping onto his cheek. Thinking it was water, he wiped it, but it kept dripping. Su Chao started the car, wiped his face again, and when he looked at his hand, he froze. Blood? Why is there blood in my car? His heart lurched. He looked up and let out a shriek. Above his head, on the car roof, a dagger had pinned a bloody dog's head, its hide flayed, its eyes hollowed out, blood dripping from the sockets. In the flickering light of the garage, the skinned, bloody dog's head looked like a demon from hell, its empty sockets staring at him. Su Chao screamed, scrambled out, but was so terrified his legs gave out, and he could only crawl. After several meters, he ran into Yang Tao, who had just emerged from the elevator. Yang Tao was stunned at the sight. General Manager Su, what are you doing? Cooling off on the floor? Though Yang Tao knew Su Chao had betrayed him to save himself, hearing it still stung. Help me, Su Chao reached out. When Yang Tao saw the blood on Su Chao's hand, his face darkened and he helped him up. What happened, General Manager Su? Now that Jiang He and Yang Tao were out, Su Chao was their only hope. Yang Tao did not want anything to happen to him. A bloody dog's head, in my car, God, it was terrifying. Seeing a familiar face calmed Su Chao, and he recounted what had happened. A bloody dog's head? Someone must be playing a prank. Come, let us see. Yang Tao helped him back. The car was still running, the door open. Yang Tao looked inside and was puzzled. There is nothing. Everything looks normal. No dog's head. Were you scaring yourself? No. I saw it clearly, the dog's head hanging right above me. How could it be gone? Su Chao approached, opened the door, and stared, dumbfounded. Where is it? It was just there. How could it? This is impossible. He searched, but there was no sign of the dog's head. No holes in the roof where a dagger might have been. Could it have been his imagination? But there had been blood on his hand. Yang Tao nodded. Yes, I saw it too. But looking at Su Chao's hands again, they were perfectly clean. Shit. This time, both were shaken. In broad daylight, have we seen a ghost? No, it is not like that. Su Chao's expression was dazed. He had clearly seen it just now, how could it suddenly have disappeared? Oh whoa! In the underground parking garage, a strange, eerie whimper suddenly echoed. Su Chao and Yang Tao could not hold it in any longer. Screaming in terror, they scrambled and crawled as they fled toward the elevator. God help me! That was terrifying. What the hell is going on? When they emerged on the ground floor and saw the sunlight again, they felt as if they had been reborn. Here is what I will do. I am not going to see the Lin patriarch today. I am going to the hospital's psychiatric department to check if something is wrong with me. Please help me inform the Lin patriarch. Su Chao was truly shaken. The situation just now was far too bizarre. He had considered that this might be one of Yifan's tricks, but even if Yifan was behind it, how could he have cleaned up the dog's head and blood from the car so thoroughly in such a short time? And what about the blood on his own hands that vanished? Su Chao decided not to go to the hospital just yet and went home to rest instead. He hailed a cab, arrived home, opened the door, changed his shoes, and finally let out a breath of relief. Bang! From above the doorway, a dog's head fell down, landing squarely on Su Chao's face and splattering him with blood. When Su Chao saw what it was, he fell straight to the floor, sitting heavily in shock. His voice was hoarse with fear. It was another dog's head. And if it were just any dog's head, that would be one thing. But Su Chao saw clearly, this was exactly the same dog's head as in the Yi Group's parking garage. It was identical. He had come straight home from the company without any delays. How could he now see the same dog's head at home? Could the dog's head walk on its own? Ghost. Finally, Su Chao's mind completely collapsed. Foam frothed from his mouth, his head tilted, and he fainted dead away, a yellow puddle spreading from his groin. Poor Su Chao had pissed himself in fright. As he lost consciousness, his final thought was, have I offended some great master? But no matter how he thought, recently the only one he had crossed was Yifan. What kind of means does Yifan have? Can he make a dog's head fly? Damn you, Yifan! You brought me to a place like this to eat? In a rundown alley on the outskirts of Yun City, Yifan parked the car, then led Zhao Linglong and Wang Fugue toward a small roast chicken shop. Zhao Linglong spoke with disgust. Miss Xiao, the chicken here is delicious. The lady boss is especially good at preparing chicken. She plucks the feathers so cleanly. As Wang Fugue praised the place, something about his words made Yifan feel awkward. Without giving Zhao Linglong a chance to object, Yifan grabbed a table at the shop's entrance. Boss, 5 roast chickens. There are only 3 of us. Why 5? Although Zhao Linglong was complaining about eating at a roadside stall, she was already drawn in by the aroma inside. But when she heard they were ordering 5 chickens, she was annoyed again. Can you not even do that math? My boss and I will each have 2. And you are a girl, finishing one would be impressive. Wang Fugue explained kindly. Zhao Linglong rolled her eyes. Who are you looking down on? I can finish all 5 myself. Yifan and Wang Fugue assumed she was just venting and paid her no mind. The chickens soon arrived, and they began eating. At first, Zhao Linglong cautiously tried a small piece, but she found the crispy, tender meat surprisingly sweet and fragrant, melting in her mouth, its aroma lingering. Though she had dined at countless Michelin restaurants, she had never eaten chicken this delicious. As she ate, she licked her fingers, the very image of a foodie. Yifan shook his head, picking up a piece of chicken with vegetables and eating slowly. Clatter! Suddenly, there came a rush of chaotic footsteps from the alley entrance. A group of tattooed thugs, wielding steel rods, surged toward the roast chicken shop, headed directly for Yifan and Wang Fugue. Are they after me? Yifan frowned. Were there still fools in Yun City who did not know better? Did they really think he was just some playboy who loitered in clubs? Whose people could this be? As Yifan pondered, the thugs had already surrounded them. Stop eating and stand up, a thug with yellow hair shouted fiercely, waving his steel rod at Yi Fan and Wang Fugui. The shop owner, seeing trouble, hurried over with a smile. "Brother Leopard, my shop just opened today. How about this? Everything is on the house for you and your men today." The owner was a square-faced man who looked honest but handled matters wisely. He had defused trouble from small-time thugs before, but these thugs were under orders to target Yi Fan. They would not be so easily dismissed. "Get lost. Stay out of this, or we will deal with you too." Yellow Hair kicked the owner in the stomach, sending him sprawling. Yi Fan and Wang Fugui stood, cold light flashing in their eyes. Though they liked to rescue beauties, they respected hard-working people and despised bullies. These vermin, no matter how many, Wang Fugui alone could have handled them easily. What caught Yi Fan's attention was a man behind the crowd, wearing a hat. Though he tried to conceal his presence, Yi Fan sensed something strange about him. By now, curious onlookers had gathered nearby. Seeing Yi Fan and his companions surrounded, people sighed. "Poor guy and gal, they are doomed. That is Leopard, the fiercest thug in these streets. I have heard of him too. They say he is so vicious he even hacks at himself when he goes berserk. Someone call the police. Maybe they can stop this." Seeing Zhao Linglong still gnawing on a chicken leg, Yellow Hair was enraged. "Fuck! Did you not hear me tell you to stand up? Are you deaf?" He smacked the chicken leg from her hand. It fell at his feet. Yellow Hair sneered, stepping on it, his gaze leering. Well, a beauty. Lucky me tonight." But Zhao Linglong, happily eating, was furious at having her chicken knocked away. "Did your parents never teach you to respect food? Go to hell." She swung her fist at Yellow Hair's chest. Yellow Hair smirked, not dodging at all. "Feisty, huh? I like that. What the fuck?" He had thought, what harm could a girl's punch do? But in that instant of carelessness, her fist slammed into his chest, and he flew 7 or 8 meters, crashing into a flower bed and collapsing. Crunch! Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Hiss! Everyone watching drew sharp breaths at Zhao Linglong's strength. Even Yi Fan was stunned. He had checked her before. She had no martial arts energy. Was she born with monstrous strength? "Humph. You are lucky I was not full. One punch did not kill you this time." Her words almost made Yellow Hair cough blood as he staggered to his feet. "You nearly killed me with one punch, and you say you were not even full? What kind of people are these?" Seeing his men still standing there in a daze, Yellow Hair was furious. He roared at them, "You bunch of idiots. What the fuck are you standing there for? Did you not see I got hit? Get over here. Grab that bitch alive. Tonight I am going to fuck her hard and show her what I am made of." "Ah. Yes, boss." Finally snapping out of it, the gang of thugs all swung their fists and charged at Zhao Linglong. Wang Fugui beside Yi Fan moved, ready to step in and help. But Yi Fan grabbed his arm. "Wait and see." Yi Fan wanted to know what Zhao Linglong's true abilities were. Had she been hiding her strength in front of him on purpose, or was she really born with supernatural strength? If she truly had natural divine strength, had he not stumbled upon a rare treasure? His master had once said that such natural strength could only come from a mysterious bloodline family. If Zhao Linglong carried that bloodline, her future potential would be limitless. Bang, bang, bang. Faced with the thugs charging toward her, Zhao Linglong showed not the slightest fear. Instead of dodging, she took the initiative and charged into their midst. One punch for each thug. Those burly men, each weighing close to 90 kilograms, were like rag dolls before Zhao Linglong. In just a few blows, she sent them all flying. When she was done, Zhao Linglong did not forget to mock them. "With trash like you, how do you even have the nerve to be thugs? You cannot even beat a girl." The beaten thugs groaned on the ground, speechless. "With a girl like you, who would count that as normal? You were basically a human bulldozer." All the thugs were down. Only the man in the shirt and sunglasses remained. Zhao Linglong looked at him in annoyance. "So, are you going to find a brick and knock yourself out, or should I do the honors?" That man was none other than Long Zhong. Zhong was true biological father and the third elder of the Gu cult. Long Zhong scoffed at her words. "Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you should not talk nonsense." He had meant to say more, but Zhao Linglong wasted no time. Without any fancy moves, she struck straight at his face. Bang! Although Long Zhong dodged her first punch, the second came immediately after, slamming into his chest without suspense. Crack! Pain shot through his chest. Before he could recover, her third punch smashed into him. Bang! 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 Long Zhong, a mighty figure, the third elder of the Gu cult, his strength at martial control level, a half step into grandmaster territory, was being pummeled senseless by a young girl. Not only was he unable to fight back, but he stumbled and fell. Zhao Linglong grabbed his ankle, swung him like a club, and slammed him against the ground again and again. Boom! Boom! Long Zhong's body kept hitting the ground, the stone pavement cracking beneath him. His face, head, shoulders all smashed repeatedly into the earth. He felt like every bone was about to shatter. Fuck, though his body radiated martial energy, it was no match for this brutal assault. At last, during a pause as Zhao Linglong caught her breath, Long Zhong broke free, staggered up against a flower bed, gasped for air, and waved his arm. A swarm of dark insects gathered on it as he glared at Zhao Linglong. "You bitch. You actually dared beat me like this? Die." Those were no ordinary insects, they were the bloodthirst goo, one of the 10 forbidden goo. And they were even fiercer than the ones Zhonghua had raised. Long Zhong's true mission today had been to go after Yi Fan. But before he could even touch him, he was nearly killed by Yi Fan's maid. Zhao Linglong, fearless as a cub before a tiger, paid no heed to Long Zhong's move. She curled her lip in disdain. "So you resort to magic tricks when you cannot win? Watch me send you to hell." With a shout, she prepared to charge again. Yi Fan moved in a flash, stopping her. "It is dangerous. You are no match for him. Leave this to me." "Dangerous?" Zhao Linglong frowned. They were just some bugs, where was the danger? As she stood, Long Zhong had already acted. "Yi Fan, you dare kill Zhonghua and take what is not yours? Today you die." He flung his arm, and the swarm of goo flew at Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled faintly, sent out a burst of energy, and stopped the insects 2 meters away before they fell to the ground. But just then, a stray cat happened by and stumbled into the swarm. Sizzle! Before everyone's wide eyes, the cat was devoured in an instant, leaving only bones, and seconds later, even the bones were gone. Behind Yi Fan, Zhao Linglong's face went pale with fright. Only now did she understand why Yi Fan had said it was dangerous. If those insects had landed on her, what would have become of her? Could Yi Fan handle them? As she worried, Wang Fugue stepped forward. "Do not worry, for the boss, this is nothing." The horrifying scene made the bystanders back away by over 10 meters. Gasps filled the air. "Terrifying. What are those things? I saw it on TV once, that is the goo cult's poison goo. They can devour a cow clean in moments. Those young people are doomed." "Yes. That girl was fierce, but that man is on another level." Long Zhong was confident in his goo, especially after seeing them devour the cat. The fear on the crowd's faces made him certain Yi Fan would be afraid too. "Yi Fan, hand over what is not yours, and I will spare your companions." The goo swarmed above him. "You might block them for now, but sooner or later you will slip. And then you will all die." He flaunted his advantage, unaware that Yi Fan carried the 10,000 goo cauldron with the goo king itself inside. Controlling these goo would be a breeze. "Oh, you mean this?" Yi Fan pulled out the bone he had taken from Zhonghua's body. He had not had time to study it yet. Seeing it, Long Zhong's eyes lit up. "Yes. That is it. Hurry, give it to me. Give it to me and I might even spare your life." He stepped forward, eager to snatch it. Yi Fan dodged lightly. "Why do you not tell me what it is first? Tell me, and I will give it to you." In truth, what was unfolding between the two sides at this moment was a battle of wills. Both Long Zhong and Yi Fan understood that even if Yi Fan handed over the item, Long Zhong would never let him go. Long Zhong was skilled in goo techniques and was the man behind Zhonghua. He would have learned that Zhonghua had been killed by Yi Fan. His purpose in coming today was clear: to take revenge and seize the item. No matter what, he would do everything in his power to kill Yi Fan. Long Zhong simply wanted to reclaim the item at the smallest cost. After pondering for a moment, he thought to himself that it would not matter if he told Yi Fan. After all, once he had the item, he would kill Yi Fan anyway. The dead tell no tales. This piece is called the Undying Bone. It is of vital importance to me. Hand it over, now. Undying Bone? So this was the Undying Bone? Yi Fan's heart gave a sudden jolt upon hearing those 3 words. Because Yi Fan had already learned of the Undying Bone's existence from Yi Xiu's own mouth. The Lin family, united with so many other clans to attack the Yi family, had as one of their key goals to seize the Undying Bone. That alone showed how important the Undying Bone was. And now Zhonghua had held a piece of it. This indicated that there must be more than one Undying Bone. "Thank you. I finally understand a few things." Feeling more certain, Yi Fan calmly put the Undying Bone away, deciding that he would study it thoroughly when he had the chance that night. When Long Zhong saw that Yi Fan had put the Undying Bone away instead of handing it over, his expression changed instantly. "Yi Fan, you are playing with me?" Although Long Zhong had known that Yi Fan would not give it up so easily, when it truly happened, fury filled him. "Yes, I am playing with you. What can you do about it?" Yi Fan looked at Long Zhong with mocking amusement. If Yi Fan could kill Zhonghua, he could just as easily kill Long Zhong. Any member of the Gu cult who left Miao territory deserved death. You are seeking death. Long Zhong roared and uttered a command word, summoning the swarm of poison goo, sending them hurtling toward Yi Fan. But to Long Zhong's shock, once the goo rose into the air, they refused to obey. They spun around wildly and turned back upon him. No, what is happening? Stop! Long Zhong frantically changed his commands, trying to stop them, but it was useless. In terror, Long Zhong glanced at Yi Fan, and his eyes fell on the golden goo king in Yi Fan's hand. At once he understood everything. Yi Fan, you. Yi Fan held the goo king, that meant he had the 10,000 goo cauldron. Now Long Zhong understood how Zhonghua had met his end. With the 10,000 goo cauldron, Yi Fan could command all goo through the goo king. How could Zhonghua have stood a chance? But understanding came too late. The goo swarmed over Long Zhong, devouring him clean in moments. As he died, the goo all dropped from the air, dead on the spot. These poison goo had been raised by Long Zhong, he was their host. With his death, they could not survive. Hiss! A living man gone in an instant. The onlookers all sucked in cold breaths. To see insects devour a person, it was unheard of. What shocked them most was that the goo had been under Long Zhong's control to kill Yi Fan, yet he had been killed instead. The crowd looked at Yi Fan with new respect. So this young man was truly powerful. Boss, may I borrow your fire? Though the goo were dead, Yi Fan, not wanting to cause unnecessary panic, borrowed a gas cylinder from the roast chicken shop and burned the corpses to ash. Once the matter was settled, the thugs groaning on the ground looked utterly miserable, their bodies trembling. Big brother, we were wrong. We will never dare again. Yellow Hair knelt before Yi Fan, knocking his head on the ground. It was that man, he gave us 50,000 yuan to come make a scene. We were wrong. Please spare us. Yi Fan's mouth twitched. He knew these thugs were nothing but small fry. Get lost. If I ever see you causing trouble again, your fate will be the same as his. His scolding was like a pardon. They fled, scrambling away in terror. Let us eat. Boss, heat up the chicken for us. Yi Fan said casually, and the crowd dispersed after some murmuring. But beyond the crowd, a nun led a stunningly beautiful young nun quietly away. Yilin, did you see? That is your future husband. You must experience and grasp this fate well, the old nun said gently to the girl beside her. The young nun's face flushed red with embarrassment. Master, we are ordained. How can I have a husband? And besides, that Yi Fan, apart from being handsome, a little dashing, and good at fighting, he is just average. Though she protested, her eyes kept glancing back at Yi Fan. The old nun shook her head. Ah, you. Something terrible has happened. In the Goo Cult headquarters main hall, a middle-aged man rushed in, holding a broken wooden tablet. Master, the third elder, his longevity tablet has shattered. He knelt, lifting the pieces high. At his words, the cult master, Zhuang Bai, who had just finished a call, turned pale. What? Long Zhong's tablet shattered? How is that possible? In the Goo Cult, a longevity tablet was linked to a Goo Master's life. The cult had a shrine where the senior members' tablets were kept, to monitor their status. The shrine's guardian had just found Long Zhong's tablet shattered, and reported at once. Zhuang Bai leapt down from his seat and took the pieces. The tablet was broken, lifeless. Long Zhong was almost certainly dead. And Long Zhong had been the core leader of the cult's plans to expand beyond the southwest. His death would deal that plan a heavy blow. Master, news from Yun City. The third elder was killed by his own Goo during his attack on Yi Fan, an aide reported, holding a tablet computer. Yi Fan? That returning heir of the Yi family? He killed Zhonghua yesterday, and now this? A ruthless glint flashed in Zhuang Bai's eyes. Zhuang Bai did not believe a veteran Goo master like Long Zhong could die by his own Goo. This had to be Yi Fan's doing. Yi Fan had once been a monstrous genius of the Northern Fallen sect. The previous cult master had traced his last steps there. Could it be the 10,000 Goo cauldron was with Yi Fan? Excellent. Zhuang Bai's energy surged. He crushed the tablet to dust and spoke coldly. Summon Master Taijin, I have urgent matters to discuss. Yi Fan, we failed to kill you then. This time, you will not escape. And summon Saintess Xiao Wanqing to join the meeting. Yes. The entrance of the roast chicken shop returned to its usual liveliness and peace. After the thugs left, it was as if nothing had ever happened there. Zhao Linglong stared at the two glistening roast chickens in front of Yi Fan and Wang Fugui, unable to stop herself from swallowing hard. Yi Fan, can I have one more? Yi Fan had long noticed Zhao Linglong's greedy look. The corner of his mouth curled into a mischievous smile as he said, Who was it just now that swore she would rather starve to death than eat at a place like this? How quickly you have changed your tune. Zhao Linglong could not help but recall that scene of the classmate Wang making arrogant vows, and her cheeks flushed red. Oh, how was I supposed to know at the time? I do not care, I want to eat more. Pouting as she spoke, Zhao Linglong snatched the roast chicken in front of Yifan and started stuffing it into her mouth. Afraid Yifan might snatch it back, she licked it all over. Now you definitely will not want it back, right? Seeing this, Yifan felt a warm tenderness. This little girl, when she was not throwing a fit, was actually quite adorable. Boss, bring 2 more roast chickens. Yifan looked at Zhao Linglong with a wicked glint in his eye. If you eat my roast chicken, you must pay the price. From now on, you will wash my stinky socks clean, and my underwear too by hand. Although Yifan did not say it outright, it was very clear what he meant by underwear. There was something a bit wicked about it. Imagining such a pretty little lady using her delicate hands to wash his underwear was quite satisfying. Zhao Linglong originally wanted to protest, but remembering how her great-grandfather and father had placed her at Yifan's side as a maid, she knew there were things she could not avoid no matter what. So she said nothing. However, Yifan had underestimated Zhao Linglong's appetite. Nearly an hour later, Yifan and Wang Fugue had long stopped eating, but Zhao Linglong's small mouth was still working. Before her, the pile of chicken bones had grown into a small mountain. She had eaten 10 roast chickens. Yifan widened his eyes and gave Zhao Linglong a once-over. At just 1.6 meters tall, she looked petite and delicate. Aside from a slightly fuller chest, her figure was not the least bit bulky, yet she had managed to put away 10 roast chickens? Why are you two staring at me like that? You are making it hard for me to eat. Zhao Linglong grumbled, turning her back on Yifan and Wang Fugue to continue her battle. Big brother, this girl can really eat. Wang Fugue could not help but marvel. Maybe the best things really do come in small packages? It was not until Zhao Linglong had eaten 13 roast chickens that she let out a satisfied burp. Finally full. Now we can leave. Yifan was about to drive back to ask his grandfather about the undying bone when suddenly Su Ishue called. Husband, something has happened at the company. I do not know what is going on, but all our distributors have suddenly gathered at the Su Group headquarters, demanding immediate payment for their goods and to terminate our contracts. But our company simply does not have that much money on hand. What? Someone was targeting the Su Group? Yifan immediately thought of Yun Feiyang, that bastard who had dared to send a group of guards to the Yi family that morning. It seemed the time had come to make an example. His plan for revenge would begin with flattening the Yun family. Do not worry, dear. I will come to the company right away. Leave the money to me. I will handle it. As the direct heir of the Yi family, the amount Su Group needed was nothing to Yifan, mere pocket change. But Yifan had no intention of using his own money. His gaze turned toward Zhao Linglong. Why are you looking at me like that? Let me tell you, the bank card my father gave you, that is for your personal use, not for you to squander like this. Zhao Linglong grew furious at the thought of Yifan using Zhao family money to buy cars and chase women. Old Wang, take Linglong to the bank and bring 100 million yuan in cash. We will meet at Su Group. Without waiting for Zhao Linglong to argue, Yifan started the car and sped off towards Su Group. He is infuriating. Does he think my money grows on trees? Zhao Linglong stomped her foot in anger as she watched Yifan's figure disappear. At this rate, Yifan would soon bankrupt the entire Zhao family. Although she was deeply unwilling, thinking of her great-grandfather's and father's arrangements, and how even her great-grandfather had been subdued by Yifan, she dared not defy him. After all, the Zhao family's survival rested on her alone. If she failed to serve him well, and Yifan grew angry and lashed out at the Zhao family, it would be her fault. Let's go. Zhao Linglong called out to Wang Fugue and stepped onto the road. Where are we going? Wang Fugue, knowing full well, deliberately teased her. Ugh, you are doing this on purpose. Of course, to get the money. Zhao Linglong pouted. I really do not know what is wrong with his head. Why so much cash? Why not just do a transfer? Behind her, Wang Fugue smirked inwardly. How could you understand the boss's thinking? If you want to show off, only cash makes the statement loud and clear. At Su Group headquarters, the conference hall was in chaos, with nearly 100 people arguing loudly. President Su, we have heard that Su Group is out of money and on the verge of bankruptcy. It is not that we do not trust you, but please pay us for last month's goods first. Yes, President Su, it is only tens of thousands for each of us, but we are small businesses. Please do not make it hard for us. Su Ishue, protected by her assistant, was surrounded by the crowd and felt like her head would explode from the noise. Originally, the 300 million yuan investment from the Li family would have eased the company's cash flow. But because General Sungpa had unexpectedly granted Su Group exclusive jade rights, thanks to Yifan's influence, Su Ishue had to put up at least 100 million yuan as a deposit. This had made funds tight again. All of you have been longtime partners of Su Group. Do you really have so little trust in us? When have we ever defaulted? Just give us 1 month, once our payments come in, I will repay you with interest. How about that? She could only try to buy time. In fact, the company's situation was very positive. Some well-informed suppliers, knowing Su Group had the jade rights, were already coming forward to cooperate. And some banks that had refused loans were now calling to apologize and offer credit at any time. In reality, getting money was not difficult. But why had so many distributors suddenly come demanding payments? Sui Shue was caught off guard. President Su, forget a month, today. Who knows what will happen in a month? If you do not pay today, I will stay right here and file to have this place seized by the court. The one who spoke again, taking the lead, was a man with a mustache named Huang Bo. He was one of Su Group's top 3 distributors and had made the most money from Su Group. In the past, his relationship with Su Group had always been very good, but this time he was actually the one leading the trouble. With Huang Bo taking the lead, the distributors at the scene became even more agitated. That's right. President Su, when Su Group's finances were stable before, we could accept a 1-month delay, but now we are all worried. President Su, you must pay us today. Brothers, what are we still talking to this woman for? I say, let's just start taking valuable things from the company as collateral. Yes, brothers, take what you can, and what you cannot take, smash it. It was clear that there were troublemakers in the crowd. Some people with ulterior motives were deliberately stirring things up. Their goal was no longer to demand payment, but to create chaos. You ungrateful bastards. Although Sui Shue was usually decisive and capable, she was still just a woman. Faced with these thuggish actions, she felt overwhelmed. The situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. At that moment, an elderly man in a long gown stepped forward from the crowd, striking his cane against the bodies of several of the ringleaders. All of you, stop this at once. Quiet down. This old man was named Dong Fei. He was the vice president of the Yun City Jewelry Association and also one of Su Group's most important distributors. Dong Fei was known to be a kind and decent man, with considerable influence in his circle. With Dong Fei stepping forward and striking out with his cane, the agitated distributors did not dare go too far. They backed away a few steps, giving him some space. What are you all doing? It's just a month's payment. Why are you all so eager and anxious to collect debts? Dong Fei pointed at the faces of the merchants behind him and scolded, have you forgotten how much money you have made over the years thanks to Su Group? When you were making money, Su Group was like your benefactor. Now that they are facing a bit of financial difficulty, you come here to stab them in the back? Is that how you behave as human beings? Dong Fei's words had an immediate effect. Many of the distributors turned red with shame. Elder Dong, you are being too harsh. We just suddenly received news that Su Group is about to go bankrupt and run away. If we do not get our money today, we could lose millions. Yes, we also received messages saying Su Group is going bankrupt. Many distributors in the crowd spoke up. In truth, they had no particular grievance against Su Group and were not in such a rush for their money. But today, they all received a mysterious message exposing Su Group's supposed situation, and along with the urging of others, they came. A few sharp-faced, monkey-like men in the crowd sensed the shift and exchanged glances. One of their leaders immediately spoke up in rebuttal. Elder Dong, it's easy for you to talk. You're already successful and established. Losing a bit of money means nothing to you. But we have to eat. Our whole families rely on our income. If we lose it all, who will feed us? That's right. No matter what is said, we must get our money today. We must get our money. Dong Fei's intervention had only a temporary effect. The crowd's tension eased slightly, but did not dissipate. So many people had gathered here, and with Su Group's prior financial issues, confidence in the company was low. Seeing the situation slipping beyond control, Dong Fei stepped forward and quietly said to Su Ishue, girl, maybe you should pay them a bit first? Otherwise, today will be hard to settle. It's obvious someone is trying to bring us down. Do not worry about me. The 10 million yuan Su Group owes me can wait until you recover. Su Ishue gave Dong Fei a grateful look. Thank you, Elder Dong. But even so, we only have a few million in cash on hand. That's nowhere near enough. Sigh, but my husband should be here soon. He will have a solution. As she spoke, she glanced at the door. When her grandfather arranged this marriage, Su Ishue had not thought much of it. But she never imagined Yifan would turn out to be the heir of the #1 family in Daxia. She had already seen Yifan's abilities more than once. With Yifan there, she was sure everything would be resolved. But seeing these distributors acting like such ungrateful traitors chilled her heart. At that moment, at the doorway, Su Ishue's cousin Su Dong watched the situation with a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. He quietly left the conference room and called a number from the bathroom. "Brother-in-law, your plan is brilliant." Striking at the root, Sui Shue can barely hold on now. The person he called was not Yi Fan, but Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang sneered on the other end of the line. "I might not be able to deal with Yi Fan, but I can damn well destroy Su Group. You think you can snatch food from the Yun family's mouth so easily? Not a chance." After a pause, Yun Feiyang continued, "I will have them stir things up even more. Su Dong, be ready. Once Sui Shue falls, you must seize control of Su Group as fast as possible. Do you understand?" "Got it. Thank you, brother-in-law. I will follow your lead." Inside the Su Group conference room, several distributors suddenly received a text. After glancing at their phones, they nodded subtly and began to stir things up again. "Everyone. It looks like President Su really has no money today. Let's stop wasting time. Take action. If we do not do something, she will never give in." "That's right. Take what you can, first come, first served." Under the influence of a few bad actors, the crowd grew agitated again. This time, even Dong Fei could not calm them. He could only urge Sui Shue girl, maybe you should hide somewhere. If this crowd gets out of hand, you could be hurt. Just as he finished speaking, a chair came flying across the room, nearly hitting Sui Shue. Behind it, more distributors were dragging chairs and stools, charging towards Sui Shue as if they meant to tear her apart. This was no longer the behavior of distributors, they looked like a gang of thugs. Of course Sui Shue was frightened. She looked toward the door with hope in her eyes. "Husband, when will you get here? Stop right there. Let me see one of you try to move another finger." Just as the mob was within a meter of Sui Shue, a loud voice rang out at the door. At the same time, a table flew forward with tremendous force, slamming down in front of Sui Shue and driving the crowd back several meters. A few who could not dodge in time had their arms struck, bleeding from the impact. "Wife, I am here." Yi Fan appeared at Sui Shue's side, gently pulling her into his embrace. "It's all right now. With me here, nothing will happen." Yi Fan's sudden arrival brought the chaos to a momentary halt. But soon, the crowd grew even more frenzied. So what if Yi Fan is here? If there's no money, what use is he? Everyone, act now. This is just another stalling tactic. Those few instigators kept stirring up trouble, unaware that Yi Fan had already marked them. Boom! Boom! Yi Fan's figure moved like lightning as he charged into the crowd. In just a few seconds, he seized the few troublemakers stirring up chaos and violently slammed them against one side of the conference room, toppling tables and chairs in all directions. Finally, it is a bit quieter. Yi Fan calmly clapped the dust from his hands and swept a sharp gaze over the crowd. Anyone else want to try something? Those ringleaders who had been stirring up trouble had long been die-hard loyalists of the Yun family. They had come today specifically to create havoc, which was why they had been so aggressive from the start. With these core agitators taken down, the remaining distributors, including Huang Bo, immediately became much more subdued. "President Su, is this how your company wins people over with reason? We came today to get paid, not to fight. If this is how you treat us, there is no way we can continue this discussion." Huang Bo eyed Yi Fan warily. This Yi Fan appeared harmless enough, but once he acted, he was absolutely ferocious. Those tables and burly men, weighing hundreds of kilograms, had seemed like toys in Yi Fan's hands. Everyone grew cautious, afraid to anger him further. "There is nothing left to discuss." Yi Fan sneered coldly. "Is it not money you want? Fine. Today I will settle your payments in full. Listen carefully, anyone who insists on immediate payment, go stand over there. If you are willing to wait, stand on this side." Although the Yun family was fanning the flames behind the scenes, this was the perfect opportunity to root out the ungrateful traitors once and for all. As soon as Yi Fan finished speaking, Dong Fei was the first to stand with Yi Fan and Sui Shue. Several distributors with close ties to Dong Fei followed suit. On the other side, Huang Bo gave Yi Fan and Sui Shue a disdainful look and stepped forward. "I want to see just how you plan to settle this today." Humph. Led by Huang Bo, nearly half of the distributors moved to his side, including several whom Sui Shue had once considered trusted allies. This kind of palace coup-like betrayal opened Sui Shue's eyes to the true nature of those around her. "Very well. All you want is money. Since you clearly have no intention of continuing cooperation with Su Group, let us take this chance to sign the termination agreements too." Yi Fan nodded at Sui Shue, who immediately had her assistant bring over a large stack of termination agreements. Seeing Yi Fan and Sui Shue so calm and composed, many of the distributors with Huang Bo began to panic. "Huang Bo, why do they look completely unafraid? They seemed so confident. Did you not say they definitely had no money?" "Yes, Huang Bo, This was supposed to pressure Su Group into giving us a 30% cut of the profits. How did it end up like this? Exactly. We only wanted payment. We never planned to cut ties with Su Group. Without them, what are we supposed to do for a living? Listening to his allies, Huang Bo felt panic rising inside. All his information had come from Yun Feiyang, and he had followed Yun Feiyang's plan without question. Yun Feiyang had sworn that Su Group had no funds and promised that within the hour, Sui Shue would be dealt with, and Su Group would become a vassal of the Yun family. That was why Huang Bo had dared to go so far. But now, there was no turning back. The arrow was knocked, it had to be loosed. Relax. They are just putting on a show. They could not possibly have the money. Just sign. Let us see how long they can keep up this act. Huang Bo convinced himself to trust Yun Feiyang's plan. Sign. At this point, Huang Bo's group had committed. It was too late to change sides. Besides, most of them had already accepted favors from the Yun family. There was no way out. Once everyone had signed and the assistant and Wang Fugue had stamped the documents, making them official, Yi Fan snapped his fingers toward the door. Bring in the 100 million yuan. What? Yi Fan's words puzzled the crowd. Bring in the money? After all, even with half the distributors choosing not to collect today, the remaining claims still amounted to tens of millions, nearly 100 million yuan. Was Yi Fan seriously going to pay in cash? As soon as he spoke, the conference room doors swung open. Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong each pushed in massive carts piled high with stacks of red banknotes. Gasp! The sight left everyone in the room breathless. Cash? Real cash? 100 million yuan in cash? Although everyone present was a seasoned businessperson, with millions or even billions passing through their hands, seeing 100 million yuan stack like twin mountains of cash, weighing 2 to 3 metric tons, was overwhelming and suffocating. Even though Sui Shue thought Yi Fan's move was a bit arrogant, she could not deny how satisfying it felt. You wanted money? Fine, let us use it to slap you in the face. Seeing Yi Fan really bring out 100 million in cash, Dong Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He had not misjudged, Su Group would thrive once more. The distributors who had stood with Dong Fei felt deeply grateful for their choice. Any other decision would have cost them dearly. But on the other side, Huang Bo's group was in complete disarray. What is this, Huang Bo? Did you not say they had no money? Then what is this? Yes, I staked my entire career on this move. Now our contracts are terminated. What am I supposed to do? Huang Bo, are you trying to ruin us? Say something. What is going on? Huang Bo's face was ashen. He was so frustrated he wanted to tear his hair out. How the hell should I know what is going on? Fuck. He realized that Yun Feiyang's information must have been wrong. Yun Feiyang had been outplayed by Yi Fan and Sui Shue, and they had been misled in turn. As Sui Shue's assistant, Wang Fugue, and Zhao Linglong began counting the cash and calculating the amounts owed to each distributor, Huang Bo took a deep breath and forced himself forward. President Su, I was just joking earlier. Let us forget about today's payments. Please, be generous and give us a chance to make amends. Judge us by how we behave from now on. Though Huang Bo knew bowing his head was humiliating, dignity meant nothing compared to real money. After all, being a Su Group distributor meant 50% profit margins and a guaranteed market. Yes, President Su. I spoke out of turn just now. I am sorry. Exactly. President Su, we truly apologize. We were led astray by those bastards. Please give us another chance. I deserve to be slapped. One by one, the others followed Huang Bo's lead. Some even started slapping themselves. Their companions ground their teeth in anger. Damn it! If you want to apologize, fine, but what is with the slapping? Now what are we supposed to do? If we do not slap ourselves too, does that make us look insincere? Damn it! And so, the rest of them who still hoped for a second chance stood there and raised their hands against their own faces. Smack! 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 The conference room echoed with the rhythm of slapping. Just 10 minutes ago, these distributors had been endlessly arrogant, shouting about tearing Su Group apart and sending Sui Shue to the police station. Yet 10 minutes later, they had turned into cowards, groveling like dogs, wagging their tails at Sui Shue. Huang Bo hesitated. Seeing everyone else slapping their own faces, he had no choice but to bow before money. He smacked his own face hard. President Su, I am sorry. I deserve to die. I was wrong. Such a ridiculous sight left Sui Shue feeling both amazed and a little dismayed. But as for what should be done next, she was unsure. She turned to look at Yi Fan. Yi Fan gave a slight nod, then said coolly to Huang Bo and the others, President Huang, what is this? Do you have a tendency for self-abuse, or are you trying to swat mosquitoes? But there are no mosquitoes in the conference room. Su Yixue chose not to speak, leaving the decision entirely to Yi Fan. Everyone's heart sank. Today's scheme had clearly failed. Damn it! Did that mean the self-slapping was all for nothing? Young Master Yi, we would like to continue working with Su Group, for the sake of the partnership we once had. Could we? Huang Bo trailed off, unable to finish even his own sentence. Partnership? Was that what they called trying to tear Su Group apart and send Su Yixue to the police station? Huang Bo, do you have any shame? Just now I stepped out to reason with you, to ask you to give it a day or two. How did you respond? Before Yi Fan could speak, Dong Fei could not help but scold him. You are not trying to work with Su Group. What you want is to keep milking Su Group for profit, is that not right? Su Yixue quietly filled Yi Fan in on how Dong Fei had helped earlier. Yi Fan instantly understood. When Dong Fei finished speaking, Yi Fan gave Huang Bo and the others a mocking look. We gave you a chance. You squandered it. Do not blame us. Take your money and leave. Even a dog knows to wag its tail at its master. But you are nothing but ungrateful wolves. Then Yi Fan turned and bowed respectfully to Dong Fei. Old Master Dong, thank you for stepping in at a critical moment to help Yixue. Therefore, I now declare that the market share once held by Huang Bo will be entirely transferred to you. He paused, then said, and I have another major announcement. General Songpa of Myanmar has cancelled his agency agreement with the Yun family in the provincial capital. As of yesterday, Su Group is the exclusive agent for General Songpa in Daxia. Do not look so surprised, General Songpa is an old friend of mine. Is it not natural for him to sign with my wife's company? Yi Fan's words were like a bombshell, leaving everyone stunned. Dong Fei and the distributors who had backed Su Group could hardly believe Su Group had such a hidden trump card, such airtight secrecy. To hold the exclusive agency for General Songpa's jadeite rough stones in Daxia, what did that mean? It meant Su Jewelry Group had leapt into the ranks of Daxia's top jewelry families. It meant jewelers not just in Yun City, but throughout Tiannan province, and even all of Daxia, would come courting Su Group. After all, only with jadeite rough stones could one produce jadeite. With this agency, Su Group would soon spread its distribution network nationwide. But the news was so explosive that everyone turned to Su Yixue for confirmation. Su Yixue nodded. What my husband said is true. General Songpa came to sign the contract yesterday. The reason our funds have been tight is because we paid him 100 million yuan as a deposit. The first shipment of raw stones, 20 shipping containers, will arrive in 1 week. Wow! With Su Yixue's confirmation, the room erupted in excitement. Several distributors near Dong Fei cheered and hugged one another in celebration. Damn! They had bet right. Su Group had become the national exclusive agent. Following Su Group now meant not just getting scraps, it meant soaring to new heights. Soon Su Group would be setting up networks across the country. The current distributors would naturally rise with them. County-level agents might end up managing entire cities or even provinces. Well done. Excellent. Yixue, I did not misjudge you. Even Dong Fei, advanced in age, could not contain his excitement. But on the other side, Huang Bo and his crowd were dumbfounded. Some even collapsed to the floor. I was a fool. Truly, such a fool. What a golden opportunity for riches. Continuing with Su Group could have meant tenfold or hundredfold returns. That opportunity had been in their hands, and they had thrown it away. To block a man's road to fortune is like killing his parents. And it was all because they had listened to Huang Bo. Huang Bo, I am going to kill you. Ah, bastard. Huang Bo, you ruined me. The distributors went wild, lunging at Huang Bo, pulling his hair, tearing his clothes, beating and kicking him without mercy. With Su Group holding this exclusive agency, and given their betrayal, Su Group could have them blacklisted industry-wide with a single word. It was a death blow. Yi Fan had not lifted a finger against them. He had merely announced two facts, and they had turned on each other like madmen. Once things had gone far enough, Yi Fan signaled the security guards to break it up and had the assistants hand over their payments. He did not want blood spilled at Su Group, but it was tough for these distributors. With hundreds of kilograms of cash for payments in the millions, they could hardly carry it out, yet now it was theirs to deal with. Su Group's internal crisis was finally resolved. Just as Su Yixue breathed a sigh of relief, she received a call and her expression changed dramatically. What? The flagship counter in the city center was smashed? The flagship store, Su Group's pride in Yun City, smashed in broad daylight in a shopping mall? I will go deal with it immediately. Before she could hang up, more calls came. President Su, store number 4 was just wrecked. Store number 2 as well. In just a few minutes, dozens of calls came in. Nearly every Su Group store in Yun City had been attacked. Husband, Su Yixue looked at Yi Fan, her eyes full of helplessness. Yi Fan pulled her into his arms, his gaze like ice. From what had happened earlier, and now these attacks, he knew it was Yun Feiyan behind it all. Do not worry. I will handle it. Yi Fan's voice was cold as steel. He turned to Wang Fuguei. Old Wan, are those 100 bulldozers ready? I want them tonight. The Yun family had been warned before. If they would not learn, they would be flattened. They are ready. I will order them to gather at the Yun family estate immediately. Wang Fuguei knew Yi Fan well and began making calls at once. Hearing the endless calls reporting attacks, Sui Shue could no longer sit still. Husband, I need to go check on the main store. What about here? Yi Fan understood her unspoken concern. This was his wife's company, of course he should help. Go, leave this to me. Be careful. For safety, he also called Li Hu. My wife is heading out on business. Send a few of the brothers to watch over her. Yi Fan intended only to protect her. He had not expected Yun Feiyan would really dare move against her. Such a huge upheaval had just taken place at Su Group, and Su Dong, who had been eagerly waiting to celebrate, was instantly dumbfounded. Why is this Yi Fan so damn troublesome? Su Dong quietly reported everything to Yun Feiyan. Upon receiving the news, Yun Feiyan was furious. Humph, it is that bastard Yi Fan again, ruining my plans time and time again. Fine. Then today I will definitely rape your wife and see if you still dare to act so cocky. Yun Feiyan's first wave of his plan was to incite the Su Group's distributors to create internal chaos. The second wave was to have the stores smashed. For this operation, Yun Feiyan had spent a large sum to hire Zhang Matzi, one of the 4 godfathers of Yun City. Zhang Matzi was someone who could go toe-to-toe with Li Hu, and he also hoped to use the Yun family's influence to rise to a higher position. So the two struck a deal with ease. And the third wave was to kidnap Sui Shue and then rape her. In truth, one had to admit, Yun Feiyan's schemes were not without intelligence. If it had been someone else, faced with such a series of coordinated attacks, they might have been left dazed and forced to act according to Yun Feiyan's script. Brother-in-law, Sui Shue has already left the company. Are you ready on your end? Su Dong called to report the moment Sui Shue left. But what Su Dong did not know was that the sound of his call, made secretly from the bathroom, was overheard by Wang Fuguei, who had just come out. Connecting the dots about Su Dong's collusion with Yun Feiyan, Wang Fuguei immediately sensed something terrible and hurried toward the conference room. This was no ordinary situation, his sister-in-law was surely in danger. Meanwhile, Yun Feiyan, in a suite at Yun City Grand Hotel, was dressed in a bathrobe. 3 cameras had already been set up in the room. Relax. The room is ready, the drug is ready, the cameras are ready too. Ha ha. I will even send you a little film of your sister so you can admire her fine figure. Ha. Of course. Ha ha. That bitch, acting all prim and proper, it is all fake. In the conference room, Yi Fan was overseeing the reluctant distributors as they settled their payments. Most of the distributors, including Huang Bo, had already finished their settlements. The sheer weight of the cash made it impossible to carry away in one go, so they had no choice but to call for help. Big brother, sister-in-law might be in danger. Just now I heard Su Dong calling Yun Feiyan, asking if he was ready. Maybe you should go after her? Leave this place to me, I can handle it. Wang Fuguei urged anxiously. Before Yi Fan could respond, Li Hu called. Young Master Yi. Something is off. My men following President Su noticed she was being tailed by others too. Looks like Zhang Matzi's people, and I just got word, those who smashed President Su's stores today were also Zhang Matzi's men. I am gathering my men and heading there now. Li Hu's warning confirmed the danger. That bastard Zhang Matzi actually dares lay a hand on Su Group. Mobilize our people. Tonight we will wipe him out. A ruthless glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. The heir of the Yi family had returned, clearly not high profile enough yet. It was time to make an example. In the provincial capital, it would be the Yun family. In Yun City, it would start with Zhang Matzi. Understood. Thank you, young Master Yi. Li Hu could barely hide his glee. He and Zhang Matzi had been rivals for years, evenly matched and unable to best each other. But if anyone could crush Zhang Matzi, it was Yi Fan. His strength was astounding, and behind him stood the Yi family and the hidden Beiluo sect. Destroying Zhang Matzi would be as easy as drinking water. Yi Fan hung up and spoke firmly to Wang Fuguei. This is in your hands now. Wang Fuguei was skilled enough to keep these distributors in check. Yi Fan got up to leave. Zhao Linglong quickly followed. She had been ordered to stay by Yi Fan's side at all times. Hearing Yi Fan was going to a rescue, she could not stay behind. Though she knew no martial arts, she believed her brute strength could be of use. Yi Fan did not object. As they rushed out, he called Sui Shue. Wife, where are you now? I am on my way to the main store downtown, but the traffic is so heavy. There are several vans ahead and behind us driving slowly and swerving around. It is so annoying. Su Yixue sounded puzzled. What is it, husband? Is something wrong? She had no idea those vans were not random. They were Zhang Mozi's men, deliberately boxing her in. Time was tight. Yi Fan started the car and ordered, Yixue, have the driver slow down and head toward a crowded area. Share your location with me, you are being followed. Do not be afraid. I am on my way. What? Su Yixue's eyes widened. In broad daylight, someone dared attempt a kidnapping? Thinking back on the distributor's earlier behavior and those suspicious vans, she quickly realized it was all Yun Feiyang's doing. She glanced around and saw the traffic was not heavy at all. The supposed jam was created by those vans. Xiao Wang, slow down and stop near that square. She opened location sharing and told the driver to stop near the square. There would be armed police in crowds. But she never expected what happened next. Instead of slowing down, Xiao Wang hit the gas, turning into an alley. President Su, I am sorry. They offered too much. Yun Xiao said they will not harm your life. Take care. And with that, Xiao Wang leapt from the vehicle and vanished into the alley. What? Su Yixue was stunned. Her most trusted driver had betrayed her? Without hesitation, she jumped from the vehicle, trying to save herself and wait for Yi Fan. But the vans stopped at the alley's entrance. A group of men in black approached, murderous intent in their eyes. Miss Su, stop struggling. Come with us. Young Master Yun has prepared the room for you. Do you people have no respect for the law? In broad daylight, you dare to kidnap me? Su Yixue's heart burned with anxiety as she stared at the burly men closing in on her. She knew all too well what fate awaited her if she fell into Yun Feiyang's hands. Yun Feiyang had coveted her for a long time. If he defiled her, when even Yi Fan had not yet touched her, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Su Yixue swung her handbag at them, trying to fend them off. But as a frail woman before these burly men, she was nothing more than a lamb on the chopping block. The law? In Yun City, Brother Mozi is the law. The leader of the group sneered as he snatched Su Yixue's handbag and reached for her wrist. But just as his hand was about to touch her wrist, thud! A heavy sound rang out. A lean, swift figure burst from behind the thug. In a flash of steel, his blade severed the thug's arm cleanly. The wife of my instructor? You dare lay hands on her? You're dead men. The man was none other than Li Hu, godfather of Yun City's underworld. He was not alone. Several of his fiercest men had come with him, along with those who had already been secretly following Su Yixue in another van. Miss Su, stay behind us. Do not worry, young Master Yi is already on his way. He should be here in no more than 5 minutes. Li Hu said as he and his men formed a protective ring around Su Yixue. Ah! The thug who had lost his arm howled in pain. When he saw who had attacked, he roared. Li Hu, are you fucking insane? You dare meddle in Brother Mozi's business? Tired of living, are you? When Brother Mozi gets here, you'll be finished. Everyone knew the long-standing enmity between Zhang Mozi and Li Hu. A showdown was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Humph. If Zhang Mozi dares show his face today, it will be his death day. Li Hu had long been hesitant to act against Zhang Mozi, knowing Zhang had gathered many martial arts experts. But now that Yi Fan had given the order to wipe out Zhang, Li Hu was filled with confidence. Is that so? Li Hu, I am right here. I want to see how you will kill me today. Zhang Mozi's mocking voice echoed as footsteps rang out at the alley's entrance. His men blocked the exit, blades in hand. Zhang Mozi himself led them. His pockmarked face and scar gave him a vicious, terrifying appearance. Li Hu's face darkened as he took in the scene. Not only had Zhang Mozi come personally, but he had brought his top 8 lieutenants and several martial arts masters. Clearly, this was not just about capturing Su Yixue, they had come for him too. Though uneasy, Li Hu did not flinch. Yi Fan had promised to arrive in under 5 minutes. If he could hold out, Zhang Mozi would be done for. Li Hu, you are not as dumb as you look. I hadn't planned to come personally, but when I heard you showed up, how could I pass up such a golden opportunity? What better place to bury you? Zhang Mozi laughed. I never meant to kill you so soon, but the chance is right here. I would be a fool not to take it. And do not bother looking around, the men you called for help won't make it, at least not before I kill you. Brothers, kill them all. Leave no one alive except Su Yixue. Zhang Mozi gave the order without hesitation, determined to leave no witnesses. Boss, what do we do now? Li Hu's men were growing anxious. No one had expected Zhang Mozi to come so swiftly or in such force. You leave me be. Your only task is to protect Miss Su at all costs. Yes, sir. Clang. Bang. The two sides clashed in the narrow alley. The confined space meant that although Zhang Matzi had numbers on his side, no more than 10 could engage at once. Li Hu's fighters, his strongest, held their own at first, repelling the first two waves. But as the third and fourth waves hit, their defense began to crumble. Several of Li Hu's men were already wounded, forcing them to tighten their protective circle around Sui Shui and retreat deeper into the alley. Your turn, Zhang Matzi said to the martial arts masters by his side. These were Yun Feiyan's elite, here to ensure Sui Shui's capture. Martial arts masters cutting through street thugs was like wolves in a flock of sheep. Li Hu's men fell rapidly. The masters ignored them, focusing on Sui Shui. Li Hu, bleeding and staggering, planted himself before her, his blade raised in defiance. Touch her, and I swear you will die with no grave to call your own. The masters ignored him. 2 punches sent Li Hu reeling, blood spraying from his mouth. He had some martial skill, but nothing compared to trained masters. That he stayed on his feet at all was remarkable. Spurt! Li Hu coughed blood, using his last strength to cry. Miss Su, run! Young Master Yi will be here any second. He glanced at his watch, 4 minutes 40 seconds. Just 20 more seconds, and Yi Fan would arrive. 20 seconds to save her. 20 seconds to save himself. Still trying to run? Yun Xiao ordered us to strip you and deliver you to his suite. Time for us to enjoy ourselves first. The masters grabbed Sui Shui's arms, leering as they tried to tear at her clothes. Bastards! You want to die? Li Hu lunged, slashing one master with his blade, and bit into the other's arm, drawing blood. You son of a bitch, the master howled. Want to die? I'll help you. He drew his blade and plunged it toward Li Hu's heart. At a critical moment, a battle blade suddenly flew through the air, severing the martial arts expert's arm clean off. At the same time, the roar of an engine echoed from outside the alley. A motorcycle shot into the air, skimming along the alley wall parallel to the ground, speeding towards Li Hu and Sui Shui. The rider was none other than Yi Fan. As he drew near to Sui Shui, Yi Fan leapt from the motorcycle, seized it with both hands, and swung it like a massive weapon, smashing it towards the 2 martial arts experts beside her. Boom! Boom! Although these 2 martial artists were at the peak of the internal force realm, they were nothing in the face of Yi Fan's might. They could not last even a second before being sent flying, their bones shattering mid-air, spraying mouthfuls of blood before crashing to the ground. After a few convulsions, they fell completely still. My wife, it is over now, Yi Fan said, pulling Sui Shui into his embrace, gently patting her back. Sui Shui's anxious heart finally eased. She knew Yi Fan's strength well. As long as he was there, these thugs were no threat at all. Seeing Yi Fan arrive, Li Hu also relaxed, his taut nerves giving way. His body swayed as he nearly collapsed to the ground, but Yi Fan swiftly stepped forward to catch him, sealing a few acupoints on Li Hu's shoulder to stop the bleeding. Are you all right? Yi Fan could tell that Li Hu's energy was utterly drained, like a lamp running out of oil. As he supported Li Hu, Yi Fan channeled a stream of internal energy into him, helping to replenish his strength. With this energy entering him, Li Hu immediately felt somewhat revived. Overjoyed, he quickly replied, Instructor, I am fine. Luckily, you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have brought shame upon myself before you. Yi Fan nodded. You did well today, but your strength is too weak. Take this, and after you return, train hard. Your cultivation must at least break through to the realm of mastery. Otherwise, as a leader, you are far too feeble. As he spoke, Yi Fan tossed a 3rd-grade elixir to Li Hu. Although even 4th-grade elixirs were difficult for Yi Fan to acquire, the Northern Falling Sect had many 3rd-grade ones. These were precious, but of little use to Yi Fan now. To Li Hu, however, a 3rd-grade elixir was a priceless treasure. Despite their considerable influence and wealth in Cloud City, people like Li Hu had no way to access elixirs like this, no matter how much money they had. Holding the vial in his hand, even before opening the lid, Li Hu could smell the rich aroma and sense the powerful energy within. His voice trembled with excitement. Thank you, instructor. Thank you. I will dedicate myself to you with all my heart from this day on. This was a 3rd-grade elixir, a treasure countless masters dreamed of, and Yi Fan had simply given it to him. With its power, Li Hu could easily break through to the mastery realm, and if fortune favored him, he might even become a grandmaster. Li Hu's injured men on the ground all looked at him with envy. Yi Fan, smiling faintly, did not hold back. He took out a pack of 1st-grade elixirs and tossed it to them. Here are some 1st-grade elixirs. You have worked hard protecting my wife today. Take these and use them. Under Li Hu's guidance, you too should be able to advance as martial artists. Thank you, young Master Yi. In that moment, everyone felt that their efforts today had been worth it. An elixir that could let you step into the martial arts world, the path ahead would surely be much smoother. Yi Fan's sudden appearance and swift action happened in the blink of an eye. Zhang Mozi and the others had not even had time to react. By the time they did, Yi Fan had already rescued Su Yixue and saved Li Hu from certain death. Zhang Mozi had been worried that Yi Fan brought an army. But seeing Yi Fan alone, he calmed down at once. So this is the so-called good-for-nothing young master of the Yi family? There are many who want you dead these days. The Lin family patriarch even said he would pay 100 million for your head. As he spoke, greed flickered in Zhang Mozi's eyes as he stared at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you walked right into this. When you are in the underworld, do not blame us. Kill them. Leave no one alive. Zhang Mozi's gaze turned ruthless as he gave the order. Li Hu, do you think joining Yi Fan will save you? The Yi family will soon fall. Today is the day you all die. As Zhang Mozi shouted, he brandished his battle blade, intending to attack Yi Fan. Yi Fan stared coldly at Zhang Mozi, his body radiating killing intent. Without hesitation, he stomped on the ground, grabbed the motorcycle, and charged into the crowd. Bang! 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 Yi Fan, who had surpassed the martial sovereign level, saw these thugs as mere ants. He swept through them, swinging the motorcycle like a whirlwind, cutting a path through the mob. In less than a minute, over 100 of Zhang Mozi's men were down, including his so-called 8 elite guards and martial experts, all crushed like paper before Yi Fan. Are you even human? Zhang Mozi lay on the ground, his legs and arms broken. He stared at the scene in utter shock. Who the fuck said the Yi family's young master was useless? This bastard was like a demon god. Boom! To Zhang Mozi's despair, their business car at the alley's entrance was smashed apart by a single punch from a beautiful woman, then kicked away. It was Zhao Linglong. After clearing the way, she led Li Hu's reinforcements into the fray. It was clear that Zhang Mozi's blocking force had been wiped out. Besides Yi Fan, even a girl on his side was this fierce? Seeing this, Zhang Mozi knew he had lost. Zhang Mozi, never thought you would see this day, did you? Li Hu pressed his boot against Zhang Mozi's chest, looking down at him with mocking eyes. Zhang Mozi knew he would not survive. It was Yun Feiyang who sent me to capture Su Yixue. He is in the Supreme Suite on the 8th floor of the Cloud City Grand Hotel. Also, Lin Hua, the Lin family patriarch, told me to seize a chance to kill Yi Fan. Yang Tao and Su Chao from the group are their men too. I have told you everything. Give me a quick death. Li Hu looked to Yi Fan for instruction. When Yi Fan nodded, Li Hu swung his blade and killed Zhang Mozi on the spot. Thus ended the life of a tyrant who once ruled his territory. Naturally, Li Hu took over Zhang Mozi's domain entirely. After today's battle, Li Hu was destined to become Cloud City's greatest underworld leader. But that is another story. When Yi Fan and Li Hu stormed the Cloud City Grand Hotel, they were too late. Yun Feiyang had already fled, though he left behind cameras and potions. Pack all of this. I am heading to the provincial capital. I will use it all on Yun Feiyang. Yi Fan ordered grimly, then called Wang Fuguei. Have those 100 bulldozers assemble at the Yun family estate. We are going to the provincial capital now. Understood, everything is ready. We will take a helicopter and be there in less than 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, at the Yun family estate gates, Yi Fan, Wang Fuguei, and Zhao Linglong disembarked from the helicopter. Outside the estate, 100 bulldozers surrounded it, engines roaring, waiting for Yi Fan's command. Young Master Yi, everything is ready. Just give the word, the bulldozer captain reported respectfully. Under the night sky, the Yun family saw the estate surrounded and rushed to the gate. What is this about? Is there no law anymore? Do they want to level our Yun family? Who the fuck has the guts? Yun Baidian, initially confused, recognized Yi Fan and Wang Fuguei and understood. He had already heard Yun Feiyang's plea for help 10 minutes earlier. Young Master Yi, I am sorry. Please, spare our Yun family this once. Yun Baidian had learned how formidable Yi Fan was. Even General Songpa treated him with respect. How could the Yun family stand against him? Yi Fan glared coldly at him. Spare you? I warned you last time, if you dared trouble my wife again, I would flatten your Yun family. Did you think I was joking? You tried to seize my wife, bribed channels to blockade Su Group, smashed their counters, and even tried to violate my wife. You think I, Yi Fan, am so easy to bully? Yi Fan shouted, then ordered, do it. Level the Yun family. Just as Yi Fan was about to give the order, Yun Baidian was so regretful he wanted to slap himself in the face. Had he known Yi Fan was this powerful, he would never have allowed his overbearing son to go to Cloud City, would never have let Jin Feiyang provoke Su Yixue and thus offend Yi Fan. Even after Yi Fan, through General Songpa, had already warned the Yun family, he should not have indulged Yun Feiyang further in targeting the Su Group while trying to salvage the cooperation opportunity with General Songpa. As for the force backing Su Yishua's mother, it was said to be truly formidable, capable of standing against the four great holy lands. But Yun Feiyang had tried to take a shortcut by seducing Su Yishue to gain her mother's support. How could things ever be that easy? Su Yishue and Yifan had always been deeply in love. Su Yishue would even let Yifan go out and flirt with other women if he wished, and behind Yifan stood the mighty Yi family. How could a mere Yun family ever hope to compete? Young Master Yi, I beg you. Yun Badian fell to his knees, crawling a few steps towards Yifan. Seeing the Yun family members still standing motionless, Yun Badian shouted at them, "What are you all standing around for? Kneel and beg young Master Yi." Yun Badian looked at Yifan with a face full of pleading. "Young Master Yi, it was all the fault of my foolish son Yun Feiyang. I will take full responsibility for everything. You can take my life if you wish, but please spare the Yun family." For a brief moment, Yifan hesitated. But before Yifan could speak, someone from the Yun family jumped out. "Second uncle, why are you kneeling to this bastard? So what if he brought bulldozers? Our Yun family is not afraid of anyone. Besides, our cousin has already returned to the provincial capital to fetch reinforcements from young Master Kong. When they arrive, we will see who ends up crying. Everyone, do not be afraid. Grab your weapons. If anyone dares to touch a hair on our heads, we will kill them. When has our Yun family ever been afraid? That is right. What are we afraid of? They only have 3 people. We have 30 bodyguards. We can easily defeat them." "Exactly. They have come to our doorstep. We must make them pay the price." That Yifan fellow should crawl over and apologize to the Yun family right now, and maybe we will spare him. The one who spoke was Yun Biao, Yun Boshin's nephew, as fierce as his name suggested. Spurred on by him, the Yun family members began to clamor, some even pulling out blades and weapons, preparing for a fight. "Shut up! If you do not want to die, get down on your knees." Yun Badian was beside himself with panic. They really did not understand how powerful Yifan was. His family was the leader of the 6 great clans of Daxia. Everyone thought the Yi family was weakened after the attack 3 years ago, but in truth, Yifan had been biding his time, growing stronger. The power structure of Daxia was about to change. "So this is how your Yun family admits its fault?" Yifan's gaze was icy as he looked at Yun Badian. The Yun family would be destroyed today. Before Yun Badian could speak, a dozen vans pulled up at the gate. Yun Feiyang, leading a group of black-clad bodyguards with blades drawn, charged out. Seeing his father kneeling before Yifan, he roared, "Yifan, do you want to die? Young Master Kong, this is the man. Kill him, and I will double whatever reward I promised you." Yun Feiyang beckoned to a young master in sunglasses, preparing to attack Yifan. In Cloud City, Yifan's territory, Yun Feiyang dared not act rashly. But back in the provincial capital, he thought he was safe. He had invited young Master Kong of a powerful family to bring their elite blackguards to kill Yifan. Just as young Master Kong was about to speak, Zhao Linglong beside Yifan sprang into action, dashing towards the business car he had arrived in. Boom! With a savage punch, Zhao Linglong sent the 1-ton vehicle flying over 10 meters away. When my young Master Yi is handling something, this is what happens to anyone who dares interfere. Zhao Linglong's voice was sweet, but her words carried such force that no one dared take her lightly. "I am Zhao Linglong, the only precious daughter of the Zhao family. Anyone who defies young Master Yi is declaring war on my Zhao family. You are welcome to try." This time, without waiting for Yifan's command, Zhao Linglong had taken the initiative. Her attitude towards Yifan had begun to change as she realized he was not as the rumors claimed. Though the Zhao family kept a low profile, few in the southwest did not know their name. The might of a hidden aristocratic clan was no joke. This, young Master Kong swallowed his words. The Yun family had provoked the wrong people this time. The Zhao family supported Yifan, who would dare act recklessly now. Wait. Yifan? The Yi family? Kong Fei suddenly connected the dots. This Yifan was from the Yi family, Daxia's most powerful clan, the very young Master Yi who had stirred up the Xin and Lin family's engagement banquet? Fuck! Yun Feiyang, you are going to get me killed. Understanding at last, especially seeing Yun Badian still kneeling, Kong Fei panicked. "Young Master Yi, I am sorry. I am sorry. I was tricked by that bastard. I did not know it was you." Kong Fei bowed deeply several times, calling for his men to retreat 100 meters at once. "Young Master Kong, but you promised me." Yun Feiyang was desperate. With Kong Fei gone, he had lost his greatest support. What could the Yun family do now? "Young Master Yi, Yun Feiyang looked at Yifan in terror, his legs giving out beneath him. I was wrong." Yun Feiyang had orchestrated 3 attacks in Cloud City, disrupted the Su group, smashed their counters, planned to kidnap Sui Shui and force himself on her, and all had been thwarted by Yifan with ease. Now, back in the provincial capital, even the reinforcements he summoned had fled in fear. He was utterly hopeless. Now you know you were wrong? Where was this realization before? Yifan stared coldly at him. I gave you chances. When you first harassed my wife, I let it go. When you came to our villa, I merely taught you a lesson. Even after General Songpa's contract, I warned you again. Did you really think I am so easy to bully? No. I just wanted to send you to hell. Die. Yun Feiyang, still kneeling, suddenly drew a desert eagle and aimed it at Yifan's chest, pulling the trigger. Ha! Yifan, let us see you dodge a bullet. Even now, Yun Feiyang sought to kill Yifan. Yun body and shut his eyes in despair. No. Click. Before Yun Feiyang could fire, Yifan swept his hand across the gun, disassembling it in an instant. The pieces clattered to the ground. Bang! Yifan kicked Yun Feiyang in the chest. His internal force shattered Yun Feiyang's organs. Blood streamed from his orifices. Though his life force was destroyed, he would not die immediately. Yun Feiyang had booked a hotel room, dreaming of defiling Yifan's woman. Yifan would see him off properly. Old Wang, are the attack dogs and drugs ready? Wang Fugue nodded. The container is right there, prepared for him. Let him enjoy his last wild night. As Wang Fugue dragged Yun Feiyang away, Yifan waved his hand. The 100 bulldozers roared to life. Together they advanced, and the Grand Yun family estate collapsed under their blades. Amid clouds of dust and crashing timber, a family's fall was witnessed. Not far away, Kong Fei trembled in fear, his gaze at Yifan filled with awe. What dominance! This young Master Yi truly dared to flatten it. On the surface, it was the estate being razed, but in truth, it was the annihilation of the Yun family. Yun Feiyang's cousin, still oblivious to the danger, rushed forward, attempting to block the bulldozers, thinking they would stop because someone was in the way. But the result was that he was crushed beneath the machine without even managing a scream. This scene left everyone utterly shocked. Those Yun family disciples who had planned to join Yun Biao in blocking the bulldozers now panicked, scrambling to escape from between the machines. My jade bracelet, what a pity, and my safe. The Yun family members were still lamenting the treasures and wealth they had stored in the house. But what they did not realize was that from this moment on, the once prestigious Yun family of the provincial capital was finished. Yun Badian collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, muttering, ancestors of the Yun family. I have failed you. I have failed you. On the other side, loud noises erupted from the nearby container, followed by Yun Feiyang's anguished howls. No, please no. I cannot take it anymore, let me out. What happens when you force down those potions meant for women on Yun Feiyang and lock him in with a pack of attack dogs? The image is too gruesome to imagine. The sight of 100 bulldozers gathered at the gates of the Yun family estate drew attention from many other prominent families in the provincial capital. The Kong family, the Liao family, the Yin family, the Zhou family. Each sent representatives to quietly observe the scene. When they saw Yifan truly flattening the Yun family estate, they were stunned, reporting back to their families and uploading videos online. The Yin family destroyed by a mysterious master. What is it like when 100 bulldozers flatten an estate? The Yun family of the provincial capital is finished. Various short videos began to spread across the internet, sparking a frenzy. In the provincial capital, all the great families became tense. What? Yifan has come to the provincial capital? That harbinger of disaster, what is he here for? Pass the word, if anyone in the family sees him, keep far away. Good heavens, the Yifan is not to be messed with. He dares to wipe out even the Yun family? Who says the Yi family has declined? Someone, track Yifan's movements. I need a way to accidentally run into him. This man is destined for greatness. Yifan's brazen actions were like a stone thrown into the calm lake of the provincial capital, sending ripples far and wide. All Yun family assets and stocks immediately plummeted. Standing at the gate of the demolished Yun estate, Yifan suddenly thought of someone. Xian Yufei. She had once been chosen as his fiancée, and his grandfather had said that over the years the Xian family had secretly supported the Yi family. Even though the engagement was dissolved, they had not sided with the Lin family in the end. Yifan decided to send the Xian family a gift. Ex-wife? Just as Yifan was about to call Xian Yufei, her call came through first. Yifan, you must be careful. Try not to go out unnecessarily. I heard the Lin family has hired experts from the Blood Robe sect, 3 of them at once, and the Goose sect has reportedly sent assassins too. They are all after you. Please stay safe. If you need help, I can lend you my best fighters. Blood Robe sect? Humph. If they did not come for him, he would have gone to find them. Besides, though it appeared Yi Fan only had Wang Fugui and Zhao Linglong with him, in the shadows there was also Han Zhuo guarding him. Han Zhuo was a master of Grandmaster level or higher, skilled in stealth and assassination, with combat power equal to a martial sovereign. With such a bodyguard, ordinary assassins could not even get close to Yi Fan. And Yi Fan's own strength now left him unafraid of such trash. All right. I understand. I was just about to call you, ex-wife, to thank you for warning me. I have decided to give you a gift. Pausing briefly, Yi Fan continued, I have flattened the Yun family estate. All their stock prices are plunging right now. If you wish, you could buy them up and take over their industries. What? Xian Yufei was stunned for several seconds. Yi Fan had really flattened the Yun family? But thinking of Yi Fan's terrifying means, she quickly accepted it. Yes, Yi Fan was capable of such a thing. Thank you. Xian Yufei said tenderly. Are you still in the provincial capital? When will you return? I would like to invite you to dinner. The affection in her voice was like water. How could Yi Fan not understand her intent? A dinner? This girl clearly wanted more than just food. We will see. Since he had come to the provincial capital, besides dealing with the Yun family, Yi Fan still had to settle accounts with the Zhou family. The Zhou family had been one of the direct accomplices in the attack on the Yi family years ago, unlike the Zhao family, who had stayed neutral. They were also involved in the affairs of Royal Number 1 and his junior sister's business. Yi Fan would not let them off. In the Zhou estate, Zhou Ming, the patriarch, watched the video of the Yun family's destruction, his face dark. That Yi Fan is too arrogant, daring to act so wantonly in the provincial capital. Does no one intend to stop him? Because of Royal Number 1's business, the Zhou family had clashed with Yi Fan twice already. Zhou Tao had tried to assassinate Su Chan and ran into Yi Fan by chance. He was killed. The Zhou family steward had tried to negotiate with Su Yun to seize Royal Number 1 but was killed when Yi Fan posed as Yi Jun Tian. Though Zhou Ming lacked direct evidence, he was certain that Yi Fan was behind the deaths of his son and steward. Patriarch, do you think Yi Fan has come to the provincial capital to target us next? A nervous assistant asked. He is a madman. He dared flatten the Yun family. If he finds out we took part in the attack on the Yi family back then. Shut up. Zhou Ming was rattled. Ever since Yi Fan's return and Zhou Tao's death, he had not slept well. Back then, they were told the Yi family would be destroyed. Yi Fan had his kidneys ripped out and was supposed to be a cripple. But now, how did he look crippled? What was Lin Hua doing? Had he not hired the Blood Robe sect to kill Yi Fan? Zhou Ming's contact in the capital, Su Hao, had promised to bring masters from the Holy Lands to ambush Yi Fan. But nothing had happened yet. Zhou Ming could only pin his hopes on the Lin family. He immediately called Lin Hua. Patriarch Lin, what is going on? Did you not hire the Blood Robe sect? How is Yi Fan still running wild in the provincial capital? On the other end, Lin Hua, who had also seen the video of the Yun family's destruction, was filled with unease. The Yin family had only provoked Yi Fan's wife Su group, and Yi Fan had flattened their estate. The Lin family had been one of the main attackers of the Yi family back then. Given Yi Fan's temperament, would he not grind the Lin family to dust? If Yi Fan was allowed to continue like this, the Lin family would be next. The second wave of Blood Robe sect assassins will arrive in Cloud City tonight. Yi Fan will not survive past tomorrow night. Besides, our Lin family will launch an all-out attack on the Yi family. With the operation led by Lafayette from America, the Yi family is doomed. Lin Hua sounded especially confident this time. For apart from the Lin family and their allies who wanted the Yi family destroyed, even the imperial family of Daxia no longer wished for the Yi family to remain so powerful. Good. Zhou Ming finally let out a quiet sigh of relief after hearing Lin Hua's words. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Ming turned to his assistant and asked, "How is the matter with that little slut Su Yun from Royal Number 1 coming along? We seized their club last month, and now they are dreaming of taking it back?" The assistant quickly replied, "Patriarch, rest assured, I have already arranged for people to keep an eye on her at all times. We are just waiting for your command, and we can act whenever you say the word." Zhou Ming snorted coldly and nodded. That little slut even dared to collude with Yi Fan, leading to the death of my own brother and son, and now she has the audacity to come to the provincial capital. If I do not kill her, I will die with regret. The assistant added with a wicked grin, "Patriarch, what a pity it would be to just kill her outright. You have seen Su Yun yourself, she is stunning. Before killing her, you could at least enjoy her. It would also serve as a warning to that bitch from the Su family." "You are right. Where is that slut Su Yun now? I want to see her begging beneath me." "She is at the Huadu Grand Hotel, Patriarch. Please, allow me to lead the way." Huadu Grand Hotel, room 901. Soo-yun had just finished bathing and was lying on the bed in a sheer nightdress, her fair feet bare, swinging her legs while watching videos. The Yun family estate in the provincial capital flattened by a mysterious master? Such a sensational video immediately drew Soo-yun's attention. When she played it a second time, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the footage. Yi Fan? He is here in the provincial capital too. So it was him who flattened the Yun family? My god. Soo-yun sat up on the bed, the fabric slipping from one shoulder, exposing her fair collarbone, though she did not notice. She was aware of how the Yun family had been suppressing the Soo group recently. And now, Yi Fan had actually used bulldozers to flatten the Yun family estate. Was this not a case of a hero getting angry for the sake of a beauty? Soo-yun could not help but feel a twinge of envy for Soo Yi-shue. What a fortunate woman to have such a good husband. But at the same time, Soo-yun felt injustice for Soo-chan. Yi-fan was originally Soo-chan's senior brother, their relationship going back to childhood. Yi-fan was right there before her, yet Soo-chan dared not acknowledge him. That night, Soo-chan's cowardice had led to Soo-yun being taken advantage of by Yi-fan. Thinking of what Yi-fan had done to her that night, Soo-yun's heart began to race. That scoundrel. He took advantage of me and now wants to act as if nothing happened? After some thought, Soo-yun decided to call Yi-fan and invite him out for a late-night snack. This was not for herself, no, it was for Soo-chan. Yes, that was it. Since Soo-chan would not take the initiative, Soo-yun would do it for her and help win Yi-fan over. Seeing that the Yun family estate had been leveled, a cold smile appeared on Yi-fan's lips. He signaled subtly into the darkness. Hidden there was Hanjua. Yi-fan understood well that to cut the weeds, one must remove the roots. Since the Yun family wanted him dead, Yi-fan would show no mercy. To be kind to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself. Not one of the Yun family's core members would be left alive. But Yi-fan did not need to act personally. As the top assassin of the Northern Falling sect, Hanjua had 100 ways to eliminate them. Car accidents? Suicides? Poisoning? None of these required Yi-fan to lift a finger. Just as Yi-fan was about to turn and leave, Soo-yun's call came through. A devilish smile appeared on his face as he answered. What is it? Is Sister Yun ready to fulfill her promise? Yi-fan deliberately teased her. That night, Soo-yun had begged Yi-fan to help intimidate Zhou Ming's envoys at the negotiation. The price she offered, she would give herself to Yi-fan if he agreed to assist Royal Number 1. On the other end of the call, Soo-yun's face flushed red. Ah, you are so bad. But if I dare offer, do you dare come? I happen to be in the provincial capital too. After a moment's shyness, Soo-yun quickly regained her composure. After all, she was the public face of the club. Though she kept herself clean, she was a mature woman who knew how to handle herself. You are in the provincial capital too? Yi-fan was surprised. Are you here on business? Yes. That junior sister you think of as Chu-yen came to handle some matters here and ran into trouble. I came to help. Soo-yun replied. Chu-yen again? Yi-fan smiled faintly. By now, thanks to the Yi family's connections and the revived Northern Falling Sect's resources, he had learned the truth, that Chu-yen was none other than Soo-chan, the girl brought back from the sect years ago. But since Soo-yun did not speak of it, Yi-fan chose not to expose it. Very well. Where are you? I will come find you. Since his junior sister was in trouble, how could Yi-fan stand by? Before Soo-yun could even invite him, he was already set to go. Room 901, Huadu Grand Hotel. I will wait for you. When she hung up, her voice was deliberately soft and alluring. At the hotel, upon hearing that Yi-fan would come see her, Soo-yun quickly freshened up, reapplied her makeup, and changed into a low-cut white t-shirt, her appearance enchanting and full of allure. I do not believe that with all my charm, I cannot win a bit of your heart back. I will fight for Xiao-chan. Little did she know that in Yi-fan's heart, Soo-chan already held an important place. What Soo-yun was doing would only sacrifice herself in vain. Once ready, Soo-yun went downstairs to wait for Yi-fan at the entrance. After all, even if something were to happen later, they should at least eat first. Creak! Just as Soo-yun stepped outside the hotel, several business vehicles stopped in front of her. Zhou Ming and his men got out, surrounding her. Zhou Ming? What do you want? Soo-yun's eyes showed a flicker of fear. She had come to the provincial capital to help Soo-chan recover the property that the Zhou family had seized. But before she and Soo-chan could act, Zhou Ming had found her. And judging from his expression, he clearly had bad intentions today. What do I want? Soo-yun, do you really not know what you did to my son in Cloud City? Or my brother? Or my steward? Do not tell me it had nothing to do with you. Zhou Ming's gaze swept over her, and when he saw her slender waist, his eyes lit up. A rare beauty indeed. Zhou Ming, do not talk nonsense. Where is your proof that I killed your son? And what do the deaths of Ling Tian and the others have to do with me? Su Yun knew full well it had been Yi Fan's doing, but Yi Fan had covered his tracks perfectly. There was no way Zhou Ming could have evidence. Proof? I, Zhou Ming, need proof? If I say you did it, that is enough. You and that slut Su Chan will not escape. Seize her. And she dares dream of taking back what we took? Never. You dare. Su Yun, who did not know martial arts, saw several bodyguards approaching. She swung her handbag in an attempt to drive them away, but it was useless. 2 bodyguards grabbed her arms and tried to drag her away by force. By now, a crowd had gathered at the hotel entrance. Though the onlookers pitted Su Yun, not a single one dared to intervene. Even the security guards of the Huadu Grand Hotel acted as if they had seen nothing, turning their heads to the side. Sigh. That is the Zhou family. Who would dare provoke them? Exactly. I heard the Zhou family has the backing of the Su family from the capital. In the future, they will certainly dominate this region. Even the patrol division would have to show them respect. Despicable. The Zhou family is all the same. I heard that Zhou Tao and Zhou Ming, father and son, forced the same girl to spend the night with them 2 nights in a row. My God, birds of a feather indeed, ha! Just as Su Yun was about to be dragged into the hotel by Zhou Ming's men, a BMW stopped at the entrance. Su Chan and an assistant rushed out of the car. What are you trying to do? Su Chan shouted as she charged forward, landing a punch that sent the 2 bodyguards beside Su Yun flying. Su Chan had once studied martial arts alongside Yi Fan at the Northern Falling Sect. Although she lacked Yi Fan's talent and strength, she had still reached the peak of mastery, half a step into the Grandmaster realm. Dealing with Zhou Ming's bodyguards was easy for her. Several more martial artists beside Zhou Ming tried to step in, but before they could reach Su Yun, Su Chan had already knocked them to the ground. Zhou Ming, you have grown bolder and bolder. Do not forget your place. The Zhou family is nothing more than a vassal of the Su family. Do you think you can ignore me? Let me remind you, my grandfather is still alive. Years ago, the Su family had paid a great price to rescue Su Chan from the Northern Falling Sect during the attack. That was because, at the time, her grandfather controlled the entire family. It had always been his intention that Su Chan would one day inherit the Su family. When he was still in good health, he personally assigned all the southwestern assets to Su Chan, including several clubs in Cloud City, major hotels in the provincial capital, and hidden casinos. Later, for reasons unknown, her grandfather fell gravely ill and unconscious. Power shifted to Su Hao with the support of the elders. Su Hao marginalized and even tried to eliminate Su Chan, forcing her not only out of the family core but out of the provincial capital's businesses as well. In the end, she could only survive in Cloud City. Ha! Su Chan, so you finally show yourself. Zhou Ming was not flustered at all. In fact, there was a glint of delight in his eyes. It is true that I should be loyal to the Su family, but unfortunately, it is young Master Su Hao who now holds power. And your grandfather, as long as young Master Su Hao wishes, he could die at any time. Do you understand? You? Zhou Ming's words made Su Chan's chest heave in anger. And beneath his words, she heard a deeper truth: grandfather's illness. Su Hao's doing. Damn him. How could he? Zhou Ming sneered. Only now do you realize it? Too late. Young Master Su Hao's exact order was to kill you both on sight. So, forgive me, seize them. He barked at his bodyguards. But Su Chan was unfazed. Humph. Zhou Ming, without any true experts sent by Su Hao, you think you can kill me with this rabble? Dream on. Within the Zhou family, only the old patriarch or perhaps their steward Ling Tian could make Su Chan wary. But just a few days ago, Su Yun had said that Ling Tian had been killed by Yi Jun Tian. The Zhou family was already severely weakened. This was why Su Chan had dared to come and reclaim the lost businesses. Having operated for so many years in the southwest and Tiannan provinces, Su Chan, as a direct descendant of the Su family, still had some loyal followers. Her assistant Yao Tong, who had come from the capital with her, was one of the most trusted, second only to Su Yun. Is that so? Su Chan, you are overconfident. Zhou Ming smiled faintly and signaled Yao Tong with his eyes. In the next instant, to Su Chan's shock, Yao Tong struck. ZZZZT. The stun baton in Yao Tong's hand jabbed into Su Chan's waist. The powerful electric shock made her body convulse violently. She turned to him, eyes wide in disbelief. Yao Tong, you. She had never imagined that her most trusted aide would betray her at the crucial moment. I am sorry, Mississippi, they offered too much. Young Master Su Hao promised that if I delivered you, he would marry me. And honestly, miss, there is no future following you. Yao Tong withdrew the baton, showing no remorse. Su Chan closed her eyes in despair. Such a fool. She actually believed Su Hao would marry her. Did Yao Tong not know what kind of person Su Hao was? Well done. Miss Yao, you do not mind if I enjoy myself with them in the hotel before we finish them off, do you? Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Chan captured, his gaze towards the two women full of wicked intent. Two beauties at once, what bliss that would be. Hurry up. The longer we wait, the more risk there is. Yao Tong frowned. Although she had agreed to Zhou Ming's plan, seeing Su Chan's face made her uneasy. Actually, let us kill Su Chan first. Just in case. That works too. Zhou Ming was stunned for a moment but then understood. His pupils widened. This Yao Tong was no stranger to such ruthless schemes. Fine. Zhou Ming glared fiercely at Su Chan and asked Yao Tong, you or me? Yao Tong hesitated, then handed him the blade. You should do it, Patriarch Zhou. Zhou Ming nodded and, without hesitation, raised the blade and drove it toward Su Chan's heart. Zhou Ming, may you die a terrible death. When my senior brother finds out, he will not spare you. Paralyzed by the electric shock, Su Chan had no strength left. She could only watch the blade coming at her, powerless to resist. No! Su Yun tried to break free to help, but the bodyguards held her tight. Just as Su Chan closed her eyes in despair, a cold voice rang out, touch a single hair on her head, and you die. The next instant, Zhou Ming found that the hand holding the blade could not move forward at all. It was as if an iron clamp had locked onto his wrist. Who the fuck dares interfere in Zhou family business? He started to bark, but halfway through the words, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That voice just now, Zhou Ming knew it too well. Although Zhou Ming had never met Yifan face to face, his subordinates had reported every detail about Yifan, including recordings of his voice. Zhou Ming could not be more familiar with it. Was this damned harbinger of disaster not supposed to still be at the Yun family's estate? Zhou Ming had deliberately chosen this window of time, certain that Yifan would not be here, which was why he rushed to act. And in the end, Yifan still appeared at the scene. Fuck! Was Yifan born to be the Zhou family's nemesis? Crack! A violent surge of force erupted from Yifan's hand, instantly crushing Zhou Ming's wrist. The shockwave shattered the blade Zhou Ming held, the fragments clattering to the ground. Humph! And when your Zhou family attacked my Yi family back then, did you ever imagine this day would come? Yifan let out a cold snort, then kicked Zhou Ming's chest with a strike infused with fierce energy. As Zhou Ming's body flew backward, a sharp crack of breaking ribs echoed from his chest. Ah! Zhou Ming let out a pig-like screech, spewing blood from his mouth. His chest felt like it had collapsed inward, a visible dent forming where his ribs were all shattered. Each breath felt like his lungs had been pierced. Yifan, you. From Yifan's words, Zhou Ming realized Yifan had uncovered the truth behind the attack on the Yi family. The Lin family and Zhou family had both been exposed. That explained why Yifan had so brutally killed Zhou Tao and the Zhou family's steward Ling Tian. Linking everything together, Zhou Ming understood at last. Otherwise, if it were only over the royal number 1 affair, Yifan would not have gone so far as to kill Ling Tian and Zhou Tao. For a grudge as deep as wiping out one's clan, if Zhou Ming were in Yifan's place, he too would leave no enemy alive. Junior sister, you have suffered. Bang! Bang! Yifan punched the two bodyguards beside Su Chan, sending them flying. He reached out and pulled Su Chan into his embrace, channeling energy into her body to help her quickly recover her strength. Senior brother. Su Chan already knew of Yifan's actions in Cloud City and the provincial capital. All signs now pointed to the fact that her senior brother had regained his strength. And if he had already uncovered so much about the enemies who attacked the Yi family, then her identity was no longer a secret. There was no point hiding it any longer. Forgive me for not daring to acknowledge you before. I was afraid to drag you down. Su Chan's voice began to tremble with tears. Back then, they all said you were dead. Master was dead too. All these years, I could not find any trace of you, sob. For 3 years, over 1,000 days and nights, Su Chan had longed for Yifan, for every memory they shared. She had tried more than once to find news of him, but with the chaos within the Su family, and later with her own survival on the line, she had no strength left to search for Yifan. Until that day, when they reunited in Cloud City. At that time, she had feared only that she would bring him harm. But now, Yifan had returned with unparalleled strength, already settling accounts with the Zhou family. Even if she stayed hidden, those people would soon notice him anyway. 3 years of suppressed emotion erupted before him in that moment. Yifan gently kissed her forehead, letting her lean against him, letting her pour out all her longing, grievances, and fears of the past 3 years. Though Yifan often appeared carefree, in his heart, his junior sister had always held a special place. His feelings for her were sincere. Yao Tong, seeing Yifan appear and so effortlessly subdue Zhou Ming and the bodyguards, instantly realized that killing Su Chan today would be nearly impossible. She, once Su Chan's most trusted subordinate, had betrayed her at the critical moment. If she fell into Su Chan's or Yi Fan's hands now, she knew well what fate awaited her. Seizing the chance, as Yi Fan and Su Chan shared their moment, Yao Tong tried to slip away. But as soon as she lifted her foot, Yi Fan spotted her. Whoosh! A surge of force swirled at Yi Fan's ankle, and fragments of the shattered blade on the ground shot out like bullets, piercing Yao Tong and riddling her like a sieve. She collapsed to the ground, gravely wounded. But Yao Tong did not die immediately. She sank helplessly to the floor. Woman, I hate traitors most. Did you think about the consequences when you chose betrayal just now? Yi Fan slapped her shoulder, sealing her blood vessels, and stared at her coldly. Yao Tong glared at Yi Fan with hatred. In mere moments, she had fallen from heaven to hell all because of the man before her. Humph. Do what you want, kill me if you are going to. Xiao Chan, I will let you handle this. If you cannot bring yourself to do it, I will. Yi Fan released Su Chan from his embrace and glanced at Yao Tong. Su Chan nodded, a flash of cold resolve in her eyes. Very well. I know what to do. I hate betrayal most of all. Yi Fan turned and effortlessly took down the remaining bodyguards around Su Yun. Once he confirmed Su Yun was safe, he crouched before Zhou Ming. Patriarch Zhou, speak. When my Yi family was attacked back then, besides the Lin family, your Zhou family, and the royal family, who else was involved? Hearing this, Zhou Ming's eyes filled with terror. Yi Fan had uncovered so much of the truth? Even the royal family's role, such a deep secret, Yi Fan knew? But then, Zhou Ming burst out laughing. Yi Fan, you want to know? I will not tell you. You cannot escape. Even if I die today, the Yi family will still fall. Kill me. Yi Fan gave a faint smile and stomped hard on Zhou Ming's shattered wrist. So what if it is the divine envoys? Just because you could not kill them does not mean I cannot. He paused, then took out the piece of undying bone from Zhonghua and held it up before Zhou Ming. Is this not what you attacked my Yi family for? Heh, I should thank you for reminding me. Seeing that Yi Fan not only knew about the divine envoys but also that the attack was over the undying bone, Zhou Ming's face turned pale, his pupils constricting. You, how do you know so much? Was it Ling Tian? Did Ling Tian tell you that the undying bone can be consumed and refined to awaken a body's latent powers? Halfway through, Zhou Ming snapped out of it, clamping his hand over his mouth, staring at Yi Fan in regret. In his slip, he had revealed the bone's greatest secret. Yi Fan's smile grew colder. So that was it? The bone's true purpose was not merely to bring fortune or strengthen the bloodline, it could be refined to awaken special abilities, like gaining powers in a game. Patriarch Zhou, you are truly generous. Should I thank you, or hate you? Yi Fan stood up and looked down at him, sneering. Furious, Zhou Ming slapped himself. Fuck! I deserve to die, running my damn mouth. Thud. Yi Fan's ankle showed no mercy as a surge of violent energy shot forth, blasting through Zhou Ming's meridians and shattering his internal organs. You can take him away now. Yi Fan gestured calmly to Zhou Ming's bodyguards, signaling them to come forward and support him. The bodyguards, who were on the verge of pissing themselves with fear, thought Yi Fan must be joking. Young Master Yi, we dare not. Fuck, who the fuck would dare? The ferocity Yi Fan had just displayed was no joke. To approach him now would be walking straight into death. I will give you 3 seconds more. Otherwise, you will end up just like him. Yi Fan's murderous aura exploded again, making the bodyguards jump in fright. They hurried forward, helping Zhou Ming to his feet and quickly heading toward their vehicle. Zhou Ming frowned, staring at Yi Fan in disbelief. He was just letting him go? That did not match Yi Fan's character at all. Yi Fan, you actually dare let me go? You are finished, just you wait. I swear you will not survive past tomorrow. Yi Fan smiled darkly. You are overthinking. I left you breathing so you can go back and tell everyone who manages Zhou family assets to behave. All Zhou family property is now under Yi family's control. Humph. Zhou Ming scoffed at his words, motioned to his men, and they sped off in their car. In the vehicle, Zhou Ming flexed a bit. His chest no longer hurt, and though his arm had been crushed, he felt no pain at all. He felt great, like a wild horse set free. Zhou Ming felt he had regained his freedom. Daring to let me go? That fool does not even know that young Master Su has already brought Holy Land experts, and the Blood Robe sect has reached Cloud City. Yi Fan, do you really think you can live through tomorrow? A sinister grin appeared at Zhou Ming's lips. Forget going home, I am heading to the best club in Huadu to wash away the bad luck. Thud, thud. But as soon as he spoke, his body convulsed violently, and in the next moment, he spewed out several mouthfuls of black blood, the light fading from his eyes. Patriarch? Mr. Zhou, are you all right? The bodyguards panicked. He had seemed fine just now, how had this happened so suddenly? Zhou Ming felt utterly drained, his body collapsing limply onto the seat. Tell the Zhou family, everything, our assets. Yi Fan. Before he could finish, his body gave one last shudder, and he died. What? He was dead before he could even finish his sentence? With Zhou Ming gone, the Zhou family had no true leader left. Zhou Tao was dead, his brother Zhou Hong was missing, and their grandmaster steward Ling Tian had gone to Cloud City and never returned. Now only the old patriarch remained, and he was in seclusion. What now? Did anyone catch what the boss was trying to say before he died? One bodyguard asked, bewildered. I do not know. But judging by his look, I think he meant that everyone should follow Yi Fan's orders and not resist needlessly. After all, no one in the Zhou family can match Yi Fan now. Right. That must have been what he meant. Let's record a video and pass on the boss's wishes to the group. Minutes later, all the Zhou family business group saw a strange sight. Zhou Ming, covered in blood, lay in the car, and his bodyguards and assistant uploaded a video clearly stating, the boss's final wish is for everyone to cooperate with young Master Yi as the Yi family takes over Zhou family assets. Do not resist. The group chats exploded. Everyone thought the decision was absurd. But Zhou Ming was dead, and with him the Zhou family's collapse was complete. If that was his last wish, they had no choice but to comply. Those in the know understood what this meant. The Zhou Yi feud was over. The Zhou family had lost completely. 3 years ago, the Yi family had been devastated. Now, they were on the rise. Outside Huadu Grand Hotel, after Zhou Ming left, only Yi Fan, Su Chan, and Su Yun remained. Yi Fan called Wang Fugue. Old one, once you finish at the Yun family, keep the bulldozers ready. Go level the Zhou family estate too. Yi Fan wanted to make a statement. The Yun family failed to harm him, so they targeted the Su group. The Zhou family, lapdogs of the Su family from the capital, dared lay hands on his beloved junior sister. So this time, Yi Fan would make an example of them all. Any who dared harm those closest to him would be shown no mercy. Understood. Wang Fugue was excited. Everyone, turn around, we're heading to the Zhou estate. That was the thrill of following Yi Fan. Even Zhao Linglong was excited. Young Master Wang, will we have more of these missions? This is so much more fun than learning embroidery at home. Wang Fugue thought seriously and nodded. As many as there were who attacked the Yi family 3 years ago, that is how many missions we will have. At the hotel entrance, Yi Fan called Shou Wan. Wan Jia, not asleep yet? Sorry, tonight we'll be busy. The Yun family's assets go to Xian Yufei, but the Zhou family, we will take over. Get people ready. If you need help, have Jiang Yueran come supervise. Understood. Shou Wan had seen Yi Fan's decisiveness and had no doubts. She did not care why Yi Fan was acting against the Zhou family, she simply carried out his orders. With plans set, Yi Fan looked at Su Chan's delicate face and Su Yun's sultry confidence. We have all worked hard, let's get something to eat. After 3 years apart, Yi Fan had so much to say to his junior sister. And after their intimate encounter, he felt a special connection to Su Yun. As they were about to leave, young Master Kong Fei appeared at the door, bowing respectfully. Young Master Yi, may I ask a favor? I promise it will not go unrewarded. Please accept this small token of gratitude. He handed over an open wooden box. Inside was a translucent bone fragment. Yi Fan was stunned. Undying bone? Your Kong family has one too? Was this not supposed to be priceless? So many forces attacked the Yi family for this, now they were everywhere? Young Master Yi, this is a treasure that has been passed down through our Kong family for generations. Our ancestor knew how precious it was, but the bodies of us Kong family members are not suited to absorb the undying bone. If it is useful to young Master Yi, please, I implore you to accept it. After a brief pause, Kong Fei continued, the key point is, our Kong family has already been marked by the Assassin Alliance for elimination. Midnight tonight is the final deadline. If this bone stays with me, it will just end up benefiting someone else. Kong Fei was clever. He did not outright ask for help, but by laying out the Kong family's situation so clearly, his intentions were plain. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly. He sensed the ancient energy radiating from the undying bone and nodded faintly. Fine. Since you are so sincere, I will be at your Kong family estate before midnight. Your Kong family, I will protect it. The Assassin Alliance, of course Yi Fan had heard of them. As the sole heir of the Northern Falling Sect, Yi Fan even had some complicated, unspoken ties with their leader, Angel, from years ago. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Kong Fei's face lit up with joy, and the heavy burden in his heart was finally lifted. Wonderful! Thank you, young Master Yi. Young Master Yi, please, since it is still early tonight, allow me to take you out for a meal. Kong Fei knew how to conduct himself, but just as he stepped forward, a thought struck him. Young Master Yi. I must remind you of something. Though Zhou Ming and his men are dead, the Zhou family still has an elder patriarch, a master above grandmaster level. I fear the men you sent may not be enough. Kong Fei left the rest unsaid, but his concern was clear. A master of that level was no easy opponent. Kong Fei's warning was meant to help Yi Fan avoid unnecessary losses. Yi Fan's heart sank. He quickly called Wang Fuguei. Old Wang, what level is your strength at now? Still a little short of grandmaster. Why? Do not attack the Zhou estate yet. Surround it, but wait for me to arrive. Yi Fan valued this brother. But damn, this guy's cultivation was too slow. It seemed he would need to give Wang Fuguei some elixirs to help him break through. Understood. Outside the Zhou estate, once again, 100 bulldozers gathered. Word had spread half an hour ago that the Yun family had been flattened. The Zhou family members were so terrified they fled in all directions. But from the estate emerged an old man in a gray robe, calm and unhurried. Why the panic? Where is Zhou Ming? Tell him to get out here. What nonsense is he up to? What has he done to the Zhou family? This was Zhou Chang, the elder patriarch of the Zhou family. Years ago, his strength had already reached the peak of grandmaster, and he had long sought to break through to martial sovereign, but without success. Seeing the bulldozers, Zhou Chang snorted coldly. I do not care who sent you. Leave in 3 seconds or I will start killing. As he spoke, murderous energy surged from him, blasting out in all directions. The nearest bulldozer was overturned by the force, and its driver leapt out in panic. But after just 2 steps, the man was swept off his feet by Zhou Chang's energy. In a flash, Zhou Chang appeared before him, lifting his leg to stomp down hard on the man's chest. You dare cause trouble at the Zhou estate? Die. Wang Fuguei, watching nearby, wanted to rush to the driver's aid. But he could feel the vast gap between himself and Zhou Chang. If he charged in, it would just mean his death. Now he understood why Yi Fan had told him not to act yet. So the Zhou family still had this elder patriarch. I am causing trouble at your Zhou estate. What are you going to do about it? A powerful voice rang out behind them. Yi Fan appeared in a flash. An even stronger surge of energy swept over, catching Zhou Chang's descending leg mid-stomp, stopping it cold. Ha! Zhou Chang was shocked. At the peak of Grandmaster, he should have few equals in Tiannan province. He pressed down harder, channeling all his strength, his martial energy rippling visibly in the air. But as Yi Fan approached, he raised his hand casually, holding Zhou Chang's leg in place with overwhelming force. You? Zhou Chang could now see Yi Fan's face clearly. The fabled young master of the Yi family, said to have had his kidneys cut out, his dantian destroyed, and his heart pierced 3 years ago, supposedly long dead. Now, here he stood. Humph. Yi Fan snorted coldly. His energy intensified, forming an invisible hand that gripped Zhou Chang's leg and snapped it. Crack. Boom. Their energies clashed in a deafening explosion. Zhou Chang cried out in pain and collapsed. The stronger man was plain to see. Bastard, how did you not die 3 years ago? Zhou Chang cursed. But Yi Fan did not hesitate. He kicked a stone at Zhou Chang's chest with precision. The once mighty Grandmaster Zhou Chang had no time to react. The stone struck true, killing him instantly. You? With Zhou Chang dead, the Zhou family lost its last pillar. Yi Fan turned to Wang Fuguei. Begin. Kong Fei, who had come along, was stunned. His pupils dilated in shock. He felt cold just thinking of how he had once planned to side with Yun Fei Yang against Yi Fan. Thank God he had changed his mind in time. Otherwise, the Kong family would have been the next Yun family. The sight of 100 bulldozers was spectacular. Almost all of Huadu knew, tonight, the Yun family was gone, and now the Zhou family too. As Wang Fuguei led the leveling of the Zhou estate, Zhou Wan seized the moment to strike at the Zhou family's assets. The Yi family, though quiet for 3 years, still had terrifying resources. Taking down the crumbling Zhou family empire was effortless. With the Zhou family's fall, the capital Su family heard immediately. What? The Zhou family was destroyed by Yi Fan? Fuck, that bastard is out of control. And what about the Zhou family's elder? What the hell was he doing? In the capital, Su Hao hurled his wine glass to the ground. I was counting on that idiot Zhou Ming to kill Su Chan, and now he got himself killed instead. Master Su, the Zhou family's elder, was also killed by Yi Fan in a single move. What? Killed in a single strike? Are you fucking kidding me? Su Hao shot up from his chair in shock. Zhou Cheng's strength was at least at the peak of Grandmaster level. How could Yi Fan possibly kill him in one move? Su Hao's face was full of confusion. After all, 3 years ago, he had seen with his own eyes, through surveillance footage, what had happened to Yi Fan. His kidneys and heart had been removed, his cultivation foundation destroyed. The fact that Yi Fan had survived at all was already a miracle. That he could regain his strength was beyond reason. And now to kill the Zhou family's patriarch in one move? This was getting more and more absurd. Su Hao had originally been impatient, ready to go to the southwest himself and personally deal with Yi Fan. But in that moment, he dismissed the idea. It was better to wait for young Master Chun from the Holy Land to act with him. That Chun of the Holy Land was a monstrous martial sovereign-level genius. With him striking, surely Yi Fan could be handled. In a short time, the news that 2 major clans in Huadu had been wiped out spread like wildfire. All of Huadu was in an uproar. All of Tiannan province was in an uproar. The entire southwest was in an uproar. In Cloud City, at the Yi family estate, the old patriarch Yi Qiankuan and Yi Changfeng listened to their subordinates' report. Both men sighed. Father, do you think Yi Fan is being too high profile? Flattening 2 major families just like that. His methods are too extreme. The old patriarch Yi Qiankuan's mouth twitched, and he glared at Yi Changfeng. High profile? Fuck that. If you had the guts, would you dare do the same? What's there to fear? If trouble comes, the Yi family will bear it. He paused and continued. Besides, by the looks of it now, we may not need to bear anything for Yi Fan. In fact, it is the Yi family that needs him to revitalize us. 3 years ago, after the Yi family was attacked, they were left severely weakened. Nearly everyone could trample them. Back then, the Yi family's holdings were far larger than now, but they were steadily devoured by small clans until only a fraction remained. Yi Fan had endured for 3 years. Now was the time for revenge. Yi Changfeng nodded. True. I never expected that boy to hide his strength for 3 years, and when he finally acted, to shake the world. But, with Yi Fan making such a high-profile return, will the imperial family? He did not finish, but Yi Qiankuan knew what he was worrying about. Humph. The Dragon Lord Tang Zheng? That little bastard. I let the matter from 3 years ago slide, but if he dares act again this time, then we will destroy him. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the capital, Dragon Lord Tang Zheng frowned as he listened to his subordinate's report. 3 years. A game set to ensure Yi Fan's death, and he had lived. Not only that, he had hidden in Cloud City and now caused such a storm. Dragon Lord, Yi Fan has started investigating what happened back then. Flattening the Zhou family was a clear sign. If this continues, he will eventually reach the imperial family. What shall we do? A robed assistant beside Tang Zheng spoke nervously. Should we silence everyone who knows of the imperial family's involvement? Tang Zheng sneered faintly. What use would that be? You think the Yi family's old patriarch does not already know the imperial family's hand was behind it? They have not acted because we are all holding back or waiting for the right opportunity. Yi Fan's return is that opportunity. So the key problem is Yi Fan. Send the imperial assassins. Kill him quickly. If we let him keep growing, he will eventually threaten the imperial family. What made the Yi family truly terrifying was their military legacy. 3 generations in service, the 800,000-strong Tianlong army, loyal only to the Yi family's banner. The imperial family had tried infiltrating the Tianlong army for years with little success. That was why, during the assault on the Yi family, they slaughtered the 2nd and 3rd generations but left Yi Changfeng and Yi Qiankuan alive to stabilize the situation. We do not need to rush. Others want Yi Fan dead more than we do. Tang Zheng smiled slightly. The northern falling sect was attacked. Those who did it took Yi Fan's kidneys and heart, destroyed his foundation. Who do you think he hates more? So, let the bullets fly for a while. Besides, the Su family of the capital and the Holy Land are leading the charge. We can use that to gauge Yi Fan's true strength. Right. If Yi Fan is not even afraid of the Holy Land, then we will have no choice but to sacrifice Princess Mingyu. At that point, if we want to survive, we will have to admit fault and beg forgiveness. What? You mean an alliance by marriage? In Huadu, at the Kong family estate. After dinner, arranged by Kong Fei, Yi Fan, Su Yun, and Su Chan were given a private courtyard. After washing up, Su Yun tactfully went upstairs, leaving only Su Chan and Yi Fan together in the sitting room. Finally, they had a moment alone. Little junior sister. Seeing Su Chan's thin face in the lamplight, Yi Fan's heart ached. He stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. At last, Su Chan no longer had to hold back for the sake of appearances. She clung tightly to him. Senior brother, how have you been all these years? Your heart, your kidneys, were they not? She had seen it herself, his kidneys and heart removed, his cultivation foundation destroyed. I am fine. During these 3 years with the Su family, my wife Yi Shui's family treated me very well. Yi Fan spoke gently. After my heart and kidneys were taken, Master transplanted the ancient demon's heart sealed by the sect into me. As for my kidneys, he gave me Qilin kidneys, they are 1,000 times stronger than before. Demon's heart. Shilin kidneys. Such words might sound fantastical in the ordinary world, but Su Chan knew, as the former #1 cultivation sect, the Northern Falling sect hid many secrets. It was no surprise they had such things. With a demon's heart and Shilin kidneys, it was no wonder Yifan's strength had recovered and perhaps even surpassed what it once was. But then Su Chan thought of something Yifan had just said. Wife, Sui Shui. Yes, 3 years apart, and her senior brother had married. He was someone else's husband now. What was she doing? Her heart felt like it was being pierced by needles. She pulled away, pained. What is it? Sensing the change in her expression, Yifan asked quickly. Junior sister, should we not be happy to be together again? Senior brother, I am happy, but you are someone else's husband now. I cannot. Though she had long loved him, though they had pledged themselves to each other in all but the final step, too much had happened over these 3 years. She could not cross that line in her heart. It is late, senior brother. Rest. I will go to bed. She held back her tears, forced a smile, and quickly went upstairs. Junior sister, seeing the sudden change in Su Chan's expression, Yifan could more or less guess the reason. But now, Yifan himself felt caught in a difficult position. His junior sister was indeed the one thing he could never bear to hurt. Yet after 3 years of Sui Shue's boundless devotion, how could Yifan turn his back on her? Ring ring. As Yifan was wrestling with these thoughts, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, his expression grew serious. It was a call from his master, Gufeng. In the 3 years since the Northern Falling sect had been attacked, his master had never once contacted him of his own accord. For him to suddenly reach out now, something important must have happened. Master. Yifan greeted him respectfully over the phone. Back then, during the sect's attack, if not for his master and the other elders fighting to the death to help Yifan escape, he would have long been dead. That master was spoken from the depths of Yifan's heart. These past 3 years have been hard on you. Fortunately, your dragon command technique has finally broken through the 9th layer. Your strength should be fully restored now, yes? His master's voice over the phone sounded relieved. What do you intend to do? So far I have found that the Lin family and the Zhou family were involved in the attack on the Yi family, and even the Imperial family meddled in it. Yifan replied, then continued, I have already destroyed the Zhou family. The Lin family is next, and the Imperial family must give the Yi family an explanation. And I have also found out about the so-called divine envoys behind them. Master, have you heard of them? Gufeng answered with satisfaction, I have uncovered the same. The attack on the Northern Falling sect was indeed led from the shadows by these divine envoys, along with certain ancient martial families. But so far, I have made little further progress. Yifan let out a long sigh, and suddenly thought of something. Master. According to what I have discovered, they attacked the Yi family for the undying bone. It is said this bone can be consumed and absorbed to awaken certain human traits. I happen to have acquired 2 pieces. Before he could finish, Gufeng interrupted him. What? You have the undying bone? 2 pieces? Fuck. On the other end of the line, even Gufeng could not help but curse. Quick! Do you remember the 9-fold golden body technique your second uncle taught you? Find a safe place immediately and use it to refine and absorb the power of the undying bone. You must act fast. You know what they say, one who carries jade invites his own ruin. The undying bone is something every force on this planet would stop at nothing to obtain. You must absorb it as soon as possible. As for everything else, I will explain to you later. Hearing how urgently his master urged him, Yifan understood at once that the undying bone was no ordinary treasure. After hanging up, without hesitation, Yifan shut the courtyard gates, entered his room, and took out both pieces of the undying bone, the one from Kong Fei and the one taken from Zhonghua. He placed them before him, closed his eyes, and began to silently circulate the 9-fold golden body technique. Yifan's martial energy had already reached its peak. As he activated the technique, a layer of visible golden light rippled around him, enveloping his body like a saint descending to earth. This technique was originally a defensive art. But as Yifan channeled it, the golden light became more intense, wrapping itself around one of the pieces of undying bone, which then floated gently into his hands. Before long, the translucent bone began to melt like ice, turning into a pool of liquid in his palms, radiating powerful energy waves and a rich, intoxicating fragrance. Boom! The instant the undying bone fully melted, the immense energy fused with Yifan's own, erupting outward from his room in a powerful shockwave. The force of that energy and its awe-inspiring might stirred heaven and earth. The skies above Huadu darkened, winds roared, clouds swirled in a visible vortex above the Kong estate, and the very stars seemed to bow toward Yifan's chamber. Birds, beasts, butterflies, moths, all manner of creatures began to gather above the Kong estate as if drawn by some divine summons. 100 beasts paying homage? What is happening? In the southwest headquarters of the Martial Command Bureau, Deputy Director Han Mo stared out his office window in astonishment. His pupils dilated. 100 beasts bowing, celestial music resounding. These are signs of the human sovereign's return. After 1,000 years, could the human sovereign be born anew? After a moment's thought, Han Mo recalled reports from Cloud City. There too, not long ago, had been such a phenomenon, linked to a martial genius named Yi Fan. And now Yi Fan had come to Huadu, and once again such upheaval appeared above the Kong estate. Could Yi Fan be the chosen one of destiny? Report Yi Fan's movements in Huadu at once. Deputy Director, young Master Yi flattened the Yun family, then the Zhou family. Afterward, he was invited to the Kong estate by young Master Kong. He is resting there now. The subordinate, having finished reporting, looked out the window and realized the truth. Deputy Director, does that mean Yi Fan is the source of today's great energy surge? The human sovereign you spoke of, is Yi Fan? All information about today's events is top secret. Anyone who leaks anything, execute them without mercy. Understood? The rebirth of a human sovereign affected not just a nation's fate, but the rise and fall of all humanity. On the surface, the world seemed at peace. But beneath that peace, hidden forces stirred. The great empires withheld the truth from the public only to maintain order. Yes, sir. Han Mo paused briefly, then called the Director General. Old Zhang, there is something urgent. I need to return to the capital and report in person, or you bring the Heaven's secret device to Huadu. The sooner the better. At the Kong estate, the ninefold golden body technique in Yi Fan's body continued to circulate wildly, as the liquid from the melted undying bone fused more and more deeply with his essence. When the fusion was complete, the liquid was drawn fully into his body, spreading through his meridians and bones. Instantly, the celestial signs vanished. The vortex of clouds dispersed, the creatures fled, and peace returned as if nothing had happened. Only Yi Fan knew his body had been utterly transformed. His physique had ascended to a new realm. No longer merely mortal flesh, it now rivaled a divine body. His defenses, his healing, both far beyond ordinary comprehension. And he could sense it, his demon's heart had drawn power from the undying bone, and long-dormant forces within it were awakening, so too with his Qilin kidneys. But most critical of all, from the undying bone of the Kong family, Yi Fan had awakened a supreme ability: teleportation. Young Master Yi, are you alright? Outside the courtyard, Kong Fei had sensed something unusual and hurried over to ask. Tonight at midnight was the Assassin Alliance's deadline to wipe out the Kong family. No one in the Kong household had slept, and Kong Fei had staked everything on Yi Fan. Naturally, he could not afford for anything to happen to him. What could possibly happen to me? From within the room, Yi Fan answered calmly. At the same time, he focused his mind, activated the incantation for the teleportation ability, and in the blink of an eye, his body appeared outside the courtyard gate right behind Kong Fei. Yi Fan lightly patted Kong Fei on the back, startling him so badly that he jumped. What the fuck, young Master Yi, you? Weren't you just inside the room? How the hell did you suddenly appear behind me? You nearly scared me to death. As Kong Fei spoke, his voice was trembling. Yi Fan's sudden appearance had truly frightened him. While Kong Fei was shocked, his heart was filled with both confusion and delight. The stronger Yi Fan's power, the safer the Kong family would be tonight. Yi Fan did not answer Kong Fei's question but instead turned to look toward the main gate. Come on, they are here. And so is an old acquaintance of mine. The old acquaintance Yi Fan referred to was naturally Angel, the leader of the Assassin Alliance. Years ago, in Europa, things between Angel and Yi Fan had been intense and unforgettable. Yi Fan had disappeared for 3 years, one could imagine how much resentment Angel might hold. Kong Fei's expression changed instantly. He knew exactly who Yi Fan meant. The Assassin Alliance had arrived. At the main gate of the Kong family estate, 4 burly men and a blonde girl in a white dress stepped out of their vehicle. The leader, a man with a thick beard, grumbled, I really do not get what the Elders Council is thinking. It is just a minor Kong family. Why the hell send us top-ranked assassins for this? These 4 burly men looked simple and honest, but in action they were anything but. They were among the top 10 assassins in the entire alliance. A slightly leaner man next to him shot him a glare. Mike, enough out of you. You know perfectly well why the Elders Council sent us. Mike the bearded man sneered inwardly, but said nothing more. They all knew why they were really here. It was not just about the Kong family. This was part of the power struggle between the Elders Council and Angel. The council insisted Angel take action personally to stain her hands with blood. Because once Angel shed blood, she could never claim the Holy Grail that had been passed down for 1,000 years in the Alliance, nor could she seize supreme power. The elders would always control her. As for Mike and the others, John, Jason, their main mission was to ensure Angel acted, and to seize the Kong family's undying bone. The undying bone was too powerful. That was why the council had dispatched 4 top-ranked assassins. Angel listened coldly to their chatter, but inwardly she had decided she would not strike tonight. Boom! Mike strode up to the gate, raised his massive fist, and smashed the door to pieces. He stormed into the courtyard, roaring, "Kong Genrun! Hand over your family's treasure, and I will give you a dignified death." In the courtyard, the entire Kong family, led by Patriarch Kong Genrun, had gathered with weapons. Hearing Mike's shout, their faces filled with fury. But what could they do? Their strongest warriors had not even reached Grandmaster level. The 4 before them were all beyond Grandmaster. Under such overwhelming pressure, they could not even lift their arms to fight. Mike, Jason, and John entered the yard, their gazes sweeping over everyone and finally settling on Kong Genrun. "Hand it over now, and spare yourself some pain," Mike said. Kong Genrun already knew the treasure of his family had been exposed. It was indeed priceless, but the Kong family was too weak to protect it. That was why he had given it to his son Kong Fei to find a way. Now it all depended on whether Yi Fan could stand against these 4 masters. Kong Genrun's breath came in ragged gasps as the oppressive force drove him back against the wall. "Is this what you are after?" Suddenly, a powerful male voice rang out. Yi Fan stepped into the courtyard, raising the undying bone given by the Kong family. At the sound of his voice, Angel, who had been watching indifferently, trembled all over. She whipped her head toward him. "It is you. You are still alive? That heartless bastard, how many tears had he cost her these past 3 years? He lived, and yet he had never come to find her?" Yi Fan nodded. "I still have fertile fields to plow. How could I die so easily?" Mike scowled, glaring at Yi Fan. "Who the hell are you? Stay out of Kong family business. And hand that over now, or you will not even know how you died." Beside him, John snorted and swung his massive fist at a stone lion in the yard. Boom! The lion, over 3 meters tall, shattered into rubble. John's display of strength made Kong Fei uneasy. "Young Master Yi, can you handle this?" Although Kong Fei had witnessed Yi Fan's power before, these were 4 assassin grandmasters. If Yi Fan lost, the Kong family was doomed. Yi Fan simply smiled and did not answer. Instead, he walked slowly toward Angel. "Long time no see, my old lover." "Ha!" Gasp! Yi Fan's words instantly sent shockwaves through the crowd. The entire Kong family froze as if plunged into ice. The leader of the Assassin Alliance, Yi Fan's old lover? Had they invited a fox into the henhouse? The Kong family could not withstand even the Assassin Alliance. If Yi Fan was part of it, they had no hope at all. "Humph, you heartless bastard. You still remember me? I will forgive you if you kill these 4 within 5 minutes. Angel pointed at Mike and the others. Kong Fei and Kong Genrun stared in bewilderment. What the hell was going on now? Were they turning on each other? 5 minutes? You underestimate your man. 30 seconds will be more than enough. Yi Fan smiled faintly. When he turned to face Mike and the others again, a piercing gleam flashed through his eyes, making their bodies tremble involuntarily. That look was terrifying, like it pierced through to their souls, stabbing into their very thoughts. "Are you going to twist off your own heads, or do you want me to grind you into dust?" Yi Fan glanced at them indifferently. Though all 4 were Grandmaster-level experts, in Yi Fan's eyes, they were nothing but trash. Mike and the others were battle-hardened assassins. Though momentarily shaken by Yi Fan's gaze, they quickly recovered. Especially after scanning Yi Fan's aura and sensing that he seemed not even to have reached Grandmaster level, they felt reassured. "Humph, boy, arrogance comes at a price. A weakling like you, not even at Grandmaster level, dares act tough before us? Are you looking to die?" Mike sneered. "Get on your knees now and hand over the item. For the sake of your connection to our leader, we might spare your life." Beside him, John's expression was cold as he stared at Yi Fan. Since Yi Fan claimed to be Angel's old flame, tonight they could use this as leverage to force Angel's hand. "Mike, make sure you go easy on him. Do not kill him outright, I have other plans for him." Jason chuckled darkly. "So this is Angel's taste? What trash. If I had known, I could have satisfied her needs too, ha." His gaze toward Angel was full of lewd intent. Angel, with her golden hair and slender figure, was a renowned beauty not just within the Assassin Alliance, but across the martial world of Europa. She ranked high on global beauty lists. Countless men dreamed of betting Angel. Angel crossed her arms and watched like a spectator, lips curled in amusement. Yi Fan not even a grandmaster? What a joke. 3 years ago, he had already surpassed grandmaster. When the Northern Falling sect was attacked, Yi Fan's plight was known across the martial world. His core was shattered, heart and kidneys stolen, certain death. Yet here he was, alive, with a martial aura that even Angel, at grandmaster pinnacle, could not fully read. What did that mean? It meant Yi Fan had long surpassed his former peak. Perhaps even martial lords would not be his match now. Mike barked again, but Yi Fan did not kneel. Mike's aura surged as he lunged forward, dagger flashing toward Yi Fan's chest. Kong Fei, Kong Jianran, and the others held their breath, eyes fixed on Yi Fan. Yi Fan had shown overwhelming might before, slaying the Zhou patriarch in a single blow, but now he faced 4 grandmasters. How would he fare? As Mike's dagger close to within inches, Yi Fan stood still, making no move to dodge. Dodge, damn it! Kong Fei screamed inwardly. Standing there was suicide. Mike's lips curled in a victorious grin. But then Yi Fan moved. A violent wave of martial energy burst from his hand, forming an invisible barrier that blocked Mike's attack completely. The same force shackled Mike midair as if suspended by invisible chains. Only Mike knew the shock, terror, and disbelief he felt. Fuck! He realized none of his strikes worked, and his body was beyond his control. He could neither advance nor retreat. That crushing force bore down on him like a mountain, threatening to grind him to dust. John and Jason saw something was wrong at last. True Chi? Yi Fan has cultivated true Chi? Shit. He's at least at martial lord level. We've been duped. John cried out, rallying his comrades. All together, now. A martial lord's might was terrifying. If Yi Fan could strike freely, none of them would escape alive. An angel stood ready to finish them if they faltered. Boom! Before John could act, Mike's body exploded under Yi Fan's crushing power, dead on the spot. John and Jason froze mid-charge, unsure whether to advance. That brief hesitation was fatal. Yi Fan vanished, reappearing like a phantom before them. His fingers flicked at their throats. John, why does my neck feel cold? Mine too. Did I imagine it? Something flashed by, felt like an ant bite. The 3 remaining assassins paused, puzzled. They reached for their necks. Ah! Blood, so much blood. Jason cried first, staring at his crimson-covered hand. He touched his neck again and realized Yi Fan had sliced it clean through. John and the last assassin saw the same on themselves. Despair filled their eyes as they collapsed, life ebbing away. Dead. For grandmasters, slain in the blink of an eye. It had taken no more than 10 seconds. Kong Fei and Kong Jianran exchanged stunned looks, unable to believe it. Only when their guards checked pulses and confirmed the deaths did they gasp. Yi Fan's strength was terrifying. A martial lord might defeat 4 grandmasters, but to slay them simultaneously? That was no easy feat. Yi Fan brushed off his hands and approached Angel with a smile. Well, all done in 10 seconds. Though shocked, Angel pouted and said, "Oomph, just don't show off like that elsewhere." Her playful tone and graceful form were utterly captivating. In other places, 10 seconds? When Kong Fei and the others heard this, they froze for a few seconds before instantly understanding what Angel meant. Damn! So Angel and Yi Fan had a history, and it must have been a deep one, probably down to -20 centimeters already. Come on. Little girl, do not slander me. When have I ever lasted less than an hour? How about we test it out right now? Yi Fan said, pulling Angel into his arms and giving her a firm slap on the butt twice. Ah, the familiar feel, the familiar strength, just as she remembered. Angel could not help but let out a shy cry. Though Angel was foreign and more open than local girls, after all, there were so many people present. She quickly realized where she was, struggled out of Yi Fan's embrace, and glanced at the Kong family members around. They are all your friends? That one sentence made Kong Fei and the others' hearts leap into their throats. This was the leader of the Assassin Alliance. Yi Fan might not fear her, but even if the entire Kong family combined forces, they could not match a single finger of hers. Yes. I will protect the Kong family. You can call off the Assassin Alliance's kill order. Yi Fan spoke lightly, but Kong Jianran was so moved he was on the verge of tears. Yi Fan's simple words meant a guarantee of safety for the Kong family in the future. An Assassin Alliance kill order was practically a death sentence. Angel nodded. Actually, I was against the mission to assassinate the Kong family. It was the Elder Council that forced it through. Now that you have taken care of their 4 elite warriors, the Elder Council is severely weakened. Master and I should be able to take control of the Assassin Alliance completely. After a pause, Angel added, you should call Master sometime. She often lies awake at night thinking of you. What? Angel's words left Kong Fei and the others so shocked their eyes almost popped out. What the hell? Yi Fan had even taken down Angel's master? How ferocious was this man? Yi Fan coughed to mask his embarrassment. We can talk about that later. How about we find somewhere to catch up in private? After 3 years apart, Yi Fan truly missed this little vixen. Seeing the look in his eyes, Angel knew exactly what he was thinking. Darling, it is that time of the month, she said apologetically, hugging him and planting a kiss on his lips. Now that I know you are alive, I can come find you anytime. And when I do, I will cling to you so tightly you will not be able to get out of bed. Humph. As she wriggled in his arms, her fragrance enveloped him. Yi Fan was speechless, she was definitely doing it on purpose. All right. You have helped me eliminate the Elder Council's 4 elite fighters. The Assassin Alliance is sure to go through major upheaval. I need to go back now. Angel stepped out of his embrace, her expression serious. And darling, if you need anything, call me. I will do whatever it takes to help. 3 years ago, Yi Fan and the Northern Falling Sect were attacked together. Now that Yi Fan had regained his strength, he would not let those enemies go unpunished. Good, Sha-chan, you see? Yi Fan really is very desirable. If you hesitate, someone will snatch him away. After Angel left, in the garden behind the Kong residence, Su-yun and Su-chan looked in the direction she had gone, their feelings complicated. They had seen the intimacy between Yi Fan and Angel clearly. Of course, Su-chan had long known about Angel. Yi Fan had not only been involved with Angel but also with the Crown Princess of Japan, a princess of Britain. Wherever Yi Fan went, he captivated women. Sigh. Sister Yun, of course I know that. It is just 3 years have passed, and so much has changed. Besides, even though the obstacles in the southwest are cleared and I have regained my industries here, in the capital, Suha still controls the Su family, and Grandpa is still in his hands. How can I think about anything else? She paused, then looked at Su Yun earnestly. Sister Yun, when I am not around, you have to watch him for me. Do not let him cheat on me, humph. Yi Fan was too handsome even if he had no intention, other women would throw themselves at him. Ah! Su Yun panicked at the thought of that night when Yi Fan had nearly gone all the way with her. Watching him? She might end up getting involved herself. Alright. What the Kong family thought would be their doom ended up resolved easily by Yi Fan in just a few moves. The entire family was elated. Kong Fei and Kong Genrun were nearly ready to kneel. Yi Xiao, thank you so much today. Without you, our Kong family would have been doomed. Yes, Yi Xiao, thank you sincerely. If I were a woman, I would offer myself to you. Kong Fei joked, more certain than ever of his wise decision not to help Yun Fei Young and instead offer the undying bone to Yi Fan, buying this favor. No need to thank me. Your family has paid its price. At least you will not be enemies of mine in the future. The next morning, Yi Fan was woken by a call from Chiu Wan. Yi Xiao, I have handled the Zhou family's assets, but there is something odd. It looks like someone is secretly attacking Yi Group's stock, trying to seize control. What should we do? Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. So Lin family really could not hold back. Was this their first move, attacking Yi Group financially? Do not worry, Wanjia. I will handle it. You focus on your work. Just as he hung up, his phone rang again. It was Russell, head of Europe's top financial consortium. Emperor, that bastard Lafitte is helping the Lin family attack your stocks. When do we begin? Russell sounded not the least bit afraid, instead, he was eager. In global finance, 2 stock gods reigned, Lafitte from the US and Russell from Europe. They had long vied for number 1. Russell had lost to Lafitte a few times, but this was his chance. Humph. Lafitte? Does he not know whose family he is targeting? I will call and make him explain himself. No, Emperor. Russell interrupted. Let me have this chance. I have been itching for a fair fight. I have already mobilized 3 trillion in funds, we will not lose. So be it? Alright then. Yi Fan nodded, which counted as agreeing to Ross ELD's request. At that very moment, in the Lin family estate, the obese Lafitte could not help but sneeze. Lin Hua, standing respectfully beside him, quickly said, Mr. Lafitte, are you unaccustomed to the climate here? Have you caught a cold? Shall I call your private doctor for you? Lafitte was the genius trader whom Lin Hua had spared no expense to bring over from the beautiful country, using all of the Lin family's connections. The goal was to achieve a decisive victory and completely crush the Yi Group. No need. I suppose I am merely being thought of by some old acquaintances. A mysterious smile appeared on Lafitte's face, while in his heart he silently said, Emperor, rest assured, in this operation, I will definitely deliver a satisfactory gift to you. Master Lin, for this operation, how much capital have you prepared? Although Lafite had already begun minor maneuvers, once the real operation started, it would undoubtedly burn through enormous sums of money. Around 500 billion. Not enough. To take down the Yi group, at least 800 billion is required. Find a way to raise another 300 billion, or else I cannot guarantee victory. Lafite flatly rejected the proposal without hesitation. Lin Hua nodded. Alright. The Lin family still has a few avenues to raise funds. 300 billion should be achievable. In truth, 500 billion in cash was already the Lin group's limit. But as long as it was to deal with Yi Fan, even if it meant leveraging connections to raise another 300 billion, Lin Hua was naturally willing. From his father-in-law's side, 300 billion could still be borrowed. However, once this 300 billion was thrown into the fray, this operation would stake not only the Lin family but also his father-in-law's entire clan. If they failed, the Lin family would likely have no chance of recovery. The Yi family and the Lin family were on the brink of war. After leaving the Kong family, Yi Fan called over Zhao Linglong and Wang Fugui, intending to rush back to Yuncheng. The vehicle left the urban area of Huadu. Just as they were about to enter the highway, Yi Fan suddenly saw a familiar figure in an alley being beaten unconscious by several burly men and shoved into a van. Hua Shuiyan? Yi Fan recognized this young woman. She was the captain of the Yuncheng uniformed personnel. Was she not working in Yuncheng? How did she suddenly appear in Huadu? Stop the car, I am going to save someone. Since he had seen it, Yi Fan naturally could not ignore it. After all, Hua Simio had already become Yi Fan's apprentice. That made Hua Shuiyan the granddaughter of Yi Fan's apprentice. Besides, Hua Shuiyan had also provided some help when Yi Fan was dealing with the Yi group. In the alley, after the burly men stuffed Hua Shuiyan into the van, they started the vehicle, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a figure blocked the path of the van. It was none other than Yi Fan. Idiot, are you crazy? Do you want to die? Get out of the way or I will floor the accelerator and run you over. The driver stuck his head out and shouted at Yi Fan. A cold glint appeared on Yi Fan's face as he shouted at the burly men, "Let the person in the car go, and I will spare your lives." Ha! Yi Fan's words stunned the 4 or 5 burly men in the vehicle. Boss, is this guy an accomplice of that woman? What should we do? They had been focused on capturing Hua Shuiyan and had not considered that she might have an accomplice. In the vehicle, a scar-faced man's expression darkened. Do not bother with him, just run him over. Got it. The driver responded, slammed down on the gas pedal, and the engine roared as the van shot towards Yi Fan. Die. The van had barely accelerated 3 meters when Yi Fan moved, not to dodge, but to charge directly at the van. In an instant, he swung his fist at the front of the van. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The van immediately stopped in place. The front end was blown apart, leaving a huge hole, and thick smoke began pouring out. A speeding van had been stopped by Yi Fan's punch. Everyone in the van was caught off guard. Their heads slammed into the seatbacks and the steering wheel, splitting their heads and spilling blood. They ignored their own injuries, staring in utter disbelief at Yi Fan, who stood in front of the van with his hands behind his back. Was this even human? One punch had stopped a vehicle. Yi Fan was definitely a martial arts master, and one beyond the grandmaster level. But in Huadu, grandmasters were all notable figures. No one had ever heard of one this young. Kid, this is 7th master's business. You had better stay out of it, or else. The driver stumbled out of the vehicle, still trying to act tough before Yi Fan. But Yi Fan was not interested in wasting words. To him, it did not matter who the so-called 7th master or 8th master was. Anyone who dared defy his will would be eliminated. Smack! Yi Fan casually slapped him, sending the driver flying 7 or 8 meters. The man convulsed on the ground twice before passing out. Do not move. As Yi Fan turned around, the remaining 4 burly men inside the vehicle pointed Desert Eagle pistols at him, their voices cold. Kid, no one has ever dared interfere with 7th master's business. Now, kneel down and call us grandfathers 3 times, and we will spare your dog life. Damn it, did you not hear? Kneel down. A thinner thug took 2 steps forward and swung the butt of his gun at Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan frowned, dodged his head, allowed the gun but to strike his shoulder, and then coldly stared at the man. It seems you really have no idea how close to death you are. Initially, Yi Fan had not planned to bother with this trash, intending only to knock them out and hand them over to Hua Shuiyan. But now this bunch dared to act so arrogantly before him, even striking him with a gun butt? How could Yi Fan tolerate this? Ha! Idiot, you are a death's door and still boasting? Damn it, even if you had the greatest skills, what of it? Could your martial arts be faster than a bullet? Come on then, try me. The thug who had swung the gun but provocatively aimed his gun at Yi Fan's head. But as he moved, Yi Fan struck. His inner energy exploded from his hand, grabbing the thug's pistol and crushing it on the spot. The steel gun instantly turned to fragments, which fell from Yi Fan's fingertips like scraps. His inner energy kept surging, shattering the thug's arm, then his shoulder, his ribs, and finally his internal organs. Splurt! Before the thug even realized what had happened, he felt as if his body had been hollowed out. Blood gushed from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, his body shriveling like a skin sack, twitching feebly. You, how did you? This fool died without ever knowing how Yi Fan had done it faster than a bullet. Before he could react, he was on his way to meet the king of hell. Fuck! Brothers, open fire, kill him. Their comrade had been killed so easily, and in such a strange and terrifying manner. The remaining 3 burly men, under the command of their leader, quickly pulled the triggers, intent on shooting Yi Fan dead. Whoosh! Their movements were quick, but Yi Fan had already activated his teleportation ability. The instant they fired, Yi Fan had already teleported behind them. Bang! Bang! With 2 light punches, Yi Fan easily knocked down 2 of the burly men, leaving only their leader standing there in shock, staring at Yi Fan with a dumbfounded expression. Splurt! The burly leader immediately fell to his knees before Yi Fan. Master, please spare me. We were blind and failed to recognize a true master. Please forgive us. From the situation just now, the burly leader could tell that Yi Fan's strength was simply monstrous. They could neither defeat Yi Fan nor kill him. Now, if he wanted to survive, the only option was to beg for mercy. Boom! Without any hesitation, Yi Fan smashed his fist down on the burly man's shoulder. The powerful internal energy sent half of the man's body crashing half a foot into the cement ground. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones shattering rang out clearly from the scar-faced man's body. Blood began seeping from all 7 orifices of his face, and his body trembled violently. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead from the pain, but he did not dare utter a single sound. Please forgive me, master. Yi Fan's lips twitched slightly. His punch had already severed the man's lifeline. The only reason he had left him alive was to have him lead the way. Take me to see 7th Master. Ah, all right. A flash of doubt appeared in the scar-faced man's eyes, followed by a hint of secret joy. How brainless could this fool be? When others heard the name of 7th Master, they wished only to flee as far as possible. Yet this man actually wanted to deliver himself right to 7th Master's door. Yi Fan cast a faint glance at the scar-faced man, got into the vehicle, and carried Hua Shuiyan down from it. A wave of internal energy flowed through Hua Shuiyan's body, and she instantly regained consciousness. You bastards, let me go. I will shoot you all dead. The first thing Hua Shuiyan did upon awakening was to reach toward her waist, intending to draw her gun on Yi Fan. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly, and he quickly pressed down on Hua Shuiyan. Do not move. It is me. Ha? It is you? Only now did Hua Shuiyan see clearly that it was Yi Fan in front of her. Turning to look at the burly men lying on the ground, a trace of joy appeared in her eyes. But when Hua Shuiyan saw the scar-faced man, she instantly jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Damn bastards! Not only do you commit crimes yourselves, but you even collude with those dogs from the east to run wild in our great Xia. You deserve to be executed 100 times over. Ha! Hearing Hua Shuiyan's words, Yi Fan frowned. They are colluding with the Japanese to act recklessly in Xia? What exactly is going on? Yi Fan had never had a good impression of the Japanese since childhood. Back then, those Japanese dogs slaughtered millions of people in Xia and plundered countless resources. After being crushed, they had behaved for many years, but in recent years, their martial artists had begun to secretly infiltrate Xia, seemingly plotting something, and their activities were growing more frequent. Humph. These damned bastards have recently been abducting children in Xia and secretly transporting them to Japan. It is said they are conducting some kind of experiments. I had just discovered this lead when they knocked me out. Furious, Hua Shuiyan could not resist stepping forward and kicking the scar-faced man between the legs. Boom! Upon hearing that these scum were abducting children for experiments, Yi Fan's entire being radiated murderous intent. A century ago, that tiny garbage nation of Japan had run wild within Xia's borders. Now, when Xia was at the height of its power, these vermin dared to act up again? And worse, the scar-faced man and the 7th Master behind him were helping them harm Xia's citizens. Truly despicable. You deserve to die. Yi Fan kicked the scar-faced man, his internal energy surging through the man's meridians and blood vessels, causing him to roll on the ground in agony. Master, please spare me. I was just following orders. It was not my idea. After venting his fury, Yi Fan waved to Wang Fugue outside the alley and explained the situation. Go to the place where 7th Master is located. According to Hua Shuiyan, 7th Master wielded great power in the provincial capital, with connections to many high-ranking officials. His influence surpassed even the 4 great clans. Hua Shuiyan had to sneak around just to investigate him. Since Yi Fan had now encountered such scum, he would naturally not let them off. In a private room at the Longnon Club in Huadu, 7th Master, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, sat opposite a middle-aged man with a mustache. Mr. Murano, try this year's new tea and see how it tastes. The mustached man was Murano Koji, vice president of the Black Robe Society of Japan. All operations in the southern province were under his charge. Murano lifted the teacup, took a sip, and spoke with some concern. 7th Master, I heard that the Xia police have been investigating you recently, especially a female officer named Hua Shuiyan in the southwest. They say she has already tracked you down. Is there going to be a problem? 7th Master smiled calmly. There will be no problem at all. If nothing unexpected happens, that woman Hua Shuiyan will soon be brought here. I hear she is quite the beauty. If Mr. Murano is interested, before we dispose of her, I can send her to warm your bed. Ah, really? That would be wonderful. I am truly looking forward to it. Come, 7th Master, let us drink to our successful cooperation. If this shipment reaches Japan smoothly, our president will surely reward you handsomely. As the 2 men laughed wickedly and raised their glasses in celebration, chaos suddenly erupted in the lobby on the 1st floor of the Longdong Club. Boom! With a thunderous crash, a blue BMW smashed through the glass doors and burst into the lobby. Yi Fan, Wang Fugue, and Zhao Linglong stepped out of the car. Yi Fan swept a cold gaze over the crowd and said, "Tell 7th Master to get out here." On the way, Yi Fan and Hua Shuiyan had explained to Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong what 7th Master had done. Both were now filled with rage. How dare you cause trouble at Longdong? Do you know whose territory this is? In the lobby, a group of 7th Master's subordinates, unaware of death staring them in the face, stepped forward to attack Yi Fan and his companions. It was the perfect chance for the furious Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong to unleash their wrath. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them, like human bulldozers, in an instant knocked down dozens of bodyguards on the 1st floor, leaving none but the gravely injured. Human traffickers, especially those who abducted children, were the most despicable and heinous of criminals. Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong showed no mercy. On the 2nd floor, as 7th Master prepared to celebrate, his expression darkened upon seeing the situation downstairs. Particularly when he saw that Hua Shuiyan had come along, he angrily smashed his wineglass on the table. What are you all doing? A bunch of useless fools. As he spoke, 7th Master pulled out his phone and quickly dialed. Director Zhang, there is trouble at Longdong. Get here immediately. The sooner the better. Today, Longdong was in serious trouble. If not handled properly, this place was doomed. Especially since there was still a group of children locked up in the basement. That absolutely could not be exposed. Mr. Murano, it seems I will need to borrow the expert you brought with you this time. 7th Master was himself a martial artist. From Yi Fan, Zhao Linglong, and the others, he had sensed the fluctuations of martial energy. Although 7th Master had martial arts experts under his command, he did not wish to expose his own strength so readily. Of course. Right now, we are like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. I too hope you can resolve this matter as quickly as possible. Murano paused for a moment, then continued, 7th Master, shall we go down together and take a look? 7th Master nodded. Very well. I want to see who dares cause trouble on my territory in Huadu. 7th Master's power had expanded rapidly of late, and his mindset had grown increasingly arrogant. He no longer regarded anyone with respect. He had long wanted to move against the 4 great clans to assert his dominance. And now, someone had actually dared to smash through the gates of Longdong Club. Everyone in Huadu knew that Longdong Club was the face of 7th Master's power in the city. If this incident was not handled properly, 7th Master's prestige in Huadu would be completely ruined. Murano gave a signal, and soon a middle-aged man in a long robe approached him, a sword on his back. Mr. Murano. Hi! It was the typical posture of those Japanese dogs, bowing low, almost to the point of sticking his head between his legs. Murano nodded and said flatly, Muto, there are several Xia martial artists causing trouble downstairs. When the time comes, I will need you to act and intimidate them. Murano lifted his head with a hint of pride. Muto was one of his prized fighters, whose strength had already reached the level of Grandmaster. The reason Murano had brought out his expert this time was to show off his power before 7th Master, to let him know that the Black Robe Society of Japan was not to be underestimated. 7th Master, Murano, and a group of martial experts swiftly descended the stairs together. What are you causing trouble for? Do you not know what kind of place Longdong Club is? Making trouble here, you are showing no respect for me, 7th Master. Besides 7th Master, a man wearing glasses with a middle-parted hairstyle shouted at Yi Fan and his companions in a thick Sichuan accent. Today, if you do not give me an explanation, no one will be leaving here. This man, holding a cup of milk tea and looking thoroughly arrogant with 2 large buck teeth, was said to be 7th Master's adopted son, named Chen Guofu. I am Hua Shuiyan, captain of the Sky Patrol Division in Yunqing, under orders to investigate a human trafficking case. I hope you will cooperate with the investigation. Hua Shuiyan stepped forward, showing her credentials, and rebuked Chen Guofu and 7th Master without arrogance or servility. The scene fell silent. Everyone looked at Hua Shuiyan as if they were seeing a rare creature. In all the years Longdong Club had been operating, no one had ever dared to investigate it. And now, a mere captain from Yunqing's Sky Patrol Division dared come and investigate Longdong Club? Did she have a death wish? Did she not know that some people in some places were untouchable? All eyes turned to Chen Guofu and 7th Master. As Hua Shuiyan presented her credentials, the muscles on Chen Guofu's face twitched twice. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes, and he raised his hand, ready to order the bodyguards to act. Chen Guofu was too inexperienced. The best solution he could think of was to silence Hua Shuiyan before she could speak further. After all, when Hua Shuiyan had first tracked clues to Longdong Club, it was under 7th Master's orders that his men tried to capture her. Just as Chen Guofu was about to speak, 7th Master reached out and stopped him. The situation had changed, and they could no longer deal with Hua Shuiyan as they had before. Officer, since you are a captain in Yunqing, it seems that Huadu is not within your jurisdiction, is it? And you want us to cooperate with your investigation? Do you have a search warrant? Or any official documents or approvals? 7th Master looked calmly at Hua Shuiyan. His face was composed, but in his mind, he had torn her to pieces countless times. 7th Master had naturally had Hua Shuiyan investigated. She was the granddaughter of Hua Xiniao, the medicine king of the Southwest. Although Hua Xiniao was just a doctor, his connections in the Southwest and throughout Xia were astonishing. That was why, when Hua Shuiyan had investigated Longdong Club, 7th Master had hesitated to act. Only when she got too close to the truth did he have no choice but to make a move. He had not expected Yi Fan to stumble upon it. Hua Shuiyan was momentarily speechless. In terms of procedures, she indeed had no authority to investigate in Huadu. Even if she wanted to, she would need the approval of the local Sky Patrol Division. But in such a serious and urgent case of human trafficking, how could she wait for official approval? If she waited for all the paperwork, Longdong Club would have already moved the trafficked victims. By then, even if they tore the place apart, it would be meaningless. Since you have no official paperwork, then please leave. Also, you have damaged the entrance of our club. You will need to pay for all losses at full price. I will be reporting this to your superiors. 7th Master sneered. A little girl, trying to play games with me? Seeing the arrogant look on 7th Master's face infuriated Yi Fan, and even more so Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui glanced at Yi Fan. Receiving Yi Fan's permission, Wang Fugui pushed off the ground with his ankle and lunged forward, slapping 7th Master hard across the face. Pay? Pay your fucking ass, scum. Smack! A crisp, dull sound echoed. 7th Master took a solid slap to the face. His vision swam with stars, and he staggered. A clear imprint of 5 fingers quickly swelled up on his face. Hiss! Everyone present involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. 7th Master had been hit? The man who ruled Huadu had been slapped? 7th Master's power was such that even the governor of the southern province would treat him with courtesy. And yet this group dared slap him in the face? Were they courting death? Outrageous! Seize them all! Chen Guofu, shocked, shouted at the bodyguards, intending to have them act. But 7th Master, enduring the burning pain on his face, stopped Chen Guofu again. Shut up! Can you not use your brain for once? 7th Master had already contacted Zhang Yang, the chief director of the Sky Patrol headquarters of the southern province. If Zhang Yang could handle this, Longdong Club would not need to act directly and leave behind evidence. Zhang Yang was the superior of Hua Shuiyan's superior. To crush Hua Shuiyan would be effortless. After stripping her of her position, they could eliminate her and her companions in secret. But, 7th Master, they... Before Chen Guofu could finish, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the entrance. A group of uniformed personnel rushed in, led by a fat middle-aged man. Director Zhang has arrived. What is going on here? Who is causing trouble? You even injured so many people? The man in front was none other than Zhang Yang, chief director of the southern province's Sky Patrol headquarters. But from the moment he spoke, Yi Fan could tell this director Zhang was corrupt. It was them. Not only did they drive their car into and destroy our main entrance, but they also injured so many of our people. Director Zhang, quickly, arrest them all. When Chen Guofu saw Zhang Yang arrive, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he hurriedly called out to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang cast a calm glance at Chen Guofu and said, Mr. Chen, we have our procedures for handling cases. If they truly committed a crime, of course we will not let them go unpunished. Clearly, Zhang Yang was somewhat displeased with Chen Guofu. Zhang Yang could submit to 7th Master, but he did not acknowledge Chen Guofu. A mere dog at 7th Master's side wanted to command him? Zhang Yang was, after all, the director of the provincial headquarters. He would not allow himself to be directed by Chen Guofu. Having said this, Zhang Yang turned to look at Ji Fan and the others. Were you the ones who beat these people? It was us. Wang Fugue was the first to admit it. And they deserved it. And was it you who broke down the entrance? Yes. Since Yi Fan remained silent, Wang Fugue continued to speak up and take responsibility. Yi Fan watched Zhang Yang with a calm expression. He wanted to see just what tricks Zhang Yang would try to play. This is lawlessness. I now declare that you forcibly entered private property, damaged goods, and intentionally injured others. The circumstances are extremely egregious. Men, arrest them at once for investigation. If they dare resist, and warnings fail, you may shoot them on the spot. Click, click. As Zhang Yang gave the order, the officers who had come with him all drew their firearms, loaded them, and aimed their barrels directly at Yi Fan, Wang Fugue, and the others. Seeing this, 7th Master and Murano exchanged glances and smiled with satisfaction. Murano could not help but marvel inwardly. 7th Master's reach in Xia was truly remarkable. He could even mobilize the provincial director of the Sky Patrol. That kind of power was terrifying. Director Zhang, is this how you handle cases? Why do you not ask why we hit them? Longdong Club is involved in human trafficking, and you just turn a blind eye and refuse to investigate? Zhao Linglong could no longer hold back and complained angrily at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang sneered. Humph, do you have evidence? If not, do not slander others at will. Whether Longdong Club has done anything wrong, I will investigate slowly in due course. For now, we will deal with you first. What are you waiting for? Move in. As Zhang Yang barked his order, he secretly exchanged a glance with 7th Master. It was clear that Longdong Club had been exposed. Zhang Yang's meaning was plain. He was urging 7th Master to hurry up and move the children being held. Only then could Zhang Yang put on a proper show of investigation. Otherwise, if they really got caught in the act, if the children were truly found in Longdong, then neither 7th Master nor Zhang Yang would be able to escape accountability. Wait! Just as Zhang Yang's men were about to act, Hua Shuiyan stepped forward, holding her credentials up in front of them. Look carefully. I am also with the Sky Patrol. I am here under orders to investigate. The way you act without distinguishing right from wrong, colluding together, I have serious reason to suspect you are in league with these criminals. Ha! Hua Shuiyan's words startled Zhang Yang, who turned to glance at 7th Master. 7th Master had not said a word about there being a Sky Patrol officer present when he called. If there was a Sky Patrol officer here, the situation was much more troublesome. Zhang Yang could trust his own loyal subordinates not to leak anything, but if it was not one of his own, he could not guarantee silence. Zhang Yang frowned, took Hua Shuiyan's credentials, and after seeing that she was merely a captain from Yunqing, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Nonsense! You, a mere captain from Yunqing, came to Huadu for what? Is this your jurisdiction? I hereby inform you that you are suspended from duty effective immediately. As he spoke, Zhang Yang pulled out his phone and dialed the chief of the Yunqing branch. Sun Hon, how do you manage your people? One of yours, Hua Shuiyan, came to Huadu to investigate a case. What, do you think I am not managing this province well enough? Or do you not want your job anymore? Have her withdraw at once, or I will see you removed on the spot. Before Zhang Yang even finished the call, Hua Shuiyan's phone rang. As expected, it was Sun Hong, the chief of the Yunqing branch. Shuiyan, I told you before, that case is not something you can handle. Come back at once. If you keep causing trouble, I will not be able to protect you. Sun Hong was not a bad man, but as someone within the system, he knew how tangled these relationships were. The Longdong Club's backers in the provincial capital, with 7th Master involved in child abduction cases, it was not that Sun Hong did not want to investigate, but that he simply could not. But, Chief, say no more. As of now, I am verbally notifying you that you are suspended from duty for 1 month. Hearing the dial tone after the call ended, Hua Shuiyan's brows furrowed tightly. Damn it! Are we supposed to let these bastards go free? She knew full well that 7th Master and Longgong Club were the real culprits, but she could not arrest them. Even the Sky Patrol in Huadu stood on 7th Master's side. A wave of powerlessness swept over Hua Shuayan. Yi Fan's lips curved slightly. He knew it was time for him to step in. Director Zhang, do you truly intend to collude with these scum? I will give you one last chance, order the arrest of 7th Master and his people right now, and I will spare your life. Yi Fan's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. Every gaze turned to Yi Fan. The moment 7th Master saw Yi Fan's face, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Where had he seen this young man before? And it seemed he was not someone to be trifled with. But who exactly was he? For the moment, 7th Master could not recall. Outrageous! Who do you think you are to speak to me this way? Are there no laws left? Arrest him at once. Zhang Yang was infuriated by Yi Fan's challenge. Here, Zhang Yang was the highest-ranking official. To have some nobody challenge him was deeply offensive. Two of Zhang Yang's men darted forward, intending to cuff Yi Fan. Humph! Yi Fan snorted coldly. With two casual punches, he sent Zhang Yang's men flying and said calmly, Zhang Yang, I gave you your chance. If you are useless, do not blame me for being merciless. I guarantee that from this moment, you will not walk out of here unharmed. Just you? Zhang Yang was not surprised that his men were sent flying. Nor did he take Yi Fan's threats seriously. This was 7th Master's territory. With so many loyal men on his side, what could Yi Fan possibly do? Young Master Yi is the sole legitimate heir of the Yi family, the #1 family in Xia, the sole successor of the Tianlong army, the sole young master of the Northfall sect. Tell me, is young Master Yi qualified? Before Yi Fan could speak, Wang Fugui stepped forward, standing at Yi Fan's side, and coldly declared his identity. And with the full support of my Wang family, I refuse to believe we cannot take you down today. Yes. And with the support of my Zhao family of the southwest, you scum must die. Hiss. As Wang Fugui finished his introduction, everyone present could not help but draw a sharp breath. 7th Master finally remembered. It is him? My God. Yesterday, in a fit of rage, Yi Fan had wiped out both the Yun family and the Zhou family. His high-profile actions were meant as a warning to others. As the overlord of Huadu, 7th Master had naturally heard the news. Never had he imagined that Yi Fan would come looking for him. And now Zhang Yang was also stunned. The eldest son of the Yi family? The first family in Xia? Though the Yi family had suffered an attack 3 years ago, with Yi Fan's return, it had begun to rise again. He had just offended such a powerful figure? Zhang Yang could not help but turn to 7th Master, seeking guidance on what to do next. 7th Master's mind raced. Yi Fan had indeed recently displayed considerable strength. It was said that the Zhou family's patriarch and steward had both died at Yi Fan's hands. But 7th Master also knew that dealing with the Yi family's power was no simple matter. On the surface, there were the Zhou family, the Lin family, even the royal family, and behind them, even more mysterious forces. According to reliable information 7th Master had received, the Lin family had already gone to full-scale war with the Yi family. 3 years ago, the Yi family had nearly been wiped out. This time, could they escape destruction again? Most crucially, the secrets behind Longgong Club absolutely could not be exposed. If they came to light, it would not only ruin 7th Master, but his boss behind the scenes would inevitably be implicated. When that happened, 7th Master would find life worse than death. Therefore, Yi Fan must die. Having thought through all the stakes, 7th Master gave Zhang Yang a look and made a throat-slitting gesture. Seeing this signal, Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned. Was 7th Master really being this ruthless? Was he planning to have Yi Fan killed on the spot? But then, thinking of the forces backing 7th Master, perhaps they really could match the Yi family. I do not care who you are. Today I am enforcing the law impartially. Anyone who dares to interfere will be killed without mercy. As Zhang Yang spoke, he loaded his pistol, aimed it at Yi Fan, and prepared to act personally. Yi Fan, are you going to resist arrest? As long as Yi Fan resisted, Zhang Yang would have a reason to shoot. But Zhang Yang was just an ordinary man who knew a bit of martial arts. He had no idea how terrifying true martial experts were. A warrior above the martial venerable level was already faster than a bullet. On the battlefield, they could sense a bullet's path and evade it entirely. How could Zhang Yang's pistol threaten Yi Fan? Yi Fan laughed softly. Ha, are we comparing power and status now? Very well. I want to see, in Xia, whose power is greater than my Yi family's. Only then did the crowd remember, although the Yi family had declined, it was still one of the 6 great clans of Xia. Whether in the military or the court, it still had the power to influence the entire nation's affairs. Who dares lay a finger on young Master Yi? Let anyone who tries give it a try. As Yi Fan's voice fell, a middle-aged man with glasses, flanked by two secretaries, walked in through the door. Though he looked scholarly and gentle, his presence carried the natural authority of a ruler. Governor Pine Yu, why are you here? Zhang Yang instinctively lowered his pistol, his eyes flashing with fear and astonishment. It was none other than Peng Yu, governor of the southern province and a loyal supporter of the Yi family's faction. Having learned that Yi Fan had come to Huadu the previous day, Peng Yu had hoped to meet the young master. But since Yi Fan had no time then, they had not met. Today, when Yi Fan planned to move against 7th Master, he had called Peng Yu, intending to let him share in the credit. Why should I not come? I received word that Longdong is involved in human trafficking. I now order you to seal off Longdong Club and thoroughly investigate the trafficking case. Do you have a problem with that? Peng Yu exchanged a glance with Yi Fan and delivered a clear warning to Zhang Yang. Just moments ago, Zhang Yang had claimed he would investigate Longdong later. Now, with Peng Yu present, a direct order had been given. Zhang Yang was instantly deflated. He knew full well what went on in Longdong Club. Peng Yu's sudden appearance, standing with Yi Fan, caught 7th Master off guard. If Peng Yu had not come, 7th Master might have gone all in, using his and Murano's forces to kill Yi Fan and Hua Shuiyan on the spot. But now Peng Yu was here, the governor of the southern province, a regional overlord of Xia. If he killed Peng Yu too, there would be no explaining it to Xia. Neither 7th Master nor those behind him dared to challenge the entire nation. Yet now, if he did nothing, he was finished. Governor Peng, let us not be hasty. Could there be a misunderstanding between us? 7th Master immediately forced a smile and stepped forward, hoping to smooth things over. Let us treat this as a misunderstanding today. We will pretend nothing happened. I truly did not recognize young Master Yi at first. This was 7th Master's way of admitting defeat. With Peng Yu involved, neither Zhang Yang nor 7th Master dared move against Yi Fan now. 7th Master just hoped Peng Yu would give a little ground so the matter could be quietly resolved. Get lost. Peng Yu's stance was firm. Whatever attitude his young master took, so would he. Lu Qi, are we close? I have tolerated you long enough. Today, with me here, let us see what tricks you can still play. Peng Yu gave 7th Master no face at all. His meaning was clear, the investigation of Longdong would proceed. 7th Master's face darkened. Peng Yu, do you really want to break with me? Peng Yu did not reply but turned to Zhang Yang. What are you waiting for? Are you an official of Xia, or Lu Qi's lackey? Do you believe I will not strip you of your position right now? Zhang Yang looked pained, at a loss for what to do. He was just a lowly director, caught in the middle. Seeing the situation, even Zhang Yang's men began to waver. Sensing the shift in momentum, they started to move against Longdong for real. Let me see who dares. 7th Master suddenly barked. His face darkened further as he ordered, seal all exits. Spread the word, Yi Fan assaulted the governor here, and Governor Peng was gravely injured and died from his wounds. Yi Fan was ultimately killed by us. Understand? 7th Master's command left the room in stunned silence. Especially Zhang Yang, his view of 7th Master changed entirely. The meaning was crystal clear, he planned to kill Peng Yu and Yi Fan both. It was ruthless. It was madness. To murder a national official of Xia, no one dared bear that guilt. 7th Master understood this well. But with a silver pistol already cocked behind his back, he knew no one else had the courage, so he would act himself. Lu Qi, what are you doing? Under the bright sky, do you intend to rebel? Peng Yu's pupils dilated as he realized what was happening. His mouth fell open in shock. A provincial governor could not even deter Lu Qi? This Lu Qi was truly brazen. What am I doing? Peng Yu, since you refuse a toast and insist on drinking a forfeit, do not blame me. A ruthless glint flashed in 7th Master's eyes. He raised the gun and pulled the trigger at Peng Yu. Yi Fan attempted to assassinate Governor Peng. Protect the governor. 7th Master had not climbed to his current position through brute force alone. He had a brain. Having made his decision, 7th Master did not hesitate for even a moment. He acted immediately, intending to kill Peng Yu on the spot and then slowly deal with Yi Fan and the others. In the end, as long as everyone was dead, all blame could be pinned entirely on Yi Fan and his companions. Just as 7th Master had shouted, they could claim that Peng Yu had been killed by Yi Fan, and that 7th Master, Zhang Yang, and the others were the heroes who had tried to save him, ultimately killing Yi Fan as well. With Yi Fan and Peng Yu both dead, no one would be able to challenge their version of the events. 7th Master's plan was meticulous, but what he underestimated was Yi Fan's strength. The instant 7th Master pulled the trigger, Yi Fan moved. He grabbed Peng Yu and, in a flash, dodged a meter to the side, narrowly avoiding 7th Master's bullet. 7th Master, if I do not kill you today, I would be failing heaven and earth. Yi Fan placed Peng Yu to the side, his sharp gaze locked on the 7th Master. This 7th Master was a ruthless figure. He absolutely could not be allowed to live, or he would bring endless trouble. That Yi Fan had managed to rescue Peng Yu while avoiding a bullet left 7th Master stunned. To dodge a bullet was one thing, but to save someone else from a bullet as well, just how terrifying had Yi Fan's strength become? Humph. I would like to see how you plan to kill me today. A dark look crossed 7th Master's face. What are you all standing there for? Attack together. Kill them, or we are all finished. Clatter. In an instant, all of 7th Master's men trained their guns on Yi Fan, Zhao Linglong, Wang Fugui, and the others. But just as they were about to fire, the barricaded door was smashed open again by an armored vehicle. Commander Shinchang of the Southwest is here. Who dares act recklessly? Screech. The barrel of the vehicle's cannon swiveled, locking onto 7th Master. Behind the armored vehicle, more soldiers in camouflage surged in, sealing off the hall completely. Every one of them held heavy weapons, their barrels trained on 7th Master and his men. The overwhelming pressure left no one daring to make a move. Young Master Yi, we are here. Shinchang clasped his fist in respect toward Yi Fan. Awaiting your command, shall we open fire? Yi Fan smiled coldly, his gaze icy as he looked at 7th Master and Zhang Yang. So, do you still wish to kill me now? Shinchang had brought only the elite, and their numbers were several times greater than those of 7th Master's men. It was a crushing superiority. Zhang Yang was on the verge of tears. It had been one thing when Peng Yu arrived, but now even the Southwest commander had come. That was a man who commanded an army of 100,000. With this many soldiers surrounding them, what could they possibly do? Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I was misled by them. I will report everything. There are over 100 children being held in their basement. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang fell to his knees with a thud and revealed Longgon's darkest secret. Bastard! Courting death. 7th Master's face turned ashen. He swung his gun, fired, and killed Zhang Yang on the spot. Bang! Zhang Yang fell to the ground without even a chance to cry out. Humph! As 7th Master fired, Yi Fan moved. In a flash, he was at 7th Master's side. A surge of internal energy shattered 7th Master's arm, and a kick to the chest sent him sprawling. Whoosh! 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 Seeing Yi Fan strike, Murano and 3 Grandmaster-level experts attacked as well. Bastard! Die! Murano roared, 2 curved blades appearing in his hands, slashing toward Yi Fan's neck without hesitation. Murano and 7th Master were like 2 sides of the same coin. A Japanese martial expert in Xia should have reported his presence. According to treaties between Xia and Japan, if a Japanese martial expert appeared in Xia without authorization, it was considered an invasion and they were to be killed on sight. If 7th Master fell today, Murano would not escape either. His only hope was to kill Yi Fan. But to their attacks, Yi Fan did not even spare a glance. Just yesterday at the Kong family, Yi Fan had proven that Grandmaster-level experts were like paper before him. Bang! 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 Yi Fan darted among the Grandmasters, slapping out 3 strikes in succession. The air itself shrieked under the force of his internal energy, rippling visibly with shockwaves. 7th Master's 2 Grandmasters, along with Murano's man, were struck before they could react. They vomited blood violently and crashed to the floor, twitching before falling still. Seeing this, 7th Master shut his eyes in despair. Now he understood why the great clans feared Yi Fan. Yi Fan's rise was not a dying gasp, but the result of his terrifying strength. 3 years ago, even after losing his heart, his bones damaged, and his kidneys stolen, Yi Fan had already been the youngest Grandmaster. Now, his power had recovered and grown far beyond the Grandmaster level, at least at the Martial Venerable level. In the mortal world, a family with 1 Martial Venerable could dominate all of Xia. Murano's blades appeared to strike Yi Fan, but hit only his afterimage. By the time Murano realized, his companions lay dead like dogs. Murano's eyes widened in horror, his blade hand trembling. Yi Fan, you. So young, so terrifyingly strong. Yi Fan had every right to be arrogant. Seeing Yi Fan's moves, Murano knew that no one here could stop him. If Murano had fled earlier, perhaps he would have had a chance. But now, it was far too late. Crack! As Murano froze, Yi Fan appeared before him, grabbed his blade, and shattered it with a surge of energy. Fragments rained to the floor. Japanese dog. You must pay for running wild in Xia. Yi Fan snorted coldly. His internal energy erupted, shattering Murano's limbs and ribs. Grabbing him like a stick, Yi Fan slammed him into the ground. Boom! Boom! The marble floor cracked open into a pit. Murano's body was a bloody ruin, clinging to its final breath before Yifan stopped. Yifan threw Murano aside and was just about to walk towards 7th Master when Chen Guofu suddenly made his move. Feigning a phone call, he held his phone and started walking toward the door. Hello? What? Your sow gave birth? Alright, I will come over right away. This Chen Guofu, who had been so arrogant and overbearing under the protection of others, now that he saw 7th Master, Zhang Yang, Murano, and the others fall, was actually thinking of slipping away? Yifan let out a cold laugh, picked up a chair and hurled it. The chair brushed past Chen Guofu's chest and smashed to the ground in front of him. The chair leg embedded itself into the concrete floor. Did I give you permission to leave? Young Master Yi, I was wrong, please do not kill me. Chen Guofu's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he wet his pants in terror, collapsing to his knees before Yifan with a thud. Yifan sneered. Lead us to the underground vault where the children are being held, and I will spare your life. This, Chen Guofu hesitated, glancing at 7th Master. Chen Guofu knew about the vault where the children were kept, but he also knew that it was 7th Master's lifeblood. If that was exposed, it would be irrefutable evidence, and 7th Master would be utterly finished. Moreover, the trafficking of children to Japan involved not only money, but also a colossal secret connected to a mysterious noble family in the capital. If the secret was exposed, Chen Guofu knew his own life would be forfeit as well. But he also knew that if he did not lead Yifan and the others now, he would not escape either. Seeing Yifan's sharp gaze turn on him, Chen Guofu gritted his teeth, climbed to his feet, and led the way. Come, scum! Chen Guofu, you dog, how dare you! 7th Master tried to rise and curse him, but Yifan kicked him unconscious on the spot. Under Chen Guofu's guidance, they navigated the complex corridors of Longgong Club, descended to a secret underground chamber, and after passing several coded locks, finally reached the 3rd basement level. Using 7th Master's eye for the retinal scanner, they opened the vault door. What they saw made Wang Fugue, Zhao Linglong, Yifan, Peng Yu, Xin Chang, and the others gasp in horror. The vast basement was dark and damp. Over 100 children had been tossed on the floor, covered in filth and urine, crying and crawling aimlessly. Some, starved beyond endurance, were grasping at the excrement. Damn it! Bastards! Seeing this, Yifan's fury flared again, and he kicked 7th Master hard. Chen Guofu was not spared. Wang Fugue, Zhao Linglong, and Xin Chang immediately pinned him to the ground and gave him a savage beating. Even the scholarly-looking Peng Yu dragged over a chair and smashed it on Chen Guofu. The rest is up to you. 7th Master and his accomplices must be severely punished, no leniency. Yifan looked at Peng Yu, Xin Chang, Hua Shuiyan, and the others. With 7th Master, Murano, and their core experts taken down, the cleanup was naturally in Peng Yu and Xin Chang's hands. Understood. Peng Yu and Xin Chang responded in unison, their gaze falling on Hua Shuiyan. They both knew that this entire operation had involved Yifan because of Hua Shuiyan. And they also realized that with 7th Master eliminated and this major case solved, Hua Shuiyan's promotion was inevitable. Watching Yifan's figure as he strode out, Peng Yu made up his mind. Since Hua Shuiyan was Yifan's person, he would give her his full support. The Yi family had already gone to war with the Lin family. Yifan, Wang Fugue, and Zhao Linglong did not linger. They immediately flew back to Yuncheng. Meanwhile, after the night's dramatic events, Huadu was rocked by yet another earth-shattering news story. Peng Yu and Xin Chang jointly held a press conference, announcing that under Hua Shuiyan's leadership, they had cracked the massive human trafficking and smuggling case involving Lu Qi of Huadu, with ties to Japan's Black Robe Society and Zhang Yang, the director of the provincial headquarters. Comrade Hua Shuiyan played a key role in this operation. Given Zhang Yang's betrayal and death on the scene, I now appoint Comrade Hua Shuiyan as commander of the cleanup operation. All forces in the southern province are at her disposal. Those within the system understood exactly what this appointment meant. With Zhang Yang dead, his position was vacant. By normal standards, Hua Shuiyan, merely a captain in Yuncheng, was far below the rank needed to lead such an operation. She had no right to direct the cleanup of 7th Master's remnants. But with Peng Yu and Xin Chang backing her, the message was clear: they were elevating Hua Shuiyan. Barring surprises, after this operation, Hua Shuiyan would soon take Zhang Yang's position. Cracking the trafficking ring was a huge achievement. Mopping up the remnants would be another. With honors piling up, her promotion was inevitable. In Yuncheng, Chief Sun Hong, reading the news on his phone, spewed a mouthful of tea. Hua Shuiyan? Just half an hour ago, pressured by Zhang Yang, he had been about to suspend her. And now, she was standing alongside Governor Peng Yu? Unable to believe it, Sun Hong turned on the television and saw the rolling broadcast, confirming it was real. He sighed inwardly. Such is fate. Hua Shuayan is so close to young Master Yi. I wonder who will have the last laugh between the Yi family and the Lin family. In a villa in the capital, an old man also watched the news. Father, with Lu Qi exposed, our cooperation with the Japanese will surely suffer, a young man beside him muttered, worried. What was Lu Qi thinking, provoking Yi Fan? The old man's face twitched. There will be some fallout, but as long as it does not affect our grand plan, it will not matter. Clean up all traces of contact with Lu Qi, make sure they do not trace it to us. And arrange a meeting with the Black Robe Society's president, Sora Kamishita. Yes. In the royal palace of the capital, Dragon Lord Tang Zheng also saw the report. Seeing so many children rescued, his face was filled with emotion. At last, this cancer has finally been cut out. Oomph, that Yi boy finally did something worthy. Pass my order, have all officials in the southern province fully cooperate with the investigation. A look of resolve crossed Tang Zheng's face as he issued the command. Dragon Lord, are you certain? Governor Peng Yu is Yi Chongfeng's student. Do I need to repeat myself? I feared the forces behind Lu Qi and dared not act. But Yi Fan did it, and for that alone, I will support him this time. Yi Fan, together with Wang Fugui and Zhao Linglong, arrived directly at the Yi Group in Yuncheng. At that moment, in the massive conference hall on the top floor of Yi Group, a large crowd of people of various appearances had already gathered. There were people from Xia, individuals dressed in the style of Britannia, those from the beautiful country, some with blonde hair, others with yellow hair. After Yi Fan ordered Han Zhuo to announce that Heavenly Slaughter Vengeance Plan, nearly all the core forces of the Northfall sect hidden around the world had assembled at Yi Group. Greetings, Emperor. As Yi Fan entered the conference hall, nearly 1,000 people spoke in unison, bowing respectfully to him. Among them were the whirlwind war god who had dominated battlefields, the senior sister of the Northfall sect, Qing Rolan, who carried out missions in the beautiful country, and Ross Eld, head of the Ross family. Everyone, it has been 3 years, and you are as magnificent as ever. Long live the Emperor's wisdom and might. Yes, seeing the Emperor restored brings me such joy. Looking at the loyal forces of the Northfall sect, recalling 3 years of endurance, and especially the tragic slaughter 3 years ago, Yi Fan felt a surge of sorrow and anger. The attack on the Northfall sect had been premeditated. Most of the sect's forces had been sent out on other missions, leaving their stronghold vulnerable. The enemy's sudden strike led to devastating losses. Everyone, I have gathered you here today to announce that the Northfall sect was never destroyed. I, Yi Fan, have risen again. Our master did not die. For these 3 years, we have only been gathering our strength. From now on, we shall have our vengeance. We will rebuild the Northfall sect and make it stronger than before. And the enemies who made us bleed, I will make them tremble and crawl before us. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! We pledge our lives in loyalty to the Emperor. 3 years of hiding had filled the Northfall sect members with rage. Young master, just tell us what to do. Give the order, and we will charge forward without fear of death. Yes, young master. Those bastards who dug out your heart and kidneys, that was the ultimate insult. I lose sleep every night thinking about it. Young master, just tell us who attacked. I will lead the charge and destroy their lairs. Yi Fan raised a hand to calm them. The enemies who attacked the Northfall sect and the Yi family headquarters in Yuncheng, we have identified the Guwu Jin family and the Zheng family. As for others, we have no clues yet. I have already destroyed the Zhou family for attacking the Yi family. Next is the Lin family. He paused briefly, then continued. And based on my investigations so far, the royal family of Xiao was also involved in the attack that nearly exterminated my Yi family. What? Yi Fan's words set off an uproar in the hall. The royal family are fucking traitors. The Yi family defended the borders for so many years, and they joined outsiders against us? We must not spare them. We might as well destroy the royal family and let the Yi family take their place. Young master, give the order. The loyalty of the Northfall sect's core members was beyond question. If Yi Fan commanded it, they truly would act against the royal family. With over 1 million followers worldwide, even if they could not overthrow the royal family, they could plunge Xia into chaos. Though Yi Fan hated the royal family, he did not wish to see Xia fall into disorder. In silence, everyone, our vengeance will not be mere slaughter. We will utterly destroy our enemies through their economy, connections, and martial strength. This will be a vast and lengthy process. For example, in dealing with the Lin family, Ross Eld will lead a financial assault to collapse their economy. Only then will we break their connections, and finally their martial power. So, we will divide into groups. Senior sister, you will lead a team to rebuild our Northfall sect at Kunlun. Try to restore it within 2 months. Understood. Chang Ruolin cast Yi Fan a longing glance. She had wanted to scold him after their reunion, but seeing so many depending on Yi Fan, she had to set aside her feelings. Han Yue, you will restore and expand our intelligence system. I want all governors under Lin family control investigated within 24 hours. After that, spare no effort in finding the true culprits of that year. Do you understand? Understood, young master. Han Yue, once Yi Fan's personal maid, had led the intelligence network that had been devastated in the attack. Assassination Team 3 Whirlwind War God will lead you. Harass the Jin and Zhang families' outer forces. Test their strength, but do not engage them directly. Yes. Yi Fan gave further orders. The Northfall sect's heavenly slaughter vengeance plan was fully activated. Everyone found renewed purpose and set about rebuilding the sect and seeking bloody revenge. When all had left, only Ross Eld and a group of tycoons from Europa remained. Is everything ready? When the market opens at 1, it will be decisive. Are you confident? Yi Fan asked Ross Eld and the others. Yi Fan had spared Lin Hua's life so that he could watch his empire crumble before his eyes. No problem at all, Emperor. Please rest assured. Yi Fan nodded. Seeing time was short, he told Ross Eld, prepare yourselves. I will bring someone to meet you. Xiu Wan, now general manager of Yi Group, needed to know Yi Fan's contacts. Yi Fan had rescued her from that lecherous supervisor, given her a job, a car, a home. Of course she was moved, why else would she have embraced him that night? Especially since Yi Fan had held himself back at that critical moment, this made her admire him even more. Though busy learning her new role, she often thought of him, wishing she had met him sooner. Xiu Wan, who had borne a child, felt a bit unworthy of the handsome, powerful Yi Fan. Just as she finished a stack of files and sipped her tea in a daze, there came a knock at the door. Come in. She replied out of habit, and when she saw it was Yi Fan, she stood up with joy. Yi Fan, what brings you here? She took a few quick steps toward him, opened her arms as if to hug him, then hesitated, unsure if she should. Yi Fan smiled and pulled her into his arms, his hand wickedly caressing her hips. Wanjia, just a few days apart, and you have gotten thinner. Ah, her heart fluttered at his teasing, and she scolded softly, you are so bad. Let go or someone will see. Although Xiu Wan playfully scolded him, her body showed no sign of resistance. In her heart, Xiu Wan did not reject Yi Fan's closeness. Ha! That day when you pushed me down, Wanjia, were you not afraid someone might see? Yi Fan teased, looking at her with a mischievous smile. Xiu Wan blushed and buried her face in Yi Fan's chest, too embarrassed to look up. Oh, stop it. How can you bring that up? That day, Xiu Wan's actions had come from gratitude. Yi Fan had bought her a car, bought her a house, saved her daughter, driven away her ex-husband, and resolved such a massive problem. She did not know what Yi Fan truly wanted from her, and in that emotional moment, she had acted on impulse. But now, her feelings toward Yi Fan were no longer purely gratitude. Xiu Wan nestled against Yi Fan's chest, mentally prepared for him to take things further. If Yi Fan wanted her here in the office, she was ready to give herself to him. After all, by entrusting her with such a massive company, Yi Fan was showing her great trust. And who was worthy of that trust? Naturally, one who became his woman. But just as Xiu Wan thought Yi Fan would proceed, he let her go and gently smoothed her disheveled hair. Wanjia, tidy up a bit. I am taking you to meet a few people. Ah, Xiu Wan had not yet recovered from his sudden change in mood. Moments ago, they had been so intimate, and now he wanted to introduce her to people? All right. Although a bit disappointed, she quickly composed herself, freshened up, and followed Yi Fan to the top floor of Yi Group. When the conference room doors opened, Xiu Wan was stunned speechless by what she saw. Young Master Yi, is that Ross Eld? And over there, Thomas and Edmund. With her background in finance and experience as an executive at major corporations, Xiu Wan naturally recognized these international financial titans. Until now, she had only heard of them or seen them from afar, never had she dreamed of standing face to face with them. Yet here they were, right before her eyes. Everyone, let me introduce, this is Xiu Wan, my Wanjia, the controller of Yi Group. Get to know her well. As Yi Fan introduced her, he did not remove his arm from around her slender waist. Ross Eld, Thomas, and the other sly old foxes saw this intimate gesture clearly. That Yi Fan entrusted Xiu Wan with Yi Group and personally introduced her made it obvious her relationship with Yi Fan was no ordinary one. Ross Eld stepped forward eagerly and extended his hand. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Qiu. I look forward to your guidance in our work together. He took out a business card and offered it with both hands. Miss Qiu, here is my card. Please feel free to call me anytime. It will be my honor to serve you and young Master Yi. We as well. Thomas, Edmund, and the others hurried over, each shaking her hand and presenting their cards with humble smiles. Wan was dazed with shock. These were the legendary titans of the financial world. Normally, they ruled their domains like emperors. If she met them elsewhere, they would never have spared her so much as a glance. Yet now, they were so courteous, even eager to please. It was all thanks to Yi Fan. The heir of Xia's foremost family truly wielded astonishing power. Recently, Wan had heard rumors about Yi Fan's feats at the club, but after spending time with him, she realized he was nothing like the rumors said. I am honored to meet all of you. In the world of finance, I am but a student. I hope you will look after me in the future. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Fan checked the time. When it was right, he motioned for Wan to leave and told Ross ELD, prepare yourselves. It is time. As he walked Wan out, Yi Fan reminded her, our Yi family is going to war with the Lin family. Be ready to take over their assets completely. Has there been any major change in the company the past couple of days? Wan shook her head. Everything is stable. The only change is that Su Chao from the procurement department resigned this morning, saying he was mentally unwell. Oh, Yi Fan smirked. Su Chao's resignation did not surprise him in the least. Anyone who kept finding bleeding dog heads in their car, on their door, in their bedroom, and in their bathroom would crack sooner or later. Su Chao's departure meant the Yi group had finally purged all of Lin family's infiltrators from its top ranks. Just as Yi Fan saw Wan off, his phone rang. It was Xin Yufei. Ex-wife, what is it now? This little minx, even after divorcing him, clung to him as if they were still married. I am downstairs at Yi Group. Come get me. My second uncle sent me with 3 trillion yuan in support. If it is not enough, we can transfer another 3 trillion. My second uncle said, as long as you need it, consider it my dowry. Yi Fan was speechless. The Xian family had made their stance very clear. The Yi family's true enemies were not just the Lin family, but also the royal family, the divine emissary behind them, and the colossal ancient martial clans. The Xian family, as one of the 6 great clans of Xia, was a crucial ally. Ha! Now you want to marry me? Let me tell you, marrying me will not be so easy after all. It was you who wanted to break off the engagement. I know. That is why I will work hard to win you back. After this is over, I am treating you to dinner, no refusals. The final battle between the Yi family and the Lin family had begun. It started with the financial war. The Lin family had hired Lafitte. In Lin Group's operations center, Lafitte and his team were ready. Patriarch Lin, has the extra 3 trillion arrived? It has. Good. Let us begin. Raise the price of all 43 E Group stocks by 20%. Buy everything on the market, we will take it all. Stock wars were simple, drive prices up or short the market. Lafitte's plan was direct, buy up E Group shares, then dump them en masse, crashing their value, pushing them toward bankruptcy. Then they could buy control dirt cheap and profit enormously. The strategy seemed sound. Lin Hua, with his years of business experience, understood the game. This came down to wealth. Lin family's side had to see if they could buy enough shares to shake E Group. Yi family's side had to see if they could absorb the dumped stock and keep the price from collapsing. Clatter! As Lafitte gave the order, dozens of traders began snapping up E Group stock at high prices. It has begun. At E Group's top floor trading center, Ross ELD and his team saw it at once. Humph. Old fox, your tricks are clumsy. You think you can short us? Not a chance. Ross ELD smiled. Against an ordinary company, Lafitte's tactic might have worked. But Ross ELD had brought 3 trillion in reserves, enough to withstand even a royal assault. You want to buy? We will buy too. Push the price 20% higher than Lin's position. But do not buy too much, just enough to drive up the price. Yes, sir.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.